I was nothing. No talent. No beauty. No friends. No future. Born into a family that was the lowest of the low, I was scorned, trampled upon, and discarded like filth. I lived my life drowning in rejection, shunned by the world until my final breath. So tell me, is it true that the talentless should just die? Very well. Then I shall die. I will embrace death just as you all desire. But death is not the end. I will return. And this time, I will not stop. Not until I bring this cursed world to its knees. Another dreary day. When I opened my eyes, my throat was parched. I craved a simple bowl of porridge, but after quenching my thirst, an unbearable emptiness gnawed at me. With nothing else to do, I stepped outside and instinctively began practicing the 6 harmonies sword technique, the only thing I had ever known. The 6 harmonies sword technique. A sword art so common in the Gangho, Jianghyo, that even the lowest ranked bodyguards could master it in a month. The first movement, 6 harmonies mountain opening, was a mere diagonal slash so basic that even a novice could grasp it after a few tries. Yet, to fully master all 32 movements of the technique in combat, it was said one needed at least 5 years of real battle experience. To reach the first-rate level, one required decades of training and immense internal energy. Some martial artists spent over 40 years just to perfect it. And this year marked my 45th year since I began practicing martial arts. Yet, I was still far from first-rate. In the vast world of Gangho, I was nothing more than an ordinary second-rate warrior, practicing the same swings in my miserable straw hut every single day. A life of rejection. How did it come to this? I didn't come from a prestigious martial family. I had no powerful master to guide me. My face was so hideous that women grimaced at the mere sight of me, while men humiliated and tormented me for sport. Born into poverty, I drifted between ordinariness and despair. At the age of 12, my parents died, leaving me under the care of a village head who treated me like a mere servant to his son. When I finally escaped and joined a courier guild, I foolishly believed that martial arts could be my path to success. But that dream shattered 2 years ago. Our courier guild was annihilated by a single first-rate martial artist, the infamous Blood Phosphorus Hand. He slaughtered us all, and though our guild leader barely managed to kill him, the damage was irreversible. In the aftermath, the guild disbanded, and I was left penniless with only 50 niang, barely enough to survive. With no other options, I became a tenant farmer, forced to live no better than a commoner. But I refused to accept such an ending. With decades of martial arts training, even if I only knew the 6 harmonies sword technique and the 3 talents heart method, I clung to the belief that if I trained hard enough, I could break through. So I built a shack in the mountains and devoted myself to relentless training. The breaking point. Ugh. 2 years passed, and I found myself curled up in a freezing corner of my hut, shivering. My body was weak to even hold my sword. Am I sick? Ridiculous. Weren't martial artists supposed to be immune to illness after years of training? But reality was cruel. For 2 years, I had survived on wild animals, roots, and mushrooms, and my aging body now in its late 50s was crumbling. A simple cold could kill me. I had no choice. If I stayed, I would die in this hut. I had to descend the mountain and seek aid in the nearby village. As I packed my meager belongings, tears welled in my eyes. Ugh, cough, sob. This wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to master the sword and rise to greatness. Instead, I was fleeing from a cold too weak to even survive on my own. But I couldn't afford pride anymore. I had to live. A fateful fall. With unsteady steps, I began my descent, carefully pushing through the rough shrubs. The journey would take at least 2 hours, so I moved cautiously. Then, crack, ugh. The ground beneath me suddenly collapsed, and I found myself plunging downwards. I barely managed to grab onto a nearby tree branch, my heart pounding as I looked down. A cliff more than 3 meters deep. If I fell, I would break my legs or worse, die. I threw my bundle of tools down first, watching as everything I owned shattered on impact. Then, gritting my teeth, I slowly climbed down the cliff, searching for footholds with trembling fingers. It was then that I noticed something unusual. A cave. The Cave of Destiny. A man-made cave, hidden within the cliffside. With nowhere else to go, I forced my way inside, shivering as the darkness swallowed me. I moved forward blindly, my hands scraping against the cold stone walls. The passage was too long, but then, in the distance, I saw it. A faint glow. Driven by desperation, I crawled towards the light. And there, at the cave's heart, was a small copper box illuminated by a mysterious glowing bead embedded in the ceiling. Excitement surged through me. Was this it? A hidden treasure? A martial arts inheritance? Could it be my long-awaited chance at salvation? Overcome with joy, I lunged forward. And then, swoosh, a sharp pain exploded in my stomach. Thud, I collapsed. Something had pierced through me. I looked down, my vision blurring, and saw it an iron stake, impaling my body. Blood poured from the wound, staining the cold stone beneath me. I coughed violently, my breath shallow. This was a trap. A simple, obvious trap meant to guard whatever lay inside that box. I should have known. How could I be so stupid? The first death. Cook, yuk. I was dying. Not in glory. Not in battle. Not in the realm of the strong. But in a dark, forgotten cave, bleeding out like a fool who had reached too far. No, even if I was going to die, I had to know what was inside that damned box. With the last of my strength, I reached forward. My trembling fingers grasped the book inside. And then, as darkness overtook me, I felt it. Something changed. This is. My mind blanked. My breath faltered. And just like that, I died. For the first time.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
TL'd and checked by Kirera and Adrienne. Cough, cough. When I regained my senses, I found myself shivering in the cold wind. Despite the reed barrier, the dawn air leaked through, causing occasional coughs. What's happening? Confused after losing consciousness, I hurriedly looked down at my chest. All the injuries had vanished. No, more than that, the clothes I was wearing and even my body size were completely different. I've gotten smaller. I sat up to survey my surroundings. Through the gaps in the reeds blocking the darkness, a cold current flowed, accompanied by the smell of dung and eerie shadows of trees. I was dumbfounded for a moment, but I knew this scene all too well. Am I dreaming? I know exactly what's going on. This is undoubtedly when I was around 13 years old, just after losing my parents to a plague and being taken in as an extra mouth to feed at the village chief's home. Living there as if a servant, I slept in an empty barn near the cowshed. With trembling hands, I cautiously removed the pile of reeds blocking the wind. There it was. The cowshed. Ayah! I nearly screamed. There's only one word to describe the situation. I've regressed to the past, and to as far back as my childhood, 40 years ago? Can something like this even happen? Though bewildered, I decided to stay calm. First, I tried moving my body. Arms and legs moved fine, and the stiffness and the dawn's chill snapped me back to reality. This felt too real to be an illusion. Additionally, I sat slightly cross-legged and circulated my microcosmic circulation 1. That's when I realized something astonishing. My internal energy is intact. Despite reverting to a child's body, the internal energy, Neagong, too, I'd built over 50 years through the 3 talents heart method was intact. Although the benefits from basic techniques were marginal, I was sure this would be a significant aid in my future life. I knew better than anyone the difference between having internal energy and not having it. Cough, cough, damn bastards. I coughed and spat out curses. The objects of my disdain were, of course, the village chief and his family. Though they took in a helpless orphan like me, for 3 years I lived like a servant. I was endlessly bullied by local kids and was beaten more times than I could count. Even the village chief's son would only snicker at my suffering without offering any help. Now, it was the same situation. My main job was caring for 3 cows and cleaning up dung. I had to feed the cows myself. I slept not in a proper house but on a pile of reeds in a barn that smelled of dung. It was a wonder I hadn't gone mad living in these conditions. Ah, damn it. It's good that I survived, and it's good that I've returned to the past, but why did it have to be now? I've set foot in hell once more. I felt bitter. My life only started to get on track when I turned 15 and took a menial job in a courier agency. Then at 18, I learned martial arts and became a low-level courier. Thinking that I had to live this hellish life for at least another 5 years made my hands tremble with annoyance and fear. I sat for a while, contemplating my life. In hindsight, it was a life without any good moments. Sure, life was somewhat bearable after becoming a low-level courier at 18, but the job was never easy. I had close calls with bandits, and once, a nobleman from the martial world slapped me in the face. A life of physical labor, numbing the constant exhaustion with a drink, was routine. Why was I angry about the present? Naturally, because my life as a boy was far worse than my hard life as a low-level courier. I'd rather live a tough life with the freedom to spend my money than go through this hell again. What do I do now? I pondered for quite a while. Then I came to a conclusion. Even if it's just for a day, I have to confirm if this is truly the past. The next day, around 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and first checked the cowshed. The cows seemed fine, not much affected by the cold, and none seemed unwell. It was clumsy at first, doing the cowshed work after decades, but soon enough, the tasks came back to me. The next day, after about 3 hours, I woke up and checked on the cows. They seemed fine, untouched by the cold wind. Remembering my duties took a moment, but once I got started, everything came back naturally. I stroked the large ox's snout. Your name was Wongyum, wasn't it? I remember. Thinking back, I seemed to have befriended the cows while living in the cowshed. Especially this big ox, whom I named Wongyum, I took special care of. Cows are inherently docile and gentle. Wongyum nuzzled my hand as if understanding my words. That simple action made me feel a touch sentimental. Animals are better than humans. I've lived for over 50 years and have grown tired of learning just what kind of creatures humans are. Living a life without family or friends, I've seen countless people who are strong against the weak and merciless. It was only natural for me to think that animals, which can't speak, are better than humans. Then it happened. It's coming at me. I swiftly dodged by twirling around. Swoosh? Huh. A puzzled voice came through. The owner of the voice had tried to splash water on me with the intention of messing around, but I had easily dodged, causing them some confusion. Still, even if my perception is weaker than most, 50 years of internal cultivation have endowed me with far superior senses and reflexes than the average person. Dodging a bucket of water is trivial for me, even in this child's body. I stared directly at the person who had tried to splash water on me. As soon as I saw him, my blood boiled and anger surged through my veins. Unconsciously, I clenched my fists, gritting my teeth to hold back the fury. What's the matter, young master? Contrary to my inner turmoil, a calm voice flowed from my mouth. Then the young master hesitated for a moment before answering with a fake cough. Ahem. I was just trying to dampen the front of the barn and made a mistake. All right. I nodded, even though his excuse sounded utterly ridiculous. I wanted to beat up the young master right then and there, but I restrained myself. Having been through numerous organizational lives, I had spent decades learning how to control my immediate emotional responses. Provocation by anger was not an option if I wanted to calmly assess, judge, and sort out the situation I had returned to in my past life. The young master, with an ugly face and bloated body, was a chubby little brat. That guy is none other than the village chief's son. His name is Man J3. Despite his grandiose name, he had no real talent, much like myself. He was of my age, and he enjoyed tormenting me with his arrogance and pretentiousness. I heard that he later squandered his father's fortune while pursuing women and gambling. Man J began to saunter around the barn as if looking for faults. Failing to find any, he suddenly turned to me and said, "You, clean up all the dung in the barn before I return from the academy." What? If I tell you to do it, do it. Are you planning not to do it? His sudden abuse of power startled me. I was so infuriated that I lost my words for a moment. This son of a... At that moment, I wanted to beat the crap out of Man J, march into the kitchen, grab a knife, and butcher his entire family. My hands were trembling at the very thought. But I remembered that back in those days, this level of abuse was common, so I calmed myself and replied, "Don't worry, it will be taken care of." At novel bin at. Hearing my unusually calm tone, Man J paused, seemingly puzzled. But, probably because he's still a child, he didn't think too much about it and huffed away. As he disappeared into the distance, I spat on the ground. Spit. That little runt. You'll see, if I gain power later on, I plan to take revenge for the humiliation I've suffered over the past 3 years. Just thinking about wiping out the entire village head's family or crippling that greedy Man J bastard gives me a thrill. In other words, now is not the time. I've given it a lot of thought yesterday, and I concluded that I have to maintain my life in this village chief's house for the time being. Running away impulsively might give me peace of mind, but I'd have no way to live afterwards. It's better to stick with a life where at least I get food and shelter. Instead, I've decided to avoid mindlessly joining a bandit group as I did in the past. Living as a bandit won't work. Even if I join the bandit group, they'll only teach me 6 harmonies sword technique and 3 talents heart method. I'd be better off learning a more advanced martial art and find a way to thrive. I had these thoughts in my previous life too, but back then, the desperate urge to escape the village head's house was too strong, and I lacked the capabilities, so I gave up. In fact, I was lucky to be employed as a low-rank bandit back then. But now it's different. I have 50 years worth of inner strength from practicing the 3 talents heart method in my previous life, and my swordsmanship is also at a second-rate level. Right now, if I picked up a kitchen knife, it wouldn't be hard to slaughter an average adult male. While I'd certainly die if I encountered a top martial artist, my current level is stronger than an average third-rate martial artist. If I show these achievements to people in Murim, won't they take me as a disciple? Becoming a disciple of a renowned martial artist? That would solve both my survival problems and enable me to live the life of a high-ranking martial artist, something I've always dreamed of. Realizing that this is the best course of action under the current circumstances, I let out a slightly contented smile. At the same time, I felt the need to gather information, even if it meant leaving this cattle shed where I've been attached like a shadow for 12 hours. Without knowing where and how these martial artists live, I can't even begin to make plans. Ugh, first I have to clean up this cow dung. Grumbling, I picked up a rake and a shovel and walked into the cattle shed. The pungent smell of cow dung filled the air. Cleaning it up daily was impractical since the cows kept defecating everywhere, so I cleaned it every 3 days. However, that nasty Man J commanded me to clean it today, even though it wasn't the day for it. Of course, cleaning up the dung is good for the cow's health, but I couldn't see it in a positive light since it was done purely to exercise authority. Plus, I'm the one doing the dirty work while Man J gets to look good in front of the village chief. Ugh. It was while I was cleaning, with the cow dung smell permeating my entire body. I went to the bushes to vomit because I felt dizzy from the strong smell. I had nothing to vomit up but the smell of stomach acid irritated my nose. I sat on a tree stump for a moment and looked up at the blue sky. At that moment, a lightning-like revelation pierced through my head. My mouth was trembling. Yes, that was it. I am such an idiot. Why did I abandon the easy path and choose the hard one? Millennium Snow Ginseng? A method came to his mind for obtaining the legendary elixir that, when consumed, could give you enough power to conquer the world in an instant. I first heard of the Millennium Snow Ginseng when I had just entered my early 30s. I figure that was about 20 years before I would die. Back then, I was steadily building my career as a bounty hunter and lived day to day. Those were my most peaceful and leisurely times. The first person to discover the Millennium Snow Ginseng was the young head of the prestigious Danmuk clan, Dan Muxio. A young martial artist, Dan Muxio loved exploring mountains and hills. It was during one of these excursions that he discovered a peculiar place in Huangshan. Despite being a mountain area, the location was said to never melt its ice throughout the year. There, Dan Muxio collected the 1000-year snow ginseng. That's when the problems began. Dan Maxio wasn't alone when he discovered the Millennium Snow Ginseng. He was accompanied by the exceptionally talented martial artist Oh Ryong-won from the Righteous faction. Oh Ryong noticed the ginseng Dan Maxio had found and soon started fighting to take possession of it. A deadly struggle ensued, involving various martial arts clans from around Shan, causing a month-long disturbance. In the end, the Millennium Snow Ginseng became the property of the leader of the Righteous Sky Alliance, putting an end to the chaos. I'm not privy to the details because, at the time, I was just a low-ranking courier struggling to make ends meet. But one thing is certain. The Millennium Snow Ginseng exists in Shan, and I can find it before anyone else does. To find and consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng before anyone else? Could there be a more certain and compelling fate in this world? The legendary elixir, the Millennium Snow Ginseng, is said to increase one's internal energy by 2 cycles in a single gulp and guarantees eternal youth. Given the fact that even the highest-level martial artists from top-tier sects rarely achieve such levels of internal energy after decades of practice, the ginseng was unquestionably worth risking one's life for. Of course, simply consuming the elixir wouldn't make me an expert martial artist overnight. Adequate martial arts skills are necessary. However, if I could get the Millennium Snow Ginseng, becoming an expert would only be a matter of time, and I couldn't help but be impatient. Shan is far away. I'll need a substantial amount of money and stamina. The distance to Shan was about a fortnight's journey by horse. As a teenager, I would be at high risk of starving or collapsing before reaching there. And even if I managed to arrive, it would be impossible to comb through the entire mountain range to locate the ginseng. There was only one answer. I needed to save enough money. Only then could I afford a horse and ensure that I wouldn't starve while searching for the elixir in Shan. Reflecting on my experiences as a courier, I began to estimate the amount I'd need. The figure came out to be exactly 10 pieces of silver. It was a substantial amount. The thought of how to acquire such an amount was vexing, mainly because it would take nearly half a year of work as a low-ranking courier. I need to save money, but I have no idea how to go about it. What should I do in a situation like this? No, let's think about this slowly. Historically, Dan Maxio discovered the Millennium Snow Ginseng at least 20 years from now. That means if I could locate it by then, I'd have a good chance of monopolizing it. Realizing that my haste stemmed from wanting to escape this wretched life as a servant in a village, I let out a bitter laugh. Sigh. Truth be told, I'm still in a state of shock. Why did I survive being shot in the chest with an arrow and return to the past? Although I'm quickly adapting to reality and making plans, I still have no idea what happened to me. There is one thing that's certain. I need power. And I also need money. Only then will I be able to figure out the reason behind my regression. Living from day to day like when I was a low-ranking courier is something I can't afford to do anymore. I went to the cowshed to finish cleaning up the cow dung. It took me about an hour, and after I was done, I washed myself in the stream and lay down to rest. Although I was hungry after the labor, the village chief wasn't likely to feed me, so I closed my eyes. Going straight for the Millennium Ginseng is a stretch. I need to convince the village chief first. Convincing the village chief meant negotiating a way to escape this life of servitude in his household. As I was waiting, the sun began to set. The village chief's son, Jiam Manjae, sauntered in from the Hak Suk, a study hall for the children of local nobles preparing for the civil service exams. While Hak Suk was famous for having exceptional tutors, I knew Jiam Manjae was only pretending to study there while actually wasting his days away. Even at a young age, the fact that he was already familiar with the taste of alcohol made me worry for his future. Seeing Jiam Manjae's gruff face, I got straight to the point. Young master, I have something to discuss with the elder. Do you know where he is? Since I was forbidden from leaving the vicinity of the barn, I had no choice but to ask him. Huh? Did you finish the work I gave you? Yes. I've cleaned up the barn. After briefly inspecting the barn, Jiam Manjae nodded. He should be in the detached house. Don't bother me. He curtly responded and went to his room to lie down. Seeing Jiam Manjae, I didn't feel angry, perhaps because I knew he'd end up a good for nothing, wasting his family's wealth, just like his father. Ignoring him, I headed to the detached house where the village chief was. As it happened, the village chief was leisurely walking in the yard of the detached house. As soon as I saw him, I greeted him. Elder, I have something to discuss. The village chief had a goatee and looked cunning, a middle-aged man with a narrow gaze. He squinted his narrow eyes and snickered. What is it, cow dung? I clenched my teeth. That's right. Before becoming a courier, I never had a proper name. The village chief and his family always referred to me as cow dung, taking it for granted that they could belittle and control me. After pausing for a moment, I spoke with gritted teeth. Elder, I am not cow dung. My name is Baekwung too. Ever since I became a courier and gained my independence, I had lived with the name my parents had given me. The village chief was taken aback by my assertive response. Don't you know it's a term of endearment? Such a foolish lad, tisk tisk. He scoffed and looked at me with disdain. I was the one who felt truly uncomfortable. I was sure he knew my real name but had deliberately never used it during the years I served as a mere servant in his house. Before his displeasure escalated, I spoke. I would like to take a test at a martial arts school, Mugwon. May I go into town tomorrow? What? The village chief looked flabbergasted. Are you out of your mind? A test at a martial arts school? The Mugwon was a martial arts academy that taught martial arts. The institution's aim here was to collect a significant amount of tuition to teach martial arts and, at the same time, produce excellent warriors, and evolve into a major faction within the martial world. This village wasn't far from downtown, and there were over 10 mugwans nearby. To join a mugwan, you usually needed a lot of money. The people who operated these academies were first-rate masters in the Murim, or they came from old, powerful clans or one of the 5 great houses. Charging exorbitant fees for martial arts training was the norm. For a commoner or a poor person, learning martial arts was usually out of reach. However, there was one way to receive martial arts training without paying much money at Novel bin Adat. It was by passing the entrance exam and proving your martial prowess. While the martial academy's masters were indeed profit-oriented, their ultimate goal was to find exceptional disciples and expand their faction. If your talent was undeniable, they would invest in you, even if you couldn't afford the tuition. I spoke quietly. Why can't it be done? What talents do you have to knock on the doors of a mugwan? The village chief chuckled, seemingly finding the idea amusing. Tell me which mugwan you'd like to take an exam at. It'll be fun, so I might let you go. It's Guanyung S3 Blue Dragon Martial Hall. The village chief's narrow eyes widened slightly, appearing to be taken aback. Cowdung. Do you even know what Blue Dragon Martial Hall is? He called me Cowdung again, but I ignored it. Yes. What is it? It's a martial arts academy established by Li Guang, a former royal army instructor. It's the largest and most famous martial arts academy in the whole of Guanyung. Li Guang was considered a peak-level martial artist throughout the Guanyung region. He was proficient in swordsmanship, spear techniques, and fist fighting, earning him the nickname of Threefold Expert 4. There were many martial artists who admired his skills and character. You know well. The village chief's face contorted like an aggressive catfish. He jutted a finger and jabbed it against my forehead aggressively. You, a mere dung sweeper, dare to say you'll take an exam there? Even the top-rate warriors can't get in there easily. And you say you'll take an exam. If you become the laughing stock eye, who took you in for your parents, will be insulted. Stop daydreaming and go to sleep. I grabbed the village chief's arm. Squeeze. Ack. The village chief let out a scream due to the sudden pressure on his arm. I hadn't gripped hard enough to break it, but it must have left a bruise. As I let go, he stuttered, looking flustered. You, how dare you defy the person who raised you? Watch closely. I possess this kind of power. I went over to a nearby tree and grasped a sturdy branch. With a burst of strength I snapped the branch, as thick as an adult man's arm, in one go. This was a feat even a robust adult male would struggle with, causing the village chief's eyes to widen in surprise. No matter how poor my 3 talents heart method was, with nearly half a century of training, I could unleash this level of power. I grinned and spoke. If I, Baek Wong, join the Blue Dragon Martial Hall, wouldn't that not only free you, the village chief, from any inconvenience, but also raise your reputation? Even if I fail, I won't bring shame to you, so isn't it worth a try? The village chief seemed to mull it over, stroking his goatee a few times. Finally, he nodded with a reluctant expression. All right, fine. But if you join the Blue Dragon Martial Hall as a disciple, you must repay the money I spent on raising you. What? What is he talking about? When I looked at the village chief as if I had misheard, he spoke calmly. Even if I fail, I won't bring shame to you, so isn't it worth a try? Sigh. How much are you talking about? 50 silver niang should suffice. Something inside me boiled up. This man, who had me sleep in the barn, work for him, and barely fed me, dared to ask for 50 silver niang for 2 years of expenses? I realized I could never get along with this person. However, I decided to hold back. Suppressing my seething anger, I laughed. Haha, I'll go first thing tomorrow. Just you wait. Once I gain power, I will definitely kill you and your money-grubbing son, Jiam Manje. While I was harboring such malicious thoughts internally, I pretended to be purely delighted. I could have drawn my sword and killed them right now, but the desire to find a new path in my new life was stronger. The next day, I received 20 niangs of copper coins from the village chief and set off for Guanyong, with hopes of securing a spot in the Blue Dragon Martial Hall. Jiam Manje looked at me with a questioning gaze, as did the village head's wife, his concubines, and their children all eyed me with a mix of curiosity and disdain. With a semblance of composure, I embarked on my journey. It's better than before. Back then, I showed up at the courier agency without a single penny to my name. While the village chief never asked, thanks to my past as a courier for a courier agency, it meant I was familiar with the quickest route to Guanyong. In total, it would take about a fortnight by foot, and there was the risk of running into bandits along the way. But if I hitched a ride with a courier group, the risks would be minimized. The most reputable courier service in the vicinity was the Three Pine Courier Agency. Before, I had worked for about 50 years in Plum Flower Courier Agency, an agency of similar stature to Three Pine Courier Agency. Although the two were competitors, couriers tended not to get along very well, so we had a love-hate relationship. I heard that Three Pine had a number of skilled couriers, so joining them on one of their routes should make for a relatively comfortable journey. By the time I covered half a day's distance and reached the city, dusk was settling. Knowing that the city's nighttime could be treacherous, with rogues and thieves roaming around, I quickly sought refuge in a temporary inn. These establishments, overseen by the military police, provided travelers with short-term shelter. Although these inns only permitted one night stay, they were relatively a safe place from the risk of theft. Inside the temporary inn, 2 or 3 travelers were already inside, huddled together wordlessly, preparing for sleep. A musty, stale odor filled the air from the aged bedding. I briefly admired the moon, organized my personal items, and lay down to rest. The next morning, I headed to 3 Pine Courier Agency. The entrance was bustling with activity as couriers and laborers prepped for their respective journeys. Approaching a middle-aged courier, I initiated a conversation. I'd like to join the convoy, would that be possible? Huh? Who might you be? I'm Baek Wong from the next village over. I'm here on an errand for the village chief. The courier's expression subtly changed. Heh. How far are you planning to go? All the way to Gwanyang. A young lad like you going all the way to Gwanyang. Do you have any money? I don't, but I can do odd jobs, cook, and carry loads. Please, let me come along. The courier paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully before saying, come with me for a moment. Moments later, he led me to the Piawi, or escort captain, a role akin to a team leader overseeing about 10 couriers. Typically, someone with this title would be a seasoned courier, boasting superior martial arts skills compared to the average courier. The escort captain of 3 Pine had a visage that resembled a horse, characterized by an elongated jaw. He briefly lifted his eyes from some paperwork and shot a cursory look in my direction. Hey, what's the deal with that kid? Captain, this little one here wants to join the convoy, offering to do odd jobs. He's Baek Wong, from the neighboring village. The escort captain examined me from head to toe and then spoke. Well, he looks resourceful and spirited. I don't see why not. You handle him. Understood. The escort captain didn't bother to inquire further about who I was or where I was headed. Instead, that responsibility fell on the shoulders of the middle-aged courier, for which I felt more grateful to him than to the escort captain. It seemed as though the elder had relieved me of the inconvenience of explaining myself. As I followed the elder courier outside, I expressed my gratitude. Thank you. If only I had a son like you. The courier smiled warmly before saying, but we won't go all the way to Gwanyang. We'll veer off halfway and head to Yangon territory. You'll have to find your way to Willow Moon Valley, Yewolgok, on your own. Can you manage? Yes, I'm fine. I'm grateful that you're taking me even that far. All right. Your duties will include preparing meals, setting up camp, and carrying the load. I'll tell you more in a bit. Got it. Soon after, the courier party set off. I was able to integrate seamlessly into the group without any issues. The first day consisted of a 6-hour trek, with breaks, across mountainous terrain. When it was time for lunch and dinner, I got to work performing various tasks. With several years of experience under my belt, I managed quite well without needing specific instructions from the courier. The elder seemed surprised. You're good at this. Ever consider doing odd jobs at the courier station after this trip? Even though his question seemed a bit abrupt, perhaps even blunt, it was nevertheless a good offer. Most kids in rural villages were so impoverished that they'd go hungry for days on end. Having regular meals while working at the courier station would be a respectable existence. However, on the contrary, I just smiled and replied, I'll think about it once I've completed my errands. Fair enough. First, I needed to go to Azure Dragon Martial Hall in Gwanyang to test my current skills. Will I be able to become a disciple of Azure Dragon Martial Hall with my 6 Harmonies sword technique and 3 Talents heart method that I have honed for 40 years in my previous life? I naturally assumed so, which is why I forced myself to leave the village. I was confident that I was much better than any other teenagers of my age because of the time and effort I had invested in my training. Excited at the prospect of learning first-rate martial arts at Azure Dragon Martial Hall, I was kept awake all night long. Later, for nearly 10 days and nights, I trailed behind the courier party. Overall, the journey had been smooth, with no sign of bandits or any other incidents. Right now, the 3 Pine Courier Agency group was setting their course for Yangon from Willow Moon Valley. This meant it was time for me to part ways with them since my destination was Gwanyang. Thank you for everything. Come here for a moment. The middle-aged courier discreetly handed me 2 pieces of silver. Taken aback by this unexpected generosity, I could only stand there, momentarily speechless. Seeing my reaction, the man laughed, tooling my unkempt hair. Ha ha ha. It must be hard for a young lad like you to go all the way to Gwanyang alone. Should you cross paths with mountain or water bandits, use this silver. It might just save your life. Thank you very much, I replied, feeling choked. Having been in the courier business for years, I fully knew the weight of his gift. 2 silver pieces were not a trivial amount for a mere courier. The elder courier's paternal instincts must have kicked in, prompting him to bestow upon me his own hard-earned money, I judged. Moreover, bandits typically killed young wanderers like me out of sheer annoyance, or at best, sold them into slavery. By handing them the silver, I could avoid immediate death or perhaps even a life in chains. The reason for this, most of these bandits were either runaway serfs or former soldiers, so they still retain a basic sense of human decency. In essence, the silver was more than just spare change, it was my safety net. I sniffed a little and then spoke. I haven't asked for your name yet. What is it? I am Jang Cheol of 3 Pine Courier Agency. Come find me later. Sure, I will definitely do that. I vowed in my heart. If I gained power, wealth, and honor in the future, I would repay Jang Cheol's kindness tenfold. Willow Moon Valley was a serene valley dotted with small villages. Numerous rural settlements adorned the landscape, and the absence of bandits made me speculate if the local farmers had formed their own defense force. I set up camp close to the valley for a night and steadily made my way towards Guangzhou. I hope no bandits come out. While harboring this thought, trouble abruptly occurred when I was a day away from Guanyang. Swish. 2 bandits emerged abruptly from the surrounding foliage as I navigated the mountainous trail. Their ring-shaped sabers and belts adorned with animal bones identified them as members of the Green Forest Gang. Recognizing the danger I was in, I retreated a few steps. The lanky bandit flashed a sinister smile and queried, "We've got the kid. Now what?" His squint-eyed accomplice, idly scratching his chest, suggested, "Strip him of his possessions and let him be. Our young fortress leader's lost his taste for blood recently." "Well, killing the kid wouldn't do us any good." The skinny bandit nodded in agreement and then instructed, "Put down your belongings and take off your top. If you behave, we'll spare you." Yes. I had no other choice. Protecting my meager fortune against 2 bandits from the mountains is too risky. It's not that I can't handle them with my martial arts, but the odds are not in my favor. These bandits from the Green Forest are systematically trained in martial arts, just like bounty hunters. They could even be stronger than I was in my past life. I don't know what would happen if I risked my life fighting, but it was better to obediently comply. Besides, I'm at a disadvantage right now because I don't have any weapons. If I'd even had a single knife, I wouldn't have made such a humiliating choice. The bandits discovered 2 pieces of silver in my bag and looked surprised. "Wow, this one's quite loaded. Let him go. We've scored big this time. You should consider yourself lucky." "Ha, ha, get dressed and scoot." The skinny bandit playfully smacked me on the back of the head and handed me my shirt. I hastily put on the somewhat ragged clothes and left the scene. Damn it, it's frustrating. If I had the body of someone even in their late teens, I might have been able to escape somehow. But regardless of the inner strength I have, my muscles are not fully developed yet, preventing me from exerting full force. I should be grateful I at least escaped with my life. A sudden thought crossed my mind. How long do I have to live like this? I yearned for power, not necessarily enough to rule the world, but sufficient to uphold my self-esteem. Deprived of my belongings and money, I faced hunger and exposure until I could reach the city. Thankfully, it was only one more day's walk. As I crossed the city gates and set foot on the main road, I felt a newfound sense of potential survival. That night, I again slept in the open air. I had slept outdoors before, but perhaps due to my hunger, the dawn wind felt exceptionally cold. I found shelter under a rock and burrowed into the slightly warm earth, convincing myself it was a suitable place to rest for the night. Now all I just have to do is go to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in the city, learn first-rate martial arts, train, and get strength. Then I can eat the Millennium Snow Ginseng in Huangshan. The hardships I'm going through now mean nothing. Plans for the future alleviated the current chill. The next day, I asked around and found my way to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in the city. As one of the most prestigious martial arts halls, it had walls that were a yard thick and adorned with elegantly written signage. Even the entrance was guarded, though likely by a low-ranking disciple. As soon as the gatekeeper saw me standing in front of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, he said, "Hey kid, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Scrounging and begging are not allowed, so scram." I sighed inwardly, acknowledging my disheveled appearance which led him to misidentify me as a vagrant. Summoning my courage, I responded, "I'm here to take the entrance examination for Azure Dragon Martial Hall." "Entrance exam? Ha ha ha, you're quite the clown." The gatekeepers laughed loudly at me. When it became clear I was serious, their faces turned from amusement to curiosity. One finally broke the silence. "Are you, by any chance, a member of one of the 6 great families?" "No." "Then have you built the foundation of your internal energy from a young age?" "Yes." "Ha." The chubby gatekeeper grinned sadistically. "Then let's test this little junior's internal energy, shall we? Go easy on me." Kwung. The chubby gatekeeper stomped on the ground with a showy earth-shaking kick. Then he extended his pot-lid-sized hand towards me. "Kid, hold my hand." As our palms met, he chuckled deeply and positioned his feet to align with mine, as if we were about to engage in a form of arm wrestling. "If you can even remotely withstand me, I'll report straight to the Academy Master." "What happens if I win?" "Ha ha ha, win? Then I'll prostrate myself and bow to you." "Very well." Ku-woo-woo, sound of exerting energy. As the arm wrestling began, the chubby gatekeeper's face turned to disbelief. The power of my 3 talents heart method started to overwhelm his force. With intense focus, I managed to push him aside in one move. Thud. The chubby gatekeeper seemed flustered as he hurriedly went inside, and the man standing next to him appeared awkward. Both seemed unsure how to handle the unexpected situation. Fortunately, they didn't exacerbate matters by refusing to accept their defeat. Soon after, the chubby gatekeeper returned and said, "Follow me for a moment." "Are we going to meet the headmaster?" "No, you need to clean yourself up a bit before you meet the instructor." At first, I thought he was going to take me to some secluded place to beat me up. However, we soon left for the city center and entered an inn for women, where I was made to bathe in warm water. As I was bewildered, the chubby gatekeeper fetched some clothes from somewhere and tossed them to me. "Clean yourself up properly, otherwise, I might get into trouble too." The clothes fit me reasonably well. Although they were a bit loose on my skinny frame, they were acceptable white garments. After drying myself off, I followed the chubby gatekeeper back to Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and this time I noticed many junior disciples appearing here and there. Curiosity shone clearly in the eyes of the junior disciples. They would occasionally glance at me, and some were even snickering. The chubby gatekeeper, named Bang Il, looked at me and spoke. From now on, you'll have an audience with an instructor. Mind your manners and words, or you'll lose your hands. Be careful with your words and actions. What? We're not meeting the headmaster. The headmaster is busy. The chief instructor will determine whether or not to accept you as a junior disciple. It made sense. For a martial arts academy as large as the Azure Dragon, it would be challenging for the headmaster to assess every new disciple. Likely, the chief instructor screens potential candidates first, and later the headmaster decides whether to accept them formally. Master, he's here. Come in. Squeak. I opened the door of the wooden building, which emitted a tranquil fragrance, and stepped inside. A young man with dark hair was sitting inside, drinking tea. He looked like he was in his mid-20s. I was a bit surprised that an instructor could be so young. The instructor looked at me and chuckled. So you defeated Bang Il in an arm wrestling match? That's quite impressive. Come, sit. Let's talk comfortably. Thud. As Bang Il closed the door behind him and left, I sat down in front of the instructor without hesitation. A glint of interest crossed the instructor's eyes. My confidence probably intrigued him. He soon spoke. I am Jin So-chong-won, an instructor of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. And you are? What did he just say? However, as if my composed demeanor had been a lie, I froze stiff upon hearing his name. I couldn't help but be bewildered by this out-of-nowhere name. Wait, what? Jin So-chong? Why is that name appearing here? Stammering, I replied, I am Baekwung from a village near Maewa region. Do you, by any chance, specialize in spear techniques, Master Jin So-chong? Jin So-chong nodded, seemingly surprised by my question. Yes, my master was versed in the 3 arts, mastering 3 types of weapons, but I could only master the spear due to my lack of talent. I knew his words were a modest understatement. He is already a top-level expert who could proudly stand in the martial world. However, the reason for my bewilderment was different. Jin So-chong. That name will be known 30 years from now as one of the 10 experts under the heavens, an absolute master of spear techniques. He was often called the Central Plains' greatest spear and was a righteous warrior who has eliminated more than 100 evildoers from the world. His reputation was so great that he was considered among the very top of the 10 experts martial artists. To think that such an incomparable figure was now sitting in front of me, a low-ranking courier scraping by for a living. It's a stark contrast to the would-be future me. Jin So-chong curiously asked. But Baekwung, why did you think my main weapon is a spear? As you can see, this training hall has various weapons, including spears. What should I say in response? After a moment's thought, I sidestepped the question. It's because of the calluses on your hand. At novel bin at. Oh. At my words, Jin So-chong glanced at his hand and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a talent? Bang Il truly brought in an interesting big fish this time. It seems that my vague answer hit the mark. The truth is, by looking at the calluses on a person's hand, you can get an idea of their training level. However, I couldn't distinguish whether it's due to spear techniques or sword techniques. I just blurted out some wisdom I had gathered over years of being a courier, and it happened to work. As I internally breathed a sigh of relief, Jin So-chong spoke again. Let's talk about your internal cultivation. You seem to possess considerable internal energy. How did you acquire it? And why do you wish to join our Azure Dragon Martial Hall? This was an expected question. I took a deep breath and responded calmly. I lost my parents when I was young and was living under the care of the village chief. During that time, by chance, I was taught the 6 harmonies sword technique and 3 talents heart method by a passing courier. I have been diligently training for several years. However, I wanted to delve deeper into the path of martial arts, so I came to seek guidance from the largest and most famous Azure Dragon Martial Hall. It was a well-considered response that I had thought of throughout my journey here. There's no room for any mistakes or catching me in a lie. After hearing my words, Jin So-chong seemed to ponder before speaking. Extend your arm. Yes. As I extended my arm, Jin So-chong placed his finger on my forearm and began to probe. After focusing for a while, he spoke. You indeed have considerable internal cultivation. How long have you been training? About 4 years. 4 years? You must have been practicing day and night with courage and diligence. Impressive. At that moment, I felt a little deflated. He's convinced. I had worried that my unusually high internal energy for my age would raise suspicions. I even allowed him to measure my internal energy as a last resort. But upon hearing the 4-year excuse, he readily accepted it, making me feel bittersweet. The martial skills that I had accumulated over 40 years of life as a courier were truly negligible. Jin So-chong genuinely believed that this much internal energy could be acquired with 4 years of diligent training. Jin So-chong continued. Fortunately, the 3 talents heart method are basic internal cultivation techniques. So, there's no risk of chi deviation if you learn another form of internal cultivation techniques. Starting today, you will be a low tier 1 stripe disciple and will be learning Azure Dragon Martial Hall's martial arts techniques. What is low tier? In Azure Dragon Martial Hall, under the headmaster, I oversee the disciples, followed by 2 instructors. The oldest and most senior disciples are upper tier 3 stripes, and the ones below them are mid tier 2 stripes. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Jin So-chong briefly explained the hierarchy within Azure Dragon Martial Hall. At the top, there's the headmaster and the chief instructor, followed by 2 skilled instructors. Below them, the more senior one is in terms of their lines, the more experienced and skilled they are as a disciple. Considering the scale, which rivals that of any major martial arts faction, I now have a newfound understanding of the magnitude of Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Lastly, let's briefly discuss your achievements in the 6 Harmonies sword technique before concluding this meeting. Yes. Grab that wooden sword over there and face me. Swoosh. Moments later, I took out a large wooden sword stored against the training hall wall, and took my stance. Jin Sochong looked at my stance and chuckled with interest. Haha, where did you learn that stance? A courier taught me. Interesting. That's a deist stance for wielding swords. I had no idea. As a courier, we were taught general martial arts by the escort captain, while the rest is taught by intermediate level couriers. My stance was something the escort captain taught me as being practical, so I didn't even know if it was meant for swordplay or deist techniques. Now, attack with all you have. Ha! I yelled and lunged at Jin Sochong using the 6 Harmonies sword technique. My initial move was Grand Peak Pinning 2, the most basic movement of the 6 Harmonies sword technique, and I could feel my arm muscles quiver. I proceeded to step and unfold the sword movements I knew in 6 Harmonies sword technique, one by one. Shoo 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 shwick. When I had demonstrated each initial move of the 6 Harmonies sword technique at least once, Jin Sochong, who had been dodging leisurely until then, suddenly caught my wooden sword with his fingers. Despite the attack being as powerful as to fell a tree with 3 strikes, he caught it effortlessly. Jin Sochong let go of the wooden sword and spoke. Quite intriguing. Your techniques seem to have been honed in real battle. Have you ever killed someone? My heart skipped a beat. Even if he's a master, could he have deduced all that just by watching my initial moves? I calmed my heart and said, yes. I've used it to protect myself from bandits and thieves. It wasn't a lie. I had fought countless bandits and thieves during my time as a courier. Jin Sochong then seemed to be pondering for a moment before saying, in that case. Then, out of the blue, Jin Sochong made a startling declaration. I'm retracting my earlier statement about accepting you as a lower-tier disciple. Starting now, I will personally guide you for a month. What? However, if you don't improve by then, you'll be expelled. Improve? What does he mean? However, Jin Sochong made no further comment and yelled, Bang Il. Are you there? The door opened with a creak, and a chubby gatekeeper named Bang Il entered. Upon closer look, there were 2 lines sewn horizontally on his uniform, indicating that he was a mid-tier disciple. Yes. This child will be under my direct guidance for a month. Make sure the other disciples don't stir up any trouble. You're responsible for setting the mood. Bang Il looked startled, a trace of grievance flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and responded. Yes, understood. You must be tired today, so get some rest at your quarters. Come to this training hall tomorrow at dawn. Yes. Guided by Bang Il, I made my way to my living quarters. The room was incomparably clean and comfortable, a stark contrast to the barn I had been sleeping in. As I marveled at the neat room, Bang Il spoke. To think you got the chief instructor's personal guidance. What kind of favor have you curried? Turning around, I saw unmistakable jealousy and hostility in Bang Il's eyes. My past life experience of over 50 years enabled me to sense this. It seemed that he was quite resentful that I would be receiving instruction from Chief Instructor Jin Sochong. But I was equally dumbfounded. I had intended to train quietly from the grassroots level, but now things were progressing rapidly. Moreover, inciting jealousy among other disciples would make life at Azure Dragon Martial Hall hard, which I certainly didn't wish for. I honestly don't know. Never mind. Bang Il spat on the ground as if warning me. Listen well, there's an order here. Don't act recklessly like a bumpkin, or you won't be left alone. Got it. I was taken aback. No matter where you go, there's always someone like this. Normally, I'd curry favor to avoid conflict, but things were different now. I didn't want to live with my chest constricted in needless fear. So I chuckled. Haha, if you're a senior, I will, of course, show you the respect you deserve. Senior Bang Il, you must be tired too. Why don't you go get some rest? TCH. Bang Il spat on the ground and left. I laid down on the bed with a faint smile. It felt good to be on a proper bed with a warm blanket. I even thought that living here forever wouldn't be such a bad idea. Anyway, I haven't even seen the headmaster of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, threefold expert, Li Guang. Well, he's probably busy since he's at the same level as a clan's family head. Shortly afterward, a grassroots disciple came to fetch me for dinner. We ate in a large dining hall. Bang Il must have spread some rumors, as I could feel the sharp glances directed at me. Life is going to be tough from now on. The food was good, but I had concerns. I knew well how cruel people could be when they tried to torment someone else. Nevertheless, I made up my mind internally. My life at Azure Dragon Martial Hall begins now. Before mastering the highest martial arts, I will grit my teeth and persevere. The next day, after breakfast, I found myself in front of Instructor Jin Sochong. Instructor Jin Sochong sat me down and began his explanation. The martial arts transmitted at Azure Dragon Martial Hall can be broadly categorized into 3, weapon techniques, mental techniques, and body techniques. You understand what these are, right? Yes. Weapon techniques are methods of using weapons, mental techniques, breathing techniques, are methods for cultivating internal energy, and body techniques encompass all skills, including movement arts, that make the body flexible and agile. Upon my nod, instructor Jin So-chung continued, which one do you think is the most important among the three? Mental techniques. And why is that? Because although one can learn weapon techniques through practical experience, obtaining the secret mental techniques is extremely difficult, even if you offer a fortune. You are well aware. Instructor Jin So-chung seemed impressed. It may seem obvious for someone who has been a wandering courier for decades, but this wisdom is hard to come by for children. To a child, the flashy weapon techniques and body techniques seem more incredible. Correct. Because mental techniques are the most profound and secretive, we usually teach them last. If one makes an error in practicing mental techniques, they can sustain irreparable internal injuries. Thus, it is customary to wait at least a year after becoming an official lower-tier disciple. With that said, instructor Jin So-chung placed his hand on my shoulder. But for you, I've decided to teach mental techniques first. Why is that? Because now is the opportune time to spread the internal energy of the 3 talents mental method throughout your bloodstream. It was a perplexing explanation. Seeing my puzzled look, instructor Jin So-chung chuckled. You have an unusually concentrated form of 3 talents mental method's internal energy for someone so young. However, it's compacted in your lower danshan, slowing the transfer speed to the rest of your body. This is why you're always one step behind when fighting other masters. That's the reason why 3 talents mental method is not a good mental technique. At novel bin at. Slow speed. For the first time, I became aware of the fatal flaw in the 3 talents mental method. As a low-ranking courier, I never had the time to deeply study internal energy techniques since I was struggling to survive. But it turned out that 3 talents mental method had this inherent flaw of slow inner energy transfer. Fortunately, your body is still young, and hasn't been deeply infiltrated by the fire chi, making it easier to change your internal energy. Starting today, you will learn Azure Dragon Martial Hall's secret mental technique, the Thunder Dragon Breath technique. Once it starts melting your compacted internal energy, you'll achieve rapid progress. How rapid are we talking? If you manage to fully melt it, you can secure at least 20 years of internal energy in a short period. That's an accomplishment even late-stage disciples of major sects struggle to achieve. Melting the 3 talents mental method using Thunder Dragon Breath technique? If it's fully melted, it guarantees 20 years of internal energy, placing me at a level that even late-stage disciples of major sects find hard to reach. Thrilled by the extraordinary opportunity, my body shuddered. I felt an incredible sense of upliftment, as if the resentments from living as a lowly mercenary in my previous life could finally be lifted. Instructor Jin So-chung continued in a somber tone. Today, I will teach you 3 types of training methods. You will practice these 3 methods for the next month. Yes. The first is sitting meditation. Through seated meditation, you will build your internal energy most efficiently. The second is walking meditation, which involves light movements throughout your daily life to facilitate the flow of internal energy. At this point, Jin So-chung crossed his arms and continued. The last one is sparring. Sparring. I was caught off guard by the sudden declaration. I thought that learning mental techniques first meant less physical movement. Sparring with instructor Jin So-chung seemed like a surefire way to get beaten up, filling me with dread. But Jin So-chung calmly said, your 6 harmonies sword technique contains an intense killing intent. It has the sharpness as if it has been honed through real combat. However, that ultimately includes an undisciplined, reckless nature, typical of street fights. As you progress toward higher levels, this will become a fatal flaw. Jin So-chung spoke evasively, but because I caught on to what he was pointing out, my face turned red hot. That's right. The 6 harmonies sword technique that I trained in as a courier is essentially for street fights and intended to fatally stab the enemy. When low-level couriers and bandits entangle in sword fights, it's inevitable that they'll scuffle and even resort to fisticuffs or kicks. If a vulnerability appears, they'd throw dirt or sand to blind their opponent and stab them with a knife. There is no room for fair play in these fights. After years of such street fights, I found it difficult to properly maintain distance from the opponent. Jin So-chung spoke sternly. Do you know why a high-level martial artist is called a master, Gosu? It's because they have high-level techniques. When fighting properly, one should not allow even a single opening to someone inferior. Gradually elevate your skills and engage in meticulous spacing and timing. I've decided to personally guide you because I hope you become a master. But keep this in mind. I will spar with you continuously for a month to correct your habits. However, if it doesn't go well, I gulped. Jin So-chung's eyes shone sharply. I will take back the Thunder Dragon Breath technique from you and cast you out. It would be too wasteful to give it to someone who can't become a master. It was only then that I realized Jin So-chung was not to be taken lightly. He had calculatedly accepted me. Upon realizing that I had the inner energy of 3 talents mental method, he plotted to cultivate me as a future disciple. However, if the bad habits of 6 harmonies sword technique interfered, he was prepared to nullify my inner energy and expel me. The secret of the breathing technique was as valuable as the life of the sect. Still unconvinced, I spoke. Can't I remain as a disciple even if I can't become a master? It seems excessive to expel me. Besides, aren't other disciples, including those from other branches, also learning the Thunder Dragon Breath technique? What they are learning is not the Thunder Dragon Breath technique. What? It's the basic version of the breathing method Thunder Dragon Breath technique, called Pure Cloud Mental Method. Only a few with exceptional talent receive the Thunder Dragon Breath technique after becoming upper-tier disciples. I realized I had been misunderstanding something. So, the Thunder Dragon Breath technique is truly the ultimate technique of Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Only the headmaster, the chief instructor in front of me, and 2 other instructors have mastered it. While the Martial Hall is gathering disciples for power expansion and financial gain, they carefully didn't pass on the ultimate technique but gave them a lesser version, the Pure Cloud Mental Method, as a compromise. There might be individuals who train for decades in Azure Dragon Martial Hall but have skills no different from that of a courier. I organized my thoughts and spoke calmly. So, you're teaching me the Thunder Dragon Breath technique instead of the Pure Cloud Mental Method because it's easier to integrate the inner energy of the 3 Talents Heart Method in higher level techniques. Exactly. Disciples learning Pure Cloud Mental Method go through a similar process. The Pure Cloud Mental Method is easier to absorb as it has similarities to the Thunder Dragon Breath technique and the Heavenly Circulation Method. But why give me just 1 month? Why hurry when I could improve over the years? When I strongly protested, Jin Sochung's expression mysteriously changed, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're an interesting fellow. Talking with you feels like conversing with an old, experienced man rather than a child. That's because, if you can't correct yourself even after hundreds of spars with me, you were never a rare talent to begin with. If I'm not talented, then he wouldn't bother teaching. It meant that he was dealing with me based on thorough calculations. Swish. Jin Sochung turned his head as if there was nothing more to say and began to prepare for training. A few moments later, I understood what he meant. For about 2 hours, instructor Jin Sochung taught me the inner methods and the cultivation practices of Thunder Dragon Breath technique. Afterward, he immediately began to spar with me. To call it sparring would be too gracious. Whenever I deployed my 6 harmonies sword techniques, he would approach my weak spots and violently strike me with his wooden sword as if assaulting me. Pock, Kurg. A dizzying sensation washed over me as my thigh was harshly struck. A sharp, intense pain surged up from my lower body, as if I had been beaten with a blunt object. As I staggered, Jin Sochung's stern voice rang out. Are you not focused? Where did you learn such sloppy moves? Do you think by recklessly lunging in you can luckily stab your opponent's neck? Whem? Erg. I flew a full yard due to Jin Sochung's kick. I felt as though my chest had burst, and my breath was constricted. The amazing thing was that despite being hit this hard, my consciousness was barely hanging on. It wasn't due to my willpower but Jin Sochung's control over his strength. He was hitting me as painfully as possible within my limits of staying conscious. Cough, cough. Don't underestimate martial arts. True experts will never tolerate such obvious weaknesses. The chances of winning through sheer luck are non-existent. Absolutely. Crash, thud, bang. I was beaten until my consciousness became hazy. I counted roughly 100 hits, but after that, I lost track. I lay sprawled in a corner of the training ground, but a sarcastic laugh escaped my lips. Despite being beaten this hard, there was no internal bleeding, and I had relatively few bruises. Jin Sochung was a man skilled in beating people up. With a slight smile, he rested his wooden sword on his shoulder. You do have some perseverance. I'll do my best to correct your habits. Train your energy for 2 hours like today and then we spar. I wish he would just beat me to death instead. That day, as I was limping back to my lodgings after being thoroughly beaten by Jin Sochung, yuck. Suddenly, a hand shot out from between the buildings and grabbed my collar. I was pulled into a narrow alley where 3 boys were already standing. Mid-tier disciples. Seeing the 2 threads embroidered on their uniforms, I could tell. One of them, with protruding cheekbones, jeered. So you're the one getting personal guidance from the chief instructor. Seeing the blood trickling from my lips, one of them sneered. Look at this guy, he's already been beaten to a pulp. Must have been the chief instructor, right? Ha ha ha. They laughed at my battered appearance. It seemed they had been waiting to take care of me, but finding me already beaten, they were at a loss. I stared back at them, still being held by the collar, and said, I don't have time for this, seniors. I need to go eat and rest. Does this kid not understand the situation? What situation? The situation where you're gonna get beaten. A fist flew at me swiftly. Perhaps because of at least 2 years of training, the punch was much faster than those from untrained individuals. But compared to Jin Sochung's wooden sword strikes, I could see it clearly even with my swollen eyes. Is that so? So, I dodged it effortlessly and kneed the guy who was holding my collar right in his vital point. Thump. Kuyak. As one of them staggered back, I emotionlessly charged at the remaining 2. Upon my counterattack, they spat out curses and began to lash out with punches and kicks infused with their chi. It's difficult to dodge both punches and kicks in such a narrow alley. Smack. Ah, this bastard. However, when I covered my head and ducked, no significant blows landed. These guys seemed inexperienced in fights like this. They were flustered when I blocked their attacks with my forearm. I took that opportunity to forcefully grab their collars, messing up their stances, and delivered a punch to their faces. They hit the ground after receiving a punch filled with force, making a dull sound. Both of them fell almost simultaneously. I glanced down at my so-called seniors and muttered, idiots. Did you think I was some kind of pampered young master? I had been living as a servant and survived by scraping the bottom of couriers, constantly fighting against bandits. I am familiar with back alley brawls, to say nothing of life or death fights, as well as marching through rivers, swamps, and forests, and ambushing enemies. Surviving as a courier was never easy. Well, Jin So-chong is probably trying to fix my habits since I've acquired such skills, I thought bitterly. In any case, unless gangs of 10 attack me, there won't be any problems. For the remaining month, I decided to master the Thunder Dragon Breath technique and change my ways as Jin So-chong wants me to. Even after a round of fighting, when I ate calmly in the restaurant, some disciples distanced themselves from me. After about 3 days, I started feeling more flexible. Specifically, the unconscious habits ingrained in my body began to reflexively change. I strove to change myself while continuously getting beaten by Jin So-chong. Ugh. Damn you. Kill him. Thump. Idiots, do you think I'll die? Ha ha ha. I knocked down the guy at the front with a kick and laughed. I continued to fight with the hall's disciples. Bang Il, the fat guy, seemed to have no intention of protecting me. He turned a blind eye to my fights with the disciples in the back alleys. Of course, I never lost in those brawls. And after a month, I sat face to face with Jin So-chong in the training hall since morning. Jin So-chong finally spoke after a while. You've passed? Really? Yes. It seems like you've corrected your habits sufficiently. I grinned with my swollen face from all the beating. Great. Starting tomorrow, we'll train in a different way. Go home early today, treat your injuries and rest. Yes. I've finally taken one step forward. Strangely, nobody picked a fight with me while I ate at the restaurant after returning to my quarters that day. Although the fact made me slightly uncomfortable, I lay down quietly to rest and recover my stamina. Starting tomorrow, I will formally begin learning elite martial arts. Around that time, Jin So-chong, the chief instructor, headed to Reclining Dragon Hall, the building located in the deepest part of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. The threefold expert Li Guang, the headmaster of the academy, lived there. Since it was the headmaster's personal space, no one was allowed entry except Jin So-chong, who was his direct disciple and like a son to him. Headmaster, disciple Jin So-chong has arrived. Come in. Creak. As Jin So-chong opened the door and entered, a middle-aged man with a graceful appearance was fiddling with a teacup on the table. He didn't look particularly imposing and seemed like an ordinary scholar at first glance, but in fact, he was none other than Li Guang, the threefold expert, a top-tier martial artist counted among the 5 best in the region. Upon seeing his beloved disciple, Jin So-chong, Li Guang immediately asked, "How did that kid Baekwang fare in the test?" To be honest, his martial talents are not particularly exceptional. The level of his inner energy is so average that it makes me wonder how he accumulated it. Li Guang seemed a bit surprised and asked, "Then, did you dismiss him for his lack of martial skills?" "No, he corrected some of his bad habits ingrained in his body. I decided to withhold judgment for now." He has low enlightenment but is full of impure chi. He has the disposition of the evil faction," Li Guang muttered discontentedly. Cases like Baekwang who weren't particularly special. They weren't exceptional in martial arts but made up for it with their natural malice. These types often succeeded in evil sects. But as Li Guang was a former instructor of the Imperial Guard and a martial artist of the righteous school, he was hesitant to nurture such a talent. Jin So-chong said, "But if trained properly, he can surely reach the level of the late-stage masters of the 9 sects One Nation. It will be entirely possible if all his inner energy is refined." Li Guang nodded. "All right, if you say so, it must be true. Let's focus on nurturing that kid Baekwang from now on." "Yes, master. And stop manipulating the young ones covertly." Jin So-chong was surprised. "You knew. In any case, a guy like that won't break easily because he's filled with impure chi. You might end up poking the snake's head by unnecessarily testing his resilience. I will keep that in mind. Then go." "Yes." Creak. As Jin So-chong left, he wore a complex expression. "Did I get it wrong?" In fact, it wasn't a coincidence that Baekwang got into fights with the disciples after training with Jin So-chong. Jin So-chong had secretly ordered a few disciples to provoke him. He thought that by stirring up Baekwang's impure chi, the kid would focus more on his training. In the end, Baekwang passed Jin So-chong's test. However, not only did the headmaster know all about Jin So-chong's scheme, he pointed out that it was pointless. In essence, Jin So-chong was doing nothing but unnecessarily stimulating Baekwang. In other words, Headmaster Li Guang understood Baekwang's nature far better than Jin So-chong. And surprisingly, he held a high opinion of Baekwang. Jin So-chong felt a strange sense of curiosity and smiled. "Good, Baekwang. Let's see how much you can learn at Azure Dragon Martial Hall." After that day, I continued to receive personal instruction from instructor Jin So-chong. Contrary to my initial thought that it would end in a month, Jin So-chong seemed keen to teach me passionately. Of course, I didn't believe in the mentor-disciple bond since I knew there were ulterior motives hidden behind it. 2 months passed like that. Ugh, my entire body aches. I felt as though the round pill-like energy stored in my danjian had burned to black ashes and melted away. Sweat poured from my forehead and back, making the spot where I sat damp with moisture. Finally, when I had completely refined my energy, I opened my eyes. Then, Jin So-chong chuckled and said, "You've successfully refined the internal energy of the 3 talents heart method. So, it took exactly 2 months, huh?" "Yes, I've been diligently practicing the Thunder Dragon Breath technique for 2 months. The only thing I had learned in the last 2 months was how to circulate Thunder Dragon Breath technique. I hadn't learned any martial arts techniques or spiritual methods. Jin So-chong had stopped insisting on sparring. Instead, he had encouraged me to practice Thunder Dragon Breath technique even during mealtimes, saying it was beneficial to dissolve the energy of the 3 talents heart method as quickly as possible. As a result, I spent 7 hours each day sitting in meditation and walking meditation. And as the internal energy of the 3 talents heart method was completely refined, I felt an immense power spread throughout the blood vessels in my body. It was as if I had upgraded from riding a powerless old donkey to galloping on a thoroughbred horse. Moreover, Thunder Dragon Breath technique was an excellent first-rate internal skill, so I had accumulated a lot of internal energy as well. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jin So-chong swung the wooden sword he had been holding and brought it in front of my eyes. The speed was so fast that the wind brushed past the tip of my nose. As I stared at the sword, instructor Jin So-chong asked, "What do you think? Could you see my sword a little better now?" I answered honestly, "Yes, I can see it more clearly than before." It was not an exaggeration, it was the truth. Before, all I could see was a vague afterimage when Jin So-chong swung his sword. Now, I could see the outline and direction of the sword, even if just slightly. I felt confident that I could dodge it if I moved correctly. As your internal energy level has increased, your eyesight naturally improved. Eyesight is extremely important in martial arts, so it's safe to say your skills have improved. I felt a general increase in reaction time, physical strength, arm strength, and healing ability. I smiled and said, "That's good to hear. Starting today, I have to teach you some weapon techniques. I guess I'll start with the spear." The spear. I have been learning swordsmanship for decades. Although I was as a courier then, having to start from scratch, I felt fairly proficient in handling a sword. But now, I'm told to use a spear? Jin So-chong said, "Of course, the spear is stronger." "What do you mean?" Jin So-chong confidently stated, "Most martial artists typically use a sword or a blade, while only a few use a spear. Why do you think that is? It's because the spear is a very powerful weapon. If you master the spear, you will not lose to anyone. Even in the martial arts world, people avoid using spears not because they don't like them but because they choose swords or blades as a secondary option. Fundamentally, the spear is the basis and the pinnacle of all weapons." I see. For some reason, it made sense to me. In the village, even if the peasants lacked strength, when they armed themselves with spears or iron staffs and roamed in groups of dozens, they were never to be taken lightly. I've seen instances where a second-rate expert was rendered incapacitated by such peasant militias. This proved that, despite the gap in individual martial skills, a spear was a powerful weapon that could easily level the field. But currently, the chief instructor excels in swordsmanship, do you not? My swordsmanship is quite mediocre. The weapon I specialize in is the spear, so it can't be helped. Swish. After saying that, Jin So-chong effortlessly threw a sword, which landed precisely into a sheath located 5 paces away. It was a feat that an ordinary person could hardly emulate, clearly proving his expertise. Do not be disappointed. Once you master Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique, I'll teach you swordsmanship as well. Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique. It's the name of the spear technique I'll teach you. Swoosh. Jin So-chong handed me a practice wooden spear. I had a basic grasp of how to hold a spear, so I clumsily attempted to emulate him. He spoke again, "Baekwang, I know you don't possess exceptional talent. However, in spear techniques, if you have diligence and effort, you can definitely reach the pinnacle. I'll help you tap into your potential to its limits." Noticing my silent gaze, he asked, "Why the long face?" "Well, I was wondering why you are investing so much in me. I have yet to consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng. I haven't had any special elixirs either. However, I knew that being mentored one-on-one by Jin So-chong was a rare fortune, an opportunity even wealthy people could not buy. I was curious about why he was devoting his time to me. "You're very forthright, aren't you, Chief Instructor? You're not a person who would pick a side so easily. It doesn't seem like you have a reason to be so fixated on the successor issue." I pinpointed this because I was sure that I was now on the same boat as Jin So-chong. Given that he is teaching me something as important as Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique, I was essentially a part of his tutelage. Therefore, it seemed safe to directly ask him the key question. Jin So-chong gave a bitter smile. "Let's say, you'll find out why when you prove your worth. You're quite presumptuous for someone who can't even fly yet." "I see. Baekwang, just shut up and learn." His following words became a maxim I pondered over my lifetime. Concerns like why can wait until you become stronger. Time passed. 1 year flew by quickly. With no other place to go, I made this place my home, spending my days eating, sleeping, and training. In the 2nd year, I felt slightly lonely. As I was growing, hitting my growth spurt, it seemed like adolescence was approaching. By the 3rd year, I managed to withstand 20 moves in a match against Jin So-chong. Crack! My iron spear clashed loudly and was deflected. Jin So-chong effortlessly withdrew his wooden sword and chided me. "When will the day come that I get to use my spear against you, Baekwang? It seems unlikely in my lifetime." I grumbled as I slumped down. I had been virtually Jin So-chong's direct disciple at Azure Dragon Martial Hall for 3 years now, yet I had never been able to draw out his real abilities. He had only ever used a wooden sword against me, never his actual weapon of choice, the spear. I had grown significantly taller and had become well-built. Yet, I was still woefully lacking compared to Jin So-chong's abilities. Feeling disheartened, I muttered to myself when Jin So-chung spoke. You've mastered our Azure Dragon Martial Hall's Eightfold Thunder Spirit Technique, Silent Thunder Sword Technique and Silent Thunder Steps. What more could you ask for? If you've mastered all of that properly, you should be able to defeat me. I am no genius. I knew it. It was probably impossible to catch up to Jin So-chung in this lifetime. As Jin So-chung mentioned, I had sufficiently mastered the secret techniques of Azure Dragon Martial Hall in these 3 years. I had gotten the hang of Eightfold Thunder Spirit Technique, Silent Thunder Sword Technique and Silent Thunder Steps. Especially for the Silent Thunder Sword Technique, I had achieved as much as 50% proficiency. Moreover, my internal energy was not lacking compared to my peers. But in these 3 years, Jin So-chung had grown stronger beyond the extent I had grown. I was at a loss for words, not even knowing his limits. Is he truly the future top expert under the heavens and the greatest spear martial artist in the Central Plains? Jin So-chung placed his wooden sword on his shoulder and scratched his belly. It's been 3 years since you've come to our academy, hasn't it? If we go by solar years, yes. Go visit your hometown once. At his abrupt suggestion, my body trembled. My hometown? Yes. Shouldn't you at least go back to your village for them to see whether you're alive or dead? Should I call such a place my hometown? The place where I cleaned up cow dung every day and ate and slept in a barn. Where the villagers looked down upon me and where I was occasionally beaten by peers. A place where I had no allies, forcing me to eventually flee to the courier station. There were no good memories to speak of. Seeing as you haven't even considered sending a letter, I can guess. But still, a hometown is a hometown. You'll be even busier from now on, so I think it wouldn't be bad to settle your thoughts with a visit. He had a point. Even if I had no lingering affection or regard for my hometown, I agreed with the need to sort out my feelings. Of course, how I would go about that would be up to me. I gave a hollow laugh. Well, in that case, I'll go and come back. I've talked to the headmaster, so you'll be given travel money and 3 months' time. Take as much hometown air as you want during that time. Okay, hometown air. What would that feel like? One thing was certain, I would not let that air remain undisturbed. The next morning, I packed my things and left Azure Dragon Martial Hall. After living there like a prisoner for 3 years, even the sights of the capital city Gwangyong seemed fresh to me. I thought of riding a horse from the station, but I decided to save money and gave up on that idea. Is the reason to sort out my mind, because he wants to place me in the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Jinyiwei, 1. Embroidered Uniform Guard. The organization overflowing with talented martial artists, currently an influential power within the imperial court. Whenever I met with Headmaster Li Guang to have tea and chat, the man showed a strong attachment to Embroidered Uniform Guard. Although he is originally a military instructor for the young lord and a martial arts expert in the ruling faction, it seemed like he missed his time at the Embroidered Uniform Guard more. And secretly, Jin So-chung also frequently brought up the organization's name, making it hard not to think their intentions are somehow related to the group. But why would they, who are running Azure Dragon Martial Hall and living well, would benefit from any association with the Embroidered Uniform Guard? The organization neither pays respects according to the formalities nor looks favorably upon people who pried open their organization's secrets. So it didn't make sense. Anyway, judging by their talk, it was clear that they would use me for something soon. If things go south, I can just run away. As long as I'm not implicated in their schemes, it doesn't matter. For the past 2 days, I followed the official road, resting at inns or civilian houses along the way. Unlike when I first arrived at Azure Dragon Martial Hall, I was traveling leisurely and comfortably. Then it happened. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Mountain bandits emerged from the bushes by the road. There were 5 of them. I checked their outfits. They seemed to be regular members of the Green Forest. These nuisances were somewhat skilled in basic martial arts. I calmly addressed them. I have no money. I'll give you everything I have, just leave. Huh? No money. The burly bandit at the front snickered and shouted in a raspy voice. A hostile aura filled the air. Then we'll have to cut off your hide. Swish. 2 of the bandits lunged at me with their blades. I deftly dodged by activating 1 thread thunder shadow, avoiding even a scratch. If this were 3 years ago, I would have had difficulty even dodging. Now, it was no issue. Just murderers disguised as bandits. Bandits generally come in 2 types, those who just rob, and those who kill and rob. People often think the latter is more common, but it's the opposite. The more people die and the bandit group's infamy grows, the more likely a suppression force will be dispatched from the government office. Therefore, most of the Green Forest's bandits just rob and let people go. Even couriers and bandits usually had this unspoken tribute agreement. But the ones I met belonged to the minority who killed and robbed indiscriminately. Such groups were deeply despised even among bandits. Had I encountered these men 3 years ago, this would have been my grave. But I smirked coldly at Novel bin Adat. I might not be able to defeat Jin So-chung, but... Swoosh. As soon as I drew my sword, the initial move of 1 thread thunder shadow sliced through the necks of 2 bandits. Before the remaining bandits could react, I dashed and struck another one in the chest with my palm. A thudding sound followed, and the bandit spat out blood, his chest visibly crushed. There was no way he could survive. Eek. That guy is a martial artist. The remaining 2 bandits realized they were in trouble and tried to flee, but I chased them and sliced their necks one after the other. The sensation of cutting through flesh was one I hadn't felt in years. I felt tense at first but quickly regained my composure. Wiping the blood off my blade with a cloth, I muttered, "I'll be reaching a village soon." A glint appeared in my eyes. "Let's pay a visit to the village chief's residence, shall we?" My hometown was called Small Yi Village 1. Despite its pleasant name, it remains to me a place of nightmarish memories. The place was characterized by the worst elements of a closed-off rural area, including rampant bullying and a leader, the village chief, who had the final say in everything. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the village chief was a skilled manipulator and managed to generate income for the village by collaborating with the nearby Plum Blossom Courier agency. His misdeeds, such as forcing beautiful women from the town into becoming his mistresses and compelling villagers into personal service, were overlooked largely because of this. A village ruled by a tyrant, that was my impression of my hometown. To be honest, half the reason I could leave for the Plum Blossom Courier agency was that the village chief had pulled some strings for me. His influence even reached there, so if things had gone wrong, I might have ended up as a lifelong servant. It gives me chills to think how my life could have been turned upside down just by the whims of the village chief. Sigh. A wave of mixed feelings washed over me as I stepped back into Small Yi Village. Should I just destroy this place and leave? I could initiate a killing spree and leave with impunity. If I wore a mask and attacked late at night, targeting only the village chief's family, there would be almost no chance of getting caught. Now would be the perfect time to settle old scores. But I had other plans in mind, so I shook my head and walked toward the village chief's house, my steps heavy yet resolute. As I walked along the rural path, several young men approached me. "Hey, isn't that Cow Dung? At novel bin at. Wow, it's been a while, huh? Hehe." These beefy young men, about 6 of them, could be considered the labor force of the village. They used to bully me when I was a servant at the village chief's house. I was an easy target for their blows and was often sent on errands. They were older and moved in a group, making it almost impossible for me to resist. I smiled coldly. "It's been a while. How have you all been?" The leader looked surprised, but then smirked. "Wow, Cow Dung here's gotten brave after not getting beaten for 3 years, huh? Ha ha ha. Guess we'll have to teach him a lesson." I just looked at them blankly. I didn't have the trauma of being bullied, rather, I'd always wanted to kill them. My hands itched for my weapon, but I held back. Killing them would hardly be satisfying. They were weaker than a group of 5 armed bandits. What were they thinking? I guessed that the village chief had not informed them of my new status. Otherwise, they would have steered clear of me, as is normal when facing a martial artist. The village chief must have hidden the reason for my departure. Smirking, I realized that I could now execute my initial plans without any reservations. Just as I felt relieved, one of the young men in the front threw a punch at me. Crack. Ugh. The sound wasn't from my body but from the guy's arm bending in an unnatural direction. A quick double kick to his vitals caused him to vomit and fall, trembling. The others were at a loss. What's going on? Gasp. 2 guys had their heads forcibly collided with each other by me, promptly falling unconscious as their eyes rolled back. The remaining guys seemed perplexed and hesitated, stepping back. I sighed and said, "Do you see my moves? You don't even know what I'm doing, do you?" They likely wouldn't be able to respond. I haven't been idle for the past 3 years. All I had to do was practice martial arts. I had no choice but to get stronger. Even though my talent is average and I couldn't become a top-tier master, I have skills far beyond those of ordinary people. This bastard. Hey you 3, tell me my name. I'll spare you if you do. Hearing my demand, they trembled as if unable to believe the reality. They seemed to have realized that they were no match for me. "Okay, if you try to run, you're going to get hit more." I quickly grabbed the collar of the guy who screamed and tried to run, and threw him to the ground. Whoosh. The guy who fell face first onto the ground broke his nose and one of his teeth flew out. I moved so fast that he must have realized the gap between us. Speak. The once cruel rural gangsters now had pale faces. They exchanged glances but remained mute. It struck me as incredible that these guys, who had tormented me for nearly 50 years, didn't even know my name. Did these jerks not even know my name while I had retained memories of being tormented by them for close to 50 years? To these guys, Cow Dung was just a toy to moderately bully. Something began to boil inside of me and I grinned cruelly. Haha, it worked out so well. Perfect. What are you talking about? If there's a sacrifice, one should eat it gratefully, don't you agree? I chuckled cruelly. Then die, you bastards. Thud. Whoosh. Quack. A moment later, their necks were broken and their chests caved in, making it impossible for them to breathe. Click. Gawk. Ah. I stomped on the heads of the guys who were unconscious, killing them instantly. It took only a few breaths to end the lives of about 6 people. Ha ha ha. After taking my revenge stored for half a century, a bit of emptiness and extreme exhilaration surged within me. My hands were shaking in excitement. I did it. I killed all those bastards. Revenge is hollow. Bullshit. Those who haven't tried don't get to speak. I clenched my teeth tightly. Blood is boiling all over my body. I want to tear apart and kill all those who oppressed and tormented the past me, scattering their organs on the ground. Even after decades, memories of being dragged into a corner and beaten senselessly, of being stripped and hung upside down to be hit like a dog, were vivid. Revenge must be taken. I swore to make that truth the creed of my life going forward. Calming down my excitement slightly, I walked toward the village chief's house. After walking about 5 li on a mountain trail, a large private residence that didn't fit the small village came into view. I noticed that there was hardly any sign of human activity, and it was clear that most of the villagers were out. Squeak. Upon opening the front door and walking in, I saw Mrs. Seo, the village chief's concubine. She was fetching water, and when she saw me, her face turned into a look of surprise. Before she could scream, I quickly approached her and struck her pressure point. Unable to speak, she struggled and attempted to flee. However, I caught her arm, gently subdued her, and sat her down at the front door. Then I spoke coldly. You could also be considered a victim of the village chief, so I don't want to harm you. Just don't interfere with what I'm doing. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your son's life. She had a 3-year-old son, who was born after she became the chief's concubine, and was a child that was taken care of by his lawful wife and a man named Jiamanje. Understand? Nod if you do. I'll release your pressure point, so don't scream. Mrs. Seo nodded, and I released her pressure point. She coughed a few times and then looked at me with fearful eyes. Baekwang, what kind of terrifying deed are you committing? I heard you joined the martial world, but invading like this is unacceptable. I replied indifferently, you hold no grudge against me. You neither helped nor harmed me when I was rotting away as a servant in this house. Stay quiet and you and your son will be unharmed. What? What are you planning to do? Surely you're not planning to. I gave her a cold smile as her voice trembled. Don't worry. I won't kill him. I just have some business to settle in this village. Stay out of it. Where is the village chief? He went to another village to collect tenant rent. She seemed to understand the situation. Knowing that getting involved would only harm her, she decided to quickly remove herself from it. When will he be back? In about an hour, around sunset. Perfect timing. I nodded my head and asked, where are the village chief's wife and Jiamanje? In the inner quarters. And Jiamanje is leading a life of eating and sleeping in the study dormitory. Eating and sleeping my ass. Around this time, he's probably messing around with a woman at the Red Tower, a euphemism for adult entertainment establishments. It was certain. During the time I worked as a servant, Jiamanje sent me to the Red Tower with food and entertainment money. At that time, he was having a good time rolling around with a woman, giving off an obnoxious and disgusting smell. Although I sneered coldly, Mrs. Seo's expression didn't change much. She probably knew about Jiamanje's degenerate ways, too. I felt a slight bitterness looking at her. Mrs. Seo was once a poor Gizaang but was sold to become the village chief's concubine. She was known to be a very beautiful and pure woman, but as she's been tainted by the world, things have naturally changed. Even now, Mrs. Seo looked incredibly young and beautiful for someone in her early to mid-30s. She was not a woman who suited the hairy, pot-bellied village chief. No longer having anything to say, I spoke. I'm going to appointment lock you now and tend to my own affairs. Even if you hear noises outside, don't think about coming out. Then you won't come to harm. Thud. I pressed Mrs. Seo's appointment to immobilize her and left her in the room. She looked scared but seemed determined to listen to me. I walked towards the chief's wife in the inner quarters. She was leisurely sitting, doing some needlework, but showed a flustered expression upon seeing me. Then she yelled, you little shit. How dare you barge into this house? Quiet. Not unless you want to die. What? Whiz. I threw the short sword I had concealed and lodged it into a wooden pillar next to her face. She shut her mouth, realizing that I clearly came with lethal intent. She looked around nervously but seemed to intuit that if she screamed, she would be killed. What do you want? If it's money, I'll give you as much as you want. Shut up. I didn't come all this way to talk with a wretched woman like you. I growled menacingly, if you make a wrong move, today will be the last day for your family. I also immobilized her by pressing her appointment and put her in a room. Then, I quickly subdued the servants roaming around and shoved them into rooms. They would be able to move in about an hour or two due to my internal energy used in the strong appointment locks. Then, I calmly sat down in the main room, leaning against the wall. A moment later, the person I had been waiting for finally arrived. The village chief looked around his deserted home, puzzled, and then walked toward the main room. As he opened the door, he saw me sitting there, a spear by my side. Ah, village chief. Long time no see. The village chief momentarily displayed an expression as if he were about to faint, but soon regained his composure and stood in his place. Then he spoke. So you've returned after all. What do you mean returned? You were expecting this, weren't you? The village chief sealed his lips, casting anxious glances around the room. I glared at him before saying, first, have a seat. We have matters to discuss. All right. The village chief hesitantly took a seat. Yet, true to his position as the leader of this wretched family and the tyrant of this village, he remained composed. I leisurely observed him before breaking the silence. You sent me out into the world, knowing I harbored a grudge against this village and family. If you have anything to say it now. Yes, you're right. I've known since 3 years ago that you would eventually do something like this. The village chief paused to let out a sigh as if to quell his emotions. You've truly become an elite martial artist from Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I heard there was some commotion in the lower village. Was that your doing? Who knows? That's news to me. I laughed sardonically. The moment I set foot in this house, I wanted to annihilate everyone, down to the last chicken. Especially you, village chief. I wanted to tear you limb from limb. Ugh. But I decided to at least have a conversation with you. Why? Because I was curious why you'd let me out into the world, knowing full well I'd seek revenge today. That's right. I was incredibly curious why he sent me out into the world, knowing I'd come back for vengeance. The village chief isn't a fool, he must have known something like this would happen someday. Yet, he sent me off to Azure Dragon Marshall Hall with money, and that was incomprehensible. You have my gratitude for not committing murder in our household. Enough talk. What were you thinking? I trusted you. Puzzled, I looked at him, and he continued in a shaky voice. I'm sorry for all the suffering our family has caused you, but I've always felt guilty towards your parents, and I intended to set you free when the time was right. Making you live like a servant was to prepare you for independence. I gritted my teeth and laughed. The veins in my arm holding the spear twitched. That's a nicer illusion than a dream. You made me a servant shoveling manure next to the barn, and that's supposed to help how? You even tried to kick me out of Azure Dragon Marshall Hall, dancing around the issue. That's because. I spoke firmly. You never thought I'd make it in Azure Dragon Marshall Hall from the start. You assumed it would be enough if I became a wanderer somewhere. You never thought I'd come back and hit you this hard, did you? The village chief hesitated for a moment before finally bowing his head and kneeling. I'm sorry, I was selfish and didn't think to treat you any better. Please spare me, please. The village chief seemed to have gambled everything, laying his cards out openly. As I had expected, I felt rage from the bottom of my heart. I had the urge to smash his head in with my spear right then and there. However, I resisted. Killing the chief here would make me no different from him. I barely managed to contain my urge to kill and spoke. If you hadn't taken me in, I would have probably died of starvation or become a beggar, wandering as an orphan. You did give me a life, even sent me to Azure Dragon Marshall Hall, so I guess that's your favor. The village chief looked up at me with anxious eyes. I smiled wickedly and said, however, I must be compensated for the physical and emotional damage I've suffered so far. What can I do for you? Give me 500 silver coins. Gasp. The village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. 500 silver coins? With that much money, it would be more than half of the village chief's total assets. Even if the village chief is prosperous, there is a limit to his wealth, as he's still just the leader of a small rural village. He pleaded. Please. If my assets are taken away now, the whole village will starve. I've been increasing the village's business while making payments little by little to the Plum Blossom Currency Exchange. Quit yapping. I'm talking about your slush fund. The village chief wore an expression as if struck by lightning. What? I know there's a safe somewhere in this house made of silver. That's not true. Swoosh. My spear moved at a tremendous speed, stopping just before the village chief's nose. Another inch, and it would have split his forehead open, exposing his brain. While Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique wasn't particularly suited for me, it was a first-rate spear technique, and my skills had reached a respectable level. Do you really want to die? What should I do then? Well, I chuckled. This is something I heard from your son Jiam Manjay. In the past, when I worked in this house as a servant, I heard Jiam Manjay talk about it when he was drunk. His father, the village chief, had a safe filled with silver that exceeded 500 taels of silver in total. I had wanted to take that and run away, but only the village chief knew its location, so I had left empty-handed. Moments later, the village head started to fidget and moved towards the wall in his room. To my surprise, with a soft click, a door in the wall opened. He even installed a secret mechanism in his room. Truly a man of wealth. The village chief entered the narrow passage and returned carrying a chest full of silver. Open it. Creak. My eyes squinted as I was momentarily blinded by the light. The village chief's safe was filled with ingots of pure silver, not just silver coins, but silver ingots. I had a hunch that the value far exceeded 500 taels of silver. The village chief handed me the safe. Is it over now? Yes. Now leave and never return to this village. Thank you. Of course, if you report this to the authorities, not a single member of your family will survive. I understand. I turned to walk away, then added, don't feel too wronged. It's better for me to have this money than for it to go to your son. Ugh. Please, have some mercy. Didn't you know that Jiam Manjay is not studying at the academy but fooling around in the red light district? He's just going to squander your assets. Though I mocked the village chief by revealing the truth about Jiam Manjay, surprisingly, he only wore a forlorn expression. I sensed that he already knew about his son's corruption. Wait, what? Wasn't he under the impression that his son was studying hard? I ventured to ask, did you already know about this? The village chief answered in a voice like a scrape from the bottom, of course. How could I not know? I'm close friends with the head of the Plum Blossom Currency Exchange and even acquainted with the guild in the neighboring village. I'm the one who knows my son's worthlessness the best. I shook my head in disbelief. Then why send him to study, wasting money on expensive tutors? Do you think he could even pass the civil service exam? He couldn't. Not even in 1,000 years. Back when I was Jiam Manjay's errand boy, I never once saw him open a book to study. He couldn't even become a low-level government official, let alone a higher-ranking one. The village chief bit his lips, his eyes were slightly bloodshot. You don't understand. No matter what others say, a parent always hopes their child will come through in the end. Even if he strayed off the path now, he'll eventually come back. I believe in my son. I couldn't understand. I lost my parents at a young age, and in my previous life, I neither married nor had children. I couldn't quite grasp this parental sentiment that the village chief spoke of. However, something within me stirred slightly. Whoosh! I took one of the 10 silver ingots from the safe and threw it back at the village head. When he frantically caught it, I clicked my tongue. I'll leave a little. Live a decent life from now on. I left the scene without looking back. Even though I say this, I doubt that guy will live virtuously. But it's worth a try saying it. Where should I go now? I'm not too keen on returning to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall right away. Although the chance that the village chief would report me is low and I've gotten everything I wanted, it still feels awkward knowing I've committed a dubious act. He might report me to the authorities and hire a martial arts master, but in that case, I'll utterly annihilate his family by any means. Although I feel like I've acted somewhat impulsively, there's no use thinking about what's already happened. I'll just do better from now on. From now on, I want to wander around the world doing what I want to do before I return. Then, an idea popped into my head. Ah, that's right. The Millennium Snow Ginseng. It was something I had forgotten about while I was focused on training. I've got the silver ingots from the village chief and have sufficiently built up my martial arts, so now all I need to do is find the Millennium Snow Ginseng in Huangshan too and eat it. Well then, shall we go look for the elixir in Huangshan? The journey to Huangshan would roughly take around 15 days if riding a horse. Of course, that's if one had the luxury of a mount. On foot, it would undoubtedly take over a month. Before embarking on this trip to Huangshan, I felt the need to exchange the silver ingots I had acquired. In this world, merely showing off a heap of silver ingots won't earn you submissive respect. The moment you carelessly expose your silver, thugs will start clinging to you, and soon enough, a strife for the ingots will erupt among the martial artists. I had to discreetly keep these silver treasures while converting them into a more manageable form of cash. The silver chest is too conspicuous. It would be better to bury it somewhere and retrieve it later. Carrying it around was cumbersome as the chest was roughly the size that one could embrace. While heading deep into the mountains, an idea occurred to me. Ah, right. Should I try to find the cave where I died in my past life? The cave where I had no choice but to die due to a trap. Could it be that I've traveled back in time to obtain the secret treasure that was in that cave? I should change my plan. The thought compelled me to act immediately. I stopped by a nearby village to buy some iron spikes, a bundle of rope, and a copper shield. Knowing the geography of the area better than anyone else, I navigated through the perilous forest unerringly. Huangshan could wait. It would be better to first uncover the secrets of the cave. Soon, darkness enveloped the night. I broke off some dry branches to start a fire and prepared to camp. Unlike 3 years ago, I now had sufficient equipment and internal energy to protect myself from the cold. Clearing away some rocks and pebbles on the ground would allow me a good night's sleep. Crackle. The fire flared up. I warmed myself by the fire, lost in thought. Why had I returned to the past? I had lost my life due to a trap, and in the final moment, my hand reached into a box. I remember holding a book, but the last memory was too vague to tell what kind of book it was. Could it be that I returned to the past because I held that book? There are too many uncertainties. Shaking my head, I decided to sleep. Finding the cave could wait until tomorrow. At dawn, I began scouring the mountains. I knew exactly where I had secluded myself for sword training in my past life. It was a secluded valley, not too far from a village, yet not too harsh. Soon enough, I stumbled upon the familiar stream and the flat terrain where I had built a straw hut. Now, all I had to do was find the cave nearby. As I sifted through my memories, I remembered walking down a mountain trail while bathing in the sunlight rising from beyond the mountains. I stopped midway. Concealed cleverly was a cliff about 3 meters high, right in front of me. It was hidden so well that it would be easy to trip and fall. A large branch had grown between the cliffs, obscuring the view below. I peeked below and saw the cave, just as I remembered it. My heart pounding, I temporarily set down the silver chest. Since I had to descend the cliff, I planted an iron spike into the ground, tied a rope around myself, and began to slowly descend. As I found footholds under my feet, I cautiously walked into the cave. The inside of the cave was pitch black as expected. Loosening the rope around me, I ventured a bit deeper and felt light seeping in. Swoosh! Ugh! As expected. Before I died, the spectacle that I had seen appeared vividly before my eyes, making me swallow hard. A box that appeared miraculous was wrapped in the light of the cave, and the inner space was quite spacious. There's a trap mechanism here. The arrows fly incredibly fast. Even now, I wondered whether I could easily dodge them. With tension in my eyes, I stared at the box and took out a short sword from my robes, then threw it at the box. Jajang! The short sword precisely hit the mouth of the box and flew to the side. Judging that the trap mechanism didn't activate, it seemed to be set up to activate upon human approach. Although there must be a sensor on the floor or walls, with my abilities, it was impossible to figure that out. A professional thief or treasure hunter would have to come. But people use tools. I swiftly picked up a copper shield that I had bought from the village blacksmith. Rather than dodging the arrows solely with agility, it was more realistic to protect the vital parts with the copper shield while advancing. In front of such a trap mechanism, the pride of an expert is meaningless. Ta-dot. Kung! I did it. An arrow hit the front of the copper shield and bounced off. The speed of the arrow was fast enough to barely be seen with my dynamic vision, and dodging it with my current skills was out of the question. All I could do was to hold the copper shield up to the estimated position where the arrow would be fired. The arrows fired by the trap mechanism were several times faster than those shot by humans. I took a breath of relief and took another step closer to the box. It seemed like there were no more traps. Carefully, I tapped the lid of the box with the edge of my blade and then opened it. Kaik. I took out a book, wooden book, that was inside. As I took out the book, I thought I might return to the past, but there was no sign of that. I sat down on the spot and started examining the book. The title of the book was Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. What is this? It was a peculiar name for a martial arts manual. It was neither grandiose like that of a magic faction nor felt like an orthodox martial arts manual. Flipping the first page to see the contents, I was utterly surprised. What is this? Strange language? A language so bizarre that it felt otherworldly, filled the pages like bugs. From how carefully it was written, it clearly had a structure. The problem was, I had never seen such a language. I've seen scripts from the Buddhist regions and the West while traveling, but this was an entirely different dimension. One thing was certain, I couldn't read or decipher this Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries with my abilities. But it seemed to have taken me back in time. What should I do with this suspicious book? I pondered for a long while, but no conclusion was reached. Crossing my arms and sitting, I put the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries into my robes. I'll have to carry it around. In some sense, this book was far more important than silver ingots. I returned to the cliff to hide the silver chest and ingots in the cave and came outside. Having 1 silver ingot for exchange, my travel expenses should be fine. It was a cave expedition that ended more disappointingly and uneventfully than I had thought. Though unresolved, it was a bit disappointing that I only had to risk my life once and had nothing but a book in my hands. However, I had an ominous feeling. I felt that this Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries contained secrets far beyond a mere martial arts manual. I'll have to consult some distinguished scholars later. There must be a sage in the world who can decipher Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. After coming out of the cave, I set off straight to Shan. A few days had passed since I raided the village chief's house and stole silver ingots, but there was no sign that the officials were suspicious of me. It could be that the wanted poster hadn't reached this region, but more likely, the village chief hadn't told anyone. Indeed, he had no choice. The only actual deed I committed was beating to death a handful of local thugs, and there were no witnesses to that. Moreover, if the transaction with the village head were exposed, it would become public knowledge that he was wealthy. There would be no end to the outlaws from the martial world asking him, "Do you have more silver ingots?" So, reporting me and having me sought after would be impractical for him. I still can't let my guard down. They might hire martial artists to assassinate me. However, this was merely a possibility. Most top-tier or peak martial artists were too proud to accept tasks from a mere village chief. To hire a martial artist so skilled that I couldn't even lift a finger against them, they'd likely need as much money as the silver and gold I had stolen. In other words, there was no need to worry about retaliation from the village chief for now. I felt too lazy and tired to walk to Shan, so I rented a horse midway. The horse was definitely faster, cutting the distance by about 3 times. A few days later, when I arrived at the village at the base of Shan and looked up, I felt like my troubles were nearly over. Dadok. Sitting on the horse's back, a grumble naturally escaped my lips. The sight of the mist-covered peaks gave me a sense of the hardships ahead. Whew, but Shan is so vast, it won't be easy. Shan, a mountain held in even higher regard than the 5 great mountains one of the continent, boasted incredible scenery, so much so that there's a saying, after seeing the 5 great mountains, you won't want to see any other mountains, after seeing Shan, you won't want to see the 5 great mountains. Furthermore, Shan consists of 72 peaks, each towering hundreds of meters high. While its peaks have been frequently visited, there are also many uncharted hazardous terrains that require caution. I plan to explore all 72 peaks, and that too, to find the Millennium Snow Ginseng of unknown whereabouts. It seemed like madness, but I had no choice. I was certain from my own experiences that Millennium Snow Ginseng exists in Shan. I also had 3 clues. First, the ginseng does not exist on the 24 outer peaks. Because the first discoverer Dan Mcso heard that the place where his ancestor found the Millennium Snow Ginseng was among the 48 scenic spots within the inner peaks. The inner areas, unlike the outer ones, were less touched by human hands and had many secret spots, significantly narrowing the search area. Second, it does not exist near the bases of the Shan sect. They joined the scramble for the Millennium Snow Ginseng much later, reportedly because their stronghold was quite far from the discovery spot. Third, it was found in a place where white and black lotuses bloom together. Whether that was metaphorical or not, this was the most reliable information. I chuckled, thinking about the journey ahead. 1 silver ingot should fetch at least 100 coins at the nearby marketplace. That should cover my exploration and food expenses. A year should be enough to find the Millennium Snow Ginseng. If I eliminate the Shan sect's base area, the search area will be significantly narrowed down. Searching 1 peak per week should suffice, and I should find it in 1 to 2 years. Just as I was starting to feel hungry and was about to head to a nearby inn, an ominous feeling struck me. "Hey, young man, nice to meet you." A man dressed in crumpled black clothes was waving at me at the inn's entrance. "What's this now?" Ignoring the stranger, his next words were something I couldn't overlook. "What's your name?" "Baek Wong, was it? There's a bounty of about 500 silver taels on your head. How about you quietly surrender?" Clink clink clink. In that moment, as if they had all agreed upon a signal, the sound of swords being unsheathed resounded loudly throughout the first and second floors of the inn. From that noise alone, I sensed that the number of warriors present was at least between 20 and 30. What's with that face? A warrior clad in black clothes chuckled. Don't worry. We have no interest in torture. We'll just swiftly cut your throat and be done with it. Those words were anything but reassuring. I can't win this. The moment I gauged the skills of the warriors surrounding the inn, my whole body felt paralyzed, and my mind seemed to fade away. Whether it was their swordsmanship, the killing intent they exuded, or their internal energy, not a single one among them was subpar. They were all elite warriors who had been properly trained. Fighting 10 of them would be questionable, let alone 3-to-1 odds. If they all attacked me at once, I'd surely die, twisted like a pretzel. They are incredibly strong. The question was, why was a sect capable of mobilizing such elite warriors targeting me? My voice trembling, I asked, who are you, and who sent you to kill me? Of course, we'll tell you. It would be somewhat discomforting to kill a young man without explaining. The warrior in black adjusted his posture and spoke. We are the Black Knight Clan's assassination group. Do you know of us? The 8 gates of the demonic path. Oh, you know. I let out a scream in horror. The 8 gates of the demonic path? It was a term referring to 8 major clans and sects that held influence comparable to the 9 ancient schools and the 5 great sects. Among them, the Black Knight clan specialized in assassination and was known for having the most refined martial arts skills. In particular, their assassination group was so fearsome that they were considered death gods among the orthodox sects. Even if I were a top-tier expert, there would be no escaping once targeted by the Black Knight clan's assassination group. That's how fearsome they were. My vision grew dim, but I clung to my fading consciousness and asked, by the way, I'm the leader of the assassination group. Nice to meet you, Baek Wong. The man in black grinned as he introduced himself, though it was not at all a pleasant introduction. Who ordered this? The leader of the assassination group shrugged. You should know, shouldn't you? Recently, there's probably only one person who holds a grudge against you. The village chief. Something like that. The client must have paid a hefty price, but he seemed keen on settling his grudge against you, no matter the cost. I glanced at him and said, if you spare me, I will give you double the money. I mean it. Then the leader of the assassination group burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Even if what you say is true, we can't accept it. If we betray so easily for more money, who would trust us to take assassination jobs? Unused money will just be spending money in the afterlife. Feeling the urgency as the assassin leader was about to give an order, I shouted out again. Then I have another proposal. What is it? If I can defeat you in one-on-one combat, call off the pursuit. The assassin leader is likely the strongest among the assassin martial artists, so he wouldn't be able to refuse this offer easily. It's also why the organization isn't attacked despite taking assassination contracts. I've heard that they don't refuse challenges or fights because they showcase their skills openly. Ho ho, you've got spirit. Adat novel bin adat. Murmurs. The assassin martial artists looked at me as if they were looking at a madman after hearing my words. The assassin leader seemed amused and just chuckled. Well, if that's what you wish. I was planning to behead you myself anyway, this will save me some trouble. Unsheath. The assassin leader unsheathed his long sword and slowly took his position opposite me. The assassin martial artists surrounded the inn, seemingly to prevent me from escaping. Clenching my iron sword in one hand and gritting my teeth, I braced myself. I must survive. I must bring out all the martial arts I've learned up to today to survive. I haven't even properly searched for the 1000-year ginseng yet. I can't die here. Shall we begin? The assassin leader swung his sword at me with a lively smile. Swish, 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 swoosh. In just 10 seconds, my sword broke and I was hit by a void palm strike at my vital point. In an instant, I found myself flying up into the sky. For a moment, I couldn't understand why there was such a gap in our abilities. What? This feeling. I've experienced it somewhere before. Swish. Farewell. The next moment, I saw the blue light of sword chi. Only then did I realize, the assassin leader was a top-level expert, similar or even superior to Master Jin So Chong. Soon, my neck was severed. Breathless pain and overflowing memories flooded in. Ah, shit. This was my second death. A piercing scream erupted, as if tearing through my vocal cords. The cold sensation of the steel sword slicing through my neck still lingered vividly. A sense of dread and discomfort settled in my body as my vision floated aimlessly in midair, confronting the cold face of death. How long had I screamed like this? I realized I was howling alone under the dark night sky. What is this? I cautiously felt my throat and nape. My head was intact, and the tranquil scent of cow dung wafted through the air. Such a familiar smell led me to cautiously look around. Familiar cold. Familiar darkness. Familiar scent of cow dung. Yes, I was in the barn. It seemed as if I had returned to the exact place and time where I had been resurrected. My mouth fell open in disbelief. Could this be third regression? It would become clear once the day broke, but it seemed likely. The feeling was too similar. I touched my body with trembling hands and found myself to be that of a young child. Shivering, I knelt in that place, in silence for a long while. I now felt intense emotions boiling up within me. The fierce ecstasy of being able to start once more. The misery of having faced death twice and yet being given another chance to live. and a seething desire for revenge and anger that straightened my spine. From my mouth flowed a voice laced with hate. Village chief, you've broken our pact. I had trusted the village chief, and he betrayed me in my quest for vengeance. After deciding to forget about everything, in the end, I was the one who suffered and indeed had died. Now, a violent murderous intent was swirling within me, but I forcefully suppressed my emotions and exhaled heavily. I felt dizzy. Huff, huff, huff. As if it had been waiting in my dantian, a surge of internal energy erupted, making me sweat profusely. As I thought, my internal energy was transferred. Thunder Dragon Breath Technique. A secret technique of Azure Dragon Martial Hall and an exceptional internal energy method. I had melted my existing 3 talents heart method into Thunder Dragon Breath Technique and practiced diligently for 3 years. My current internal energy was incomparable to others of my age. I had even surpassed late-teen martial artists, given that I had regressed to a younger age. Age is crucial in martial arts. Especially for internal energy techniques, it's almost absolute. The younger you are, the easier it is to open your meridians, which allows your internal energy to increase quickly and improves your physical abilities. If I start practicing Thunder Dragon Breath Technique diligently from now, crossing the threshold of a top expert in 10 years wouldn't be impossible. But now, because of Thunder Dragon Breath Technique, I almost died. My emotions swung too wildly, causing the internal energy to rove haphazardly, strongly stimulating my meridians. If it continued, I might fall into chi deviation. Desperately suppressing my emotions, I bit down so hard that blood came out. Hugh, ugh, I let out a beast-like scream and banged my head against the straw pile in the barn. I then thrust my fist into the stone wall of the barn. Crash. Normally, a child's frail hand should be bloodied when striking a stone wall. However, instead, a fist-shaped scar was engraved on the stone wall. It proved that my internal energy and martial prowess had deepened. Silence enveloped me for a long while. Finally, managing to control my internal energy and emotions, I heaved a big sigh of relief. I survived. If I had gotten caught up in the heat of the moment here, it would have been worse than death. Not only would I have had to live like a cripple, but I would have also been unable to cultivate my inner strength ever again. Once I calmed my emotions, my mind cleared up. I thought to myself as I carelessly wiped the blood flowing from my lips with my arm. All right, let's calm down. This is my 3rd life. If I fail this time, I won't be able to live a proper life. I need to carefully plan my next steps. Since my inner strength has been transferred, I can take my revenge anytime. At the same time, I couldn't hide the question that came into my mind. Why? Why did I regress this time? Is there something similar to last time? I have to think about this carefully. What is the principle behind this regression? After pondering these questions intensely, I came up with one hypothesis. Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. That's right. The common point between both regressions is, I died holding the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. The first time, it seemed like the effect of Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries was activated just by touching it. The second time, I had it in my possession when I died. I can't think of any other common factors. Thinking like this, my next steps are simple. I have to go to the cave to acquire Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries as soon as possible, and carry it with me. This is a mandatory obligation that must be fulfilled first, no matter what amazing opportunities arise. However, there was one thing bothering me. I couldn't solve it and my face cringed. Why does the point of regression have to be today? Why? I don't understand. Even if I can regress using Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, why do I have to come back to the time when I was called cow dung, cleaning up cow dung at the village chief's house? Even if I regressed back to when I was in my 20s or 30s as a bandit, I would have been able to handle things much more easily. Waiting for years in this undeveloped child's body is unbearable. And then, I realized that in order to solve this question, I have to somehow decipher the strange words written in Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. There must be some content written in it that I can't read, and if I can interpret that content, I can learn more about Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. After sorting out these thoughts, my mind felt clear. At the same time, I realized what I need to do first. All right, let's leave the village. There's no need to flatter the village chief to get travel money to go to Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I've already acquired top-tier inner strength, so I can easily withstand cold, heat, and hunger, and I have enough self-defense skills. What I need to do right now is head to the cave as quickly as possible. As I was preparing to leave, collecting useful ropes and hammers from the shed, someone blocked my path with an annoyed expression. What on earth, making such noise in the middle of the night? Cow dung. Jiamanje, you brat. Why don't you call me young master? The guy throwing a fit was Jiamanje, the village chief's son. A complete waste of human life, not even worth killing. But for now, he was an obstacle to my plan to leave the village, so I spoke calmly. I'm not in a good mood right now, so, you better step aside. What? You? Jiamanje swung his foot towards me. This technique is excellent for overpowering an opponent in a fight among peers. This also indicates that Jiamanje has some experience in street fights. But I dodged his attack effortlessly, with a cold smile. Ugh. When Jiamanje lost his balance, I held him upright. Oh my. Jiamanje tried to move, struggling, but couldn't because my hand was holding his arm. It must have felt like being tied up in chains. I whispered in his ear from behind. Stay still, you idiot. Jiamanjie could do nothing but stand still, trembling, unable to even breathe due to my aura and intimidating presence. It seemed that my internal energy had been successfully transferred and could now be radiated freely. I left the village, leaving Jiamanjie behind. This time, I should not face any ridiculous pursuits from the village chief. Last time, I almost annihilated his family and even fled with their secret treasures. Surely, they would resort to extreme measures like assassination. However, it's unlikely they would hire a martial artist just because cow dung that's me scared off Jiamanjie and fled in the night. Given the village chief's nature, at most he'd mock me, thinking I'd die of starvation. Even if they pursue me, it's fine. Once I get the heavenly tome of dark mysteries, I can start anew. At this point, no matter what happens, I'd be the first to secure the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. I looked down at the village submerged in darkness with a hateful gaze from the mountaintop. Despite having taken my revenge once, my anger still hasn't settled. I mumbled as I stared at the village chief's house from a distance. I got too greedy. I admit it. Then, I clenched my fist. My eyes glowed faintly due to my aura. A trickle of blood seeped from my clenched fist. This time, I'll do it right. It took me 3 days this time to acquire the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. I had no money, so I had to steal a copper shield from a blacksmith's shop. Being in a child's body made it difficult to even find the cave where the secret book was. Nevertheless, I succeeded in obtaining the heavenly tome of dark mysteries and took a brief rest in the cave. So tired. What now? Should I return to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall? If I'm accepted there, then within 10 years, I could aim to become a peak martial artist. With a solid foundation in internal energy, it's a perfect start to surpass even prodigies. But I bitterly laughed off that idea. No, it's impossible. I can only train my martial arts alone now. If I go to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, unimaginable hardships await. Both my secret martial techniques and inner methods are intact, yet the threefold expert, Li Guang and Jin Socheng have no memory of teaching me. They'd naturally assume I'm a thieving copycat, risking either my energy channels being sealed or worse, death. Even if they find me intriguing and decide to teach me, risking death again is undesirable. Each time I die, it feels like my mental strength diminishes, a kind of psychological pain that only those who've experienced it can understand. I don't want to die. Even if I can revive, I don't want to. Thankfully, my child body retains all my internal energy and martial techniques. If I train the same way for another 3 years, I can achieve even more. Comforted by that thought, I pondered. I need a place where I can live and train without wasting time. There was only one answer. I came to a single conclusion and smirked. Being a courier is enough, right? Even in a child's body, I am much stronger than the me of my first life. At least 3 times stronger. If I keep training this way, I can surpass the top couriers in 3 years. Earning money while legitimately training in martial arts, the courier job is perfect. However, I can't work at 3 Pine or Plum Blossom courier agencies nearby. The village chief has influence there, so my secret would be quickly revealed. The situation could get endlessly complicated. After much consideration, I made up my mind. I'll get a job as a courier at a service near Huangshan. Then, at the right time, I'll seek out and consume Huangshan's Millennium Snow Ginseng. Brilliant, even if I say so myself. There's no better way than this. I could save time and distance myself from the village head's influence as much as possible. Interacting with strangers does make me uneasy, but somehow, I'll manage. As soon as I established the plan, I moved to act immediately. Grumble. I'm hungry. At that moment, I realized the biggest flaw in my plan. I have neither a home nor money. I'll have to catch animals for food and rely on primitive methods to get to Huangshan. This is likely to be the first major obstacle. Animals, should I try eating them? The hunt began. I broke off a nearby branch to use as a makeshift knife and held it with a determined expression. That day, I was lucky enough to catch a mountain hare and a pheasant. The next day, I had stream water and tree bark. Days when I had to eat tree bark or grass were far more common, as small animals were hard to catch. As my body withered away, I continued to walk. Anyone seeing a boy in his early teens trekking through the mountains, hunting animals to survive, would surely think I was insane. I was crossing mountains and rivers intentionally to avoid any news of me reaching the village chief, but it was an exhausting journey. For roughly 8 days, I survived on roots and mushrooms, occasionally catching bats in the caves. Lying in a corner of the cave, I felt the damp air and a tear trickled down my cheek. What is life, that I have to discard everything to live? I still had no answer to this question. By the time I finally arrived at Huangshan, about a month had passed. I looked like a complete beggar and felt a bit weakened from catching a cold. Cough, cough. My head felt light and dizzy, but I forced myself to stay conscious. I can't collapse now. I have to become a courier in this area's courier agency and then I can collapse. Oddly, even though there was a village and a street near Huangshan, there was no sight of the courier station. Just when I found this peculiar, the owner of the inn gave me a plate of food, perhaps out of pity. You're just skin and bones. Don't you have parents or siblings? I don't. Eat slowly. Regain your strength and live. Thank you. Being pitied didn't feel too bad, or rather, I was too happy eating the meal to care. It was just rice mixed with vegetables, but I devoured it like mad. After finishing my meal, I cautiously asked the inn owner a question. I want to join a courier agency in Huangshan. Do you know where it is? The inn owner's expression changed strangely. He shrugged his shoulders. Kid, there's no courier agency in Huangshan. Damn it. Ugh. My back is cramping. Hey, are you okay? At novel bin at. I was so mad that I fainted. When I came to, I found myself lying in the house of the shopkeeper. It seemed he had moved me there after I had fainted suddenly. I was grateful to him for his rare kindness. Thank you very much. What are you doing trying to become a courier? I thought it would be the easiest way to make a living. Being a courier is a very demeaning and strenuous job. Tisk. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue, and I had to agree. Couriers were somewhat part of the martial world but fundamentally were laborers employed in the transportation business. Among couriers, it was rare to find someone who had mastered high-level martial arts. Most lived their entire lives with mediocre skills and met a pitiful end. Perhaps, making a living as a shopkeeper like the one before me was easier. The shopkeeper spoke again. I'm sorry, but I'm too busy making a living to take care of you. Have some water and be on your way. No, I'm grateful enough. As I said earlier, there's no courier agency around here. You have to cross several mountains to reach Wanghe, where the Seong courier agency is. He then handed me some decent-looking clothes. They seemed to be hastily tailored from pre-existing garments to fit me. I don't have any money. Just take it. In these times, looking like a beggar attracts more misfortune than good. Thank you. May I know your name? Haha, everyone calls me Shopkeeper Song. Alright. Goodbye. Changing into the new clothes, I left the inn and made a resolution. I will somehow repay the kindness from Three Pines Jiangxiol and Shopkeeper Song, one way or another. I knew too well how difficult and arduous it is to give something for free in this harsh world. I've never helped anyone when there was no gain for myself. Both Jiangxiol and Shopkeeper Song were no different from me but were willing to help others at their own expense. That alone was incredible. If I didn't return the favor, I'd be no better than a wretched person. I moved again, this time heading towards Wanghe. On the way, I got better at hunting wild animals, so the frequency of roasting meat increased. In the region around Huangshan Mountain, I didn't see any bandits, likely due to the presence of several minor martial arts sects including the Huangshan sect. Swoosh. I found a cold waterfall and pulled up my inner energy to protect myself while I washed my dirted body. Usually, one could catch a cold, but I had enough nutrition and well-trained inner energy, so I didn't feel very cold. After drying my clothes, I felt considerably refreshed. Upon arriving in the Wanghe area, locating the Seong courier agency was relatively easy. I was unfamiliar with the Huangshan region, but Seong was the biggest courier guild around. After inquiring about a few locals, I quickly found the place easily. Standing in front of the Seong courier agency's signage, I paused to think. Seong courier agency. I've heard it was established by the Seong family, but no little else. Is it alright to entrust my life here? Well, I have no other options right now. Shortly after, I entered the Seong courier agency. Buzzing. Hey, move that load over here. Who didn't stamp this? Rookie, take this and get it stamped. Yes, brother. Inside, true to a courier agency, many people were busy moving goods and preparing for transport. Despite the hectic atmosphere, I knew I had to approach the courier head. Excuse me, I want to become a courier. Would you consider taking me in? Huh? Kid, stop joking around. We're busy, go away. I had asked one of the couriers as a test, but he just scowled and dismissed me. After all, most couriers are laborers, so a kid in their early to mid-teens wanting to join them would sound absurd. Even I would have responded the same way. This time, I decided to ask properly. Where can I find the courier head of the Seong courier agency? Huh? The leader is right there, the one in white. Swiftly, I followed the direction of the courier's finger. Indeed, there was a person unlike the others, dressed in a high-quality white robe. From the person's dignified appearance, it was clear that they were not born into the courier profession but likely came from a more refined background. However, something else surprised me. A woman. Indeed, the individual identified as the courier head was a beautiful woman dressed in white robes. She seemed even prettier than Mrs. Seo, the mistress of the village chief whom I had seen before. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her facial features were neat, and her skin was flawless. Most notably, her clear eyes seemed to magnetize anyone's gaze, proving that she possessed extraordinary beauty. However, this female courier head was truly a being I had never seen or heard of before. While it is true that a courier head handles more administrative tasks than a regular courier and is better paid, the job fundamentally involves physical labor and exertion. It was unheard of for such a delicate woman to be a courier head. But as soon as I saw her casually strolling around and observing her surroundings, I could instantly understand why. She's mastered martial arts. Her movements were efficient and poised. This is a phenomenon that only appears when one has mastered the art of stepping skills to ascendance level. Every step she took seemed to encapsulate the essence of martial arts. She must have at least second-tier level martial arts skills, making her more than qualified to be a courier head. I cautiously approached the female courier head and said, I've come to become a courier. Huh. She turned her head as if unexpectedly and looked at me. The moment I saw her face head-on, I felt like my mind went blank. I thought she looked like a work of art even from the side, but seeing her up close, head-on, the term unparalleled beauty was truly fitting. A beauty that could overturn a nation? Wow, this is the first time in my life I'm seeing someone this beautiful. Her beauty was so overwhelming that I found myself simply muttering in awe rather than experiencing any lustful desires. This was the first time I found out that such a beauty existed in a mere courier agency. She gently smiled and stroked my cheek. Little one, what's your name? My name is Baek Wong. I am Seong Rin, the head of the Seong Courier Agency. Sorry, but you're too young to be a courier, so how about starting off as a laborer? Her offer seemed like a form of consideration for a child, but I couldn't accept it. If I work as a laborer, I'll be stuck doing menial jobs endlessly. I knew that being a courier, who only had to handle cargo and escort duties, was much easier, so I shook my head vehemently. I can fully handle the duties of a courier. Seong Rin smiled as if in a tight spot. That light smile also had the magical force to make many men's hearts flutter. Indeed, the laborers and couriers around us were sneakily stealing glances at her, clearly captivated. Although they held different ranks, it seemed like their male instincts couldn't help but be drawn to Seong Rin. Do you know what a courier does? As much as anyone else does. To be a courier, you must at least have some martial arts skills and physical strength. You're quite young, so, watch this. Whoosh! Before Seong Rin could finish her sentence, I used the silent thunder steps and swiftly approached a nearby cargo piece. It was as large as one pyong, resembling a hefty wooden ornament. It was clearly heavy enough that it would require at least 3 or 4 strong men to move it. But I effortlessly lifted the massive wooden piece above my head with both hands. I could have done it with one hand, but I wanted to avoid appearing overly strong, so I lifted it stably. Gasp. What kind of strength is that? Is that a kid's strength? The surrounding couriers and laborers murmured in astonishment. Indeed, the weight was something that not even a grown man could lift, even if he came back to life. It was an item that needed 2 or 3 skilled laborers to move it properly. Naturally, they were amazed that a kid like me could lift it. Seong Rin also looked surprised, then said, you have substantial inner energy. You're the child of a prominent martial arts family, aren't you? She must have recognized that I lifted it using the energy of the Thunder Dragon Breath technique. As there was no point in hiding it, I admitted it vaguely to Seong Rin. I lost my parents early and have been looking for a place to apply the martial arts I've learned. I really want to work as a courier. Wait here for a moment. Whoosh! She disappeared into the compound with a dreamlike step that seemed as if clouds were fluttering. It looked like she went inside a building, but I had no idea where she was going. I realized that her martial arts skills surpassed even my own. That's not a level of martial arts that a courier head should have. Could she be stronger than me in my second life before dying? At least a first-rate master? The martial arts Seong Rin mastered was not the self-taught martial arts developed over a long period by couriers through hard work and perseverance. It was undoubtedly a first-rate martial art that had been passed down for generations in a renowned martial arts family. The fact that she used her movement techniques to such an imperceptible level indicated that her martial arts skills were high enough to defeat several couriers easily. I waited awkwardly, receiving the gazes of the couriers. And I realized that the Seong Courier Agency was no ordinary place. Seong Courier Agency. Seong Rin. Could this courier house be operated by the direct descendants of the Seong family? Then the martial arts of the higher-ranking officers here would be comparable to those of any major martial arts clan. It's surprising that such a place isn't famous throughout the Central Plains. My heart fluttered at the thought of learning many things I didn't know while going through reincarnations 1. Will I eventually become omniscient and boast of unparalleled knowledge as I travel through the Central Plains? After a while, Seong Rin returned with 3 swordsmen in white robes, bigui. They looked different from Seong Rin, each with a sharp demeanor and good looks. As someone who's been unattractive since childhood, I felt somewhat inferior. They must be Seong Rin's relatives. The tall white-robed swordsman who stood at the front glared at me intently. TL/N, the white-robed prob looks something like this. Follow us. Whoosh. They turned their backs and walked away briskly. I followed and soon found myself in an empty square where there was no sign of people. The white-robed swordsman spoke. Rinatu told me that your martial arts skills are extraordinary for your age. You must be from a prestigious martial arts family. State your origins and the roots of your martial arts. Considering he called Seong Rin Rina, it seemed he was close kin. They certainly had similarities in appearance, and he too was handsome. I responded curtly. Is that really necessary? I've already told you my name and situation. I'm sorry, but the Seong clan is not in a situation where we can casually get entangled with matters of the martial world. If you can't reveal it, we'll have no choice but to turn you away regardless of how strong you are. They seemed to think I was a runaway youngster from a prestigious family, which could be problematic given the clan-based operations of the Seong clan. I found myself at a loss for words. My martial arts were secret techniques from Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and if any of them were perceptive, I'd be at a loss. I could only vaguely claim to be the child of someone from Azure Dragon Martial Hall, but that was doubtful at best. After some thought, I decided to take a gamble. Actually, the martial arts I know are family secrets. I've had to fend for myself since my parents passed away. How can I earn your trust? One misstep and they might realize that my techniques are from Azure Dragon Martial Hall, but I was betting they didn't know. Given how far away Azure Dragon Martial Hall was, it seemed unlikely. The handsome man who'd been questioning me chuckled. Let's put you to the test then. Hyun 3. A white-robed swordsman named Seong Hyun stepped forward. His primary weapon appeared to be a sword. The handsome man tossed wooden swords to both of us. Spar with Seong Hyun using these wooden swords for 50 seconds. I will find out your origins based on this. As I caught the wooden sword, I spoke. You've been quite brusque since earlier, may I know your name? You have a lot of nerve. Caught off guard, the man responded. I am Seong Pei 4. So, you are related to Seong Rin. He's my younger brother. Everyone here is also a close relative. I see. Let's see how this goes. Even though my body hasn't fully grown, the martial arts I've trained are intact in my memory. Moreover, I've loosened up enough traveling through mountains and forests to get here. Other than my smaller physique, there shouldn't be much of a skill gap. We took positions with our wooden swords, maintaining a good distance. We stared each other down before lunging forward. The first attack was tentative from both sides, the following strikes clashing intensely. Sparks flew as if part of an illusion before piercing like lightning. Clang? Wah? How can this be? The conclusion came in just 7 moves. My fluid sword technique had effortlessly found its way through his defenses, breaking Seong Hyun's wooden sword in half. Pressing the broken tip of my sword against his neck, my victory was indisputable. Wow, can't believe this. Seong Rin's voice of admiration was heard. Seeing Seong Pei's flustered face gave me some satisfaction. Has my inner power increased compared to before I died? Did my inner strength advance while I was in the barn? Things ended quickly, so I couldn't really show you what my martial arts are about. I see. Among your peers, you truly have no match. Wait, he's genuinely impressed. My enthusiasm deflated a bit. I was expecting him to react poorly out of a sense of inferiority, but he remained calm. My expectation that Seong Pei would challenge me himself also proved wrong. Rina, you try him next. Yes, big brother. Upon seeing Seong Rin holding a wooden sword and walking out, I was taken aback. Why would Seong Rin come out? I naturally thought it would be Seong Pei who would come out and demonstrate his formidable skills, but things didn't go as planned. Fighting against a woman felt awkward, and competing with Seong Rin made me think I would likely lose. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for your brother, Seong Pei, to step forward? Seong Pei shook his head. Not likely. Rina is much stronger than me. If you want to gauge your abilities, then Rina should be the one to face you. Seong Pei admitted nonchalantly that he was weaker than a woman, but not a single expression changed among the couriers standing next to him. This was proof that they all recognized Seong Rin as the strongest without hesitation. As I looked at Seong Rin, she had already assumed her stance. The dignified, black-haired beauty holding a wooden sword was a picture in itself. Upon locking eyes with Seong Rin, she gave me a slight smile and spoke at novel bin at. Please take care of me. Her tone was half respectful. So, I also acted politely in response. Yes, likewise. I felt slightly tense. It was wrong to underestimate her for being a woman. I had to give my full effort. Whoosh! As the duel began, our swords clashed rapidly, and in an instant, about 10 seconds had passed. Amidst the gust-like frenzied sword attacks, I tried to find an opening, but Seong Rin's sword chi was incomparably meticulous and fast, unlike anything I had experienced with Seong Hyun. Moreover, each of her strikes carried significant weight, making it awkward to counter with brute force alone. Gur? Ugh! I felt blood spurt from my hand as the swords clashed. The internal strength carried in Seong Rin's sword strikes was so formidable that I felt slightly injured. Surprisingly, Seong Rin's internal power was much higher than my current level. Swish, swish. Suddenly, Seong Rin's body spun like a top and like a phantom, she struck from 12 different directions. I hastily activated my dynamic vision to parry Seong Rin's attack, but I was not perfect. In the end, I was struck on the ribcage and the thigh. Soon, Seong Rin pointed her wooden sword at my clavicle, leaving me no choice but to admit defeat. I've lost? I felt a sense of self-reproach. I thought I had become strong enough to not be looked down upon after undergoing my 3rd regression, but to think that I would be so weak as to lose against a woman? I was aware there were many people stronger than me in the world, but it still felt unfair. However, the reactions from the couriers were different. Especially Seong Pei, who seemed genuinely surprised and coughed awkwardly. To last 150 seconds against Rina. You're a frighteningly promising kid. That's amazing. How did you achieve that level of internal power at your age? Excellent. Huh? They seemed purely amazed by the fact that I had lasted 150 seconds against Seong Rin, not that I had lost. This meant Seong Rin's capabilities were much higher than I had assumed. Seong Pei asked Seong Rin. Rina, can you tell which martial arts that kid uses? Seong Rin stared into my eyes as if trying to see through me. Her eyes were so clear that I felt breathless for a moment. At the same time, rather than feeling defeated, I felt a sudden surge of possessiveness, wanting to make her mine someday. Soon, Seong Rin smiled openly. I'm not sure. What little hero Baekwang said seems true. If you say so, it must be. A moment later, Seong Pei ruffled my hair contentedly and said, Great. I'll accept you as a new courier of the Seong Courier Agency. That day, I went to meet Seong Won, the owner of the Seong Courier Agency. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his early 50s, and he looked quite stern. After listening to Seong Pei's explanation and my match result with Seong Rin, his eyes gleamed with interest. An outstanding young man. Work hard for our Seong Courier Agency in the future. Yes, Agency Master. From then on, I formally became a courier of the Seong Courier Agency. After getting Seong Wan's approval, I received the new courier's emblem, clothing, and weapons. After changing my clothes, I somehow looked like a bumpkin. However, I was grateful for the job, knowing that it would suffice for my living expenses. On my way to the lodging, I encountered Seong Rin again. It seemed like she had been waiting for me as she looked directly into my eyes when she saw me. A moment later, I was struck by lightning. Little hero, what's your relation with Azure Dragon Martial Hall? Sound transmission? A certification of a true master, or someone who has reached the peak stage, had resonated. Only the chief instructor Jin So-chong could do this among those I've seen. Seong Rin revealing this meant that she's at an advanced stage of martial arts. It was also proof that she held back while fighting with me earlier. Moreover, she seemed to have recognized my martial arts as originating from Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I managed my expression and responded calmly. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? She smiled like a pure flower and continued, I'm not bragging, but I have been taught by the Grand Old Master of Mount Tai, the threefold expert, Li Guang, the Master of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and Grand Old Man of Mount Tai are old friends. So, when I was studying in Mount Tai, I had the chance to witness threefold expert Li Guang's martial arts directly. Mount Tai's Grand Old Master. That name would remain as the greatest legend in the righteous faction even 30 years later, and even now. He is the eldest martial artist living among the orthodox factions and a top-ranked 10 martial arts master in the world, revered by all in the Mount Tai region. So that was it. Seong Rin was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who was taught by Mount Tai's Grand Old Master. It made sense why even her elder brother Seong Pei and other Seong martial artists respected her so much. She probably entered the esteemed Old Master's tutelage after surpassing everyone in her family. In fact, Seong Rin could be deemed as one of the top 5 emerging talents in the Central Plains at this point. I had competed against such a being. Of course, Seong Rin must have gone easy on me, but it was still suffocating to unexpectedly encounter such a grand being. Seeing me lost for words, Seong Rin gently caressed my cheek. It seems like you have your reasons, little hero. And after crossing swords, I could tell you're not evil. Thank you. I realized that she had purposely let some things slide even though she knew everything. Had she twisted the facts, the Azure Dragon Martial Hall would have been immediately summoned, leading to an intense interrogation to verify the truth, complicating matters further. But thanks to her consideration for me, hiding the truth on purpose, I was able to become a wandering courier martial artist. Seong Rin smiled brightly. I hope you, little hero, can find what you're looking for in our group from now on. I watched her silhouette disappear into the distance. And then a thought crossed my mind. Could I ever win her heart? Setting aside the age gap, would there come a day when I could properly talk to her? Probably not. Another glaring weakness of mine came to mind, something I hadn't wanted to think about while focusing on gaining strength. I am ugly. As a child, my face still has youthful features, making me look a bit less ugly, but fundamentally, I am not good looking. Even in adulthood, my appearance would be below average, making even ordinary women unattainable for me. The reason I never married during my first life as a wandering martial artist was because of this. Women would be repulsed just by looking at my face, killing any feelings. Even if I become stronger by practicing martial arts, there's nothing I can do about my looks. I don't have to date or marry Seong Rin. However, thinking about her and considering my situation and position, I was once again flooded with a sense of self-loathing. Even if I were to possess the world's greatest martial arts, my congenital appearance is something I can't change. Let's snap out of it. I lowered my head and entered the room, muttering the wisdom that Jin So-chong had given me. It's not too late to think about it after becoming stronger. The first assignment I took on after becoming a courier for the Seong Courier Agency was to transport household goods to another village. To be precise, a wealthy man residing in the royal capital had bought a house in another village, seemingly for his son to move into. My job was to escort the transport of household goods to ensure no petty thieves interfered. Piece of cake. I'd done many escort missions over the past few decades, so I left without any tension, comfortably starting the journey with the cargo. This time, there were a total of 3 couriers, and no official escort came along. This was because the cargo wasn't that valuable, and bandits were rare in these parts. A few hours after setting off, the transport cart took a brief rest. The horses seemed a bit tired, so the stop was intended to give them a break in the shade. The couriers and laborers also took the opportunity to sit, snack, and rest. Why did you become a courier? One of the couriers, who appeared to be in his early 30s and was a typical lower-ranked courier, asked me. Like me, he had probably joined the courier industry to make a living and had been at it for over a decade. I looked at his utterly unremarkable face and replied, "There's no other way for me to make a living. You're skilled enough in martial arts to try for a position in the military," he said, a hint of pity in his voice. He had a point. With my martial skills, I could have tried taking the martial arts exam or participated in the annual martial arts tournament hosted by the royal family. There would be strong competitors, but failing wasn't likely. Perhaps being a courier was indeed a waste of my skills. But for me, rising through the ranks in government wasn't the priority. First, I had to consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng, then unlock the secrets of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. On top of that, there was the matter of avenging my family against the village chief. There were so many things to do that I didn't have time to consider every option. I chuckled and said, I don't think being a courier is a bad thing. As long as you do your job, the money rolls in. That's true, the courier seemed satisfied. No trading company would ever underestimate or abuse couriers. The world was full of trading companies fiercely competing within their commercial zones. Even if a courier was a low-ranked warrior, those with courier-level martial arts weren't common. In any case, couriers were martial artists who had mastered basic martial arts. They were assets of the trading company, and thus it was customary to ensure they earned a decent living. After the small talk, the caravan resumed its journey. With morning dew settling in, it was important to move quickly to prevent the cargo from getting damaged. Fortunately, we managed to transport everything before dawn. My fellow couriers and I, along with the laborers, quickly moved the goods into the house. Everything was finished by early morning. The surroundings were so dark that nothing was visible except where the torchlight shone. The senior courier, who led this expedition, emerged with a torch and announced, everyone's tired today, so we'll stay at the inn for 4 hours? We'll depart tomorrow morning, so get plenty of rest. Crossing over the mountain to quickly return to the courier station was an option, but the senior courier seemed to think that crossing the mountain path at dawn was dangerous. A moment later, the workers and couriers headed to the inn in the village, unburdened their loads, and started to rest. Of course, not everyone could get a room. Some workers spread out their sleeping bags inside the building and slept. I couldn't sleep, so I watched everyone prepare for bed from the second floor of the inn. It was noticeable how the workers, tired from their work, were catching short naps. So that's why I didn't want to be a casual laborer. Being a casual laborer meant not having to fight bandits like a courier, but generally, they were treated worse than couriers. Even now, 3 couriers including myself managed to secure rooms in the inn, while the remaining laborers slept on the floor. I feel like having a drink. I don't dislike alcohol, I actually like it. A good drink helped me forget the day's hardships when I worked as a courier. But since my regression, I have had no chance to drink. Now, with this young body, it felt awkward to drink, so I refrained. Instead, I returned to my room and began to cultivate my inner energy. By circulating the microcosmic orbit of the Thunder Dragon Breath technique, I could recover my stamina without sleeping. It's a win-win, as my internal power increases with cultivation. I can't rest or play around when there are things to be done. After completing the courier mission and returning, Seong Pei greeted me. He's Seong Rin's older brother and an executive in the courier agency, so I couldn't ignore him. Beck Wong, did you finish your first courier mission well? It wasn't difficult. Ha ha ha, you're our agency's rising star. Seong Pei chatted for a while, asking about my background, what he was up to lately, and commenting that Seong Rin was pretty. I felt awkward, not knowing why he was talking like this. See you next time. Yes. I sensed that Seong Pei was favorable towards me, probably because a useful person had joined the guild. The feeling was unfamiliar, but soon became an it is what it is thought. Power changes many things. I felt the same when taking revenge on the village head. Power changes the world a lot. Or in other words, not having power is miserable. Now, the real work begins. I continued to live uneventfully in the courier agency for about 3 years. Initially, my fellow couriers underestimated me due to my young age, but my martial arts skills helped them more than once. I've saved the lives of couriers at least 10 times over the years, and they came to accept me as a colleague. During courier missions, I've fought mountain bandits and water bandits over 20 times. It was not as frequent as I thought, but every time, it was a life or death situation. It was not a crime to kill bandits threatening us during the mission, so couriers had no hesitation in killing them. In the past 3 years, I must have killed at least 30 people. I tried to restrain myself from killing when possible, but sometimes there was no choice. Over time, my body had grown enough to perform advanced martial arts. During a snowy winter, as I was warming myself near the fire, I looked out the window and thought, this courier agency is a composite of the Seong clan. Unlike typical courier guilds, the members here have high martial arts skills and a familial atmosphere. The guild's executives were from the Seong clan, making the couriers more like subordinates than contractors. Seong Pei's continual friendliness was probably because he considered us in the same boat. What I don't understand is why a prestigious clan with high-level martial arts would be involved in the courier business. They could easily accumulate wealth in more straightforward ways, so why this? And Seong Rin still weighed on my mind. Falling in love with her was a problem, but the real issue was that I didn't know who she was. You may think this is absurd, but it was a big problem. In all my decades of memory, I had never heard of names like Seong's clan head or Seong Rin shaking the martial world. Seong's clan head was questionable, but Seong Rin was undoubtedly strange. She was the top disciple under Mount Tai's Grand Old Master, one of the strongest figures in the martial arts world, and she was also an unparalleled genius compared to Jin So-chong. How could she not become famous in the future as a martial arts master? Considering the environment of the martial world, where even a woman can gain fame if her martial arts skills are extraordinary, it was incomprehensible. Let's find out what I'm curious about before leaving the agency. Lately, I had been considering leaving this courier agency. My mastery of the Thunder Dragon Breath technique had significantly increased, and my hands-on experience had thickened my martial arts skills. Even if I didn't know, I wouldn't lag behind a top-class expert. I also had some money saved up, so I thought it was about time to start searching for the Millennium Snow Ginseng in Huangshan. Who should I go to for the information I seek? After some contemplation, I headed towards Seong Rin. I was close enough with the Seong family to openly ask them, but mainly, I wanted to see her face again. Lady Seong Rin, do you have a moment? Come in. Seong Rin was quietly reading a book in her private room, a privilege for being the courier head. The sight of a beautiful woman reading a book while the white snow fell outside the window behind her was like a painting. She's beautiful. For a moment, I was mesmerized by the scene as if the painting had come to life before I snapped back to reality. I have something to ask Lady Seong Rin. What is it? Why is Seong clan in the escort business? Seong Rin closed her book and looked at me deeply, her eyes blinking like those of a doe. She gave a slight smile and spoke. Ahaha, have you been wondering about this for the past 3 years? Something like that? It's no secret. My family doesn't want to confront the Huangshan sect. Huangshan sect. My face scrunched. So that's it. Huangshan sect was a new martial arts sect that had recently joined the 9 sects One Nation, famous for their extraordinary swordsmanship. The reality was that the Seong clan's martial arts, while top-notch, were slightly inferior to the Huangshan sect, which boasted peak martial arts skills and top masters. If a physical or verbal clash occurred, the Seong clan would be at a disadvantage, which is why they had apparently withdrawn from combat and finance to make money in the escort business. I can understand avoiding territory disputes, but the Huangshan sect will eventually expand its influence even into the government. Can you afford to respond so passively? You'll ultimately have no choice but to submit or disappear. Seong Rin's eyes shone mysteriously. It seems you're quite certain this will happen. I inadvertently ended up talking about the future. As I said, decades from now, the Huangshan sect will assert its dominance over the Huangshan and Guanzhong regions, rapidly expanding its influence. Every minor faction and martial arts school within that area will submit to them. Unable to tolerate Huangshan sect's rise, Zhongnan sect and Huashan sect will join forces and clash with them on Dalan Mountain, leading to a grand battle known as the Five Peaks Blood War. In that battle, there was no clear victor. All 3 factions suffered great losses and fell into a dormant state. For a time, Guanzhong and the Five Peaks regions became power vacuums, which allowed various evil factions and rogue martial artists to run rampant. My own previous organization, Plum Blossom Courier Agency, was attacked by Blood Phosphorus Hand amidst this chaos. In the future, even the trading associations will likely be absorbed by Huangshan sect. That's why their names remain unknown. Even though Huangshan sect has grown to the point where it can fight a 2-to-1 battle against the large traditional factions like Zhongnan faction and Huashan faction, countering such an aggressive faction passively will only result in being devoured. If possible, we should form an alliance with neighboring factions to check Huangshan sect, in order to avoid such a future. Seong Rin sighed. Sigh. I understand what you're saying, little hero. My father and older brother are always worried about the same thing. But worry or not, there's nothing we can do if we don't have the power. It's true. The Seong family and the Seong clan are not fools who wouldn't know they should keep Huangshan sect in check. However, facing a faction that possesses peak martial artists and transcendent martial artists is just too unrealistic, so they've been enduring it. Do you have nothing else to say? Adat novel bin adat. Miss Seong Rin, it seems like you're a peak martial artist. Don't you have any plans to make your name known in the gangho? Being a courier head in a place like this seems a waste. A waste, is it? Seong Rin chuckled. Her laugh was tinged with a mixture of desolation and bitterness. I found it even that beautiful, perhaps because I'm already smitten with her. If I make my mark in the gangho, I could gain some fame and live happily as a female escort guard. But doing so would only burden my family. I can't just live however I want. But that's, little hero, everyone has their own way of living. I know her words are not truly sincere. Seong Rin is interested in martial arts and wants to be active in the martial world, which is why she became a disciple of Mount Tai's Grand Old Master. However, her family's situation is not good, so she's been suppressing her desires to assist her family. Moreover, she's already of a marriageable age and yet remains unmarried. The reason she's still single, teetering on the edge of marrying age, is likely because she's too busy with her duties. A second question of mine was answered. So that's why Seong Rin's name remained buried even decades later. She will soon reach the pinnacle of martial arts expertise, and may even become a transcendental master in the future. However, she has spent decades solely focusing on protecting her family and has not ventured out into the world. I thought she was unfortunate, but I also felt that it might not necessarily be so. Everyone has their own way of living. Even if the path she chose isn't the one for her, if she can live contentedly, isn't that all right? After concluding my thoughts, I gave a slight bow to Seong Rin. I plan to leave starting today. Thank you for everything so far. I thought you might. Seong Rin quietly stared out the window where the snow was gently falling as she spoke. Little hero, you have a dream. A dream aimed at a broad and expansive world. It's merely my greed I wish to fulfill. Dreams and greed aren't different. I envy you, little hero. Seong Rin smiled desolately. Farewell, little hero Baekwang. And so, on that day, I handed in my resignation to Seong Wan, the owner of the courier agency, and left the place. This time, I vowed to find the Millennium Snow Ginseng in Huangshan. This time, I was certain I would obtain the Millennium Snow Ginseng. My martial arts skills had significantly improved since the second time I died, and as a courier, I had saved up a good sum of money over the past 3 years. Most importantly, I had come to Shan with no complicated vendettas this time. There was no one in particular who could hinder me. Moreover, while working as a courier in Seong courier agency, I had managed to gather quite a bit of geographical information and maps about Shan. If I failed this time, the emotional blow would be enormous. I had been meticulously preparing for the last 3 years. The reason I was so obsessed with eating the Millennium Snow Ginseng was simple. Once I acquired it, I would no longer be circling below the top-rate martial artists but could potentially surpass them to become an apex master. Apex masters were not common in this world. I heard that there were less than 500 of them in the vast Central Plains, which is home to tens of millions. Their martial prowess could change the course of the world, and for them, acquiring wealth and fame was laughably easy. There were people who claimed to have seen apex masters everywhere, but in reality, they were mostly mistaking high-ranking martial artists for them. Genuine apex masters were rarer to find than century-old mountain ginsengs. How will my life change the moment I gain this power? The anticipation was more exhilarating than the wait itself. For the search for Millennium Snow Ginseng in Shan, I had meticulously prepared climbing gear and provisions. I also made sure to determine the direction of my search using the maps of the inner peaks of Shan. Shan had a total of 72 peaks, but I would only search 30 of them. This was because it was confirmed that the outer 24 peaks didn't have any Millennium Snow Ginseng, and the 12 peaks near the Shan sect had to be excluded. Since the sect's base was located at the 6th peak, that one had to be excluded as well. Of course, saying 30 peaks might sound trivial, but each one was a harsh mountain with heights exceeding 500 jang. 1 jang equals 3 meters. If it took at least a month to thoroughly search one mountain, then my journey would take at least 3 to 4 years. It could even take a decade or more. Heck, even if it takes 10 years, it's a cheap price to pay for obtaining the Millennium Snow Ginseng. I hardened my resolve. I swore in my heart not to give up, no matter what happened. The day after I arrived at the base of Shan, I began searching the first peak. I first left my belongings at an inn nearby, then started climbing Shan with my equipment. I needed to venture into the unexplored wilderness in addition to the human-made paths. Obviously, places untouched by humans far outnumbered those that were, and from the first day, my search took an enormous amount of time and effort. After the search ended on the first day, I returned to the inn quite exhausted. I intended to get some good sleep, but for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep. It was probably because I had roamed the mountain all day but had almost nothing to show for it. This isn't efficient. If I keep returning to the inn as my base, the range of my search will be limited. I needed to explore the inner peaks, not roam around the outskirts. It would be like walking at least 30 li, 1 li equals 500 m, a day, but going back and forth to the inn would be a waste of time. In that case, it would be better to build a shack or a thatched house in the mountains and live there. From the next day, I started building a hut at the entrance of Mount Shan. Since I've already built a thatched house once before, it was an easy task. First, I found wooden pillars to serve as the foundation of the house, cut them to an appropriate size, and laid them down. Then, I covered the roof with materials that could withstand rain and dew. Building a shack or thatched house alone was originally an incredibly arduous task. However, I had learned a lot while working as a construction laborer during my days as a courier, becoming friends with plasterers. Even if it's a house, as long as it satisfies the basic requirements, you can somehow build it with physical strength and stamina. It took about 2 weeks to complete the thatched house. It felt like I spent the entire day building the house. Even so, it wasn't a pleasant sight. It was just a structure to protect from rain and dew. The floor was simply covered with straw, and heating was, of course, impossible. I didn't even build a separate kitchen. But this is good enough. I've suffered a lot in my life, so I can take my time to improve from here. What's important now is finding the Millennium Snow Ginseng, so whether my dwelling is comfortable or not is a secondary issue. Once the house was prepared, I officially started my exploration. If I needed food, I would buy groceries from the village, or pay for food at an inn. If I wanted to wash, I washed in the nearby stream. If I didn't want to spend money, I hunted small wild animals in the vicinity. The innkeeper initially thought I was insane and considered reporting me to the authorities, but eventually accepted that I simply intended to live in the mountains from a young age. About 2 months after starting the exploration, I had roughly explored 4 of the 30 peaks of Mount Shan. Thoroughly scouring 4 mountains was a very difficult task, but I endured it through my internal energy. Strangely enough, despite only having about 1 hour a day to practice my internal energy, I felt it clinging more strongly to my bloodstream as I struggled through my mountain expeditions at Novel bin Adat. By that time, about half of the money I had saved up for 3 years had disappeared. If things continued this way, I'd be broke in a few months. So I pondered on what I should do next. After much consideration, I came to a conclusion. Let's work. I can't completely sever ties with the world. I'm not a born hunter, and there are limits to catching and eating wild animals in the wilderness. Apart from my martial arts, hunting animals is an extremely exhausting and painful process. I felt the need to earn money to buy groceries. Fortunately, the words of the innkeeper decided what I had to do. You live in the mountains, right? Then go chop some wood and take it to the lumberyard. They'll buy it from you? The innkeeper was right. The wood from Shan was of good quality and had many uses, so the village had its own lumber yard. People processed the wood on-site and supplied it where needed. After making a deal with the owner of the lumber yard, I received an axe and started chopping wood whenever I had the time. Of course, chopping the wood was easy, but transporting it to the lumber yard was another task. So, I cut down just 2 or 3 trees and considered it enough. The owner of the lumberyard was surprised, almost shocked, that I was bringing in such valuable wood. Whenever I needed money, I would chop wood for the lumberyard. The rest of the time I practiced my inner strength or scoured Shan. Gradually, I began to adapt to my life in the mountains. A year passed like this. I was on my 9th mountain peak, yet I had not seen any sign of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Progress-wise, I was about 30% done, just as I had expected, which actually set my mind at ease. The innkeeper sometimes spoke to me. "You seem like a former warrior. Why did you decide to live in Shan?" "I just dislike people." "Hey, I see." The innkeeper clicked his tongue, while I simply smiled. "It's not a lie that I dislike people. I want to avoid gaining unnecessary attention until I find the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Living quietly like this and striving until I find it is best." 3 more months passed. Heavy rain destroyed my straw house. I rebuilt it, this time much larger, expecting a protracted stay and also because it was freezing whenever heavy rain or wind struck. This time, I even built a fence to keep out as much wind as possible. Another 3 months passed. Cold damage devastated the village, ruining the year's crops. The tenant farmers were desperate, and even the landlords were in a bind, causing a gloomy atmosphere in the village. Life became harder for people, and I couldn't make money from selling wood to the lumberyard. With the lumberyard also affected by the farming situation, my livelihood was frowned upon. So for a month, I had no choice but to hunt snakes, wild boars, or deer for food. During this time, I crafted a bow and became proficient in using it. I had martial skills so I could hunt using a sword or spear, but I found a bow more convenient. Though rudimentary with stone tips, it was lethal enough for me to prefer using it. And then exactly 2 years after I entered Shan, I finally realized that I had explored 16 peaks. It was a bit slower than I had anticipated, but more than half were checked off. I bought some alcohol from the village and guzzled it down in my straw house. Damn it. It was the first time I had drunk alcohol in this life. I was so frustrated that I wanted to get seriously drunk. My rational mind was still intact as I complained. A place where white and black lotuses bloom together. Where on earth is that? I had yet to ask anyone about this soul clue. I didn't want to risk someone else getting interested and looking for it. But just having that single sentence as a guide was mentally taxing. Now fully grown and with a well-grown beard, I was feeling the limits of my patience, not knowing how many more years I had to search. The feeling of falling asleep while drunkenly babbling was truly depressing. I can't go on like this. I have to start asking people. If I search all 30 peaks and still find nothing, I won't be able to handle it mentally. Enough of this foolishness. Having explored this much, even if someone starts to take an interest and look into it, my pace of exploration is faster. Even if I garnered a bit of suspicion, I decided to ask around in the village and the surrounding areas. If it comes down to it, I even had the strong resolve to die. The first person I asked was the innkeeper. "Huh? Have I seen a black lotus?" The innkeeper tilted his head. After a moment's thought, he seemed to recall something. "I think some monk grows it." "Which monk?" "I'm not sure. I just vaguely remember hearing about it." Next, I questioned the owner of the lumberyard. In fact, he and the innkeeper were the 2 people I was closest to in the village near the base of Shan Mountain. A black lotus, grown by a monk. I think I've heard something like that too. The lumberyard owner pondered for a bit and then said, "That's probably about Baekwan Temple, or Temple of Pure Steadfastness, 1. People were saying the temple's head monk was growing it, so it created a bit of a buzz. People went to see it, but were disappointed to find it was just a lotus that was black in color. Nothing special about it." "I see. Baekwan Temple is on Baekwan Peak." Given that the temple was on Baekwan Peak, it was likely that the temple was named Baekwan because of the peak. I felt a bit foolish for not asking earlier when I was so easily given a clue. But then again, I've been living near Shan for 2 years. Asking such questions only casually now perhaps made me less suspicious. Had I been a recent arrival asking about such things, I might have attracted undue attention. Both the innkeeper and the lumberyard owner didn't seem to care about my question. There was nothing to suspect, after all. Having learned the location of Baekwan Temple, I headed towards Baekwan Peak, one of the 14 peaks I had yet to explore. It was over 40 li away, but I walked there with determination and finally reached the base of Baekwan Peak. Now all I had to do was explore Baekwan Peak. Should I meet the head monk of Baekwan Temple first? It might be good to see the black lotus he is rumored to be growing. With that thought, I climbed the stairs leading to Baekwan Temple and was soon able to meet the head monk. The head monk of Baekwan Temple didn't seem to be a martial artist, just an ordinary old monk. He looked so old that it wouldn't be strange if he were to pass away soon. His shoulders and hands were shaking as if afflicted by a chronic illness. Mister. You said, you want to see the black lotus." "Yes, I've heard it's quite a unique flower." The head monk faintly smiled. "It is, unique indeed. I brought it from Snow Garden." Snow Garden. About 10 years ago, I stumbled into a ravine while traveling. The snow was so deep, but I was unharmed. There was a pond in that snowy area, and lotuses were blooming in it. They were very small, Hee. So you brought it back. The head monk seemed delighted as he spoke. I did bring back some lotus seeds. Hee. Where is this snow garden? I don't really know. There was a lot of fog. A monk who was training at the temple led me out, saying, Mister, please come out now. The head monk is not feeling well. I understand. When I asked the monks about the black lotus, they led me to the back of the temple. Indeed, the black lotus was blooming just as I had heard. I observed the black lotus silently and then said, so, you only have black lotuses here. Usually, lotuses are white, but this one is peculiar indeed. However, the roots and leaves of this black lotus are good for the body, so we often eat it. I see. Haven't you guys tried to find that valley the head monk mentioned? We had no reason to look. Although the terrain is intriguing, Shan is a vast place. There's no need to explore every part of it. Judging by the expressions of the monks, their words seemed to be true. They were just monks secluded in the mountains, spending their days in ascetic practice. I felt a bit deflated, expecting the involvement of some martial world conspiracy. However, the less trouble, the better, so, I thought to myself. If I dig around Baekwan Peak, I'll surely find that snowfield. There must be a connection between the snowfield and the Millennium Snow Ginseng. My search began anew. With fervent determination and perseverance, I vowed to find the Millennium Ginseng within a year. I had endured a miserable life just for this. Moreover, considering how much hardship I had undergone while living in the mountains for several years, it was unbearable. I will find it. I will definitely consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng. I let out a cry of joy. Today marked 3 years and 2 months since I entered Shan. It had been over a year since I started investigating the base of the Baekwan Peak. I had come far from Baekwan Peak and was exploring the middle part of Changnan Peak, Long Southern Peak, too, when I found a strangely twisted cliff. I advanced by cutting through vines and branches. And now, before my eyes lay a snowy field. The strange terrain formed behind the valley was full of yin energy, accumulating all year round. Because of that, the air above was sharply cold, eternally in winter weather. The accumulated snow never melted. I could also see the pond the head monk mentioned. Just as I heard, it was a place where white and black lotuses were blooming together. Not yet. Just a bit more. Gritting my teeth, I braved the cold of the snowfield, pushing through the snow. Centering around the pond, I shoveled the snow around. During that, I found a cave where the snow strangely didn't accumulate. The cave was large enough for 2 or 3 people, so I calmly walked in. Deeper into the cave, another snowy field spread out. And right in the middle, where sunlight seemed to reflect, there was something large. As big as a human forearm, its shape resembled ginseng. Moreover, the surface had patterns flowing that resembled the white willow I had heard of. I screamed as if wailing. And then I knelt and shed tears. I've done it. 3 years and 2 months. To be exact, a whopping 6 years after my regression. I had finally found the Millennium Snow Ginseng that had been my goal. A moment later, as my excitement waned, taking the Millennium Snow Ginseng presented itself as another problem. I was well aware that one must not consume such elixirs carelessly. If one could gulp it down like common food, the struggle for the Millennium Snow Ginseng wouldn't have taken so long. The Millennium Snow Ginseng is not a common elixir. No, in the past 100 years, the only elixir that could even compare is perhaps the Grand Elixir Pill from Shaolin Temple. An elixir implies that it contains the essence of nature in its extreme form, akin to a massive clump of gathered qi. Should I consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng without sufficient preparation, I'd undoubtedly suffer from an overbearing surge of solar blood, leading to unbearable heat in my lower abdomen and hips, eventually causing my entire circulatory system to burst and result in death. The contained, refined qi in the snow ginseng would be too much to handle. What the Millennium Snow Ginseng holds is extreme yin qi. To consume a clump of yin qi that has been concentrated for decades, even centuries, I too must possess a profound level of extreme yin energy. But such energy can only be found in the North Sea, and fundamentally, my Thunder Dragon Breath technique is yang-oriented. Should I adapt by absorbing it through similar yin energy? Or should I defend my vitality using intense yang energy while assimilating the yin energy? The only option available to me is the latter. Needless to say, whether my cultivation is at a level that can survive consuming the Millennium Snow Ginseng is still questionable. While my inner strength might be first-rate, it pales in comparison to the formidable experts who participated in the struggle for the Snow Ginseng. To survive after consuming it, meticulous preparation and focus are essential. Let me recall. How did the struggle for the Millennium Snow Ginseng unfold? There must be some clues somewhere. The struggle began when the Danmak clan leader, Danmak Seo, went on an external excursion. During his journey, he befriended Oriong, a rising star in the righteous faction, and they began to tour Shan together. By chance, they stumbled upon the Millennium Snow Ginseng, leading to a dispute and a verbal altercation on the spot. As a result, Danmak Seo managed to shake off Oriong and abscond with the ginseng, prompting Oriong to give chase. Soon after, experts from the local Shan sect intervened. The situation escalated further when masters from both the Zongnan sect and the Huashan sect came running from afar to snatch the prized ginseng. Even the experts from the unorthodox factions and the demonic paths were buzzing like flies, attempting to capture Danmak Seo. Danmak Seo was fortunate enough to escape with his life but at the cost of losing an arm. He later offered the Millennium Snow Ginseng to the leader of the Righteous Alliance as a tribute, saving his life in the process. In the end, everyone was left in a state of complete exhaustion. Wait a moment, something feels off. He escaped from here. Realizing the incongruity in my memory, I looked around. The snowy field where I stood was not an extension of the valley. Behind the waterfall of the valley, a cave extends through several chambers, leading abruptly to a precipice, a hidden scenic spot. Although there are small trails between the valleys, escaping through them especially when dealing with masters like Orion from the Righteous faction is akin to plucking stars from the sky. It's a terrain that makes it exceedingly easy for the pursuers to stab you in the back, with no chance of breaking through even if blocked by just one person. I had a hunch that there was some kind of secret between Dan Maxio and Orion. Additionally, I suspected that the battle of looting that day would be an ugly mud fight, unlike what I'd expect from the normally dignified factions. Anyway, I now had to make a choice. Should I try to consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng right here and now, or should I take it and leave to think things over? Take the Millennium Snow Ginseng and leave? Ridiculous? Just eat it here. I decided without hesitation to eat it right then and there. When you obtain something valuable, you shouldn't give anyone the chance to steal it or lose it. Since coming here was already a gamble of life and death, I had no choice but to rely on my physical and mental strength and take another risk. A drop of sweat trickled down my forehead. I swallowed hard and pulled out the Millennium Snow Ginseng, holding it in one hand. True to its reputation as a divine elixir, simply holding it made a chill seep into my hand. Moreover, as a refreshing scent flowed into my nostrils, I felt a pleasant sensation as if my insides were being cleansed. Ah, no, let's just recover some stamina first. I shook my head. As I was about to eat it, a wave of fear washed over me, and I realized how physically drained I was. The more stamina you have, the better your chances of survival, so now was the time to rest my fatigued body and mind. I took out some jerky and a pouch of bean liquor from my belongings and had a quick meal. Although I had a flask of alcohol tied to my waist, I intentionally didn't drink any. I'm not crazy enough to drink alcohol before taking an elixir. I'm still a bit hungry, though. I smacked my lips discontentedly and then noticed some lotus flowers in the pond. Lotus flowers, leaves, and roots are all ideal for eating. I thought they would make good nourishing food if cooked properly. Didn't the monks at Baekwan Temple also eat those black lotus flowers? I couldn't imagine they'd have any negative health effects. With that in mind, I headed over to the pond and started picking lotus flowers. I cut both a black and a white lotus flower, and separately harvested their leaves and roots. After making a simple fire, I boiled some pond water in a container and began cooking. When it had boiled enough, I spread the boiling water on the snow and cut away the rotten parts. Both the black and white lotus flowers tasted quite good. After comparing the flavors, I found both satisfying. I'm full. Content. I leaned back against the cave wall and lay down. I'll rest for a bit and then try the Millennium Snow Ginseng. Just then, I felt something strange. Lying still, I felt a hot energy rising from my elixir field. It was an intense, furnace-like heat that seemed as if it would melt my insides. Fearing my heart would burn up, I quickly sat up. Gasp, gasp, cough. This is insane. What's going on? Frantically, I operated the Thunder Dragon Breath technique and sat in the lotus position, concentrating. As I channeled my chi through my body's great circulation, the excessive yang chi that had shot up to my head temporarily subsided, easing the agonizing pain throughout my body at novel bin at. Gurgle, gurgle. Cough, cough. The next moment, I vomited blood. Although I had come the rampant chi, an enormous amount of yang chi still surged through my body, running amok like a rampant horse. In the midst of unbearable pain and confusion, I tried to understand what was happening. And a fleeting thought crossed my mind. Elixirs coexist, they live together, could it be? I was dumbstruck. White lotus and black lotus? Although overlooked by all, these two were miraculous elixirs. Due to the inherent tendency of yin and yang energy to coexist, near the Millennium Snow Ginseng, which held extreme yin energy, lotus flowers carrying extreme yang energy also grew. But the monks who consumed the black lotus seemed just fine. Is it because I consumed both the white and black lotuses? Indeed, what I had done was something difficult for anyone to fathom. Those who'd come to explore this place in the future wouldn't think to consume both. Consuming just one wouldn't activate the dormant yang energy, but eating both would unleash yang energy rivaling that of the Millennium Snow Ginseng. Pajijik. Thud thud thud. I felt the veins throughout my body bulging. Although I tried to suppress it with the Thunder Dragon Breath technique, it was unmanageable. At this rate, my heart would burst first, followed by my internal vessels, like inflated balloons. I sensed that there was not even half a moment to spare. If it's come to this, I have no choice. I tightly closed my eyes and picked up the Millennium Snow Ginseng that was in one hand. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and began to chew, chew, chew. I felt the cool energy glide down my esophagus. Moments later, when I thought that the remnants of the Millennium Snow Ginseng had reached my stomach. Asterisk crash, asterisk. Arg. The extreme yin and yang energies collided as if exploding. I felt agonizing pain, more severe than being stabbed by a knife, and blood spurted from both nostrils. The pain was as if needles were being stabbed into my flesh and turned one by one. Arg. I screamed as I crawled on the ground. Attempting to calm my energy in a seated position was out of the question. Simultaneously, I felt a momentary relief and sweat trickling down my back. The energies of the Millennium Snow Ginseng and the black and white lotuses were mixing within me. While it felt as if my organs would burst due to the collision, the energy of the elixirs was patching it up. Despite the pain that felt like ants were eating me alive, I was amazed. It would have been suicidal if I had just tried to consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng. If I had done so, the exact opposite situation would have unfolded. Extreme yin energy would shoot up, and suppressing it with the Thunder Dragon Breath technique would be absolutely impossible. The idea of freezing to death after eating the ginseng gave me chills. And so, I realized I had miraculously found the correct way to consume these elixirs. Eat the extremely yin Millennium Snow Ginseng and extremely yang black and white lotuses together. There was no other way to survive after consuming the Millennium Ginseng. I felt the pain gradually subside. To be precise, as the yin and yang energies mingled, their volume expanded, and I was slowly channeling that energy into my danshan. Ugh, cough, Desperately regaining my composure, I assumed a seated posture. Then, clenching my teeth, I tried the strongest qi circulating technique I could muster. Finally, when the yang energy descended to my life gate point, Mingmen point, I could enter a state of serene mindfulness. With my body relaxed, I pressed the tip of my tongue against the upper front teeth. Breathing through the nose, I inhaled slowly, conserving air until my danshan was inflated. Following the nuances of the wheel-arm separating clouds technique, I exhaled slowly, turning my palms outward and assuming the horse stance. Horse stance. After repeating this about 3 times, qi finally filled my danshan and settled down. The moment the qi settled in my danshan, it synergized with the Millennium Snow Ginseng and black and white lotus energy that had already been gathered there, making my whole body tremble. However, there was no pain, only a steady emanation of sweat and a mysterious qi gathering in my eyes. The danshan was vibrating as if on the verge of exploding, pulsating throughout the blood vessels in my surroundings. Tong? The force followed the conception vessel, Renmei, meridian, eventually encountering a vital passageway, Guanmen. Although the force gently pushed against the gate, it did not open. I felt a faint pain near my temples, but couldn't determine if it was an actual sensation or merely my anticipation of pain. I gathered all the circulating energy into the danshan before releasing it all at once. Wurururong. Moments later, I opened my eyes, feeling as if a clear, divine light had penetrated my whole body. Spots of blood or vomit around me, or 2 fingernails that had been torn off from scraping the ground in pain, or sweat tinted with a pale yellow hue covering my body, or blood tears that had dried in my eyes, none of it mattered anymore. Smoke like mist started to rise from my entire body. Slowly gathering my internal energy, I stood up. I had successfully channeled the qi into my danshan, and the power of the elixir had spread to every limb. Ultimately, I had managed to break through the vital passageway of life and death mysterious gate. With this, my internal energy had unmistakably reached the pinnacle of mastery. Even compared to the elders of the great sects, my internal strength was formidable. From now on, any basic techniques or internal martial arts I deploy will exhibit at least 10 times more power than before. I've succeeded. I obtained this miraculous opportunity through sheer effort. My current mood is beyond words. After acquiring the power of the 1000-year-old ginseng, I felt as if I could fly. In the world of martial artists, internal energy serves as the foundation for exhibiting superhuman capabilities. Just having ample internal energy usually meant possessing an entirely different level of skill. Of course, combat techniques and weapon skills were important too, but if supported by solid internal energy, anything seemed achievable. I wonder how much my lightness skill has improved. I glanced up at the cliffside cave located a significant height above me. Normally, it would be sensible to exit through a side path from here. However, I wanted to test how much my lightness skill had advanced. Additionally, I felt rather hungry, probably due to the energy expenditure, amplifying my desire to return home quickly. Originally, I could leap precisely 5 feet into the air using my lightness skill. This was already remarkable, as it was about the height of an average person. But for some reason, I felt as if I could accomplish even more now. I stood before the cliff, put force into my feet, and leapt. Whoosh, whoa, yip. I was suddenly catapulted up to this level and was flying high, which caught me completely off guard. While shocked, I managed to swiftly touch the cave wall to grab onto it, thanks to my reflexes. Astoundingly, my lightness skill had improved more than 2-fold. At this rate, there would be hardly any cliffs or fences that I couldn't leap over. As I walked into the cave, I tried to calm my astonished heart. This internal energy is even more incredible than I've heard. To my understanding, the Millennium Snow Ginseng was an extraordinary elixir that granted tremendous internal energy upon consumption. However, the extent to which it had elevated my abilities was beyond my wildest expectations. Now, it seemed like simply executing my palm strike would yield world-shattering force. Swoosh, so fast. As I ran through the mountain valley as if flying, I realized that my senses had entered an entirely new dimension. Sprinting through treacherous rocks and narrow pathways didn't feel tiring or difficult at all. It was as if time had slowed down, allowing me to leisurely observe my surroundings. It felt like a third eye had been affixed to the back of my head, roughly sensing whatever was happening behind me. Even when my foot unexpectedly landed on a slippery rock, I didn't slip. The force I had imbued in my feet seemed to negate any slippery sensations. It felt as though the world had become my playground, granting me the freedom to soar like a bird. How long would it have taken to acquire this level of internal energy through normal martial arts training? 50 years? 100 years? What's certain is that I had obtained this 1,000-year-old ginseng as a reward for my own efforts. All that remained was to use this power as I saw fit. I had a premonition that even if I were to die now, I wouldn't find it troubling in the least. I reached my thatched cottage before sunset, thanks to my speed, which was at least 5 times faster than usual. The cottage, which I had been repairing whenever time permitted during the last 3 years, was now as sturdy as an ordinary home. I opened the wooden door and flopped down onto a straw bed. Ouch! The pain where my fingernail had been torn off was agonizing. Touching the wound to the straw could have easily led to an infection, so I wrapped it cautiously with cloth. It was convenient that I had prepared all the essentials beforehand. As the pain subsided, I contemplated my next steps. I had yearned desperately for power, but now that I had it, there was too much to do. I couldn't get a grasp on it all. I want to take revenge on the village chief, but the first thing that came to mind was avenging myself on the village chief who had me assassinated. Though I had decided to exact a blood-soaked revenge, for some reason, I didn't want to prioritize it. Wiping out the village chief would be satisfying, but what would happen next? In the past, moments before I was killed facing the Black Knight faction of the 8 demonic paths, I had thought, the world is a scary place. Indeed, the world is a terrifying place. In my second life, I had merely intimidated one village chief, and yet that was enough to have assassins, who I couldn't even compare to, sent after me. If I were to wipe out the village chief and his family now, it would certainly feel liberating. But it would also lead to an investigation from the authorities, the Plum Blossom organization with whom the chief had dealings, or from the Assassin Guild. If my identity is revealed, the news of a new bloodthirsty person would spread throughout the martial world, and I would be forced into endless fights. The world is not lived in isolation. There are rules and order. If those are violated, a corresponding punishment is given. The stronger one is, the easier it is to ignore those boundaries, but one must always be mindful of the influence of others. I didn't want to eliminate the village chief and his family and then spend my life running away. To put it precisely, I did not want to weigh the lives of the chief and his family against mine. If I were to take revenge, I wanted it to be after making my life as unshakable as possible. To do so, it's not enough to simply wield my power recklessly. I had to ensure that even if I took such actions, the world's checks and balances would be minimal, because I had that much power, status, or even wealth. Heh, I chuckled. I should have thought about these things long before consuming the Millennium Snow Ginseng. Yet, I was laboring under extreme physical and mental stress, searching through 30 mountain peaks, pondering the uncertainties of the future would only drain me further. Let's not overthink it. What's the most important task I should focus on right now? Revenge fell down my list of priorities. So what's the next most important thing for me? After a long contemplation, I came to a conclusion. It's to interpret the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. This came first. Although running after wealth and fame was good, the ability of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries to send me back in time was too mysterious. To put it bluntly, even if there are no more instances of time travel after the 2 I've experienced so far, I have nothing to say. This is because aside from the title, I don't know anything about its contents. The ability to go back in time, if used wisely, could make one the ruler of the world. Even if I couldn't know everything about the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, I should at least figure out what this time-traveling ability is. For that, I have to find the wisest sage in the world. Where could the wisest person be? After deep contemplation, I finally decided on my destination. Luoyang, the most populous city in the world and the capital where the emperor of the continent resides. I didn't fully understand the complexities, but I figured that the place where wealth and power are concentrated would also have the smartest people. Come to think of it, I still have to repay my debt to Mr. Seong from the linen store. He was the one who kindly fed me and gave me new clothes when I first came to Huangshan. Although I haven't seen him while searching for the 1,000-year ginseng because he's in a neighboring village, I was clearly aware that I had to repay his kindness. I had also considered giving him the money I earned from delivering wood to the lumberyard. However, I quickly shook my head. The favor I felt back then was not that simple. I wanted to repay him with something greater. Whether it's gratitude or enmity, I wanted to give back more than just feelings. That was my sentiment. Firstly, before giving anything back, I decided to ask. Since I needed a new set of clothes anyway, I wrapped up my life at my own shabby house and left Huangshan. Then, I looked for Mr. Seong of the linen store. Mr. Seong was still doing business in the same place even after a long time. I approached him with a grin. Hello, it's been a while. Who are you again? Thanks to the meal you gave me back then, I was able to find my way to the Seong courier agency. That boy from back then. He seemed to remember me clearly. That fact made me even happier, and I talked with Mr. Seong about various things. Oh, I see, you've been living as a courier since then. Yes. But why do you look so ragged again? I've been wandering in the mountains. At this, Mr. Seong clicked his tongue. I'm sorry, but things haven't been going well for me either, so I can't afford to give you clothes for free. No, it's not about clothes. I haven't repaid your favor yet. I cautiously asked, what's the reason for your financial difficulty? Nothing special. Clothes always sell well, but the tributes are increasingly high. Ugh. He took out a tobacco pipe and puffed heavily on it. It seemed like his heart was heavy. considering that professionals like Mr. Song are inevitably required to pay tributes to someone, but this seemed excessive. Who are you paying tribute to? What do you think this place is? Huangshan. Mr. Song tapped his tobacco pipe on the ground. Then it's the Huangshan sect. Although it felt like a joke, at that moment, I realized just how powerful the Huangshan sect was. There were more than 10 martial arts sects around Huangshan that I knew of, but the fact that they obviously paid tribute to Huangshan sect indicated the sect's influence. How much tribute are you paying that you're financially strained? Don't even ask about it. I barely make 2 silver coins a month by selling clothes and tailoring. But those Huangshan sect scoundrels always demand 1 silver coin. I've never seen such greedy robbers. At novel bin at. It was severe enough to be called daylight robbery. Even if it's a prestigious martial arts sect, if they label themselves as orthodox, it's customary to limit the tribute to a reasonable amount. Otherwise, it would inevitably tarnish the sect's reputation and even invite interference from the government. For unorthodox or demonic sects, they would resort to violent threats to ensure that the government could not intervene. So, I found it puzzling and asked, is it just you who has to pay so much? No, not at all. Everyone in this village, and even nearby villages, has to pay this much. And what happens if someone can't pay? They can't survive in this village. The Huangshan sect pressures the landlords to drive away the tenant farmers, or makes it impossible to run their businesses. There's nothing we can do. Hearing this, I cautiously suggested, can't you report their abuses to the local authorities? If it was possible, we would have done it long ago. Didn't you know the influence of the Huangshan clan even extends to the leaders of the local government and as far down as the city lord? Mr. Song let out a deep sigh, seemingly frustrated. Reporting them might halt their activities for a moment, but the one who reports will surely face retaliation from the Huangshan sect, who would willingly bell the cat. I see. The Huangshan sect, though orthodox, is a martial arts sect that advocates a path of thuggery. Harming a commoner would be far too easy for them. They could simply disguise themselves and beat people up with martial arts. Given that there are no martial arts sects around here that would dare to resist the Huangshan sect, no one could question them. I realized that the Huangshan sect's misconduct was worse than I thought and sighed silently. Even for an orthodox sect, this is too much. Even the disciples from the Zhang sect, which is relatively notorious for its misconduct, wouldn't go this far. What on earth are they up to? At the same time, a signal echoed in my mind, telling me that the time to repay my debt of gratitude had come sooner than expected. Helping Mr. Song with a few pieces of silver would be less meaningful than reducing the Huangshan sect's interference. Of course, it would be foolish to confront the Huangshan sect directly. Even if I had acquired the inner strength of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, I'm not ready to face a true martial arts master. I felt the need to use my brains to solve this problem. That could work. A good idea came to me, and I smiled. Then, I told Mr. Song, well, just wait and see. I think there will be good news in about 3 days. After purchasing casual clothes from the Song family's fabric store, I stepped outside. In my mind was a plan to curb the excessive aggression of the Huangshan sect. It was less a special tactic than action based on experience. First, I headed downtown to separately buy nocturnal attire. Alright, time to make my move. First, I decided to test my internal energy by heading towards a dilapidated building. If my internal energy wasn't up to the task, there was no point. Fortunately, there were plenty of abandoned places in the city. I chose one, inhaled the smell of rotting food waste, and slowly raised my hand. Kududuk. Wow, it worked. My fingers had completely embedded themselves into the stone wall. 3 fingers had pierced the stone as if skewering tofu. A normal person wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. All I did was channel my true qi, Zhen qi, through my meridians to harden my fingers. Just that turned my hand into a formidable weapon. TL/N, Zhen qi is the culmination of Zong qi, gathering qi, and Yuan qi, primordial qi. It is the final stage of qi transformation. Can also be known as refined qi. Then a thought crossed my mind. Perhaps the internal energy I acquired is far superior to that of the 1,000-year ginseng. Because the energies of black and white lotus combined with the ginseng, forming a balance, there was a possibility that the energy surpassed what one could get from the ginseng alone. Slowly, I started writing characters on the stone wall. Despite my fingers being buried 3 inches deep into the stone, I could write effortlessly. Sadly, I was barely literate enough to read everyday characters or basic documents. I wouldn't be able to retort if an average scholar called me uneducated. Even so, I could manage simple sentences, so I began writing with confidence. The Huangshan sect is bullying the common folk. The statement was straightforward, without any metaphor or allegory. It felt embarrassingly simple, but seeing it written out gave me satisfaction. After practicing, I decided to erase the evidence by using a palm technique. The martial art I learned from Azure Dragon Martial Hall peaks at Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique, with Silent Thunder Sword technique and Silent Thunder steps as my specialties. However, my instructor Jin So-chong also imparted to me a recommended palm technique. It's called Thunder Cloud Palm. According to Jin So-chong, this was the martial art that elevated his master, Threefold Expert Li Guang, the owner of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, to legendary status. While Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique was undoubtedly the most powerful, Threefold Expert Li Guang had mastered spear, sword, and fist, becoming an apex master. Originally, my mastery in Thunder Cloud Palm was at a mere 30%. Given that my specialties were in other forms, I hadn't devoted much time to this palm technique, nor did I have the talent for it. I could barely manage basic moves and some adaptations. SSSSSSS. Following the form of Thunder Cloud Palm, I channeled my true chi into the palm of my hand. A bluish light burst forth, and lightning crackled around my arm. I was genuinely surprised. Nothing like this had happened when I tried before. Is it because of the 1,000-year ginseng? Crash. Thud thud thud. Moments later, I struck the stone wall with Thunder Cloud Palm and was dumbfounded to see a hole large enough for a child to pass through. My original palm technique could at most inflict internal injuries or effective blows on people, but this was a different level of power altogether. Using this on a person would utterly shatter their upper body bones. I watched as stone dust scattered and quickly snapped back to reality. Snapping out of my daze, I thought, I need to leave quickly. If I stayed, the noise would attract people. I hastily disappeared into the darkness of the alleyways. It was fortunate that there were no witnesses, otherwise, I would have found myself in a tangle with the local guards. In any case, my plan is clearly feasible. I'll start tomorrow at dawn. That night, I went to bed early and slept deeply. Having been scouring mountains and rivers for the 1,000-year ginseng, I took the opportunity to recover and refresh. I even splurged on a hot bath, paying the innkeeper a generous amount for hot water. Money was running low, but in my eyes, it was a worthwhile luxury. I dreamt of my late mother. She was smiling in the dream, which lifted my spirits. Before the sun could rise the next day, I put on my nocturnal attire and secretly moved downtown. I cautiously began to approach the luxurious residences and buildings that I had surveyed during the day. I had just one task to complete. It was just engraving characters into the stone walls of buildings with a finger. The Huangshan sect is bullying the common folk. Thud thud thud. The scent of crushed stone and mineral filled the air as it rose from my fingertips. No matter how strong my internal energy had become, I couldn't avoid a tingling sensation in my fingers. When I'd written in roughly 20 places, the pain in my finger was enough that I had to take a brief rest. However, my goal today was to engrave these characters on at least 50 stone walls. I would write once every 10 steps between buildings. The area I was moving around in usually had a high foot traffic and regular patrols. If I put up writings in 50 places, people would have to notice it. It's the guards. I saw a group of 3 guards patrolling and quickly hid myself in an alley. Thankfully, they seemed to be a dawn patrol and not highly skilled in martial arts, so they didn't notice my presence. I want to write about 10 more times. What should I do? I could ambush the guards and use pressure points to knock them out, buying myself more time. No, that's enough. Let's call it quits here. But today, I decided to call it quits and hid in the darkness. It's better to leave my trail to a minimum than to leave too much of a trace. What? What is this? Wang Ayala? Go report this to the commander immediately. Yes. Shortly afterward, I heard the guards discover the writing on the stone walls and create a commotion. And as daylight broke, I was lying on a guest house bed, pretending to know nothing. The landlord had no reason to question me since I had rented the room for 3 days. I then sat back and calmly practiced my internal energy training. Whoosh. I'd only circulated my internal energy a couple of times, but I felt it roaring through me like an erupting volcano. A chilling rush of chi circulated through my blood vessels, puncturing even the finest veins. Each time I practiced, my internal energy felt like it was accumulating more and more. Ever since the life and death mysterious gate was opened, all my fine veins have been penetrated. This was indeed incredible. To become stronger, piercing through the fine veins was essential, but it was an incredibly difficult process. The potential internal energy has to be significant, otherwise, it would take normal martial artists a lifetime to pierce just the major meridians. Once the fine veins are penetrated, the speed of chi transmission increases and the body's defense significantly strengthens when hardened with internal energy. To exceed this state, one must transform their internal energy into an overflowing fountain of power, just like me right now. I never imagined that I would achieve such a state. If I keep training, my martial arts will surely reach the peak. After finishing my morning training, I stepped outside the room, only to have the innkeeper making a fuss. Oh dear, something big has happened, sir. Please don't go out today. What's going on? Some madman has created a scene in the streets, and now the commanders and the guards are running around like crazy. You might end up in jail for no reason. Please keep your door locked. I'll bring your meals. A scene. I acted as if I didn't know, even though I was the one who did it. Then the innkeeper cautiously said, after making sure no one was around. Someone wrote criticizing the Huangshan sect, and it was written on the stone walls. Oh, wouldn't that be the work of a martial arts expert? That was a close call. But since I acted as if nothing was wrong, the innkeeper didn't suspect me at all. Such martial arts experts aren't common, you know. But deep down, people like them? Why do they like them? Because it's the truth. Stuttering awkwardly, the innkeeper spoke. Anyway, please come inside. Understood. As promised, the innkeeper personally prepared a meal by hand and personally delivered it to my room. Inside the room, I ate boiled eggs, steamed rice, and chicken dishes, pondering to myself. The innkeeper has no intention of reporting me for a reward. Seems like he doesn't want to get involved in troublesome affairs. Though it might seem unreasonable, considering the size of the inn, it was a plausible way of thinking. Perhaps the innkeeper suspects I'm the criminal. Regardless of whether I am or not, he doesn't want to get involved because there's no guarantee of getting a reward. Moreover, if the soldiers sweep in for an investigation, it will inevitably harm his business. In a way, this shows that local authorities are not very trusted here. They don't show consideration for commoners or merchants, hence their lack of credibility. I felt lucky in my own way. If the innkeeper wanted the reward and was suspicious, I'd be in a bothersome situation by now. My intuition seemed right as the innkeeper and soldiers had some discussion outside before the soldiers left. Probably, the innkeeper loosely dismissed them by saying he hadn't seen anyone suspicious. I didn't feel the need to move anymore. Instead, I sat quietly in the inn and pondered my next steps. This will definitely work. The Huangshan sect has no choice but to retreat. The method of throwing anonymous tips onto the lower street's stone walls. This was not my original idea. It comes from the most memorable event in my decades-long memory, called the Jamchang disturbance. Years ago, inner disciples of the ancient Jamchang sect were collecting excessive tribute from local residents. They went so far as to rape women from the brothels and kill civilians, yet their actions were covered up. Then one day, anonymous flyers were posted throughout the villages in the Jamchang sect's area. The flyers declared, the Jamchang sect is an evil faction that robs people of their property. The news reached the ears of the emperor's younger brother, Duke of Yunnan, who was furious and called for an investigation. Despite the sect's denial, their atrocities were revealed, and the sect was immediately disbanded. The leader of the Jamchang sect took his own life, and the elders, unable to bear the humiliation, fled overnight. Even though this incident happened at the southernmost tip of the central continent, it remained the talk of the town for years. This incident also redefined the relationship between the government and the martial arts world. Although there had been an unspoken rule of non-interference, it revealed that the government could suppress the martial world anytime. Of course, my method is quite different from the Jamchang disturbance. The Jamchang incident involved multiple villages, whereas I only targeted the busiest street in Huangshan. Also, I didn't write and post flyers, I simply etched my message into a stone wall. Nevertheless, the fact that it caught the attention of the officials and was exposed to the commoners and the crowd has its own meaning. The corrupt officials who took bribes from the Huangshan sect will have to speak up. Maybe the Huangshan sect should tone it down. And this single phrase will be something even Yang Yung-il, the leader of the Huangshan sect who goes by the title Dragon-Slaying Divine Sword, can't ignore. It was the third day since I had confirmed that my plan had been set into motion. Wow, they've arrived. Suddenly, the sound of murmuring filled the street. When I stepped outside, I saw martial artists dressed in yellow robes walking in groups. From their clothes and emblems, I quickly recognized that these were the martial artists of the Huangshan sect. Leading the procession of Huangshan sect martial artists were exceptional experts, who were evidently elders or leading figures of the sect. Ever since I had absorbed the energy of the Millennium Snow Ginseng, my ability to sense qi had greatly enhanced. I could not gauge the latent power emanating from the four leading experts, their qi was beyond my capability to measure. In other words, all four were peak masters who are capable of manifesting their qi, and such individuals could only be the elders or leading figures sustaining the Huangshan sect. I still can't face those guys in a head-on battle. Adat novel bin adat. Each one had skills capable of ruling the world. Even if 4 individuals from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall stood there, it would make no difference. I still needed time. Time to grow into a martial arts master with the power of the Millennium Snow Ginseng. Watching the procession from the second floor of the inn, I closed the window. The next day, rumors circulated. The leading figure of the Huangshan sect acknowledges past wrongdoings and contributes silver ingots for the endless prosperity of the region. Moreover, the Huangshan sect agrees to cooperate extensively with the local authority for maintaining public order. Accompanying this news were absurd praises, stating that the local authority found this regrettable and that the Huangshan sect's leading figure was magnanimous. Naturally, it was all nonsense. To summarize, the leading figure of the Huangshan sect, feeling pressured, had come to consult with the local authority, and as a result of the discussion, decided to contribute silver ingots. Furthermore, they cleverly facilitated the Huangshan sect's expansion under the pretext of maintaining public order. Though they would assist in maintaining public order, this would make the commoners feel the sect's influence more strongly. Does the Huangshan sect have some sort of brilliant strategist? Or perhaps their own headmaster possessed an extraordinarily brilliant mind? Looking at the big picture, the Huangshan sect did not incur any significant losses. They were merely returning extorted money to the commoners and had utilized this as an opportunity to further their influence. Additionally, they likely bribed the local authority, thereby solidifying their partnership. It was ridiculous, but that's how the world works. I had to accept it. At least, due to my actions, the Huangshan sect would be cautious about demanding tribute from commoners for the time being. That alone seemed enough to make life bearable for the common folk, and I felt that I had done my part. However, as I left the inn that day and headed for Luoyang, I took a fleeting glance back. Those Huangshan sect guys seem like they're all good for nothings. You guys are marked by me. The day my life gets back on track by deciphering Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, the Huangshan sect will meet an unprecedented huge loss. The road to Luoyang was anything but smooth. Whoosh. It had been about 10 days since I left Huangshan. Due to the torrential downpour, I was stuck in a remote mountain village, unable to make any progress. I've encountered storms like this before, but the problem this time was that the downpour caused the bridges to break and flooded the fords. With my lightness skill, I might be able to jump over the vast muddy water. But even if I could cross dozens of stretches of muddy water, there were too many terrains that had become like islands within the land. I had to consider the risk of starving to death while getting soaked. Whoosh! Rumble! Lightning struck. I murmured as I stared at the pouring rain from inside a building. Even with acquired fate, one is powerless against nature. Even if my internal energy was considerably higher than it is now, there is no solution in situations like this. The inability to cope with even a small portion of nature's force shows the limitations of human strength. Having lived decades swept by the grandeur of nature, I could only feel awe. At the moment, my provisions were almost exhausted. Therefore, while staying in this village, I was helping with chores and labor in exchange for food and lodging. Naturally, with my current martial arts skills at the level of a world-class expert, the villagers had no qualms about paying for my services. Despite the heavy rain, I was moving large logs, repairing the village's outer wall, and hauling piles of stones. I was doing the work of 20 men all by myself. The villagers seemed to be grateful, considering the number of houses that would have collapsed if not for me. How about my daughter, with whom you just had a meal? She's not bad, right? Haha. Even the village chief one was subtly trying to set me up with his daughter. The daughter seemed like an ordinary country girl, neither particularly beautiful nor ugly. True to the stereotype of a rural girl, she was quite busty, but that didn't matter much to me. I gave the chief a wry smile and brushed off the idea. I'll be leaving soon. Plus, she deserves better than an ugly guy like me. What's important for a man isn't appearance. What's the point of looking like a playboy? I have matters to attend to. Swoosh. As the village chief stroked his white beard, he poured me a cup of rice wine. I took a sip, and he spoke. By the way, you said you're going to Luoyang. What for? I'm looking for someone well versed in all kinds of knowledge and languages. If it's Luoyang, there would be such people. Deep in thought, the chief suddenly spoke up. If you're looking for a wise person, I know one. Who might that be? About 40 li to the west from here lives a Taoist sage known as Mang Riang. He's the most spiritually powerful person around here. Maybe he can answer your questions. It's a name I've never heard before. A Taoist. Taoists existed at the pinnacle of folk religion. While there are many martial Taoists in sects that pursue enlightenment through orthodox practices, most Taoists in the outside world are ritual Taoists. They offer prognostications of fortune and misfortune, and sometimes even perform medical treatments through mysterious spells and rituals. A wandering monk like Mang Riang would probably be one of those ritual Taoists. I don't necessarily disbelieve in spells or folk religion, but I think they often serve to deceive people. From my days as a mercenary until now, I've always found ritual Taoists uncomfortable. However, I soon changed my mind. The heavenly tome of dark mysteries that I always carry close to my heart, as if it were dearer to me than my life, is surely the epitome of such mysterious arts, isn't it? One cannot exclude the opportunity to meet such magicians while searching for wise men in the world. Is this wandering monk Mang Riang perhaps a martial artist? No, I've met him a few times, but I've never heard anything like that. He's a rather mysterious person, and even the higher UPS around here go to visit him. His residence is in Jinrang Valley. Just find your way there. It's not a hidden place, so you can ask around and arrive there shortly. At that moment, my next destination became Jinrang Valley. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the road to Jinrang Valley did not diverge significantly from the road to the West Luoyang, so there was no need to hesitate. Let's go. I set off for Jinrang Valley as soon as the rain stopped. Thanks to a simple map given to me by the village chief, there was no fear of losing my way. The roads were somewhat annoyingly twisted, and many bridges had been destroyed due to the recent downpour. Upon arriving in Jinrang Valley, a small village was situated at the entrance of the valley-like ridge. Mang Riang's home must be nearby. Asking a passerby in the village about Mang Riang's home, he pointed to the top of a distant mountain. The wandering monk lives at the top of the mountain. There are stairs, so you'll arrive within an hour if you go up slowly. Are there many people like me who seek out this wandering monk? At this, the young man from the village grinned. Haha, well, Hermit Master Mang Riang is the pride of our village. Half excited and half skeptical, I headed towards Hermit Master Mang Riang's residence. Whatever the case, the villagers trusted him, and I would like to hear the secrets of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries from him. Once I understand what the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries is, I'll be able to live a more enjoyable life. Whoosh. Having climbed the stairs for a while and reached the mountaintop, a cottage that seemed to be Mang Riang's residence appeared. Clearly, someone was in there. I could see several pairs of shoes. But as I got closer, my expression changed peculiarly. Strange noises were audible. Thump, thump, The floor seemed to shake, and from inside, the melodious cries of a woman echoed. What I could see through the window was obviously a man and a woman engaged in an intimate act. They seemed to be passionately changing positions as they went along. From the intensity of the man's thrusts and the woman's high level of response, it certainly wasn't forced. It was very likely consensual. Is this really Hermit Master Mang Riang's house? Thanks to my enhanced inner power, my hearing has become extremely good. I can clearly hear everything, from the splashing liquid sounds to the passionate moans, to the man's rhythmic thrusts. Damn it. They're doing this in broad daylight. I'm no eunuch, it's only natural that my lower half would react. However, I quelled it immediately through sheer will and sighed. Ha! As I let out a sigh audibly, the man and woman inside hastily separated, as if startled. The woman seemed to be quickly getting dressed, while the man seemed to be tidying up the bedding. It felt like it would be very amusing if I opened the door now, but I held back a laugh and waited, arms crossed. After a while, the woman fled through the back door, and the man finished his cleanup. Only then did the door open. Emerging from within was a Taoist master with a stern expression. Haha, what brings you here? A musky scent of seminal and love fluids wafted from the room. Couldn't you at least have wiped things down a bit before coming out? Ah, forget it. Although I strongly wanted to make a fuss, there was no point in doing so to a complete stranger. Besides, this person might be able to answer some pressing questions I have, so I decided to let it slide for now. I am Baek Wong, just passing through. Are you, by any chance, Master Meng Riang? The Taoist master, appearing to be in his early to mid-30s with somewhat gaunt features and prominent cheekbones, flushed slightly, and nodded. He seemed much younger than I had expected. I am Master Meng Riang. Good, I've found the right person. Haha, let's sit on that wooden bench over there and talk. Master Meng Riang quickly diverted my attention to a wooden bench set up under a beautiful tree. There was even a board for playing baduk, go chess, signaling that this was a place specifically set up for leisure. I sat down on the wooden bench and observed Master Meng Riang intently. I can't feel any strong energy from him. He doesn't seem like a martial artist. I couldn't let my guard down. I had heard that there were reclusive masters in the world who could conceal their energy. Moreover, if Master Meng Riang were an expert in sorcery, letting my guard down could result in a huge mistake. Interestingly, despite calling himself a Taoist master, he didn't have a whisk, which is a symbol of Taoist masters. Instead, he had a rope belt tied around his waist. Master Meng Riang fetched some water from a nearby well and offered it to me. You must be tired from climbing the stairs. Have a drink. I'm good. Is that so? As Master Meng Riang awkwardly drank the water himself, I broached the subject. Do you, Master Meng Riang, happen to be proficient in the languages of the world? Languages. Master Meng Riang seemed to ponder briefly, then smiled brightly and spoke confidently. Yes, you've come to the right place. I know not only the Central Plain language but also the dialects of the Northern Sea, languages of the ethnic minorities to the south of the Yangtze River, and even the Celestial language. What do you wish to ask? I couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or lying. Given his earlier actions, there was a high chance that Master Meng Riang was a fraud, but I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and cautiously showed him the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. What's this? Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. Swish. Huh. As I turned the first page of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, Master Meng Riang took a sharp breath. His eyes clouded over, then suddenly cleared, as if he'd taken some medicine, and he became engrossed in the book. After half a meal's time had passed without a word, Master Meng Riang suddenly raised his head. Where did you get this? Before I answer that, I have a question. I eyed Master Meng Riang suspiciously as I spoke. Do you recognize that arcane language? Or do you know about it? Give me a moment to gather my thoughts. Go ahead. Master Meng Riang sat with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Then he spoke. No, it won't do. You go first, then I'll tell you. Do you think that's fair? Master Meng Riang vigorously shook his head. I can't help it. I will hear your story first. He didn't seem willing to budge. Normally, given my nature, I'd feel ridiculous at this point and either threaten him with force or brush him off. At first glance, the wandering monk appeared to be a white-faced scholar with no or weak martial skills. However, something about his demeanor reassured me. Typical frauds wouldn't say such things. They would either dodge the question, get defensive, or demand money for an answer. That's been my experience with deceptive Taoist monks in the past. However, the man standing before me, the wandering monk, seemed less interested in scamming me and more in laying the groundwork for some sort of deal. That was the strong impression I got, reinforced by my intuition from having interacted with humans for a long time. I hardened my resolve and opened my mouth. I obtained it from a certain cave. I've been carrying it around ever since. Is that all? I've answered. It's your turn. After a long pause, the wandering monk sighed and spoke. Sigh. I've seen that character only once in my life. Where? The wandering monk hesitated before asking. Before that, what exactly do you do? I'm putting my life on the line here. I'd like to know who you are. As I've said before, my name is Baek Wong. That can't be. You're undoubtedly a martial arts expert. And not just any expert, you seem to possess profound internal energy. It's unlikely someone like you is a nobody. I tilted my head. Was the wandering monk skilled in martial arts, but hiding it? How did he know I was an expert? What makes you say I'm an expert? You climbed the stairs, didn't you? Everyone climbs stairs. The wandering monk chuckled weakly. No, I had set up a web of clouds formation, which causes the stairs to branch into multiple paths. You either broke through the formation or your internal energy was too deep to be affected by it. You're the owner of tremendous internal energy. Formation? Realizing the wandering monk spoke with such certainty, it dawned on me that he was a formation master. Probably, he usually sets up formations on the path leading to his home to deter any casual visitors. And today, he was busy cavorting with a woman, and I happened to barge in and catch him in the act. The wandering monk continued to ramble. It's not a boast, but my web of clouds formation is unparalleled in the Murim. If you passed through it so effortlessly, you must at least be an elder of the 9 great schools or a pinnacle expert. Or perhaps even beyond that. I want to know who you are. And what will you do once you know? The wandering monk frowned. I have to talk while risking my life here, and you can't even give me that. Judging from his constant mentions of risking his life, it seemed like he was risking his life to talk to me. Indeed, he must have felt like walking on a tightrope, being defenseless after his web of clouds formation was broken. Although he appeared calm, I noticed sweat beads forming on his forehead. Deeming him not a fraud, I decided to speak. Once again, I am Baek Wung. I have gained my skills in martial arts and am currently traveling. I have nothing to do with the 9 great schools. The reason I sought you out today is solely to uncover the secrets of this heavenly tome of dark mysteries. Can you swear it on the heavens and the earth? Absolutely. It was only then that Hermit Master Mang Riang seemed a bit relieved. He looked around before speaking. The first time I encountered the strange characters of this heavenly tome of dark mysteries was in Imperial Inner Chamber. What is this Imperial Inner Chamber? It's a library that only the Emperor and Astronomical Bureau officials can access. As I stared at Hermit Master Mang Riang with wide eyes, he sighed and said, I am a former official from the Astronomical Bureau. Now, having left the royal court, I live as a wandering monk. An astronomer? It was a position responsible for divining the prosperity and hardships of a year, praying for the royal family's prosperity, and even overseeing national Taoist rituals. I didn't know the details, but they seemed to be specially treated among royal positions, and it was not a job you could get through exams. The reason I knew about astronomers was that Jiam Man-jae had once complained that he would be living easy if he were an Astronomical Bureau official. Could you also leave a hereditary position? My abilities were lacking. My older brother was far more outstanding, so I was driven out of the capital and ended up living as a monk. You're lucky you're alive. There have been various incidents. The Hermit Master Mang Riang spoke with a bitter smile. Anyway, I do remember seeing these characters in the Imperial Inner Chamber. If memory serves, the name of the book was Nameless Ritual Sacrifice Rites. That book, like this heavenly tome of dark mysteries, was also written in an incomprehensibly strange language. Even though you studied to be an Astronomical Bureau official, you couldn't interpret it. Adat novel bin adat. Impossible. I was so surprised by Hermit Master Mang Riang's subsequent words that I was practically flabbergasted. Nameless Ritual Sacrifice Rites and Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. These 2 books are not written by humans. What did you say? Not written by humans. What does that even mean? Who else besides humans could write such a strange and eerie book? Believe it or not, I am also an Imperial Examination graduate, Jinsa, and came in 3rd in the exam, a Tameiwei, or Tanhua, too. Really, truly. Jinsa and Tameiwei. The significance of these titles was anything but simple. The term Jinsa refers to the final passers of the Imperial Examination, a test that challenges millions of scholars throughout the Central Plains every year. Those who pass the joint examination become Jinsa, earning the privilege to take the Imperial Examination, Jinshi, a few months later in the capital, a test that only determines rankings in front of the Emperor. In the Imperial Examination, Jinshi, the top scorer is called Jangguan 3, the second place scorer is Bangan 4, and the third place scorer is Tameiwei 5. They are especially favored. Although traditionally the Emperor chooses their rankings, after the Jinshi ends, these top 3 scorers receive a cup of wine poured by the Emperor himself at a banquet. This is a treatment not even an Imperial Duke Prince 6 or close relative of the Emperor would receive. It signifies the nation's respect for those coming from a Jinsa background. Naturally, those who receive the cup of wine have an unforgettable point of pride and it becomes a glory that extends through several generations of their family. From among the top ranks of Yule, first ranks and dozens of others in the upper ranks of 2 rank, the top ranks are summoned to Imperial Academy, while the rest of 2 rank are placed into the 6 ministries, and most of 3 rank typically start their careers in provincial administrative positions. In other words, the scholar in front of me, Hermit Master Mang Riang, is one of the most exceptional geniuses among all the scholars in Central Plains. Hermit Master Mang Riang said, I was driven out of the capital because I must protect the secrets of the Astronomical Bureau, as its official. However, I am confident that there are very few among all the scholars of this continent who are more talented than I am. I have studied 16 languages, including languages from the west and northern regions, and I can speak 10 of them fluently. Even I could not find a clue anywhere for the characters of these 2 books, which are perfect extraterrestrial languages. I had doubts about Monk Mang Riang's words. Granted, if the reason was as he said, it would be understandable why Monk Mang Riang, originally from the Royal Observatory, couldn't decipher the mysterious script. However, the issue was that I couldn't fully trust his capabilities. For all I know, he might be making up plausible stories on the spot. Noticing the skepticism flickering across my face, Monk Mang Riang furrowed his brows. I think I know what you're pondering right now. What I'm saying is true. I'd like to believe so. Do you have anything to lose by believing me? So far, you haven't had any clues to decipher the script. Monk Mang Riang had a point. He didn't claim that he could decipher the script, he merely provided reasons for why he couldn't. Doubting him now wouldn't give me any benefits. So, I decided to ask what I had been curious about. So, why are you telling me all this life or death information? We've only just met today and know very little about each other. Heck, you don't even know what I'm planning to do with the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. Well, because I consider our meeting itself to be a fortunate occurrence. Fortunate occurrence? Me? Slightly bewildered, I listened as Monk Mangriang brightened his eyes and spoke. I may be scraping by reading fortunes for fools now, but once, I was a proud scholar at the continent's finest observatory. And here I am, encountering the mysterious script that even I couldn't identify back then. Breaking the royal secret-keeping duty is worth it, considering a scholar's insatiable thirst for knowledge. A scholar, you say? I thought you identify as a Taoist priest. Ha ha ha. You don't seem to know what Qi Mendunjia is. TL/N, the term, Qi Mendunjia, is a traditional Chinese system of divination and strategic decision-making. It was originally used for military strategy but has also been applied to other areas such as business, politics, and personal life. More info on this can be found in /what-is-common/ A chart of Qi Mendunjia. Monk Mangriang chuckled bitterly, then elaborated. Qi Mendunjia is not a superstition. You can think of it as a formula where a fixed pattern yields predictable results. It belongs in the domain of mathematics and physics as well. The divination circle I've laid out on this mountain is the same. I don't possess any divine power, it's simply arranged according to set principles. Ah, I see. I felt like I had heard something valuable. Qi Mendunjia wasn't about mystic powers cultivated through training, but something that anyone could achieve if they applied their intellect. Intrigued, I decided to inquire further. So, what about the shamanic arts or exorcisms? Do they require divine powers? Those require a certain ability, but it's not divine power, it's the energy of the upper danshan. Upper danshan. Haha, it looks like I should explain further to our honored guest. Excited, Monk Mangriang continued. The inner strength you've cultivated is stored in your lower danshan. The energy flows through your meridians and limbs, elevating your physique to superhuman levels. As your lower danshan's capabilities increase, you can access the middle danshan. This doesn't reside in a specific part of the body like a regular danshan. Then where is this middle danshan located? It's said to be in the heart, but that's not the case. When the capabilities of the lower danshan reach an extremely high level, they go through a unification process, channeling all the energy into the heart. In essence, you could say the pinnacle of a martial artist lies in the middle danshan. Taken aback, I asked, so, does that mean the upper danshan is located in the brain? Exactly. Monk Mangriang took another sip of water, seemingly parched from his extensive explanation. He cleared his throat before resuming. Don't be mistaken. Although the middle danshan evolved from the lower danshan, the upper danshan has no relation to them. It is an innate capability hidden within the human brain, developed to intervene in another dimension. It is a skill that cannot be used unless you are born with it, and those who are born with it have been active based on that ability. Is that so? Adat novel bin adat. If it is such an innate ability, I don't see the need to differentiate it from supernatural power. No. Although I don't know the details, the sorcerers of the heretical sects insist that we must clearly distinguish between the upper danshan and supernatural powers. There must be a clear meaning to those who use the abilities of the upper danshan. I see. I have gained a lot of knowledge at this point. The distinctions of danshan into upper, middle, and lower, and the understanding of Qi Mendunjia techniques. This knowledge is something you can't easily get even if you paid a fortune. Monk Mangriang offered me water, saying, "Would you like some water?" No. In any case, the conversation went off topic, but I have one request. Thud. Monk Mangriang slammed his palm onto a wooden board that looked like a table. A visible sense of desire emerged in his eyes. Whoever you are, I don't care. Just allow me to interpret this heavenly tome of dark mysteries. So, that was the reason he's been talking so much. I crossed my arms and pondered. I vaguely understood his purpose, but it felt fresh to hear it directly. I looked at his face and said, Monk Mangriang, what would you have done if I tried to torture or harm you? That's why I told you everything before it came to that, didn't I? Some people would rather beat you up first, then talk. From what I saw, you are not that kind of person. If you were, I would have already been dead when my protective formation was broken. I talked because you seemed like a reasonable person. Monk Mangriang was eloquent and smooth in his speech. It was almost certain that he was a man of vast knowledge. I realized I was at a crossroads of a major decision. Should I give him the heavenly tome of dark mysteries to interpret as he wishes? Or should I confirm that he can't interpret it and leave? But, you said you couldn't interpret the bizarre language when you searched the Imperial Inner Chamber. It seems you lack the ability to interpret the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. Ah, well, about that. Monk Mangriang hesitated, clearly pricked by my point. Indeed, there was no basis to believe that he could interpret the cryptic language he had encountered while working in the Royal Observatory. After a moment's pause, he said, perhaps I might be able to interpret it. How? If I have the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, it might be possible. Any language has its own rules, and if you have enough samples, you can roughly figure out the meaning. I couldn't understand it with just the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, but if I can compare it to the heavenly tome of dark mysteries containing the same bizarre language, I might be able to interpret it. Really? I shook my head and got to the point. So, if I bring you the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, you can interpret it. That's true, but... Monk Mangriang seemed to realize how absurd his own proposal sounded. The Imperial Inner Chamber is right next to the Emperor's residence, Great Dragon Hall 1. It is located in the deepest part of the Inner Palace. Do you think you can bring the nameless ritual sacrifice rites from there? It's possible. Heh. Without hesitation, I responded, and it seemed Monk Manriang was taken aback. After all, I had just claimed I would infiltrate the most heavily guarded place in the world, the Imperial Palace, to steal a book. It was a madman's proposition. However, using the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, I had the ability to reverse time even if I died. I believed that if I thought it through and planned well, I could even secure the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. Wait a moment. Monk Manriang seemed to ponder for a bit before entering his house. When he came out, he held several scrolls and 3 books. He extended a scroll towards me. Take this. What is this? It's a map of the inner palace. The Imperial Palace consists of a total of 99 palaces. Including additional attached buildings, it technically has 173 palaces. You'll never make it to the Imperial Inner Chamber without this map. I stared at Monk Manriang incredulously. Did you take this map of the Imperial Palace when you left it? I made it myself. Either way, what is this? Possessing this item itself could be called a treasonous act. If the map of the Imperial Palace were leaked to the outside, it would seriously jeopardize the Emperor and the Imperial family. Monk Manriang seemed completely unfazed by this. What's the difference? Let's continue the explanation. This guy really marches to the beat of his own drum. After all, he left the Imperial Palace and has been living as a fake monk. These are 3 books you must read. The Grand Book of Mystical Taiji contains basic formations and tactics. The True Origin of the Art of Change will help you understand Grand Book of Mystical Taiji more easily. Lastly, read Thunder Essence Scripture aloud at least half an hour daily. It will invigorate your brain. Why do I need to read books on tactics? You really don't know, do you? Monk Manriang clicked his tongue. The outer palaces of the imperial residence are ordinary buildings, but the 36 palaces of the inner palace are constructed with 6-dimensional defense array, a kind of magical formation. When invaders appear, the Royal Observatory or the Royal Guards can activate these formations, giving the internal guards an overwhelming advantage. To evade this, you must understand these magical formations and tactics. Are these formations really that formidable? Monk Manriang responded, somewhat drained. Even if you, who broke through my web of clouds formation like water, you can't underestimate the Imperial Palace's formations or you will be hunted down. They are the creations of the greatest experts of Qi formations. Even with your current level of Qi, you could become prey. You'll understand what I'm saying when you experience it yourself. With that, Monk Manriang thrust the 3 books into my arms like a gift. When you have a reasonable grasp of Grand Book of Mystical Taiji and the true origin of the Art of Change, I'll explain how to break through the Imperial Palace's defenses. Come find me then. I frowned. Isn't this a bit too complicated? Infiltrating the Imperial Inner Chamber means you could also infiltrate the Great Dragon Hall next door. Don't you think it's naturally difficult to get as far to a place where you could seize the Emperor's seal? What if I fail and get caught? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm already considered dead in this world, so I'm confident I can save myself. It wasn't until I looked at the 3 books and the scroll map in my arms that I fully realized the absurd difficulty of this task. Had I known it would be this difficult, I would have mentally prepared myself more before coming here. However, I decided to completely revise my plans. In that case, it would be better if you just pass down the Qi formation knowledge to me directly. This time, Monk Manriang made a puzzled face, going but this is very basic stuff. Anyone who has mastered the 3 core scriptures can read it. TL/N, 3 core scriptures are the 3 books Manriang mentioned earlier. I don't know anything like the 3 core scriptures. I'm not completely ignorant, but all I know are martial arts techniques. Monk Manriang had an expression as if he'd been hit by a blow. He seemed to have assumed that I would be fairly knowledgeable. Realizing that he would have to teach a complete novice not only the basics but also all sorts of academic knowledge, he started to grimace, scratching his chin. But I'm not really good at teaching either. Do you think anyone is good at learning? We have to cooperate to achieve each other's goals. Do you know any Hanja, Chinese characters? To some extent. A moment later, he tested my knowledge level and was disheartened. Damn it, it would take you at least 3 years to properly read 3 core scriptures. What does it matter? I responded curtly. Then let's start from tomorrow. I cancelled my plan to go to Luoyang. Another plan came up, so now I just have to learn Qi formation knowledge while studying literature. What's 3 years anyway? I have nothing but time, so I will consistently strive toward my goal. I decided to live in Monk Manriang's house for 3 years. Fortunately, there was a separate house about 20 paces away from Manriang's thatched cottage. Apparently, he made a good amount of money from fortune-telling, and he had built this separate house for his lover. From what he said, it seemed he had 1 lover in Jinrang Valley and a few more in other provinces. This guy is quite indulgent in pleasures of the flesh. Could it be that he left the Imperial Palace to freely cavort with women? Of course, it was unnecessary to offend my benefactor by saying something like that out loud, so I kept quiet. We agreed that I would live in the separate house and occasionally help Manriang with his work to earn my keep. From now on, just call me Manriang instead of Monk Manriang. It will be less cumbersome. All right. Shall I call you Baekwang? Sure. After settling on how to address each other, our studies began the next day. At first, I didn't know what I would study. But then, suddenly, Manriang handed me an incredibly thick book. The title read 10,000 Character Classic 1. Taken aback by the sudden appearance and thickness of the book, I looked at Mang Riang, who explained, Baek Wung, the foundation of all studies is Hanja. Starting today, memorize this scripture until it becomes second nature. 10,000 Character Classic. I had seen this book before. Unlike 1,000 Character Classic, which is taught to children who are just starting their studies, 10,000 Character Classic is for students who are serious about taking the civil service exams. It's a reference book you study to master the subtleties of vocabulary. I remembered we had this back at home, but it had only gathered dust after flipping through the first few pages. Mang Riang, why are we skipping 1,000 Character Classic? Once you do 10,000 Character Classic, you'll naturally memorize 1,000 Character Classic. No point in wasting time, let's start with the hard stuff. Even so, 10,000 characters is a bit too much. I trailed off negatively, to which Mang Riang responded. What are you talking about? It's not actually 10,000 characters. Oh, so it's actually fewer. In reality, it contains 30,000 characters. For a moment, I almost blurted out a curse. It was as thick as 3 of my forearms combined, and now I knew why. The prospect of memorizing 30,000 characters was incredibly daunting, especially when I knew less than 500 practical Hanja characters. There's no choice. Both Grand Book of Mystical Taiji and The True Origin of the Art of Change contain many archaic characters and forgotten vocabulary. Unless you're like me, well versed in all kinds of classical texts, you'd have to interpret it like a foreign language. This isn't optional, it's mandatory. Ugh, you can just translate it for me. Of course, I'll help you, but given the volume, I can't translate everything for you. It seemed Mang Riang wasn't joking. Resignedly, I sighed. So how many do I need to memorize a day? You need to make progress on at least 100 characters per day. Aside from time spent eating and sleeping, dedicate your day to studying. F***ck. I couldn't help but curse. For someone like me who had hardly ever studied academic subjects, the idea of spending hours focusing on these dizzying characters felt like torture. Let's use a cheat method called Brain Purification Sutra to help us. Adat novel bin adat. Brain Purification Sutra? I heard that it boosts your brain's vitality. Does it work? It activates your neural waves. It will greatly assist in regaining your focus. And so, my daily routine was set. Apart from eating and sleeping, I spent most of my time memorizing 10,000 Character Classic. 1 hour a day was reserved for internal energy training. During breaks, I would recite Brain Purification Sutra to recover mental fatigue and improve focus. In theory, it was a perfect study method. Mang Riang said that if I studied like this, even if I were completely ignorant, he was confident that I could pass the junior civil service exams. I can't do this. On the third day of studying 10,000 Character Classic, I felt I was at the limits of my patience. I lay down, staring at the empty ceiling of the separate house. The volume and pace of the study were no joke, and sitting at a desk all day was driving me insane. When I was training in martial arts, physical exhaustion helped me forget other troubles, but building stamina for studying was a different kind of hardship altogether. Now I finally understand how Jia Manjay felt. Studying this hard to memorize all the characters in 10,000 Character Classic, yet still finding it difficult to pass the civil service exams. It seemed like the lives of commoners were weaker than those of martial artists, but in reality, it was proof that they were fighting with themselves more fiercely than anyone else. However, when I thought of Jia Manjay, my motivation was revived. If I keep feeling down like this and don't study, what's the difference between me and that scum Jia Manjay? I can't go on living if I become the same as that trash, who has a rotten character, exploits his parents, and is only interested in pleasure-seeking. For decades, I shuddered through the struggles of a wandering courier. Times of tirelessly gathering millennium snow ginseng through repetitive deaths passed like a revolving lantern. All of this was the desperate struggle to lead my life proactively. I can't give up now. I will go even further. A scream from within prompted me to study again. Clenching my teeth, I began to read the Hanja characters out loud in the quiet annex. Whether it's 10,000 or 30,000 characters, it doesn't matter. If I keep memorizing them, they'll eventually all be memorized. Thinking that, I felt a bit relieved. Half a year had passed since I started studying. I really only ate, slept, and studied, making a strenuous effort to memorize 100 characters a day. Thanks to my abundant inner energy, I never lacked physical strength, but sometimes my concentration was insufficient. Whenever that happened, I chanted the Brain Purification Sutra, and my focus was quickly restored. When I asked Mang Riang, out of curiosity, what this Brain Purification Sutra was that had such a healing effect, his answer was concise. It's a Buddhist sutra that has been adapted into Taoist style. So it was originally a chant. Most religious chants are like that. Meaningless mumbling affects the mind. Saying that, Mang Riang reviewed my homework and said, as of today, you've reached the level of studying at a village school. Let's get more familiar with the characters you've memorized. How do you suggest I do that? Let's read the 4 books and 3 classics. What? How could I read something like that? The 4 books and 3 classics are texts you can only read after substantial study. But Mang Riang chuckled and said, do you, by any chance, know how many characters there are now in Hanja? How could I? I don't either. I shot him a skeptical look, thinking he was playing with words. But Mang Riang calmly responded, Hanja is the only script in the world that is an open set. Meaning, anyone can create a new character right now. Other languages' scripts don't add new characters unless a new phoneme is added to the language. But since Hanja characters each carry a specific meaning, when a new concept arises, a new character must be created. I don't understand what he's saying. I should just listen quietly. So nobody knows how many Hanja characters there are. Saying it's 10,000 characters and then actually having over 30,000 is because of this reason. You collect all sorts of rare and obsolete characters, and there's nothing you can do. Feeling mentally assaulted by Mang Riang's knowledge dump, I replied sarcastically. I see. But what does that have to do with me reading the 4 books and 3 classics? The 4 books and 3 classics are canonical texts not influenced by such generated characters. In other words, regardless of how times change, you can study these classics with just the basic characters. You've studied enough that you shouldn't have any difficulty reading them. And reading the 4 books and 3 classics will help you use the characters you've memorized more effortlessly. Is that really true? I had no choice but to doubt Mang Riang's words for now. The reason is that the 4 books and 5 classics refer to 7 or 9 core scriptures of Confucianism, and among the numerous scholars, there were hardly any who had read all of these texts. It's said that the deeper one delves into these books, the more difficult they become, and that if you thoroughly read and understand just the 4 books and 5 classics, you could pass the minor subject exams. I never thought I could read such books, having spent my whole life involved only in physical combat. But Mang Riang's words were true. I managed to read the entire Analects, one of the books in the 4 books and 5 classics, in just 3 days. I couldn't believe it and sat there in a daze for a long time. I had read the book all by myself, without Mang Riang's help, despite being someone who had only been involved in physical combat all my life. When I told Mang Riang about my achievement, he chuckled. You should be able to read the rest of the 4 books and 5 classics within a month with my help, he said. His words were also true. With Mang Riang's explanations and help, I managed to read all of it in just 3 weeks. I was even surprised that I could read these core scholarly texts so easily. It might sound arrogant, but it felt like there was no book I couldn't read. How is this possible? Don't scholars usually take years to read all of the 4 books and 5 classics? I asked. Their study efficiency is just too low, Mang Riang said, almost scoffing at the scholars. You have looked at least 10,000 Hanja characters in the past 6 months, and even if you've only memorized half, that's still 5,000 characters. While they are grappling with the scriptures and quoting Confucius and Mencius, you have already completed your basic study. Of course, part of the reason is that they try to force their own interpretations of humaneness, righteous, propriety, and wisdom. Indeed. I felt I had found the right person. His over-the-top self-introduction was not a bluff. He was a genius who had ranked 3rd in the imperial examinations, where all the literary talents in the world had gathered to compete. Also, your memorization skills seem excessively good, he added. From what I've seen recently, you memorize about 4 out of every 10 characters you encounter right on the spot. Your memorization ability is significantly better than that of an average person. I didn't think my memorization skills were that good, I said. Mang Riang tilted his head and pondered. Maybe the recitation effect of Brain Purification Sutra resonated with your internal energy? I can't think of any other reason. That could be the case. Definitely, while I was reciting the brain cleansing chant, my head felt clear, and I felt as if my internal energy was boiling up. I even felt a slight pulling sensation on my skin. I thought it was just my imagination, but thinking about it now, it seems like it resonated with my Millennium Ginseng's internal energy. That my mind had improved made me feel a little happy. After completing my study of the 4 books and 5 classics, I was able to invest most of my time in acquiring the 10,000 character classic. A year had passed when I had completed 80% of it, and another 6 months when I finished it all. Only then could I begin the Grand Book of Mystical Taiji and the True Origin of the Art of Change. I sighed deeply when I saw the first chapter of these books. This is difficult. Back in the days when I couldn't tell black ink from white paper, I had no idea what it was about. But reading these books on divination and cosmology after mastering the 10,000 character classic and the 4 books and 5 classics, I realized that they were incredibly complex. The interpretation of meanings was difficult, and there were many unfamiliar and complex Hanja characters. It was hard to believe this was a book meant for reading. I glared at Mang Riang. Mang Riang, you tossed me such difficult books to self-study. Mang Riang looked away, slightly embarrassed, and said, I thought you were an outstanding talent of the Orthodox school or some secret weapon. Someone proficient in both the literary and martial arts. Well. Anyway, if we start now, we should be able to finish most of the studies within a year. Mang Riang was not wrong. As a result, within a year I was able to complete the Grand Book of Mystical Taiji and the True Origin of the Art of Change and began my foundational studies in numerical methods and Qi Men Dun Jia. However, the journey to get there was truly arduous. Eventually, I was so engrossed in my studies that I didn't even have time to train my internal energy. The process of rote memorization and studying was especially harsh for arithmetic and mathematical theory. Because these subjects were quite challenging, I had no choice but to cram them into my head under Mang Riang's stern supervision. I became so absorbed in my studies that I forgot why I was even studying in the first place. Just when I was mindlessly memorizing more material, I suddenly had an awakening. Gosh, what am I doing? It's been almost 3 years since I started studying under Mang Riang. It felt like if this continued, I would spend a lifetime just studying. Thinking that I've learned enough, I went to Manriang and said, I think it's time to acquire the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. To which Manriang responded, good. I will pass on the Imperial Palace's map to you. And 3 days later, I left Jinrang Valley. Although time felt like it had flown by, a sense of emptiness remained. Not only had my martial arts skills hardly improved, but the ordeal of endless studying was also wearing on me. I shook my head. It's just one hurdle crossed. I decided not to dwell on it too much. In my hand, I held the scroll of Imperial Palace maps given to me by Manriang, and in my bag was the interpretation of the Imperial Palace's formation that Manriang had personally written. Having thoroughly memorized the strategy over the past 3 days, I felt confident that I would definitely succeed. The goal is to obtain the nameless ritual sacrifice rites from the Imperial Inner Chamber of the Imperial Palace. Luoyang was as big a city as I'd heard. Even when approaching from a mile outside the city gates, the grandeur of the city was visible from the hill. The city walls were incredibly high, seemingly stretching on for dozens of miles. Since my life as a courier never required me to travel to Luoyang, this was my first time visiting. Indeed, it's the largest city under heaven, the fortress of the emperor. I was constantly filled with awe as I passed the guard posts. Unlike other cities, where one security check is enough, Luoyang had an unusual setup. First, there was a check at the outer wall, then another 100 paces away, and I heard that yet another check was required to enter the inner city. This gave me an idea of the immense scale of the place. A guard inspected my belongings and said, "What's this? Are you a diviner?" I'd already concealed the scroll in a hidden compartment of my luggage. The only incriminating item I carried was a scroll with a map of the royal palace, so it shouldn't be suspicious. I grinned and replied, "I'm still in training." You should go to Vermilion String 1 Street. You'll find many people like you there. At Novel bin at. The guard clucked his tongue and strangely offered me this advice. Vermilion String Street must be a gathering place for diviners and fortune tellers. In a large city like Luoyang, it seemed that people in the same profession would form a street to attract more customers. This was a sight I had never seen in other cities, which fascinated me. As I entered the streets of Luoyang, I was a bit stunned. It's so big. Both the streets and the shops were dazzling and far more grand than anything I'd ever seen. The buildings I was accustomed to seeing were usually 3 stories high, but here there were many that were 5 or even 6 stories. The streets were so wide that it was shocking to see 4 carriages could pass through them simultaneously. What was more astonishing was that despite such vast streets, they were packed with people. Whoa, move aside. Clip-clop, clip-clop. A carriage whizzed by. It seemed to belong to a high official, and the crowd seemed accustomed to making way for such vehicles. Deeper into the city, the sounds of people chattering and hawking their wares filled the air. Various foods were also being sold. There were many unfamiliar yet fascinating foods displayed on stands, and several restaurants seemed professionally run. Especially noteworthy were the liquor stores, some of which were as 8 stories tall. I had to crane my neck to see the top. The sounds of frying dumplings or fish and their delicious smells filled the air. Normally, a city would have a few guest houses, making selection easy. But Luoyang was different. Entire streets were filled with guest houses and liquor stores. There seemed to be dozens on a single street alone. Given the size of Luoyang, there must be so many that it would be difficult to keep track. Incredible. I've heard people from courier agencies say that living in Luoyang was the best if one could afford it. I'd always thought that all places are more or less the same for living, but now I understand why they'd say such a thing. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, I entered one of the guest houses. It was still early evening, so my plan was to have dinner and then find a room for the night. Welcome. The grandeur of the city was reflected in the scale of the liquor store. As soon as I entered the first floor, the hostesses, dressed neatly and looking elegant, bowed in unison to greet me. Usually, there would be about 3 hostesses in a guest house, but this one seemed to have at least 10 just on the first floor. This clearly was a thriving place frequented by many patrons. I took a seat at a table guided by one of the hostesses. To my surprise, she presented me with a wooden board. "What's this? Please choose the food you'd like and let us know." I was shocked. In regular guest houses, you typically get to choose from dumplings, buckwheat noodles, chicken dishes, and maybe 1 or 2 side dishes. So when a waiter casually listed off the types of food, you would just pick one from these options. But this wooden board listed more than 20 types of dishes and beverages. Slightly trembling, I asked, "Can your chef really prepare all these different dishes?" Ha. Our chef is none other than Red Chef Shan. You won't have to doubt his skills." Red Chef? I've heard of it too. Among the qualifications for chefs, there's one called 4-colored chef divided into 4 levels, blue, red, black, and white. A blue chef is a master recognized in the imperial cooking competition, while a red chef is a level below but still considered a master in a city. Where I come from, in the Guangzhou region, they are extraordinary chefs whom only high officials would frequent. However, it was also exorbitantly priced. What the hell? I was somewhat shocked to realize that even just a few dishes could cost up to a niang of silver. The expensive dishes cost around 3 to 4 silver each. "Give me 1 dumpling." Yes. The price seemed several times higher than an ordinary inn. I wanted to leave, but ended up ordering a dumpling out of social obligation. Geez, this is going to cost me a lot for boarding. Do I have to work here too? I had a total of 40 silvers given to me by Mang Riang as an initial fund. Ordinarily, this would be more than enough money to sustain some exploration and pay the toll for a major operation. In other regions, this amount could last me for about 3 months, but in Luoyang, I'd run out of money in less than a month. Everything, including inns and entertainment expenses, was expensive. I had no intention of heading straight into the Imperial Palace just yet. For the time being, I was thinking of staying in Luoyang to hone my martial arts and meticulously plan my next steps. If caught, the minimum penalty is death, and my whole clan would be exterminated. It wasn't something I could undertake lightly. I have plenty of time. I felt the need to find some part-time work to survive in Luoyang for a long-term stay. Furthermore, the detailed information I would gather from living here would aid my covert mission. While eating my dumpling, I asked a waiter, "Excuse me, do you know of any way to make a living in Luoyang through martial arts?" There weren't many people around, and the waiter seemed experienced. He glanced around and then kindly answered my question. "It seems you're a martial artist." I've seen some people trying to break into training halls, but they usually end up in bad shape. The practical choice would be to join one of the major sects as a guest. TL/N, a guest here refers to intellectuals, scholars, strategists, or warriors who have not officially joined a lord's service but are currently under their hospitality. These individuals often serve as informal advisors or aides, and their relationship with their host is based on mutual respect rather than formal allegiance. What do you mean end up in bad shape? Have you seen or heard something? Ha ha ha. The waiter only laughed and said nothing. I soon realized he wanted a tip, so I discreetly gave him 20 coins. When his expression remained disappointed, I reluctantly added 30 more coins. Only then did he speak. "Judging by the way you talk and your accent, you must be from Anhui. In Luoyang, the Zhongnan sect and the Huashan sect are powerful, but even they can't exert much influence within the Luoyang city walls. The reason is mainly because there are experts inside the city who can rival them and are currently running martial arts training halls. Rivaling the powerful 9 sects, you say?" I was surprised. Just considering the Huashan sect, which is one of the 9 major sects, they have at least 4 peak experts. The sect's martial arts are based on Taoist high-level techniques and long-practiced combat skills, which are formidable. I couldn't easily imagine anyone rivaling them. The waiter nodded. In Luoyang, the 2 biggest and strongest sects are called the Twin Gates 4 families. It refers to 2 major sects and 4 prominent families. Go on. I subtly spoke and gave him an additional silver coin. Despite the significant expense, it had an immediate effect. The waiter eagerly took the coin and began to divulge information fluidly. These 6 factions are responsible for recommending candidates for the imperial military examinations or civil service exams every year. If you're from the countryside, it's not easy to beat someone from the Twin Gates 4 families unless you're truly exceptional. It's not about bribes or money, their martial arts skills are simply superior. The Twin Gates refer to the Iron Blood Gate and the Great Sword Gate. The 4 families are the Zhang clan, Xiao clan, Li clan, and Han clan. People in Luoyang commonly abbreviate them to Iron Sword Zhang Xiao Li Han. Twin Gates 4 families. Iron Sword Zhang Xiao Li Han. These were the sects and families I had to remember while operating in Luoyang. I repeated Iron Sword Zhang Xiao Li Han silently to memorize it, and then I continued to ask. "So, are you saying that martial artists who tried to break training halls in Luoyang all lost to the Twin Gates 4 families? Even an elder from the Huashan sect was defeated by the master of the Great Sword Gate in just 100 breaths. The Huashan sect tried to expand its influence in Luoyang by requesting duels, but it ended in a disaster. I realized that the skill level of the Twin Gates sects were more than I had anticipated, and let out a quiet sigh. While it might be easy to think that the leader of the Great Sword Gate is on par with an elder of the Huashan sect, the reality isn't so straightforward. An elder of the Huashan sect is a pinnacle expert who roams all over the Central Plains and is a great expert deeply trained in swordsmanship for decades. The fact that the leader of the Great Sword Gate could defeat an elder of the Huashan sect in just 100 breaths was not a matter to be taken lightly. The waiter spoke with a look of caution. You shouldn't speak of this matter casually. Everyone knows, but if the inner disciples within the Huashan sect hear of it, it would be troublesome. I understand. So tell me in more detail. My eyes glinted coldly. Where are these Twin Gates 4 families located in Luoyang? Well, you see. As the waiter enthusiastically explained regarding Twin Gates 4 families, I ordered another vegetable dish. As I input the information about Twin Gates 4 families one by one into my head, I thought, this is perfect. A perfect opponent. Over the past 3 years, I had mostly focused on studying and had not practiced my martial arts, so my skills had stagnated. But that didn't mean they had deteriorated. On the contrary, through meditation, my concentration and vitality had improved, so I had the intuition that my martial arts would rapidly improve if given the opportunity. What I needed now was the process of integrating my powerful inner energy into my martial arts. I needed real combat experience. After gaining the chi of the Millennium Snow Ginseng, I had not found a worthy opponent to fight, so this martial pilgrimage seemed like it would be of great help to me. After finishing my meal, I decided to stay at this inn. Although I might run out of money in 2 to 3 weeks, I might find an opportunity to challenge someone before that. The method I'll try is directly challenging training halls. Like a bolt of thunder, I wanted to challenge the Twin Gates 4 families, a colossal martial arts school in Luoyang, and face off against their elite martial artists one by one. Though it may appear as a simple challenge, they would undoubtedly give their all for their honor, making it a life or death struggle in some sense. And if I could gauge the skills of the Twin Gates 4 families as experts, I would also have a precise measure of the skills of the high-ranking warriors in the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Guards, and even those in the Golden Guards. Among what Mang Riang had told me was this: the skills of the Golden Guards? If 10 Golden Guards combined their powers, even an elder of a major sect could not escape death. There are at least 30 such Golden Guards milling about in the inner palace, so a direct confrontation should never happen. I made up my mind internally. If I couldn't achieve a total victory by challenging the Twin Gates 4 families, I shouldn't even attempt to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. If my martial arts were lacking, I should be prepared to go into hiding and train for several years. I also had to consider the possibility of becoming disabled or killed while fighting Iron Blood Jang Seohan group. But I was not afraid. Thanks to the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, the fear of death was actually a welcome sensation. And since the identity of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries is unknown, making my future uncertain, stealing the anonymous scriptures from the Imperial Palace is a mission I must accomplish. It may be troublesome and risky, but avoiding it would be detrimental in the long run. Let's proceed carefully. Even so, I will avoid death if possible, and maximize my skills. And when I feel I've reached that level, I can start planning. I'm prepared to spend 10 years in Luoyang if needed. I diligently began preparations to challenge Twin Gates 4 families the next day. First, I confirmed the location of Twin Gates 4 families as per the information I had received from the waiter and even jotted down the names of some of the well-known experts residing there. The waiter had a wealth of knowledge. He divulged a lot of information, as if he had been a part of the martial world for at least a decade, once I paid him. How do you know so much? I asked him out of curiosity, and he chuckled. Well, stories about martial artists have always been interesting and entertaining. Besides, Twin Gates 4 families has a decent reputation, and many people in Luoyang admire their experts. I also have some interest, so I look it up from time to time. Speaking of which, is there an open market in Luoyang? TL/N, I've asked around, but the term open market seems to refer to an intelligence group made of mostly commoners or regular people. The waiter clapped his hands together. Oh, goodness. Is there any place where people live that doesn't have an open market? Once you cross Changhume Street and go under a secluded stone bridge where beggars roam, you'll see informant experts. They also often wander around Luoyang's back alleys. I pondered for a moment. I had obtained some basic information from the waiter after paying him, but I wondered if it would be better to visit the open market for more detailed information. However, information has a way of circling back, and using the open market carelessly might cause me trouble later on. I should put off using informants for now. It would be better to try challenging Twin Gates 4 families first, and then gather only the information I need. I ordered some food and headed downtown. Then I began looking for a weapon shop. The streets were zoned commercially. There were entertainment districts, jewelry streets, and various other types of shops. The weapon shop I was looking for was about 3 li, 1.2 kilometers, away from the guest house streets. As I entered the weapon shop, I noticed the ornate interior decorations. At a glance, it seemed like a place not fit for the poor. Naturally, the weapons were also likely to be expensive. Just as I was about to discreetly exit the shop owner grabbed the hem of my clothes. Thud. Ah, customer, please take a look at our products before you leave. Haha, I'm too broke for that. Our weapons are often purchased even by officials. You won't regret it. Listening to him, I began to peruse the weapons on display with a nonchalant attitude. Luoyang had many martial artists and martial clans, and because of its unstable public order, even commoners were permitted to carry weapons with proper authorization. It seemed that even unauthorized weapon shops like this one were thriving for that reason. I definitely need a spear. And my longsword is getting dull, so it needs to be sharpened. Having a dagger would also be convenient. However, when I thought about placing an order, the shop owner beamed and said, that would be around 30 silver taels and 50 copper coins. I can give you a discount down to 25 taels. Despite the shop owner's hurried addition, I simply couldn't afford it. Clearly, this was an exorbitant price level that even a courier saving up money for an entire year would struggle to afford. It was frustrating to think that the owner might have inflated the prices arbitrarily. I left that weapon shop and looked around elsewhere, but the prices were similarly outrageous. Asterisk, damn it. These guys are definitely price fixing. The prices are similar no matter where I go. Asterisk. I frowned. When businesses of the same type are concentrated in a small area, engage in ruthless price competition, they'd all go bankrupt. It seemed the shop owners had agreed to keep prices at a certain level to avoid that. Of course, it was obvious that these inflated prices could easily swindle warriors. However, I was somewhat troubled. I always carried a long spear, a sword, and a short blade as my basic weaponry while continuously traveling. But after studying under Mang Riang for 3 years, the wooden shaft of my long spear had rotted away, forcing me to use a shabby wooden spear I picked in Jinreng Valley. It was a wooden spear given to me by a blacksmith living in Jinreng Valley. It was so shabby that even the guards let me pass without a second thought. It was bound to break after a few uses. Moreover, my frequently used long sword was also getting dull. If I got into fights using a significant amount of my inner energy, it would undoubtedly break. With my weapons in such poor condition, it would be impossible to fight against first-rate experts from prestigious martial houses like Twin Gates 4 families. F***ck it. I have no choice. I'll have to borrow weapons when I go there to challenge them. Asterisk. This idea wasn't something a true martial artist would entertain. Martial artists should treasure their weapons like their lives. Asking to borrow weapons upon entering enemy territory was more than enough to make one a laughingstock. Especially in prestigious martial houses like Twin Gates 4 families, there was no telling what kind of criticism I'd face. However, spending too much on weapons would make it difficult for me to travel going forward. Although it felt a bit disgraceful, I needed to save my money. If the worst comes to worst, I could go to the courier agency stationed in Luoyang and earn money by taking on courier work, but I felt it would be disadvantageous to leave too many traces in Luoyang. With that in mind, I left the weapon shop. It was better to hold on to money for the time being and borrow a weapon when challenging Twin Gates 4 families. Upon identifying Iron Blood Gate and Great Sword Gate, I was a little shocked. Despite their size, I expected them to be at the level of a small sect, but they actually owned territory that stretched over 1,000 acres. In the case of 4 families, they owned estates, but the scale of their sects weren't very large, only enough to house dozens of people. The size was just about what you'd expect from the martial clan. Chatter chatter. When I approached Iron Blood Gate, the number of junior disciples alone was in the hundreds, buzzing around like a marketplace. The Great Sword Gate was no different. It was astonishing. While owning a single house in Luoyang is considered enough for one to live by, the sect owning hundreds of acres in Luoyang symbolized tremendous wealth. The masters of Iron Blood Gate and Great Sword Gate had to be among the richest in Luoyang. Now I understand why even sects like Huashan sect and Zhongnan sect can't get a foothold in Luoyang. I had a hunch why Iron Blood Gate and Great Sword Gate were so prosperous. The 4 great families, Jiang Xiao Li Han, are martial families that placed importance on blood relationships, making it difficult for them to accept outsiders as disciples. While they could accept some as members, expanding their sect would be challenging. Exposing the family martial arts could risk betrayal. However, Iron Blood Gate and Great Sword Gate had no such restrictions. Their aim was to expand their sects, with their sect master at the pinnacle. They even practiced large-scale fishing tactics, promising to teach advanced martial techniques to low-level martial artists as bait, similar to what Azure Dragon Martial Hall had always done. With the Twin Gates 4 families controlling the martial arts scene in Luoyang, it was no wonder talents flocked to them like bees. Suddenly, I realized the audacity of what I was attempting. How skilled must the high-ranking members of these giant sects be, who effortlessly control hundreds of disciples and fend off interference from other sects? At the very least, they'd be far beyond average fighters of my level could easily face. However, I shook my head. Let's not be too pessimistic. I don't have to defeat the sect masters of Iron Blood Gate and Great Sword Gate. I'm merely looking for an opportunity to fight someone in the martial arts world who's of similar skill level. Having finished my exploration for the day, I returned to the inn and quietly practiced the Thunder Dragon Breath technique. It was thrilling because it had been a while since I properly cycled my inner energy through Macrocosmic Orbit 1. Until now, I had only practiced Microcosmic Orbit to maintain my internal energy without needing deep concentration. Unlike Microcosmic Orbit, Macrocosmic Orbit enhances the absolute level of my internal energy and disperses true energy throughout my meridians. Because deep concentration is required, getting attacked at this time would result in fatal injuries, regardless of the martial arts level. Woong woong woong. I felt my internal elixir boiling up in golden light. As the chi traveling through macrocosmic orbit ascended to the top of my head and descended back down, my skin felt tugged, with energy pulsing near my heart. I focused for a long while, trying to control this massive energy, and finally, a lightning-like chi plummeted towards my danshan. Kung. A heavy impact surged through my body, but there was no pain. I sensed that a significant part of my previously blocked meridians had opened. I couldn't stop practicing because of the daily progress I felt. How strong is my internal energy now? Meng Riang had predicted that my internal energy would be on par with the sect masters of the Great Nine sects. However, since he hadn't trained in martial arts, he couldn't precisely measure my level. In the end, the only way to gauge my real strength was to face a martial artist who had reached a similar level to me. With my eyes closed, I thought. My first challenge should not be the 4 families, but rather the Twin Gates. The reason was a bit complicated. If I were to challenge and win against one of the 4 great families, they will likely resort to devious tactics to bury the fact, sensitive as they are to their honor. Moreover, the people I'd be fighting are the blood and flesh of their clan, so the resentment from a loss could be even greater. Also, although the clans are small, while there are fewer number of experts, the disparity in our abilities could be great. It means that there's a high chance that an extremely skilled expert could suddenly emerge to challenge me. Considering my skills are still underdeveloped, I didn't want to engage the 4 families in any duel recklessly. However, the situation with the Twin Gates is different. The larger number of members implies a balanced level of skills across the board. Moreover, since it's a coalition formed by disciples for mutual gains, they would likely be relatively neutral. Though they are also sensitive to honor, their large numbers increase the likelihood that if someone loses, that individual would simply be labeled a loser. While the Twin Gates aren't an easy opponent by any means, I prefer to challenge them first. Of course, all these are just my thoughts. Nobody knows what will happen when the real fight starts. I calmed my rampant thoughts for a moment and continued to practice my thunder dragon breath technique. Ever since I started walking the path of martial arts, the desire to win was surging within me. The next day, I woke up at dawn, braced myself. I then headed to the entrance of Iron Blood Gate, a prestigious sect with a tradition of producing the largest number of martial artists in Luoyang. As I arrived before dawn, 2 half-asleep disciples were standing guard in front of the signboard. Who are you? I replied calmly. I am Baekwang. I have come to challenge Iron Blood Gate. A challenge? Haha, this guy. The disciples looked at each other with incredulous expressions. Then one of them smirked and said, people like you aren't rare, but you've made a foolish choice. Do you know how many martial artists ended up crippled after challenging Iron Blood Gate? Is it up to you to decide whether to accept my challenge? His face tightened at my sharp response. Then he went inside. Fine. Wait. We'll follow the procedures. I'll wait. After hearing my reply, one of the Iron Blood Gate disciples sneered at me in a gruff voice. Don't act tough. Either you'll get beaten up and it ends, or end up as a cripple. Acting tough, huh? I thought that might be true. I was more energized and tense than usual. It was my first proper martial challenge, so being nervous was unavoidable. I relaxed my face and chuckled to relieve the tension. Haha. Is he crazy? Ha ha ha. I laughed whether he found it absurd or not. By doing so, my tension eased, and my muscles relaxed. My internal energy flowed like a mighty river, empowering my fists. That's right. There's no way I'm losing. After all, I've even consumed 1,000-year ginseng as a result of my efforts. If I lose here, I might as well die. Soon after, one of the Iron Blood Gate disciples came out. Hey, come in. We will guide you to the challenge arena. I followed him to the challenge arena. The scale of the sect was truly enormous, as I had seen from outside. In addition to dormitories that house hundreds of disciples, there were training grounds and even physical conditioning centers. Most surprising were the training facilities that looked like they were prepared for military training. Perhaps they were training for martial exams. Shortly after, I was led into a large indoor training hall that was filled with fragrant smells of wooden floors. Despite arriving before dawn, there were already senior disciples prepared to face me, as well as junior disciples who had come to watch the sparring. Dozens of eyes focused on me, which was quite intimidating. Aye. All of a sudden, the Iron Blood Gate disciples shouted. It was less of a shout and more of a collective display of spirit, possibly aimed at quashing my own spirit. The sound echoed deafeningly in the wooden structure. Any average martial artist with shallow cultivation would likely be overwhelmed by their vigor. These bastards. However, I didn't want to intentionally lose in this hostile environment. Thus, I channeled my internal energy and shouted back. Ugh. Rumble. Cough. Suddenly, wooden boards around the building cracked and shattered. A few lower-ranking disciples of the Iron Blood Gate screamed and collapsed, spitting blood. The whole building vibrated before the doors burst open. Across from me, a man in white robes shouted, Hap. Rumble. Then the room, which had been noisy due to my outcry, quieted down again. The high-ranking martial artist before me had neutralized the chi wave I had released. With an unpleasant expression, he looked at the fallen Iron Blood Gate disciples and got angry with a disciple standing next to him. You idiots. Take those with internal injuries to the medicine hall immediately. And only disciples above the 4th rank remain. Send the rest back to the dormitory. Yes, sir. Also, call for the sect leader and the elders. Understand? Yes. Immediately, the senior disciples bustled about quickly. As the injured were carried away and the lower-ranking Iron Blood Gate disciples left, the interior became quiet again. The area now seemed much more spacious, like a grand training hall. As things quieted down, the man in white spoke solemnly. I apologize. Our disciples were rude while trying to gauge your abilities. Please understand, Baekwang. That's quite common. More importantly, will I be sparring against you? Yes. I am Gyojun, the head of sword-facing hall within the Iron Blood Gate. SHH. He then took a step, grounding his foot and slowly rising to his feet, taking a basic stance. I also stood up, gripping my sword in a neutral position. I wasn't sure about the standing of Gyojun, the head of sword-facing hall, within the Iron Blood Gate, but I sensed he wasn't simply for show, he was an exceptional martial artist. Not only did he neutralize the chi wave my previously released lion-like roar cultivated from consuming 1,000-year ginseng, but the man managed to maintain his emotions calmly. The aura of his martial prowess was exceptionally strong. What the hell? Is this like saying even a lion uses its full power to catch a rabbit? I was inwardly perplexed. I had thought someone of about senior disciple level would show up. But Gyojun, the head of sword-facing hall, seemed like a person who could make a name for himself even in the martial arts world. He scanned me briefly with clear eyes and said, You are an impressive one, Baekwang. I have never seen someone with your level of internal energy. From which sect do you hail? I am self-taught. I have neither a master nor a section. Perhaps he might know of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall's martial arts, but for now, I denied it. It's better to deny it than admit it from the beginning. Unless they directly bring in someone from Azure Dragon Martial Hall to verify, no one can intimidate me with that information. Gyojun held his sword and sighed. I honestly don't think I can beat you. However, I have no intention of dishonoring my sect. Could you wait a moment? What are you talking about? Wait for a while, and a master from Iron Blood Gate who can match your level will arrive. What is he talking about? I had been tense, preparing for a fierce fight against the head of the sword-facing hall, Gyojun, but now he was backing off. My instincts told me he was seriously misunderstanding the situation. He genuinely thought he would lose to me, so he had asked for the elders and the sect leader of the Iron Blood Gate. What? I haven't even integrated my internal energy with a state of enlightenment yet, at novel bin at. But I didn't accept Gyojun's request. Instead, I responded with a cold smile. Do the people of the Iron Blood Gate often speak out of both sides of their mouth? Stop wasting time and face my sword. I felt an urgent need to force a conclusion. Although my sword was dull, if I let Gyojun lead, something felt like it would go awry. Thus, I decided to push for a quick end. What did you say? I'll start the duel now. Kong? The next moment, I lunged at Gyojun, the head of sword-facing hall. Surprised by my straightforward charge, he quickly drew his sword stance. Despite my dull blade, I employed my thunder sword technique to swiftly cut through. Gyojun's sword form was precise and spirited. His posture was also very stable, making me realize he was at least a first-rate swordsman. Assuming this wouldn't be over quickly, I just attacked as best I could. SHH. Clang. Ugh. After clashing blades with me once, Gyojun coughed up blood and was thrown out of the arena. Struggling to get up, he eventually fell to his knees, his legs unable to support him. Damn it. Did we only exchange 5 moves? I looked at my sword in surprise. The blade, though worn, showed no signs of breaking. In contrast, Gyojun's sword was half broken, with half of it embedded in the wall. It was proof that my inner strength had overwhelmingly surpassed Gyojun's. A disciple of Iron Blood Gate standing beside us screamed in fear. Monster. To think he defeated head Gyojun. What on earth is going on? I was standing there, puzzled, not understanding what had just happened. From the entrance of the arena, a calm voice reverberated as if it was right next to my ear. Indeed, it has been a long time since we've seen a challenger of this caliber. Perhaps 10 years. I turned my head to look at the entrance. I saw a middle-aged man dressed in a fur coat, radiating confidence, and 6 warriors accompanying him as if guarding him. The middle-aged man's chi was so concentrated according to my senses that it was almost visible, and the 6 warriors also exhibited considerable martial prowess. Following them were more individuals, like head Gyojun, who wore swords with tassels attached to them. As soon as they appeared, the Iron Blood Gate disciples around the arena shouted, "Yay! The sect leader and the elders are here. All the other heads are here too." I couldn't help but have a grim expression on my face. Son of a. Against all odds, all the high-ranking executives of Iron Blood Gate, who are at a leader-level position, have all appeared here. A middle-aged man wearing an imposing fur coat spoke with a chuckle. "Gyojun, what's with that state of yours? Get up, quick." "Yes, sect leader." Upon hearing the words of the sect leader of Iron Blood Gate, Gyojun mustered all his strength and stood up. The person standing at the forefront was undoubtedly Iron Blood Gate's sect leader, the supreme authority of the Twin Gates and a peerless figure who commanded the Luoyang martial world. Behind him stood 6 highly skilled individuals, namely the elders of Iron Blood Gate, and lastly followed by the heads who served as the pillars of the Iron Blood Gate sect. Judging by their martial prowess and numbers, they did not seem inferior to any 9 great sects. As I unconsciously swallowed, the sect leader of Iron Blood Gate looked at me with a relaxed eye and said, "So, you're Baekwang, right? You're not done here yet, are you?" I racked my brains. Why is the sect leader of Iron Blood Gate approaching me like this? There must be some hidden agenda. Rolling my eyes, I answered, "No, my business here is done." The duel ended in my favor, didn't it? My finger was pointing at Gyojun's broken sword blade. Upon seeing the blade lodged in the wall, Gyojun blushed with shame. I was making it clear that my business was settled and was planning to withdraw swiftly from the situation. Good thing I finished it quickly. Otherwise, I would have been forced to face off against one of them. Though a half-hearted excuse, I felt it would work. After all, the challenger usually holds the initiative in a contest. Moreover, Iron Blood Gate sect leader, who is renowned throughout the world, wouldn't dare to kill me without reason at novel bin at. Iron Blood Gate sect leader stood there in silence, arms folded. Then he suddenly looked at Gyojun and asked, "Hey Gyojun, did you lose?" Gyojun, his face turning a shade of red, bowed his head before regaining his composure and answering, "Yes." "Good, it's fortunate you're still alive. So Baekwang, prepare for the next duel." What's he talking about? I was stunned by Iron Blood Gate sect leader's casual tone, suggesting another match as if it were a given. He appeared to not even entertain any counter-arguments. I naturally protested since there was nothing to gain from another match here. "What are you talking about? The duel is over, I'll leave Iron Blood Gate now." Iron Blood Gate sect leader laughed. His mouth smiled, but his eyes showed no change. "Haha, what are you talking about? If so, repay your debt now." "Debt? What are you talking about?" Iron Blood Gate sect leader glanced at the damaged training area. Touching the shattered wooden floor and walls, he said, "Isn't all of this destruction you're doing? Pay for it. I'm saying Iron Blood Gate is claiming damages from you. Don't you understand?" I nearly dropped my sword in disbelief. That's absurd. I may have caused some damage with my technique, but this is a common loss in martial arts duels. Why should I have to pay for that? I was about to object when hundreds of eyes locked onto me. In that moment, I realized I was in enemy territory. All the martial artists here were ready to strike me down if given the chance. Iron Blood Gate may be a righteous sect, but these were people who would not hesitate to kill. If I fought back, I could end up with injuries or even worse. Iron Blood Gate sect leader was not seeking repayment in money. I'm not that naive. As I swallowed hard, Iron Blood Gate sect leader spoke, I won't allow you to win and run away. This is Iron Blood Gate. TCH. What nonsense. You have to fight at least 2 more rounds. If you win both, you're free to go. That's a promise. And if I refuse? Quite gutsy, aren't you? A cruel smile curled at the corners of the Iron Blood Gate sect leader's mouth. If you can run away from here and still want to pick a fight with Iron Blood Gate in the future, then so be it. We'd get to have a fun adventure. I realized I had no choice. Even if I could escape using my inner energy, there was no telling how injured I would be. The martial skills of the Iron Blood Gate sect leader and the elders were almost at the pinnacle of the martial world. Even if I managed to escape, Iron Blood Gate would hunt me down for the rest of my life. And I didn't have the energy or time for that. Damn it, damn it. I realized the ulterior motive of the Iron Blood Gate sect leader. I won't tolerate winning and then running away. He came to somehow engineer the situation for a victory for the Iron Blood Gate. Likely, the many challengers that came before me succeeded in defeating 1 or 2 Iron Blood Gate warriors but eventually lost after a barrage of back-to-back duels. The Iron Blood Gate probably maintained their honor in this way from their early days. Maybe I should just lose and run away now. But the next Iron Blood Gate expert to face me in the second duel will undoubtedly try to cripple me or kill me. Either way, it was a succession of thin ice choices, and my head was filled with complications. I realized I had underestimated Iron Blood Gate, and the martial world as a whole. In martial arts novels, the sect leader of the Iron Blood Gate might let me go, impressed by my martial arts or my courage. He might even treat me as a great man and offer to employ me in the sect. But reality is different. To the sect leader of the Iron Blood Gate, I am merely a strong but wild individual, and merely a target to be eliminated. And the Iron Blood Gate would not hesitate to do whatever it takes to protect their honor, such as the martial world. Am I going to die either way? There was no choice. Should I run and get stabbed in the back, or fight and die? If that's the case, let's leave it to luck. I braced myself for death. All right, but I have a request. What is it? Please give me a weapon. A good spear and a good sword, one of each? Murmurs broke out among the Iron Blood Gate disciples. I seemed weird to them for asking for weapons at this point. Did I appear calm despite my life hanging in the balance? The sect leader of the Iron Blood Gate's eyes twinkled differently than before. You're a very interesting fellow. Is it true that you don't belong to any sect? Why do you keep asking? Haven't I already said so? It's fascinating. It's not easy even for 3 generations of a mainstream sect to raise someone like you. Amused, the Iron Blood Gate sect leader looked around and shouted, Hey, someone bring a spear and a sword. His command was absolute in this place. As soon as it was given, several disciples dashed away and soon returned with good quality weapons as I had asked for. The sect leader handed me the weapons. Will these do? More than enough. Both the spear and sword were new and shining silver, the metal quality was also excellent. There was nothing to complain about. Moments later, the Iron Blood Gate sect leader snapped his fingers. First Elder, you may proceed with the duel. Understood, sect leader. Swish. The one called the First Elder, also known as the Phantom Swordsman Jinpaiyong, adjusted his broad-brimmed hat and stepped forward. He was rather short, appearing somewhat diminutive compared to my towering height. He drew his long sword, which looked somewhat awkward due to his size. I am the First Elder of the Iron Blood Gate, known as Phantom Swordsman Jinpaiyong. Let's have a good duel, Bakwung. I could not gauge the extent of Jinpaiyong's martial arts. That is, his level of martial arts was so profound that I could not judge it with my current insight. All I could feel was the level of his internal energy, and even that was difficult to gauge because he was suppressing his aura to maintain his silent sword technique. Most likely, Jinpaiyong was the kind of swordsman who would decide the duel in a single move. Darn it! Am I going to die here? My mind was tormented. Various thoughts crossed my mind, but I couldn't afford to lose and die here without gaining anything. I asked Jinpaiyong while holding my sword. Forgive my ignorance, I'm from the countryside and unaware of your reputation. Would your martial arts be comparable to the elders of the Huashan sect? At this, Jinpaiyong looked surprised, and so did the others. It was an impolite, even disrespectful question to ask directly about someone's martial prowess. The Iron Blood Gate sect leader laughed. Ha ha ha, you're really gutsy. Let me answer that. In my opinion, our eldest elder's skill is on par with that of an elder from the 9 sects. If it's an elder from Huashan, it would be a close fight. If it's an elder from Zhongnan, we have the upper hand. Jinpaiyong glanced at the Iron Blood Gate sect leader and spoke, his face slightly flushed. Leader, you're flattering me. What does it matter? It's the truth. Thank you. Now, focus on the duel. The 2 of us were having a conversation, but I felt a burning sensation within me. As the 9 great sects elder, if one is referred to as such, they're undoubtedly a peak master. Although peak masters are rare in the world, it was only natural for a high-ranking official of a major sect like the Iron Blood Gate to be one. Holding both a spear and a sword, I hesitated for a moment before thrusting the spear into the ground. Taking a deep breath, I assumed the proper stance for the Silent Thunder Sword technique. Let's put aside the Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique. I'll fight with the familiar Silent Thunder Sword technique instead. Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique is definitely a stronger martial art compared to the Silent Thunder Sword technique. As the epitome of spear techniques, not only is it more versatile than the Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique, it also allows for quick offense and defense transitions. That's why I've been training in it diligently. However, I felt more attuned to sword techniques. Having used sword techniques as my primary weapon for many years, fighting amateurishly with Eightfold Thunder Spirit technique was out of the question now. There was only one thought in my mind. Luck? What I had left was purely luck. With my sword at the ready, I spoke. Will you yield the first move to your junior, Phantom Swordsman? Interesting. You're the first one to ask that today, responded the Phantom Swordsman, Jin Paiyong, seemingly impressed. Ignoring him, I let out a battle cry. Ha! My body shot towards him like the wind. Moving faster than usual, my sword left traces of light as if weaving a tapestry in the air. To the average person, it seemed as if only a blur was moving. Clang! However, Jin Paiyong, the Phantom Swordsman, easily deflected my initial attack with a single-handed swing of his massive longsword. His body wavered slightly, but he immediately used his footwork to redirect the force. He was clearly on a different level from the head of sword-facing Hall, Gyojun, who was sent flying earlier. Swoosh! At the same time, the tip of Jin Paiyong's sword wiggled like a snake. I couldn't identify the technique he was about to use, but it felt dangerous to ignore it. Using a strong sword stroke, I attacked his upper body relentlessly. Mixing his swordsmanship with internal energy, he redirected my attacks until his eyes suddenly sparkled. Chaha! Thud! Ugh! I retreated, biting my lip from the pain in my shoulder where it was torn. Jin Paiyong's sword had suddenly become incredibly fast, making it impossible for me to dodge. I managed to avoid a fatal blow at the last moment, but his sword technique was far from over. It kept coming at my neck. I stumbled back and rolled, unfolding the initial move of the Silent Thunder Sword technique. While it might invite ridicule from the martial world for its clumsiness, it was effective for preserving one's life. Utilizing the bounce from my knees, I sprang back up and once again executed the Silent Thunder Sword technique, only for Jin Paiyong to easily parry it again. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Jin Paiyong spoke. Your internal energy is truly amazing. Your swordsmanship may be lacking, but I can't finish this quickly because of your energy. I'm well aware, no need to mock me. He seemed to genuinely admire my internal energy. Even if one cultivates top-notch internal energy in a prestigious sect for over half a century, achieving such energy would be impossible. How did you acquire it? I did not answer. The current battle could be summarized as internal energy versus swordsmanship. Though I couldn't match Jin Paiyong's swordsmanship, my internal energy enhanced defense, offense, and agility enabled me to hold my own. However, his attacks all contained lethal intent. If I allowed him even one effective strike, I would be dead on the spot. The difference in our levels was glaringly obvious. I never thought my internal energy could make up for my lack of swordsmanship. Jin Paiyong's level as a peak master was evident. Shall we continue then? He chuckled. Jin Paiyong muttered to himself, and suddenly, a bluish flame erupted from his sword. In reality, it was the chi being condensed on the blade, so powerful that it had solidified to the point of being visible to the human eye. Knowing what it was, I felt drained and murmured. Sword aura. Not just creating a gust with the sword, reaching this level automatically makes any weapon akin to a legendary sword of the world, culminating in a unity of self and sword. It was the pinnacle of martial arts. The only sword aura I had ever witnessed firsthand belonged to Master Jin Sochong and that assassin leader. The terrifying thing about sword aura is that it can pierce through any chi-based defense and potentially detonate the body of the target upon impact. However, neither Master Jin Sochong's nor assassin leader's sword aura flickered like flame, theirs were refined and blade-like. Unable to hold my curiosity, I asked, why does your sword aura look like that? Others have had a blade-like form. Jin Paiyong, the Phantom Swordsman, arched his eyebrows. He responded with a tone as if he was giving a parting gift to the underworld. It means I am stronger than them. The stronger the sword aura, the more it transitions to sword flame from sword aura. So, it's called sword flame. I wondered why Master Jin Sochong had never taught me this, and I concluded that he probably thought it would be impossible for me to reach such heights, like sword aura or sword flame. After all, it would be reasonable to assume that I would never use sword aura in my lifetime. Is this the end for me here? I mustered my last ounce of courage and asked, who will I face next if I beat you? There's no such chance. So adamant. But I shouted as if forcing myself, still, tell me. Sect leader will be your opponent. How strong is your sect leader compared to you? Don't bother asking useless questions. Only the sect leaders of the Huashan sect and the Great Sword Gate can be compared to our sect leader throughout Luoyang. Don't even dare comparing yourself to them with that realm of yours. Shoo. I had gotten all the answers I could, but it seemed I had also incurred Jin Paiyong's wrath. To him, it was presumptuous of an upstart like me to even mention his sect leader. With the expectation that the outcome would be the same, I tightened my grip on my sword. Let's finish this. Jin Paiyong said sternly and lunged at me. The duel ended precisely at 350 breaths. Sword marks were scattered everywhere, and the duel arena was destroyed as if it had been hit by an explosion. Although I was staggering, holding my sword and bleeding all over. I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. I had no chance. I may have had a substantial amount of internal energy, but Jin Paiyong, living up to the reputation of a top-tier master from the Central Plains, had at least 60 years worth of internal energy and could easily deflect my attacks. Moreover, he could repel my attacks with his sword flame. Jin Paiyong looked down at the 2 wounds on his arm and shoulder. Then, he spoke as if giving praise. If you had practiced your swordsmanship for another 10 years, I wouldn't have been a match for you. Farewell. Shock? Unspeakable agony? A rupture in my breath? My tongue's curling up. Queek. For a moment, I found myself letting out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Yug. However, I quickly suppressed that noise and forcibly calmed down the internal energy rampaging throughout my body like a volcano. I swiftly observed my surroundings and then pinched my cheeks, nose, and neck. As I felt the pain, I relaxed my entire body and lay back down in the cowshed. Once again, I found myself lying in a cowshed during my early teens at midnight. A chill seeped out from the haystack set up to block the morning dew. I felt so nostalgic about that coldness that I quietly hunched my legs and leaned against the straw wall. Ha! I'm lucky. I really am lucky. A tear of joy rolled down my cheek. This time, I had resolved to avoid any scenario where I could sense my own death and get tortured as much as possible. Because given the character of the Iron Bloodgate sect leader, refusing his coercion and running away might mean that he would torture me before killing me. Also, being tortured increased the chance that I would spill secrets about the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. So I deliberately accepted the duel, fought as best as I could, and died. At least dying in battle meant there wouldn't be any gratuitous humiliation. Having died several times, I had gotten relatively better at mentally preparing for it. However, this was all in the realm of luck. I had reversed time twice using the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, but there was no guarantee it would happen a third time. Mainly because I knew nothing about the contents of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. So I jumped into the fire half betting on another reversal, believing it would happen. Furthermore, I deliberately induced extreme pain by elevating my internal energy with breathing techniques, aiming to numb the agony of death. The one who beheaded me was a peak expert, making it a quick and clean cut, so the pain was minimal. Hence, this time around, I managed to control my scream and not go berserk due to the pain. To put it in terms of severity, it was like being whipped across the neck. In conclusion, I was lucky. I managed to come back, and my internal energy remains intact. On top of that, I still possess the knowledge, martial art techniques, and illusions I learned from Mang Riang, which makes me significantly better off. Yet, I found myself speechless. More precisely, I was too depressed to say anything. Damn it. In the end, I couldn't bring down even one of the twin gates. I also realized how daunting it was to infiltrate the Imperial Palace and retrieve the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. Mang Riang seemed to have planned assuming I was an unparalleled expert, but in reality, I couldn't even defeat a peak expert who could summon a sword aura. Moreover, the sword expert who killed me within 350 breaths would probably die fighting against just 10 embroidered uniform guards. The sheer strength of these guards was a testament to their terrifying average martial prowess. Inside the Imperial Palace, over 30 such embroidered uniform guards roamed. They not only had the ability to trap invaders with array formations, but the Eastern Depot spy-level experts were also guarding. I couldn't help but chide myself for being so naive. TL/N, Eastern Depot or Eastern Bureau is a security and intelligence unit made up by eunuchs. The authority of Eastern Depot surpassed that of the embroidered uniform guards, and its commander was allowed to directly memorialize the emperor and to execute imperial verdicts autonomously, even to arrest and try officials, and to punish them. No, it's impossible with my current capabilities. Getting the nameless ritual sacrifice rites right now is impossible. Even the greatest thief in the world would risk their life for it. Do I need to reach the level of an absolute peak expert who can look down on other peak experts before even attempting it? I even thought it was good that I had died quickly to reassess the situation. But there are gains. I could faintly smile as I sorted through what I had gained in this reincarnation. Firstly, I obtained the internal energy of 1,000-year ginseng. Secondly, I gained both basic knowledge and advanced tactical knowledge. Thirdly, I embedded the map of the Imperial Palace in my mind. Fourthly, I gained experience in a life and death battle with a peak expert. Fifthly, I learned that the prestigious clans of the martial world are all despicable people without a drop of sincerity. The fifth point was especially deeply etched into my heart. I blamed myself. Damn it. I'm still an idiot. How naive I had been. No matter which of the 6 great sects of Twin Gates 4 families I approached to be their guest, the result would have been the same. Whether sooner or later, they would never forgive someone who tarnished their honor. The moment I instigated conflict, I was doomed to become a fool or die. As people say, elevating your skills through real battles is nothing but a fantasy found in novels. If you want real combat experience, you must go through real combat. You have to drive your opponent into a situation where you can kill them to avoid future troubles. It's such an obvious statement, yet I seemed to have been intoxicated by the dream of the martial world. I sat cross-legged, contemplating deeply. Through this incident, I realized the gap between my skills and those of a peak expert. I heard from the expert himself that at least 10 years of hard training would be needed to close the gap. If I practice martial arts for 10 more years, I could become a peak expert too. But how exactly? Practicing random basic moves and swinging a sword aimlessly won't help me improve. I need someone to point out my flaws and give me advice on what to improve. If not, I have to risk my life to fight people of similar strength to improve myself. But I realized through this near-death experience that such an approach is too risky. Even if you gain enlightenment through fighting, it's unrealistic. Beating weaker opponents will not help me improve either. If I start doing that, it would just be me overpowering lesser experts using my internal energy. But I realized through this incident that this kind of fighting is useless in front of real peak experts. It might work against the likes of Gyojun, the head of sword-facing hall, but it's useless against the elders of Iron Blood Gate. Though I thought hard, the best way was still to train under a master. I'm not a genius, I need to learn everything from an excellent master, and only then could I possibly establish my own style. I seemed to have forgotten this obvious fact after obtaining the power of the 1,000-year snow ginseng. When I think about it, I've only learned martial arts seriously for 3 years. I may have trained intensively during that time, but afterward, I just picked up random skills that are practical for real fights. There was no real improvement in my martial arts skills, just an enormous increase in internal energy. Then, I should go to Azure Dragon Martial Hall. My master is there, the one who can give the most suitable and best advice for the martial arts I've learned now. Though I came to this conclusion, I sighed. What should I do? Entering Azure Dragon Martial Hall now would be the epitome of audacity, inviting a horrendous scandal. A kid in his early teens who mastered both the school's martial arts and internal energy, and also has the dreadful internal energy of a 1,000-year snow ginseng, asking to be taken as a disciple, it's absurd. If I meet threefold expert Li Guang, the owner of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, he'd either kick me out or try to kill me himself. I've become such an aberrant being. Even though this is my third life, my worries have only deepened. I shook my head as if to shake off this uneasy feeling, and then got up from my seat. Well, I don't know. For now, I should do what I have to do. Tasks I have to do. No tasks I must do. There are 2. First, go to the cave to obtain the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. Second, go to Huangshan to obtain the 1,000-year ginseng. Both tasks should take about a month, right? Well, it doesn't matter. Thud. Without any hesitation, I left the village chief's house and started using lightness skill to head towards the cave. With my current power, killing the entire village chief's family would be as easy as flipping my hand, but it felt so easy that I thought it wasn't necessary right now. I feel like I've forgotten something important. What was it? I slightly tilted my head, but at this moment, I couldn't figure out what I'd forgotten. I was too preoccupied with other thoughts. I reached the cave in much less time than in my second past life. My running speed had increased at least threefold, and I didn't get tired, so it was a natural outcome. By the time morning broke after dawn, I was inside the cave. This time, to save time, I didn't buy a copper shield. Instead, I picked up some large rocks on the way. And then, I decided to go through the arrow shooting trap guarding the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. There's no need to make things difficult. I know where the arrows will be shot from. Muttering, I infused chi into a slingshot stone and threw it from a distance at the place where the arrow shooting mechanism was. The stone, filled with my potent chi, had enough physical force to penetrate a human body. Kwang? Then, the wall broke, and I saw the hidden arrow shooting mechanism crumple. I had easily bypassed the trap. But at the same time, a loud noise rang out, and the ground beneath me shook. Rumble. Whoa. F***ck. Realizing this was a signal that the cave was collapsing, I quickly ran inside, grabbed the chest containing the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, and dashed out of the cave. Using lightness skill, I successfully leapt onto the cliff on the other side. Moments later, I saw the cave entrance completely collapse, sending rocks tumbling down to the base of the cliff. Relieved, I checked the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries inside the box. Phew, that was close. Almost had a disaster. I realized that this method shouldn't be used in the future. It would be better to use a stone or copper shield to block the arrows. It was a close call, and I shouldn't recklessly try it again. After obtaining the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, I buried the chest in the ground and securely wrapped the manuscript in my inner pocket. It was something I must never lose, so I planned to carry it with me no matter what. Then, I started my journey towards Huangshan. I could go to Azure Dragon Martial Hall, but right now, I just felt like eating the 1,000-year ginseng. There's no guarantee that I can learn anything at Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and it would be better to gain internal energy from the ginseng rather than wasting time hesitating. Alright, let's go. This was my third enjoyable trip to Huangshan. Thud thud. At first, I walked, but midway, I started to run whenever I had the time. The road to Huangshan was very long and boring, and I wanted to save as much time as possible. Of course, I still had to catch animals in the mountain and bathe in streams, as well as eat root vegetables. Sleeping outdoors was out of the question, it hurt my back too much. The silver lining was that I was very accustomed to living in the mountains due to my time in Huangshan, and my increased internal energy had greatly improved my hunting ability. I could now hunt wild animals without tools and succeed 8 out of 10 times, so I was no longer wandering the mountains on the brink of death. Crash. In a mountain about a day's walk away from Huangshan, I was roasting a frog over a fire. A day's walk meant that if I started running now, I'd probably reach Huangshan within 2 hours, and it would take another 3 hours to reach the hidden scenic spot where the Millennium Snow Ginseng is located. Essentially, it was safe to say that I'd be eating the Millennium Snow Ginseng tomorrow. My clothes were already wearing out, but I wasn't concerned about that. What bothered me now was the fact that I wasn't sure if this was a poisonous frog or not. Either way, I had to eat it, so I was in the middle of heating it up over the fire. I swallowed my saliva. I'm so hungry. I want to eat this. If you eat a poisonous frog, your entire nervous system can get paralyzed, and your face can turn purplish, leading to death. I almost died eating one back when I lived in Shan, but a passing villager saved me by feeding me an antidote herb. And that villager happened to be a herbalist, who then shared some vital knowledge with me. The stomach of a poisonous frog swells when heated, right? I calmly observed the frog. Sure enough, its stomach popped out with a pop sound. This was a poisonous frog, and eating it could kill me. Disappointed, I threw the stick skewering the frog away. Ah, damn it. I'd have to starve again today. To ward off any approaching snakes, I scattered some asbestos I had gathered nearby around my sleeping area. Then, as I started to camp, I felt somewhat uneasy. The tip of my nose tingled. Would anyone else endure the same hardships if they retraced their steps like I did, at novel bin at? Am I the only one doing something this absurd? Is it really right to go through all this just to live an easier life? But no matter how much I pondered, it wasn't something I could ask someone else. If thinking won't solve it, then I won't think about it. Chirp 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 chirp. The sound of grasshoppers was noisy. Standing across the cliff, I was mesmerized by the endless streams of the waterfall. Beyond it, the Millennium Snow Ginseng lay dormant. Is there anyone else in this world who has consumed the elixir of life twice, other than me? Due to its once-in-a-century appearance, the Millennium Snow Ginseng had turned the world of martial artists into a battlefield soaked in blood. The odds of consuming such a rare elixir more than once were astronomically low. Putting aside my stray thoughts, I walked into the waterfall. As I passed through the cave behind the waterfall, the snow-covered field where the Millennium Snow Ginseng lay dormant appeared before my eyes. I cleared the snow in the snowy field and set down the water container and fire starter I had hastily stolen from a nearby house. Just as I had done before, I had to chew the leaves and roots of the black and white lotus meticulously. Bringing cooking utensils was essential. As I entered the cave, I once again marveled at the grandeur of the Millennium Snow Ginseng. As always, it proudly displayed its intricate white and jade patterns. I began to boil the black and white lotus next to the ginseng. Soon after everything was ready, I began to chew the roots of the black and white lotus without hesitation. As I had thought before, it tasted somewhat like a potato. Although the taste was not bad, the thought of the ordeal that would follow made me tense. Ugh. Shii. A tremendous amount of yin energy surged from my danshan. Recalling the hellish pain I had endured last time, I clenched my teeth. Surprisingly, it wasn't as painful as before. Last time, it felt like my internal organs were melting from lava. This time, it was just a minor stomach ache. It's not that painful. While my energy was overflowing, it seemed my body had grown accustomed to a large amount of qi. However, I couldn't let this massive yin energy go unchecked, so I hastily uprooted the Millennium Snow Ginseng and began to chew it. The cold energy flowed down my throat. Soon, a collision occurred inside my body between the immense yin and yang energies, beginning to condense. Last time, the pain had been so severe that it felt like every piece of my skin was being ripped off. Therefore, I couldn't help but feel anxious. An overwhelming tension engulfed me. Courier. However, something strange happened. The colossal yin and yang energies swirling in my danshan began to naturally dissipate, like water seeping into the ground. The qi seemed to vanish as easily as melting snow, leaving me puzzled. I had been prepared to desperately struggle using my internal energy techniques, but my body stabilized just by practicing my primary internal energy technique. What's going on? I checked the major meridians around the Life and Death Gate channel. The Life and Death Gate channel was still open, as were the surrounding meridians. However, there was no sign of the massive energy surging up to the Life and Death Gate. I waited for a while, but apart from a mild headache, nothing happened. What's this? Did I become stronger or weaker? Trying to gauge my internal energy, I found that it was as immeasurable as before. Could it be that the elixir doesn't work after multiple consumptions? Doubting that I might be afflicted by qi deviation, I lightly cast the initial form of the thunder cloud palm. Kukwang. At that moment, the air exploded, and bolts of lightning danced wildly in the air. The power was much greater than before, making me realize that my internal energy had indeed increased. However, this also meant impending danger. Damn it! My face turned pale as a sheet. As I screamed, the piles of snow around the area began to wriggle as if alive. The snow in this place began to quiver violently due to the sound and explosion. Avalanche! I ran towards the only available path, not even sparing a moment to gather my cooking utensils. Even with my swift lightness skill, I was barely faster than the cascading snow. A regular person would have been buried long ago. Rumble. Arg. I sprinted a full 50 paces, but when I saw the avalanche rolling down the mountain like a dense cloud, I let out a desperate scream. Where the hell did all this snow come from, even if it's an unexplored place? After running another 30 paces, I finally confirmed that the avalanche was slowing down. I sat down on a nearby rock to catch my breath. Hyuk. That was close. This is no joke. I had taken a spiritual elixir but almost died in an avalanche while testing my inner energy. It was my mistake for not considering the possibility of an avalanche in this part of Shan, an area not known for heavy snowfall. After calming myself, I contemplated whether my inner energy had doubled. I couldn't conclusively say it had, as the power of my thunder cloud palm technique had also increased. The lack of extreme pain like the first time I consumed the Millennium Snow Ginseng also made me uncomfortable. Both the absence of obvious signs of growth and the inability to confirm it bothered me. I pondered what to do next. I had prepared the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries manual and a spiritual elixir, but what should I do now? I wanted to join the Azure Dragon Martial Hall and train, but that seemed unrealistic, so I hesitated. Suddenly, I was irritated. Should I just forget about martial arts training and live comfortably? Ordinary martial artists would be shocked by such a thought, especially given the opportunities I've had twice consuming the Millennium Snow Ginseng. But during my third life, my doubts had intensified. What's the point of struggling this hard to master martial arts and attempting to steal the nameless ritual sacrifice rites manual? I've suffered enough. If I want to live easily, no one can stop me. I have sufficient power already. After contemplating, I made my decision. Let's live comfortably. No more troublesome dilemmas. Let's just do what I've wanted to do all along. I decided to forget about the nameless ritual sacrifice rites manual for now. I already knew what I wanted to do. As soon as I reached the village below Huangshan, I sneaked into the house of a notorious local wealthy family known for mistreating tenant farmers. I took 50 taels of silver from there. This should be enough for travel expenses. It was outright theft, but I didn't care. The guy was already hated by the village and cruel to tenant farmers. It's fortunate I didn't kill him. After leaving the village, I stood at the crossroads and pondered. Where should I go from here? Though I hesitated, I decided to head east, back the way I came, towards my hometown of Small Yi Village. I could visit Seong Courier Agency to see Seong Rin's pretty face again, or visit Mang Riang to learn more martial arts techniques and knowledge. Various paths were available, but I returned to Small Yi Village. It didn't take much time to reach my village as I was departing from Huangshan with a relaxed mindset. I only used main roads, occasionally rented carriages, and sometimes even rode horses. It was an expense I could afford with 50 taels of silver. Upon entering Small Yi Village, I laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, why did I come back here? To take the revenge I've always yearned for. It's surprising that I didn't think about it earlier after reincarnating this time. The psychological shock from the village chief hiring assassins to kill me back then was significant. Maybe that's why I avoided seeking revenge while preoccupied with other things. But now, after consuming the spiritual elixir twice, I felt both more relaxed and coldly rational. Concerned about the village chief's retaliation? If I kill them all, what's there to worry about? Even if there's an investigation after my revenge, I can simply disappear. No one would believe it if they heard that cow dung annihilated the village chief's family overnight. People should live doing what they want. I walked slowly into the village with my eyes flashing, a grin on my face, and murderous intent in my eyes. I was ready to make an example out of anyone that crossed my path. That's when it happened. Cow dung, you're back. I was baffled when a man greeted me warmly. He was a mere villager whom I hardly knew. We had never had a proper conversation before. He was just a tenant farmer who paid tribute to the village chief. I didn't even know his name, so I replied awkwardly. Yes. My killing intent died down. I had held deep hatred for everyone in this village, but I never expected a greeting. The villager handed me some potatoes and said, "Why'd you come back to the village? You should have just lived somewhere else." What? He sighed deeply as if feeling pity for me. "I thought you ran away from the village chief because your life was so miserable." I was at a loss for words. Hadn't the villagers always just watched me get tormented? Further confounding me was his seemingly pitying words. As I sat there holding the potatoes, he continued speaking. "If your parents hadn't died abruptly due to the epidemic, you'd be growing up like any other kid in the village. Such is life." That's true. Both my parents passed away when I was young due to a disease. I became an orphan and was raised by the village chief after the villagers argued over who would take care of me. I spent my teenage years living as a servant in his household. I took a bite of the potato and said, "I've come back to kill that village chief." Ha ha ha, wouldn't that be wonderful? He smirked. It seemed he thought I was merely venting my frustrations. Who would think that a teenager like me possesses unparalleled inner power? But I had both the capability and the will to commit mass murder. I stared at him vacantly and asked, "What's your name again?" I forgot. "Me? I am Jiangsu." Such an ordinary name. People like me have names like that. "What was your son's name?" "Jiangtae. TL/N, Jiangsu, and Jiangtae. The first character means long, the second character in Jiangsu means water, and the second character in Jiangtae means big or great." I knew Jiangtae well. He was the son of the village elder. He was the guy who would gang up with other kids in the village to beat me up, usually kicking me when I was down. He was also the one who'd pour cold water on me while I was sleeping in the barn. Naturally, I have memories of getting my revenge on him in my previous life. I had kicked him in the head, sending him to the afterlife. I laughed like a madman as his head burst open and flopped around. That bastard was the elder's son. Why does the elder seem kind while his son is such a waste? Though to be fair, the elder can't be considered wholly good either. He turned a blind eye to the abuse I suffered from the village chief's family, probably because it was none of his business. Realistically, he had neither the power nor the authority to intervene at novel bin at. After some pondering, I asked him, "If you could live your life again, how would you like to live?" "Live again? You mean go back to the past?" Yes. Well, I would try to live without regrets, doing what I want and striving for happiness. I nodded at the elder's response. I intend to do the same. Thud. The elder suddenly collapsed, fainting on the spot. I had quickly applied a pressure point on him. Though he was unconscious, it wasn't a deep pressure point, so he would be able to get up after some time. I roughly set him down against a tree and muttered, "Shall we go? Living without regrets. Doing what you want. Living happily." This sounds simple but is the hardest thing in the world. I banished any further hesitation and headed toward the house of the village chief. It was early evening, and it seemed that the village chief's family was preparing for dinner. Ordinary people might find this scene heartwarming, but I felt something surge inside me when I saw the village chief's face. A mixture of memories of my previous life and the anger from my previous life boiled within me. I walked slowly toward the village chief. Seeing me, he frowned and started yelling, "You little brat! Where have you been all this?" "Village chief!" I roared, stopping everyone in their tracks sensing something off. The village chief took a step back. I spat out my words, "Choose one person here that you want to keep alive. I'll spare them. Answer me right now." The village chief stammered for a moment before abruptly ceasing his fumbling. Then he pointed at himself. Me. I knew it would be like this. Thud. The next moment, the village chief's head was sent flying by a sudden strike, blood and brain matter splattering. I could have tormented him before killing him, but I was confused due to the earlier conversation with the elder, so I wanted to end it quickly. Village chief? Honey. Pandemonium broke out, and people screamed in horror. Some sensed the dire situation and tried to flee, but I quickly closed the distance and took them down first. Thwack. Crash. Each of my punches killed one person, and after barely 10 steps, only one living person remained in the sea of blood. Amidst the carnage, not a drop of blood had touched me. The remaining Jiamanjie stood stupefied amidst the sudden massacre, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened, or perhaps he was in a state of denial. I walked up to Jiamanjie and slapped him across the face. Ugh. It was a mere flick imbued with a small amount of inner energy, but Jiamanjie's teeth flew out, and he collapsed on the spot. I had intentionally controlled my strength so he wouldn't fall unconscious. Looking down at the fallen Jiamanjie, I spoke. "Do you not understand why this is happening?" Why on earth? Let me tell you, I've harbored a grudge against you for 50 years. Today is the first day I'm properly getting my revenge." Jiamanjie was shaking all over, unable to speak, consumed by both fear and anger. If he had been of a strong enough mind to comprehend the situation, I wouldn't have held this grudge against him for so long. I grinned and spoke. "Damned bastard! Is it that hard for a silver spoon like you, born into wealth and luxury, to show a shred of decency?" Thud. Jiamanjie crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. Although the attack wasn't powered by inner energy, it was more than enough to cause him agony. Seeing him writhe in pain seemed to wash away decades of resentment I had held inside. My memories of how this man tormented me were vivid. He was the instigator, main culprit, behind the collective bullying and assaults by the village children. He had also treated me like a mere servant in his household, showing me no shred of human decency. As a child, I had wept, blending my tears with my sighs in a secluded barn countless times. What pained me the most in my first life, as a mere courier, wasn't the daily struggle to survive. It was that the man who tormented me was still living in wealth and luxury, while I had no means to exact my revenge. Now that I could settle the score, a torrent of emotions surged within me. A seething anger welled up inside me. I couldn't stand the fearful look Jiamanjie was giving me, so I did something that even I found incomprehensible. "Your eyes are repulsive. You won't be needing them." Squish. In that instant, I had gouged out both of Jiamanjie's eyes, severing the connecting veins and removing the eyeballs. He screamed as he transformed into a mass of blood and fury. I was subjecting him to the worst pain imaginable. "Now you try living with no eyes, Jiamanjie." Satisfied with my revenge, I left the slaughter behind. I entered the village chief's house, activated the secret mechanism, and took out a safe containing silver and gold bars. With this, my future sustenance was assured. Originally, I intended to annihilate the entire village, but after meeting Jiangsu, I decided to hold off. If he hadn't shown a semblance of humanity, the village would have turned into a sea of blood, and I would have doused that bloody sea with oil and set it ablaze. I came out of the village, set down the silver chest, and washed my blood-stained hands in the stream. While washing for a while, I felt my hands trembling uncontrollably. My face reflected in the stream was wavering. Am I happy now? Today, I've finally exacted the revenge I'd been planning for decades. I didn't think about any repercussions and did it properly. Whether Jiamanjie would survive or not, I don't know, but even if he does survive with his eyes gouged out, he won't be able to live like a human. I've truly avenged decades of resentment and the grudges that have died unresolved. There's no need to worry about any repercussions. Repercussions? That only happens when there is a force to resent me. Plum Blossom Courier Agency and Currency Exchange may be able to identify me as the culprit, but there's no obligation to chase me to the end for the village chief's family. At most, they will search the surrounding area for a criminal that resembles cow dung for a year or two and it will remain an unresolved case. With the village chief dead, I had no worries. I had been worrying too much all along. However, I didn't feel as exhilarated as I had imagined. Unlike the intense pleasure I felt when I kicked the young men of the village to death, a dark gloom settled in my heart. It was due to the guilt and self-reproach for having committed such a brutal slaughter. What bothered me the most was that the village chief and his family died without sufficiently repenting for their wrongdoings. Killing was too easy, but looking at the cold corpses in the sea of blood, I regretted it. It felt as if the knot in my heart was loosening, but then tightened again. I am not happy now. I'm just irritated. I shook my head vigorously and took another step. I thought the emotions I was feeling right now might be the rebelliousness that has tormented me all my life bursting out. Yet, after committing such a slaughter, I somehow felt that it didn't matter anymore. I went with the flow. I thought calmly. First of all, I need to find out whether I can exchange these silver ingots at the currency market. I can't exchange them right away. I'll have to keep them for a few years before exchanging them. Since the village chief's family was slaughtered, Plum Blossom Courier Agency and Currency Exchange would take action. They will definitely investigate suspicious activities around the area. If they hear that a child has suddenly exchanged a large amount of silver ingots for money, it's obvious they would trace it back to me. I felt the need to keep the silver ingots for at least a few years before exchanging them. I hid the silver chest in a familiar pine grove, thinking I could find it again someday. I planned to dig it up after 3 years. Then the real dilemma approached. Where should I go now? I could go anywhere, but that made choosing even more difficult. After contemplating for a while, I decided to head to Mangriang's house. I need wisdom now. While joining Azure Dragon Martial Hall and learning martial arts would make me a master, that's not possible right now. Even if I make money, I don't have any idea what kind of ingenuity I should show. Since I'm not that smart, I thought I should consult Mangriang about my current situation. Maybe Mangriang will give me the wisdom to enter Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Of course, I have no intention of discussing the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries with Mangriang at this point. First of all, improving my current situation is crucial. My destination is Jinrang Valley, where Mangriang's house is. The journey to Mangriang's was long and arduous. Understandably so, as Mangriang lived near Jinrang Valley near Luoyang. To get there from the village I was living in, I had to cross mountains and rivers dozens of times. I got by with a meager 50 silver coins for travel expenses and walked on monotonously every day. With nothing much to entertain me, I practiced the Thunder Dragon Breath technique during my free time. Perhaps due to taking the spiritual elixir twice, I felt electric rays bursting from all over my body even with just circulating chi through the microcosmic orbit. Kwarung! A thunderous sound erupted. It wasn't just a feeling, others could sense it too. Whenever I finished my chi cultivation, the innkeeper would run in, startled. What's going on? Nothing. But I saw a flickering light. Pretending to know nothing, I watched the innkeeper shake his head and leave. Practicing chi cultivation is becoming burdensome. Was it due to the elixir's effect? Whenever I channeled Thunder Dragon Breath technique, electric chi naturally surged around me. Its effects could be seen spreading like sparks for nearly 10 paces around me. Although I was curious as to why, what was clear was that it wasn't harmful to me. This is because over time I realized that my inner energy never diminished despite using it like pouring water from a bucket. Initially, after taking the Millennium Snow Ginseng, I felt like I was riding a swift horse. Now, it felt like I was soaring the skies on a dragon's back. Only then did I realize what had happened to my body. The elixir had forcibly led me to reach the essence of Thunder Dragon Breath technique. Probably, the stage where I emitted electric chi every time I used Thunder Dragon Breath technique was something that would appear after hundreds of years of cultivation. The natural energy that poured into my body when I took the elixir for the second time seemed to forcibly drag me to the next stage of Thunder Dragon Breath technique. Now, even I don't know the level of my chi. Huiik, Tadot. What was certain was that my running was now much faster than any ordinary horse, and I could sprint for 20 li without getting tired at all. It was such a waste of money to hire a horse that I simply bought new straw shoes and ran. Looking at the geography of the area, crossing mountains in a straight line was faster than winding through the common roads. So, I was running up the mountains. It took less than half an hour to climb over a mountain. Hawk! I leapt over a giant cliff rock in 2 strides and reached the mountain's peak. The view from the mountain top brought a different emotion. It felt as though the vitality for my future life was being engraved into my body, while the reality that I had gained superhuman physical abilities was sinking in. Right. Let's forget about that massacre. Now, I should only focus on moving forward. In another 2 days, I would reach Jinrang Valley where Mangriang lived. It's been at least 5 years since I first met him, so I wasn't sure if he still lived there. However, whether or not I met Mangriang, what mattered was that I had a goal and was moving towards it. It was while I was standing on a rock at the mountain's peak. Hey, you seem skilled. Who are you? Suddenly, I heard a voice transmission. Standing with my arms crossed on the rock, feeling all cool and such, I was startled by the unexpected voice. I never expected that a supreme expert would strike up a conversation with me in such a place. Where is he? At Novel bin at. Confused, I focused my senses to locate the person. However, I never had formal training in sensing chi, I relied merely on instinct. Therefore, I couldn't locate the person who was clearly hiding their presence. I also don't know how to use a voice transmission talisman. So, I shouted loudly from atop the rocky mountain. I am Bekwung. Kurururung. Although I merely shouted with mingled energy, it became a lion's roar that shook the entire mountain. Even though I didn't know how to do it, the roar seemed to reach as far as the nearby village. The invisible sound waves visibly spread out. Suddenly, the rock beneath me cracked like an egg and shattered. I landed using my lightness skill just in time to hear another confused voice transmission. Ugh, using lion's roar in a place like this. I knew that he could hear my voice without the need for a lion's roar. However, I used it to keep him in check. I spoke coldly to not appear weak. I've told you who I am, as you wanted. I don't wish to quarrel with you, so let's part ways. The other party has likely mistaken me as a pinnacle expert after seeing my lightness skill. Whether he is aggressive or simply curious, I find his skill level rather unnerving. Picking a fight or underestimating him would not bode well for me. Thus, I intend to leave coldly after suppressing him with the lion's roar. Swoosh. Then, the person who sent the voice transmission emerged from the bushes 3 lengths away. It seems he thought voice transmission wouldn't work anymore. Baekwang. I didn't approach you with bad intentions. I finally got a good look at him. A Taoist? A legitimate Taoist, not some charlatan. He was in his late years, around 40 years, and appeared to be a Taoist scholar. He was slightly emaciated but carried an air of dignity and kindness, even his Taoist hat was neat. Above all, the energy emanating from him was pure, so I knew he was a true and virtuous expert. I spoke cautiously. I don't care about your intentions. I'll be leaving now, so don't bother me. Why the hurry? I just wanted to talk. There's no guarantee that talking with you will be of any benefit to me. Just as I lifted my foot to leave, the Taoist quickly spoke. No, actually, I need your help. I am Taoist Hyunshan, mysterious heavenly Taoist, of Tijiang Hall, Grand Hall of Righteousness. I was inwardly shocked. Taoist Hyunshan? A legendary figure within the Weidang sect, one of the most powerful Taoist sects. He has even achieved fame by subduing countless heretical sects and sorcerers in the north. I was excited to even hear about his exploits despite being far away. He looks to be in his late years now. Is he still active 30 years later? Unless he's practiced to an unimaginable depth, it would be impossible. I thought this meeting might be of help in a previous life, so after some thought, I asked, what do you need? Are you willing to listen? If it's not a pointless matter. He smiled warmly. I've been patrolling a shrine nearby dedicated to the true martial great emperor. However, a malevolent energy emanating from a nearby village has me concerned. It's a very strong presence. A malevolent energy. A heretical section. Heretical sects are not usually this ominous. Even Buddhist and Taoist figures have been known to engage in odd practices, but if a reputable Taoist like Hyunshan is concerned, then it's certainly not a minor issue. I tried to remember if such a sect had appeared in the martial arts history but couldn't recall any at the moment. If I had to guess, it would be the White Lotus sect. I knew that White Lotus sect was a religion that had been nationally banned and suppressed, driven as far away as the southern parts of the Central Plains. That was all I knew, so I asked just in case. Are they by any chance from White Lotus sect? I initially thought so too, but that's not it. White Lotus sect was suppressed for political reasons by the emperor, but fundamentally, it was unorthodox. It's certainly not like the heresy I discovered, which practices human sacrifice. Human sacrifice? I shuddered and trembled at the terror of that word. Human sacrifice is the act of killing a human to offer on an altar for the deity you serve. Typically, throats would be cut, and sometimes bodies would be ripped open alive to lay out hearts and guts. I remember seeing fanatics suddenly executed on the spot for the crime of human sacrifice in my late years. Could it be? Nain cult. 1. My eyes blinked in disbelief at the unimaginable speculation. Come to think of it, I had no memory of this time, but when I was about to end my life as a 50-year-old courier, a crazy religion appeared. Its name was Nain cult, a grotesque name, and it was known for practices like human sacrifice, cannibalism, and the use of strange wicked arts. Suddenly, from the southern part of Central Plains, their power grew, causing disturbances everywhere. Eventually, the government indiscriminately crushed Nain cult, and there was a bloodbath. I was just a marksman who didn't get involved, but I heard that in other regions the state of public order had reached catastrophic levels. However, it had been nearly 40 years since Nain cult had risen. The reappearance of Nain cult now seemed utterly bizarre. Standing silently, Taoist Hyunshan continued speaking. Human sacrifices have already been made in the village over the mountain and the neighboring one. I've eliminated the fanatics, but innocent lives have already been lost. If we don't act quickly, this heretical force will continue to proliferate. Even if they're heretics, they're not ordinary people, right? You, Master Taoist Hyunshan, should be able to handle it alone. I trailed off my sentence. That's right. The power of one martial arts master at the pinnacle is incomparable, even if thousands of ordinary farmers come at them with kitchen knives. Especially Taoist Hyunshan, whose chi has materialized, seemed comparable to masters like the leader of the assassination group or Blood Iron Gate elders. He shouldn't be having a difficult time just because of some heretics proliferating in a village. Then Taoist Hyunshan shook his head. No, it's embarrassing to say, but I lacked the strength to suppress the mastermind when I was subduing the heretics in the 2 villages. What did you say? They are not mere fanatics but accompanied by many demonic beings. It's overwhelming for me alone. Demonic beings. That also matched the features of Nain cult I had heard about. They were known to deal with unspeakable creatures from beyond this world, and that's why regular troops had a hard time suppressing the chaos. I had heard that the appearance of these mammal was so hideous and terrifying that it would shatter your mind just to look at them. Is it really Nain cult? Taoist Hyunshan spoke with a grave face. Though you appear as a young boy, you seem to possess a peerless inner power. You might be an enlightened person who has transcended the earthly realm. Nevertheless, I humbly ask for your help. If you, Baek Wong, assist us, we can surely bring down the monster who controls the demonic beings. What is this monster? He seemed to use sound-based martial arts with a flute to control the demonic beings. He seems to be the root cause of this bloodshed. I became increasingly curious. This was an experience I had never had before in my life. Knowing more about this could be helpful if I were to regress again. However, I took a step back and said, wouldn't it be better to tell this to the officials? Do you believe that an ordinary Taoist like me would be trusted when I say that human sacrifices and demonic beings are causing disturbances in the village? I've already tried, and they dismissed it as nonsense. I was pondering and meditating here when I saw your refined lightness skill. I paused to think for a moment before nodding. Understood. I will assist you. Really? Thank you. However, there is a condition. Taoist Hyunshan's expression turned from one of joy to one of surprise. It looked like he hadn't expected me to ask for something in return. A condition. In exchange for my help, please pass on to me the secret teachings of the Wudang sect. His expression darkened even further. With a somewhat icy gaze, he asked, did you know that I was from the Wudang sect? Is there another Taoist with such exquisite martial arts who isn't from the Wudang sect? Taoist Hyunshan looked utterly perplexed. That, I can't comply with. The martial arts of the Wudang sect are not permitted to outsiders. Unless one has officially joined our headquarters, main branch, and received permission from the leader of the Wudang sect, I cannot personally pass on the martial arts. I chuckled and turned my head away. Then I'll take my leave. Wait. Is there nothing else that will do? I'll accommodate within my abilities. I taunted him. You prioritize your own well-being even when innocent people are dying and evil is rampant. Can that truly be seen as a desperate request? Trust in your word would be difficult for anyone, not just me. Although my words were meant to sting, they unexpectedly shook Taoist Hyunshan deeply. No, it was more like he had gained some sort of enlightenment. He nodded firmly and declared, very well. Once this matter is resolved, I will take you as my disciple and pass on all of the secret teachings. I will take full responsibility. It went so smoothly that I found it disconcerting. Nonetheless, I showed no sign of my internal turmoil and smiled. Understood. I'll help to the best of my abilities. An unexpected opportunity had arisen. If I managed to vanquish whatever evil this was, I'd have the chance to learn martial arts from a peak expert of the Wudang sect, a reputation to rival the legendary three great righteous factions. Even if the odds seemed unfavorable, I was confident I could escape with my life, so it seemed like a good deal. Thus began my first mission to subjugate the evil. I'm not sure how to translate this, so I've opted to maintain the original name, right arrow curving left. I followed Taoist Hyunshan to Tijiang Hall. The Taoist moved smoothly, without any waste in his steps. I wondered if this was the result of his martial arts transcendent lightness technique called Cloud Stream Pursuit from the Wudang sect. Upon arriving at Tijiang Hall, I saw a moderately sized building where about 5 to 6 people were engaged in training. I didn't see any inner disciples. When I asked Taoist Hyunshan about it, he said, they've been sent to the Wudang's main branch for a situation briefing. They were sent yesterday, but they should be back by afternoon at the latest. Won't your disciples, skilled in the Wudang's Jinsan martial arts, be useful in the suppression of the heretical sect? Taoist Hyunshan shook his head. You wouldn't say that if you've seen those monsters. They are not something that can be dealt with in numbers by half-skilled individuals. All that would result is more sacrifices. My disciples have not been training for a long time, none have surpassed the first-rate realm. I can't put those who will be the future strength of the Wudang sect in danger. Clatter. Taoist Hyunshan went inside and brewed tea. From the aromatic scent, it appeared to be a high-quality tea. He took a sip and said, in the end, we only need to defeat the strange individual who controls the monsters and fanatics with a flute. Has that individual trained in martial arts? Taoist Hyunshan gave a wry smile. That's a tricky question. Tricky. I couldn't get close enough due to the monsters and fanatics they control. I could have risked my life to approach, but the risk was too high, so I retreated without confirming their martial skills. His answer seemed slightly humorous, but it made me realize the severity of the situation. Even if the fanatics gained enhanced combat ability, a true master is a true master. Taoist Hyunshan should have been able to use his invisible cloud stream pursuit skill to strike at the enemy's master. The fact that he hadn't even attempted this indicated that the power of the fanatics and monsters was not to be taken lightly. Did I step into a messy situation? However, such unique experiences are not common. I felt that if I missed this opportunity, I would regret it later. After pondering for a while, I asked a peculiar question. Is this weird individual a man or a woman? And what is their goal? I could only confirm that they have a human shape and they were playing the flute. They didn't say a word. You've been infiltrating that village for quite some time now. What is the current situation there? I don't even want to imagine. When I entered, the whole village was already engulfed in madness. I doubt anything has changed. I felt the need to steel myself. If human sacrifice was already happening when I first infiltrated, now the streets might be filled with corpses and cannibals. Although I'm accustomed to brutality, encountering such a scene suddenly could be mentally overwhelming. Now that I think about it, I realized a crucial point and shared my thoughts with Taoist Haiunshan. A heretical sect's goal is to expand its religious influence, correct? But they didn't take any particular actions even when they realized you knew about them. Why is that? Taoist Haiunshan nodded in what seemed like admiration. Yes, you've pointed out something important. I've been observing their activities around the village for the past few days, but I haven't seen a single person leave the village. Even from this mountaintop, I kept an eye on anyone coming in and out, but there has been no change. At novel bin at. I frowned. It seems the mysterious fluter is scheming something. Exactly. If the fluter suspects my identity, he would also suspect that a punitive force will soon be organized. If they're not amassing power or letting chaos break loose, then they must be preparing some wicked or dark arts within the village. Either they're gathering strength through more sinister techniques, or perhaps they're creating even more terrible monsters. We can't afford to waste time, then. True. I finally understood why Taoist Haiunshan, despite the risks of leaking the secret martial arts of the shamanic sect, chose to involve me. Even if he is a renowned figure in the orthodox sect and well-connected, finding a master of his caliber is not easy, and recruiting such an individual overnight would be far from straightforward. From Taoist Haiunshan's perspective, he had no choice but to involve me. I took a sip of tea. The warm liquid soothed my throat and calmed my nerves. But you keep mentioning these monsters. What exactly are they? How do they look and what kind of power do they possess? Describing them is difficult. Let me gather my thoughts for a moment. Taoist Haiunshan thought deeply, then took out his brush and inkstone from a nearby table and began to sketch. Having learned the basics of poetry, calligraphy, and painting from Mangrayang, I could tell that Taoist Haiunshan was quite skilled at drawing as well. This is what it looked like. After sketching for quite some time, Taoist Haiunshan finished the drawing. I was so shocked by what I saw that I was at a loss for words. Could such a creature even exist? It looked like a blob of quivering meat, its entire body seemingly made of frothing bubbles, with countless eyeballs popping up on its surface. What's more, hundreds of tentacles protruded from its body, waving around. Seeing my expression, Taoist Haiunshan sighed. The real thing is even worse. And it's quite large. It's a terrible monster, the likes of which I've never even read about in the classic of mountains and seas. TL/N, the Shan Haijing, often translated as Classic of Mountains and Seas, is an ancient Chinese text that dates back to the Warring States period and the early Han Dynasty. It is a compilation of mythic geography, folklore, and myths of ancient China, serving as an encyclopedia of sorts that catalogs various kinds of creatures, plants, and supernatural phenomena, as well as the customs and beliefs of different regions. So there's more than one of these. There were 3 in total. Their movements were fast, they were powerful, and sword attacks hardly affected them. Their bodies were like liquid, my sword chi could cut them, but it took an extraordinary amount of effort to bring them down. We're going against these things. No, to take down these monsters, we would need at least 1,000 troops. All we need to do is take down the mysterious fluter. Do you have a plan? Taoist Haiunshan spoke confidently. The mysterious fluter doesn't show himself often, but he appears in the village center at noon to play his pipe. He conducts human sacrifices on a strange altar. During the sacrifices, he is vulnerable, so that's when we strike. And the monsters? They only appear after the sacrifices, to consume human flesh and blood. They won't appear before that? What should I do? Taoist Haiunshan hesitated for a moment before speaking solemnly. Clear a path for me so I can slit the fluter's throat. I was conflicted, as this was the answer I had anticipated. In other words, the plan of Taoist Haiunshan is to swiftly launch a preemptive strike before the monsters appear and decapitate the monsters' leaders. And my role is to eliminate the fanatics, thus safeguarding Taoist Haiunshan. Considering the stakes are life and death, I can't help but feel terrified. Damn it. Should I just back out now? The thought of facing my 4th death in this place makes me queasy. If I'm lucky, I could just die and reincarnate. But what if I get caught by a hostile group and am tortured or gutted alive? Even if I manage to reincarnate, my psyche might be shattered. Maybe it's not too late to run away. But giving up on learning Wudang sex martial arts would be a waste. After pondering for a while, I spoke. All right. But before that, Taoist, you must guide me in martial arts. What are you talking about? Isn't your martial arts skill already at an unparalleled level? Well, let me show you. I sighed briefly, leading Taoist Haiunshan to the Tijong Hall training ground. I picked up a military spear lying around and executed 8-style Thunder Spirit technique, Silent Thunder Sword technique, Thunder Cloud Palm technique, and Silent Thunder Steps, connecting them with utmost effort. My objective was to exhibit my martial arts proficiency to the best of my ability. Zai. Chi energy started to surge belatedly, creating an aura of thunder chi that seemed to promise a rainfall of thunder essence. This was a phenomenon that occurs when my Thunder Dragon Breath technique reaches its limit. Taoist Haiunshan, who had been watching my martial arts demonstration, let out a big sigh. Huh? What an anomaly. Your internal energy surpasses mine by 3-fold, yet your martial arts skill is barely above second rate. How can such an imbalance exist? His voice was tinged with astonishment and disbelief. Clearly, as a martial arts expert of his caliber, he could accurately evaluate my skill. I sheathed my sword and spoke with a somewhat embarrassed expression. This is why I hesitated to assist you. Though my internal energy is strong, my understanding of martial arts is lacking. Did you obtain some rare elixir? I thought you were a reclusive master who had turned young again. Reverting to youth is something you read about in martial arts novels. Nonetheless, your internal energy is so great that it's hard to explain otherwise. The only one who could match your internal energy in the current martial world would probably be White Lotus sect leader. Taoist Hyunshan chuckled. Huh? To think you were such a young prodigy, what a revelation. You are truly an enigma. Though he muttered a Taoist chant, he didn't seem particularly displeased. From his perspective, imparting martial arts to a rejuvenated old man from who knows where would be less ideal. He seemed to also have a good read on the quality of my remaining martial arts. Your spear and sword techniques resemble that of an established martial arts sect. However, they lack completion, preventing you from fully utilizing your powerful internal energy. It feels like you are only able to exert about 30% of your true power. Only 30%. It makes sense. Your manipulation and concentration of internal energy are very crude. An adept could read your chi flow and counter you easily. What use is immense power if it can be effortlessly dodged or deflected? I see. I smiled bitterly. Taoist Hyunshan pointed out something I had painfully realized before. Once upon a time, I had been easily defeated by a master from Iron Blood Gate who had less than half my internal energy. If I were to face off against Taoist Hyunshan now, the outcome wouldn't be different. After some thought, Taoist Hyunshan spoke. What is the internal energy cultivation method you've practiced? It's called Thunder Dragon Breath Technique. That's fortunate. The method I can pass on to you is called Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique. It's something you can easily learn. Why is that? He explained calmly. The Thunder Dragon Breath Technique you've mastered is the epitome of Thunder Chi. Thunder represents earth, in the 5 elements. And Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique has the properties of metal. So its earth generates metal in the cycle of the 5 elements. The 5 elements have principles of mutual coexistence and mutual opposition. Because the energy of metal and earth are in harmony and help each other, mastering both arts should not be a problem. You seem well versed in the theories of the 5 elements. Exactly as you said Taoist Hyunshan. If you learn Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique, it will provide strong vitality and regenerative power to balance out the aggressive power of Thunder Dragon Breath Technique. Additionally, because they mutually generate, you won't suffer from energy imbalance. The basics of Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique will take about 1 hour. With the remaining time, I'll go through your spear techniques and sword techniques from the beginning. I realized I had encountered another great opportunity. Understood. I would be personally trained in the art of Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique and other ultimate martial arts by Taoist Hyunshan, a peak-level master. Although it was uncertain if I could learn everything due to the mission I had to complete, just receiving training from him would allow me to make great progress. As Taoist Hyunshan said, it took just an hour to complete the basics of Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique. Specifically, he didn't teach me everything about Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique but a basic method of guiding true energy to open the required energy channels, making it simple. Taoist Hyunshan said he would teach me the art fully after completing the mission. Additionally, learning Silent Thunder Sword Technique and 8-Style Thunder Spirit Technique was an incredibly novel experience. I didn't raise my internal energy much while sparring with Taoist Hyunshan. However, it felt like he could read my thoughts, making all my attacks ineffective. It turns out, when he said he could read all attacks, he wasn't lying. Thud. Your true energy flow in your wrist is lax. My wooden sword was deflected far by Taoist Hyunshan's wooden sword. Even though it was a short time, sweat was pouring down on me as if it were raining. This was because I realized how many weaknesses I had while sparring with him without using much internal energy. Your true energy is too slow. Having profound knowledge like you can also make it hard to determine the course of a mighty river. To cast aside your hesitation, you must memorize how the flow of true energy operates within you, said Taoist Hyunshan. You must have just felt what you're lacking. However, I don't know your swordsmanship, so I can't point out the shortcomings rashly. Think for yourself what kind of basic formulas are lacking and why, and then polish your skills. Thank you. As Taoist Hyunshan said, I felt like the very act of sparring itself was educational. I didn't necessarily receive any special teachings, but despite that, it felt like my skills were improving rapidly. When I fought with the Elder of Iron Blood Gate, he didn't give me any room and exploited all my weaknesses, leaving me bewildered. However, Taoist Hyunshan is currently sparring with me for the sake of guidance, so he knows exactly how to provide enlightenment in this context. For the next 4 days, I only ate, slept, and trained in martial arts with Taoist Hyunshan. I couldn't afford to spend more time as I had to quickly embark on a subjugation mission. Occasionally, we went up the mountain to monitor the movements of the enemy forces, and otherwise, I focused on enhancing my martial arts. As a result, I was able to considerably eliminate the weaknesses in my true energy and reached a higher level of swordsmanship. At least in terms of Silent Thunder Sword Technique, I was definitely more powerful than before. Taoist Hyunshan looked at my achievements with satisfaction and said, at this rate, 50% of your full potential will be more than enough, not just 30%. During those 4 days, Taoist Hyunshan intermittently pointed out the shortcomings of my Silent Thunder Sword Technique and also taught me variations applying Supreme Purity Sword Technique. It seemed like it would be very useful in actual combat. I sensed the hidden intention in Taoist Hyunshan's words. So you're saying we should go on the subjugation mission now? Yes. If we delay any further, who knows what kind of monster will pop out. After contemplating, I answered, let's go then. I had a plan in my mind to assist Taoist Hyeonshin as much as possible, and if the situation turned dire, I would escape alone. I had an obligation to help to some extent since I received guidance in martial arts, but I had no obligation to risk my life. Moreover, with the newly acquired martial arts skills, I can effortlessly slaughter the fanatics, thereby easily gaining real combat experience. There's no need to miss out on such an opportunity. Taoist Hyeonshin and I did not enter the village through the main gate. Instead, we went into a dilapidated building at the back of the village. Taoist Hyeonshin led me further into the building to a well. When he opened the well cover, a ladder led down into it. Clearly, this was an artificially constructed area, so I looked at Taoist Hyeonshin. What's this? This village was probably inhabited by people of noble lineage. They would have created these underground passages for emergency escapes. I stumbled upon this secret tunnel while investigating the village's affairs. Where does this underground passage lead? It leads to the mansion of a certain warrior family. Of course, that place is now a den for the fanatics. I could easily guess what happened to the noble family that created the tunnel. They probably never got the chance to use it and were killed in an attack by the fanatics. We descended the ladder and used a torch soaked in oil to light our way. The tunnel stretched for about 2 li, and after a while, another ladder appeared, leading upwards. Thud. Climbing up, we found ourselves in a ruined, desolate indoor space. The smell of blood is intense here. This was the well of a large kitchen in the mansion's outskirts. Bloodstains and pieces of flesh scattered around the place suggested a gruesome slaughter had occurred. I looked around to see if there was anything valuable and slipped a gold bird statue into my bag. This isn't the time for that. We should leave before the fanatics discover us. If it's just a couple of them, can't we knock them out? The monsters here are too powerful. We can't risk being discovered before we execute our plan. Shiik, Taoist Hyeonshin and I cautiously exited the kitchen. Around the mansion were bodies of fanatics, whose heads had been blown off last, likely by Taoist Hyeonshin's martial arts when he used this passage. When I glanced at him, he cleared his throat. There were too many of them last time. I had to eliminate them to make future passage less troublesome. I didn't say anything. Boom! Upon encountering 2 fanatic men blocking our way, Taoist Hyeonshin instantly killed them using his distant palm strike. He showed no hesitation, apparently concluding that there were no innocent people left in this village. Judging by how effortlessly he destroyed their heads with simple force, his level of cultivation was notably high. Let's move on. The stench of blood here is unbearable. As we left the mansion, we spotted 2 or 3 villagers who looked like fanatics wandering aimlessly, wielding hoes and large kitchen knives. We managed to hide before they could spot us, but my heart was pounding. What's with these guys? Why are they carrying human heads? It became clear what Taoist Hyeonshin had meant by madness. One man was tenderly holding a young girl's head against his chest, while another was dangling a dead middle-aged man's head from his belt. This was a scene unimaginable in the moral framework of the outside world. Droplets of blood fell from the heads they were carrying, and their vacant expressions while searching for prey were chilling. I felt a bit nauseous, but that was it. I had experienced my fair share of hellish battlefields, so I wasn't easily shaken. As I observed the fanatics, Taoist Hyeonshin spoke. These people may possess rationality, but they've been completely brainwashed. They operate solely on the command to kill outsiders. If you encounter them, don't hesitate to eliminate them. Understood. Also, these people don't seem to feel pain, so it's better to target their limbs and heads first. I made a face of utter annoyance. This was because Taoist Hyeonshin, a high-ranking martial artist from a noble faction, was nonchalantly talking about severing limbs and heads. But his words were earnest, leading me to gradually accept that this place was a living hell. This village had many alleys between buildings, making it quite a bustling place. It was suitable for moving quickly to avoid the fanatics and infiltrate the area. Between walls, there were occasionally madmen lying on the ground, eating human flesh. Each time, I quickly stomped on their heads and burst them open. If the fanatics detected an enemy, they were known to let out a strange scream, so if need be, I would swing my sword and cut their heads into several pieces. The village was soaked in the color of blood. Shiik, this is quite tough, I muttered as I hid on the second floor of some bookstore. It seemed like I could relax here without worrying about the fanatics for a while. Following me with lightness skills, Taoist Hyeonshin pulled out a small bottle from his robe and offered it to me. This is a heat-dispelling dew. Drink some if you're tired. It will help restore your energy. It's all right. More importantly, I can say the altar now. The altar was about 1 li away from where we were hiding in the bookstore. It was a large stone structure in the shape of a pillar at the central square of the village. Right below the pillar was an altar where humans were sacrificed. That was where the mysterious enemy was said to appear. The fanatics are incredibly strong. Even I could be torn to pieces if I let my guard down. The fanatics weren't particularly martial artists, they simply screamed and flailed their limbs or weapons around to attack. But they were incredibly strong. Earlier, when bursting open the head of a fanatic, I had a chance to briefly grab his arm. Even though I had elevated my internal energy, I still had to tense my muscles slightly. Each one had strength comparable to a world-class martial artist. At that level, ripping apart the human body alive would be nothing to them. This was also the reason why, even if one was a master, they shouldn't allow these creatures to approach. Taoist Taiyunshan looked at the altar with sharp eyes and said, "Remember this. If a monster appears, don't think about fighting. Run. I have a feeling that it's not something a human should deal with." "That's the plan," I said, leaning against the wall as I took a breather. "What will you do if we fail to kill the monster today?" I plan to run as well, but afterward, we'll have to leave it entirely to the authorities. If I mobilize all my influence, the government troops will eventually take action. Couldn't you have waited for that from the start? Why are you taking such a risky approach? To this, Taoist Taiyunshan replied with bitterness. If the army is deployed, this village can certainly be subdued. However, not a single villager will survive. Do you believe, Taoist, that if only the flute demon is killed, the villagers will return to normal from their state of fanaticism? Indeed, they are victims. While it's unfortunate that they got involved in this nightmare, it's not a reason for them to die. We must save as many lives as possible. I remained silent. Isn't it the same? I had witnessed the madness of this village firsthand. They had already performed numerous human sacrifices, parents had killed their own children, siblings had killed each other, and lovers had cannibalized one another. If those who had become fanatics were to be freed from the influence of the flute, could they ever return to a normal life? Rather, the very act of living could become a horrific hell. The current state, where they are mindlessly being controlled, might even be happier by comparison. However, I didn't voice these thoughts to Taoist Taiyunshan. We were on the verge of a risky plan that required our utmost focus. A pointless debate would be unhelpful. Taoist Taiyunshan spoke. "The sun will soon be overhead. Shouldn't we get closer?" Try to get within 30 jong of the altar. All right. Swoosh. Taoist Taiyunshan and I swiftly moved from pavilion to pavilion. As we approached closer to the deeper parts of the village, the number of pavilions increased, making it easier to infiltrate. Of course, fanatics wielding axes or knives would occasionally spring from nowhere, but we couldn't have come this far if we were going to be stopped by such attacks. We neutralized them one by one and moved forward. Finally, we approached within 30 jong of the altar, which now appeared clearly in our sight. Seeing its appearance, I scowled. How gruesome, it's completely stained in red. Devilish fiends. Taoist Taiyunshan shivered anew. The large altar, originally made of white marble, had turned entirely red due to the many human sacrifices. Fanatics were loitering around it with vacant eyes, and their numbers were steadily increasing. They would probably gather around the altar by noon. I grew anxious. Wouldn't it be better if we could get even closer? That might be too risky. As Taoist Taiyunshan said, this seemed to be the closest we could get. Stepping even a foot outside of this building would put us in the midst of a sea of fanatics. Once the plan commenced, we would have to attempt to assassinate the flute demon from this spot. Then, it happened. Screech. A strange noise echoed. Simultaneously, the eyes of the thronging crowd at the village square focused on one point. The point they were looking at was the altar in the very center. Amid the gaze of hundreds, even thousands, our target finally appeared. Is that him? The flute demon? Emerging from behind, he climbed up the altar step by step. He was covered entirely in brown clothes, obscuring even his face and limbs to the point where it was impossible to determine his gender. He took a black flute out of his pocket and began to play. Screech, screech. I felt the timbre of that flute was strange. It wasn't a specific pitch, but rather a piercing, extremely thin chi sound. It was using this sound wave to turn people into fanatics and control them. Of course, I could sense the influence of internal energy, but to me, it was merely uncomfortable at this point. As I was scratching my ears, Taoist Taiyunshan softly spoke. This is a sound technique designed to suppress the spirit. If you gather your internal energy, you won't fall under its illusion. I understand. The bastard will soon draw his sword to perform a human sacrifice. Make your move then. A contradiction: drawing the sword is weaker than when playing the flute. The reason why one should move at that moment was because Taoist Taiyunshan, through his experience, knew that while the flute demon was playing, the fanatics gathered in the plaza became more ferocious, faster, and brutal. The flute sound not only controlled the fanatics but also made them even more agile and strong. Taoist Taiyunshan and I poured an immense focus on every move of the enemy. We readied our energies as if touching them would set them off. Moments later, some fanatics carried the sacrifice to the altar, laying there like dead fish. The flute demon seemed ready, stopping his flute playing and slowly took out a short knife from his robes, approaching the sacrifices. Now's the time. Whoosh! Taoist Taiyunshan and I sprinted from the tower as if plummeting, using our lightness skills to cut through the wind. I hit the ground first, and at that moment, focused all my internal energy into a shaking leg technique. Boom! As my leg hit the ground, the earth beneath shattered, sending the nearby fanatics flying from the impact wave. Once they started falling, they piled up, creating a domino effect like a receding tide. The path to the altar was cleared with this single move. Taoist Taiyunshan sent me a message. Thank you, I'll definitely cut off that bastard's head. It seemed he was truly grateful. After all, even with his peak-level martial arts, breaking through this crowd of fanatics was highly dangerous. Thanks to my unparalleled internal energy, he gained significant leeway. Whoosh! Taoist Taiyunshan used his unparalleled lightness skill, Cloud Stream Pursuit, to shoot forward. In less than 3 seconds, he was in front of the flute demon, who just stopped his knife and turned around. Simultaneously, Taoist Taiyunshan's ultimate technique, Mysterious Heavenly Divine Sword technique, shot out like a flash toward the flute demon's back. I saw this while knocking out about 10 fanatics with my thunder cloud palm. His sword chi was flickering. It was shimmering with blue light. Sword flame. Taoist Taiyunshan was also a master who had transcended the initial peak stage, capable of making his sword chi ripple like fire. In a completely vulnerable state, Taoist Taiyunshan's sword chi was about to slice the flute demon through its back. Even if one was an elder from the Iron Blood Gate, they couldn't avoid a fatal wound in that situation. I was confident we had won. Swoosh, screech. In that instant, I saw an unbelievable sight. 2 men in black suddenly appeared next to the flute demon, swinging their swords at the last moment to block Taoist Taiyunshan's sword chi. Ugh. As expected. However, it seemed like a rather unexpected attack for them as well. Despite being in a 2v1 situation, the 2 men in black robes staggered back, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Only after retreating 3 steps could they regain their balance. By that time, one of them had already hidden the flute-playing man behind his back. What? Taoist Taiyunshan exclaimed in disbelief. Though Taoist Taiyunshan had gained the upper hand, that wasn't the problem. The fact that just 2 men had fended off a full-powered attack from him. It meant that the martial arts of these 2 men in black robes far surpassed that of a peak expert. Moreover, the technique they used to block his sword flame was the fabled combined attack technique. By combining their inner energy and capabilities, they effectively countered a much stronger opponent. It was a secret technique taught only within esteemed martial houses. One of the men in black robes, who was standing on the right, wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke. Judging by the nosebleed, there seemed to be a significant skill gap between him and Taoist Taiyunshan. So it's you, Taoist Taiyunshan. When the urgent dispatch orders came, I wondered what was happening. Never expected one of the top 10 experts from the Weidang sect to come. Who are you guys? The man standing on the left answered the question. It's unfortunate that we meet under these circumstances. You won't be leaving this place alive. Ugh. Ah. The fanatics I had thrown into confusion started to go berserk. The effect of the flute had been severed and they were like broken puppets. The flutist hiding behind the men in black robes started playing again. At this rate, we'd have to fight against these enhanced fanatics to the death? With thousands of these madmen? Damn it. I cursed inwardly. Though I wouldn't easily be captured and killed by the fanatics, the real problem was right in front of me. Squeak. SHH, SHH, SHH. Carrot at hashtag carrot and, asterisk dollar, and carrot dollar carrot and, dollar carrot and. And then an indescribable grotesque noise emanated as formless demons rose. The demon had a body as big as 2 walls, looking like liquid but dotted with hundreds of eyes and tentacles, spreading an aura of darkness as it slithered. Damn it, let's go. I yelled towards Taoist Taiyunshan, who didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards me. Then, the man in black robe sneered. You think just the 2 of us came to deal with Taoist Taiyunshan? Whoosh, clang. As Taoist Taiyunshan and I tried to reorient ourselves by leaping onto a higher platform, 8 more men in black robes suddenly appeared, wielding their swords. Among them were those armed with strange weapons. Their stance alone was enough to tell. They were martial artists trained for a long period as elites. Taoist Taiyunshan was infuriated. These wicked men. As he spoke, his sword flame dispersed into the air. The materialized sword energy flew like a gust of wind, severing the throats of 2 men. In his fury, Taoist Taiyunshan struck the chest of another with a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 of them. However, in the next moment, when the remaining 3 attacked him, he hesitated and couldn't move forward. Astonishingly, these 3 men were fighting equally against Taoist Taiyunshan. Clang, clang. The scene was so shocking that I lost myself for a moment. What? What is this? Where did these experts come from? It was truly surprising. Among the 3 men in black robes who were fighting against Taoist Taiyunshan, one was even using sword chi. They were expert-level fighters, formidable enough to stand on their own in any region, yet here they were, fighting alongside other elite fighters against Taoist Taiyunshan. Humph. You there, we'll kill you? 2 men dressed in black approached me and surrounded me. Although I couldn't quite gauge their skill level, I glared at them menacingly and drew my sword. One of them threw an iron copper weapon aiming for my head, but I took out my short dagger and wrapped it in chains. Huh. Puiok. Do I look easy to you? While one of them was bewildered, I charged and crushed the chest of the other with a front kick. Then I charged again at the one wielding the iron copper weapon, and unleashed a sword strike. To be honest, I had been taking a beating for a while, so I was worried about how effective this attack would be. Quagwang. My worry was unfounded. The man who was using the iron copper weapon was hit head-on by my attack and exploded due to the thunder spirit chi on my blade. His torso was torn into pieces and he let out a final scream. He seemed to be a first-rate expert in martial arts, but he couldn't even withstand my attack. 1 punch, 1 kill? After I took down the 3 who were fighting Taoist Taiyunshan looked shocked. No. Who is that guy? I know this is not the place to make grand declarations. Taking the chance to escape is more important than showing off like a typical martial artist. So, I said nothing and charged like a wolf, unleashing a series of sword strikes. Let these bastards die. Adat novel bin adat. Kagang? Kang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out. Taoist Taiyunshan and I were fighting 3 of them, but the balance of power was shifting to our side. The men in black seemed flustered by the unexpected situation and couldn't display their true abilities. Hiepi, Shwichak, Kioiok. Taoist Hyunshan seized the opportunity to quickly unleash a sword flame at the weakest of them, causing instant death. This damned. The peak-level expert in black, who was using sword energy, seemed to decide it wasn't working and retreated with his minions. Kuwung. Kuwung. At that moment, the monster seemed to notice us and began to approach. Hundreds of eyes and tentacles began to move, making the scene terrifying. Taoist Hyunshan spoke urgently. They speed up all of a sudden? Run. Damn it all. I screamed as I jumped off the platform with Taoist Hyunshan. A building that was 6 stories high collapsed due to a body slam from one of the monsters. Thump, 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 thump. We heard the sound of 3 monsters chasing us, destroying everything in their path. I used all my strength to run. The fanatics scattered here and there were crushed by the monsters and utterly destroyed. They were like rampaging demons. Thump, 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 thump. Uaaaaaaaa. I felt like vomiting from the horror of this unprecedented escape. I had a bad feeling from the start, but I never expected things to get this twisted. I also began to understand why Taoist Hyunshan said we couldn't face monsters with human strength. Crash. Another building collapsed due to a body slam from the monsters. A large dust storm enveloped the village. Yuk, nu. I let out a final scream. My last memory was of my body being torn apart by a body slam from one of the monsters. My consciousness faded away so quickly that I couldn't even feel the pain. That was my 4th death. My 5th life has begun. This time, there are no screams. As if it was the most natural thing, I woke up in the barn, staring blankly at its ceiling. I almost wish it was a different ceiling. The familiarity of this one almost makes me want to throw up. The silver lining of my most recent death was that I died so quickly that the pain wasn't unbearable. Consciousness faded too fast for me to even feel the pain. As always, I checked my inner energy. Sure enough, the 2 cultivation styles, Thunder Dragon Breath Technique, Mysterious Heavenly Divine Technique, coexisted within me, and a gigantic, river-like inner energy wriggled inside my body. But this time, I couldn't be happy about it and just collapsed on the spot. Couldn't even last a year. Every time I left this barn, I used to set ambitious life plans. But often, my deaths were too unexpected. Even though my martial arts skills have reached a level where they're not easily looked down upon in the martial world, the risk of dying remains high. I inwardly felt that I am mentally strong. I have already died 4 times, but I haven't gone mad yet. Even now, I'm treating death quite lightly, as if to say, well, it can't be helped. As long as I can breathe and move, there's no need for lament. Perhaps the ceaseless vitality my massive inner energy provides also positively influences my mental state. I calmly reviewed the reason for my most recent death. I was abruptly attacked by a massive demonic being and killed. The martial artists who attacked me were not that threatening, but the demonic being was a different story. What exactly is that demon? And who are those men in black? The reason I'm not sinking into despair is that I'm curious about the identity of those mysterious beings. Frankly, I'm so curious that I don't even have time to despair. A heretical sect is conducting human sacrifices, fine, but why is there a flute-playing demon controller, and why were the men in black protecting him? There was one answer I could roughly form. The men in black are controlling the heretical sect. They're part of a huge organization capable of deploying experts strong enough to handle the Taoist Hyunshan. They were discreetly plotting something in that village and happened to get caught by the nearby Taoist Hyunshan. Though the deist panicked and failed to kill the flute player, it must have been a shocking development for the men in black too. If the deist's martial skills were a bit stronger and more composed, the crucial flute player would have been killed. That's why when the Taoist Hyunshan roamed around the village searching for an expert-level martial artist, the men in black summoned reinforcements from elsewhere to protect the brown-clothed flute player. They brought them in to ward off the Taoist Hyunshan who would attack again. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fend off the Taoist's assault as if they were waiting for it. But I can't understand. Among the black-clothed men, there were peak experts and first-rate experts mixed in. To be honest, the skills of the 3 who were fighting against Taoist Hyunshan were far from mediocre. Especially the one casting the sword chi. I wasn't sure if I could defeat him. Undoubtedly, there's a power behind the black-clothed men that's no less than that of the 9 great sects. If a force that could nurture such experts exists, it would surely be rich and honored enough to make a racket in the martial world. So why did they bring calamity to the village by committing the heinous act of human sacrifice? What could they possibly gain from doing that? After sitting and contemplating for a long time, a thought occurred to me. It's that demonic being. They were trying to summon the demonic being. A horrifying giant demon with hundreds of eyes and tentacles? That demon was by no means a being that could be naturally conceived and born in this world. Although I don't like the sorcery of the left path, the chances were high that it was summoned from another world. They probably used the evil sorcery of human sacrifice to summon the demon or perhaps an even greater being. In reality, the power of the demon was tremendous. The physical ability of the demon, who Taoist Hyunshan had briefly fought against by sending out sword chi, was beyond the scope of any living creature. Just a body slam was enough to destroy a 6-story tower, which was abnormal. Those black-clothed men were likely trying to use the power of the demon for something. What should I do now? I've already died once diving into this matter. No, I died just now. Yet, I couldn't help but become curious. The evil religion named cult, that will become rampant decades later? Why are they collaborating with the black-clothed men at this point? Or are the black-clothed men themselves high-ranking members of Nain cult? For a brief moment, excitement bubbled within me, and my feet jittered restlessly. It took me quite a while to settle down, finally taking a seat to contemplate. Leaning my back against the wall while sitting seemed to bring mental clarity and ease. I muttered to myself, no, this can't happen. I made a rational judgment, the odds aren't in my favor. Let's give up. Of course, there was a way to thwart the conspiracy of the Nain cult. Starting now, if I solely focus on taking Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries and forego taking the healing potion, and rush straight to the said village without any breaks, I would arrive much earlier, possibly a week faster than initially planned. By then, the Taoist Haiunshan probably wouldn't have noticed the anomalies in the village. Moreover, there's a high likelihood that the Black Path hadn't yet unleashed their monsters. All I had to do was immediately persuade the Taoist Haiunshan to verify the scourge happening in the village. After that, assassinate the fluter sorcerer with him and make our escape. I thought that this would successfully crush the schemes of the Black Path. But why should I? Crushing the Black Path's conspiracy would uphold justice in the world. The innocent villagers who had been victimized would also have a higher chance of survival. However, as a price for foiling the Black Path's plot, I would likely spend the rest of my life being pursued by them. The thought of being targeted by an organization capable of mobilizing peak or first-rate class experts in droves was horrifying. If I'm prepared to face death, I could just foil the plot and learn Wudang Sek's martial arts from the Taoist Haiunshan. However, there's no guarantee that he would pass this art down to me. In the past, he agreed because he personally confirmed the scourge, and because he was personally involved. Would I dare to propose, I will help you resolve the scourge, so reveal your Wudang Sek's martial arts. There's a high chance I'd get smacked by the Taoist Haiunshan and chased away. I might even lose an arm for the audacity. And it's not a good idea to use the same timeline as before. To foil the Black Path's plan, I'd have to assassinate the sorcerer as quickly as possible, since giving them time would make it highly likely they'd send reinforcements, as happened last time. Well, I could learn the secret techniques from Taoist Haiunshan and run away, but that doesn't sit well with me. Learning from the Taoist Haiunshan wouldn't take that long anyway. Becoming enemies with him just for that would be unwise. If the Taoist Haiunshan decides to abandon the village and plan for another day, I'd undoubtedly become his enemy. It's better to have no involvement with that matter from the start. I came to a conclusion. Let's just move on. It's time to focus on my cultivation training. I've been pondering the reasons for my recurrent failures leading to death. My overall curiosity and pathetic judgment were certainly contributing factors, but the most significant reason was that I was weak. What if I had been at the same level of martial arts mastery as Taoist Haiunshan during this incident? I could have eliminated all the black martial artists and held the flute sorcerer hostage, thereby escaping the situation safely. The monsters appeared only after the flute sorcerer played his flute, so it seemed almost certain that he controlled them. I could have survived if I'd secured just him, even in that desperate situation. My current issue is that I possess unparalleled internal energy, yet my level of martial arts expertise is so low that I can't fully harness it. My skills have improved thanks to several days of earnest guidance from Taoist Haiunshan, but I'm still far from reaching the peak. If we talk about mere martial arts proficiency, I'm clearly nowhere near Jin So Chong. I must become stronger. For that, I have to train in martial arts. I clenched my lips tightly. I have to prepare myself for death from now on. My resolve shifted the moment I decided to properly train in martial arts. Previously, I was mainly focused on learning just the essential skills for survival. Now, I'm willing to learn martial arts, even if it means risking death. This makes a huge difference. I can now employ drastic measures that I couldn't attempt before because I feared dying. I've decided to give up on knowing the contents of Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. I've regressed 4 times so far and have become quite accustomed to the pain of dying. Even if I can't regress again, I've come to accept that death can be a form of liberation. If it doesn't work out, I'll just die. With my new mindset, I set my first course of action. I've been running in circles for too long. A gleam of determination flashed in my eyes. About a month later, I was sitting cross-legged in the hidden realms of Shan, having just consumed the Millennium Ginseng. I'd successfully acquired Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries and the elixir. This time, I arrived without enduring hardships, as I had stolen some money from local households along the way. Kugugugu. The pain is less severe than before. No, the only pressure I feel now is a slight pinching sensation. My body had become so accustomed to absorbing this massive energy that I began to circulate it vigorously without pause. In fact, I had consulted with Taoist Haiunshan about my physical condition. I told him beforehand that I consumed the Millennium Ginseng, although I hadn't mentioned that I'd taken it twice. Master Taoist Haiunshan, what would happen if I consumed Millennium Ginseng again? Let me see. In my recollection, Taoist Haiunshan calmly took my pulse. Then he told me, your body's life and death gates are already wide open, and your entire meridian system is more or less unblocked. An enormous amount of inner energy circulates ceaselessly within you, so vast that an ordinary human couldn't contain it. Even if you were to add the power from a Millennium Snow Ginseng, there would be no problem whatsoever. I was worried that my inner energy might become saturated and explode. Did you read that in some martial arts novel? Taoist Haiunshan chuckled and then spoke. Even if you were to consume something like Millennium Snow Ginseng again, there would be no risk of your body exploding due to the medicine. The inner energy that accumulates in the human body is not a material substance. It merely serves as a medium for communication with all things. Unless the inner energy reaches the central energy field, middle danshan, the inner energy within you will just keep accumulating. Do you think your 8 extraordinary meridians are actual, physical veins? Absolutely not. So if I consume it 3 times, would I get 3 times the inner energy? Well, something like that. That doesn't mean you'll get 3 times the internal energy. The rate of increase in your internal energy will probably decline each time you consume it. But even that decline would be an evolution that a normal person couldn't fathom. Can you distinguish the difference in height between the smaller mountains and Mount Tai just by looking from the base of the mountain? The metaphor was easy to understand. I nodded as I took in his words at novel bin at. Then Taoist Hyunshan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, but don't tell me you're planning on consuming Millennium Snow Ginseng again in your lifetime? You are quite ambitious. However, I am indeed eating 1,000-year-old ginseng again. Gulp gulp. I was carefully chewing the root residues of the Millennium Snow Ginseng to absorb all of its energy. Even this part was too precious to waste. Taoist Hyunshan, do you know? Millennium Snow Ginseng tastes a bit like carrot. If you chew it well, you can also taste the ginseng. Taoist Hyunshan probably thought I was fantasizing, but that question was very important to me. If consuming the elixir wouldn't make my body explode, then there was no reason not to continue consuming it in the future. Kugugugugu. My inner energy surged once again. Now, all the vital meridians near my heart have been unblocked. Ordinarily, it would take someone 100 years of training to achieve this. With much more powerful inner energy than before, some changes have occurred, and that was because of the mysterious heavenly divine technique. Originally, when I raised my energy through the life and death gate channel, the lightning aura from Thunder Dragon Breath technique would flash and surge. This was an unavoidable manifestation of Thunder Dragon Breath technique's ultimate state, beyond my control. However, following the principle of earth generates metal, the two mutually generating energies within me began to resonate. Although I had not formally learned mysterious heavenly divine technique, I had learned the fundamentals, laying a foundation. This overwhelming energy now moved according to the essence of mysterious heavenly divine technique, allowing me to almost similarly increase my inner energy quickly and efficiently, even without mastering its core techniques. This was something even Taoist Hyunshan, who imparted the mysterious heavenly divine technique to me, probably didn't anticipate. He could not have known that my unparalleled inner energy would bring about such an additional effect. As a result, I no longer emitted lightning aura when training my inner energy. Instead, a very faint essence of lightning flowed throughout my body when rotating the microcosmic orbit. I thought this was probably a fusion process between the mysterious heavenly divine technique and Thunder Dragon Breath technique. I slowly rose from my seat after absorbing the elixir. Now, shall we head to Azure Dragon Martial Hall? That's right. I am going to Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and I will learn martial arts anew. Whether the top-notch expert threefold expert Li Guang in the audience wants to exploit or kill me, I couldn't care less now. How many times have I died already? Why should I be afraid of such things now? If I die, I die. If I feel like I'll be tortured, I'll just commit suicide beforehand. My intention was to learn all the martial arts of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, no questions asked. Let's give this a try. No more beating around the bush. My steps were light as I descended Huangshan. Robbery and murder. It's not because I suddenly felt pangs of conscience but rather because I needed to clear my past in order to focus on long-term training after joining the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. My current goal is neither to make lots of money nor to seek fame. All I need is enough time to hone my martial skills, so it's crucial to create an environment where I can focus on this one aspect. I sighed briefly. Why would you guys come and mess with my resolution? 5 bandits who heard my monologue were trembling as they knelt and lowered their heads. About half an hour ago, as soon as these guys found me, they unsheathed their blades, intending to kill. They were typical murderers and robbers, numbering 12 in total. Any ordinary citizen would have been killed without resistance. At least 4 or 5 armed guards would be needed to deal with these scoundrels effectively. However, I used my Thunder Cloud Palm to incapacitate 4 of them within moments, and then slashed off the arms of 3 more with a short knife. Although all I had was my bare hands and a small defensive knife, dealing with bandits like these was a piece of cake. Arg. Spare us. Seeing their writhing comrades on the ground, the bandits were petrified and remained kneeling. I glanced at them coldly before speaking. I'm contemplating whether to end your worthless lives for good or give you one more chance. At that, the bandits were shocked and began to plead with their faces touching the ground. Hero. No, my lord. Please, spare our lives. Spare us. We've done wrong. I stared at them pensively before saying, tell me something useful you know. If I like what I hear, I'll spare you. Killing them would be easy. A single swipe of my Thunder Cloud Palm could roast them like fried chicken. But considering my prior thoughts on restraining myself from murder, I decided to hear them out first. The bandits desperately racked their brains. Amidst their pondering, a hefty bandit raised his hand and blurted out, my lord, the leader of the Golden Wolf gang in the neighboring mountain is said to be an exceptionally beautiful woman. If you were to conquer her, then, this guy really has hit rock bottom. I looked at him in disbelief before reaching my hand to his ear. Then, I tore it off with force. Splurt. Ah. Having his ear torn off raw, the bandit screamed and rolled on the ground, appearing to faint as blood gushed out. Seeing this, the other bandits, who were about to offer some useful information, froze like rabbits. I tossed the man's ear into a nearby stream and growled, think carefully. What information would actually be helpful? My lord, what kind of clue would you like? Please, just a hint. Tell me something about the martial world. The bandits wore a hesitant expression. How would these mere highwaymen have any substantial information about the martial world? If you don't know, never mind. Seeing their indecisive faces, I slowly began to raise my killing intent. Clearly, these men were just thugs who killed and stole from anyone they encountered, so I planned to make things simple and just kill them all. That's when it happened. A particularly skinny bandit with narrow eyes suddenly shouted, "My lord, I do have some valuable information." "What is it?" "I've heard rumors that soaring sky sword dragon Namgingwan is staying in a village about 8 li away from here. He's said to be traveling with his fiancée, although I'm not sure about that part." I was genuinely shocked. Soaring sky sword dragon Namgingwan? Was he here during his youth? The title was well known. Not from my time, but decades later, he would rise to become one of the top 10 greatest martial artists in the world. Namgingwan would later lead the powerful faction Anhui province, becoming the head of the Namging clan and would later be called as the Sword King. Even while I was doing my courier work, his presence felt like a towering figure. With just one family, he could exert influence over an entire city and gained a reputation due to his diplomacy and leadership in Anhui province. At the moment, several decades before becoming the clan leader, he seemed to be living as a late-generation figure in his clan. Intrigued, I asked, why would soaring sky sword dragon Namgingwan be here? I've heard murmurs among the martial artists that he seems to be here to meet someone, but we don't know much. We heard it from an innkeeper. And you dared to engage in banditry knowing that Namgingwan was nearby. Well, that's... The bandits were unable to reply. After all, why would they be afraid of me, a young boy in his teens, compared to the fearsome martial artists like Namgingwan? With a dozen armed highwaymen, they could even tackle a convoy of guards. I chuckled sarcastically and lost myself in thought at novel bin at. I'm curious. Should I take a look at what soaring sky sword dragon looks like? It was just half a day's distance from where I stood to the place called Azure Dragon Martial Hall, which I had frequented before. I could make it there in less than half a day if I rushed with my powerful internal energy. So I had enough time to meet Namgingwan. Hey, where is the village that soaring sky sword dragon is staying? If you cross this ridge and go around Mount Miko, you'll come to a village called Rivermoon, Gangwol, Village. I think I've heard of it. Gangwol Village wasn't far from the official road. Rather, it was a medium-sized village situated along the main road that led to the government offices. I'd once taken a nap there, so I knew the place. I spoke to the bandit who had provided the information. Good. Since you've given me valuable information, I'll spare your life. Anything else to add, anyone? We do. Go to Lord Ja's warehouse, there are precious paintings and books in that place. The bandits began frantically telling me all the valuable information they knew. Some of it was useless, but I learned about the locations of nearby secret bases, slave markets, how to make contact with kidnappers who abduct and sell children, and that the strongest bandit group in the area was Haiyou Rang Che. It was indeed information fitting of bandits, but I thought it might come in handy someday, so I let it slide for now. After gathering all the information they offered, I decided to wrap things up. It's time to part ways. Whoosh, thump. In a single blow, I killed all the fallen bandits. Then I dashed toward the 4 thieves who provided me with information. Their faces lit up with hope when they heard they would be spared, but that hope quickly turned to despair. That's because my short sword was swung at an incredible speed. Arg! What in the world, my lord? Swish, swoosh. The next moment, 4 heads flew through the air. I landed back on the ground without a single drop of blood on me and looked at the loot. I then took some money from the bandits' possessions, amounting to more than 20 silver coins. Who are you calling your lord? I had said I would spare them, but on second thought, I killed them all. Standing amidst a sea of blood, I felt no guilt. Who would complain about killing such utterly useless murderers? My action would save the lives of innocent people. To be more precise, I killed them simply because I wanted to. With that, I put the silver coins in my bag and started walking. Let's go to Gangwol village and see what soaring sky sword dragon is up to. I had a desire to gather information on future martial arts grandmasters. Tap tap tap. I ran quickly toward Gangwol village. It took 2 hours to get there, and by the time I arrived, the sun was setting. Since I had plenty of money, I looked for an inn. I noticed the lights of one on the western side of the village. The place was bustling. Gangwol village was close to the official road and was a hub for logistics, which made it busier than small villages. As soon as I entered the inn, I felt the liveliness and saw a lot of people, including courtesans trying to seduce travelers. The innkeeper looked surprised when I asked for a room. Understandable, as it's rare for a young traveler to bring out silver coins so boldly. Still, money talks, and he handed over the room key without much fuss. While I was at it, I asked the innkeeper, is there a famous martial artist staying in this village? Are you looking for soaring sky sword dragon? You're a young martial artist traveling alone, I see. Assuming wrong, the innkeeper grinned and said. He left the village at noon with his betrothed. They stayed in our inn. Really? Do you know where they were headed? Why would an innkeeper reveal such information to a traveler? He had a point. Perhaps feeling pity for my young age, he looked at me sympathetically and added, well, I can make a guess. They were heading north from the village, that would lead to Guanyang. He is probably heading into the city of Guanyang. That makes sense. I thought the innkeeper's speculation made sense. It's unlikely that a famous martial artist like Soaring Sky Sword Dragon would travel around a remote village, especially not with his betrothed in tow. It would be more normal to travel on horseback along a comfortable route, visiting large towns. It seemed almost certain that Namgangwan of Soaring Sky Sword Dragon was heading toward Guanyang. Maybe I should rest a bit and then follow. Guanyang was my destination as well. If I set off in the morning and find traces of Namgangwan, I should be able to at least see his face by the end of the day. If not, it couldn't be helped. I could simply go to Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Creak. Try eating this. A short while later, the innkeeper came to my room and set down some chicken dish. Seeing my puzzled look, he chuckled. It's on the house. Eat up and regain some strength. Thank you. I felt grateful once again, realizing I was receiving kindness during my journey. After the innkeeper left, I felt uncomfortable as I ate the warm chicken dish. It occurred to me that in my many years of travels through reincarnation, I had received help from numerous people. Besides Mr. Song from the fabric store, I also owed Jang Cheol from the Three Pines courier agency. I hadn't been able to even begin repaying them because I had been too busy with my own affairs. The contradiction of accumulating emotional debts in life that could never be paid off weighed on me. However, it's not possible to go around repaying kindness in every reincarnation. This is a tough problem. After finishing the chicken dish, I washed up and fell into a pleasant sleep for the first time in a while. The next morning, I got up and thanked the innkeeper, helping him a little with arranging the tables and chairs in the inn. He said that was more than enough, which lightened my heart. I left Gangwol village and arrived in Guanyang. I remembered having to dig the ground for shelter and shivering from the cold when I first came here with nothing but my guts. I couldn't recall how many years had passed since then, but the memories of that time were still vivid. Well, at least I don't have to sleep outdoors anymore. I began wandering around inside Guanyang City, looking for Namgangwan, who should be here. I didn't realize back when I was focused on training in Guanzhong's Azure Dragon Martial Hall, but Guanyang City was as large and bustling as any other cities. The roads were wide, and many people were walking about. While thinking about how to find Namgangwan, it occurred to me to use my chi sense. After consuming the spiritual elixir for the third time, my inner energy had greatly increased. I had advanced from simply sensing the size of chi to being able to detect distant chi. In other words, I could recognize exceptional martial artists within a broad range. I should easily find a late-stage expert like Namgangwan. I wasn't specifically looking for Namgangwan to fulfill any particular agenda. It was merely out of personal curiosity to see what a famous person from the future was like in the past. As I wandered the bustling streets using my chi sense, surprisingly, within a range of 200 paces, I detected about 5 significant sources of chi. All 5 of chi sources belonged to first-rate martial artists or even higher. Even though the city streets were crowded, it was unusual to see so many experts gathered, and I found it odd. Lately, I've been associating with peak martial artists, and as for first-rate martial artists, they are far stronger than an average fighter. Even within the first rates, there are varying levels of skill, so it wasn't easy to belittle them as being just below peak level. For example, even I, who possess a substantial amount of internal energy, can't be certain that I have first-rate martial arts skills. First-rate martial artists are like advanced apprentices looking up to masters in the art of martial arts. Anyway, Namgangwan should be among them. I decided to go and check out each of the 5 first-rate experts one by one. The first person I encountered was a man sitting in a back alley with a wooden sword slung over his shoulder. He had a vacant expression and seemed to be in his early 20s. As soon as the man with the wooden sword noticed me, he spoke with a hint of annoyance. "What do you want?" "I want to be alone, so leave this alley. You seem like a first-rate martial artist. What are you doing here?" At that, the man with the wooden sword raised his eyebrows and said, "You're no ordinary kid. A disciple of beggar sect, perhaps." I looked down at my clothes. They were indeed tattered and dirty from a long journey, enough for anyone to mistake me for a beggar sect's member. I shook my head. "No, that's not it. I apologize for the intrusion. I'll be on my way. Hold on a moment." As I stopped, the man with the wooden sword spoke. "Are you also looking for Namgangwan? What does he mean?" As I stared at him, the man with the wooden sword chuckled and introduced himself. "I'm War Sword Demon, Wi Zhong. If you're a beggar sex punk, then you'll have to tell me about Moyong Yan, that guy's betrothed." Zing. War Sword Demon got up from his seat, generating a wave of murderous aura. I frowned, sensing that I had unexpectedly found myself in a fight with a first-rate expert. What is this guy misunderstanding? However, it turned out to be a good thing. He seemed to be the perfect opponent to test my abilities. With that thought, I slowly began to gather my internal energy. "Come at me, if you dare." War Sword Demon Wi Zhong's wooden sword moved slowly, generating a shadow that resembled a mirage. I found it difficult to follow its movement with my dynamic vision, the reason being that the mirage flowing around the wooden sword was an illusion created by chi. I had never faced an opponent who utilized such martial arts, so I blinked in confusion. What? I realized at that moment that the distance between War Sword Demon Wi Zhong and me had unexpectedly closed. There was absolutely no prelude. The distance that was initially 2 yards had suddenly narrowed to less than 1 yard. This was likely due to the principle of distorting the opponent's sense of distance using the thumb. Recognizing that it would be troublesome if I got caught up in Wei Zhong's footwork, I brandished my short sword. Clang! Wei Zhong's wooden sword and my short sword clashed in midair. A lightning-like aura released a formless wave. Normally, it would be impossible for a first-rate expert like Wei Zhong to have his attack blocked by a child's short sword. Wobble. However, Wei Zhong almost lost his grip on his wooden sword due to the counterforce behind my attacks. Although the sword didn't break, it bent slightly inward, and a stream of blood spurted from Wei Zhong's mouth. Gah! Wei Zhong managed to grip his sword, but his arm shot up into the air, leaving him completely open. As he stumbled backward, it took him a moment to regain his balance and catch his breath. Huff, huff. What kind of internal energy is this? Did you attack with full power just now? I smirked, while Wei Zhong stood there sweating profusely, unable to respond. It seemed like he was just waiting for an opportunity to flee. A common bandit might have charged at me in a fiery rage, but Wei Zhong, being a martial arts expert, had sensed the latent potential in my internal energy conveyed by my short sword. Who are you? As you can see, just a boy passing by. I stared at him intently as I spoke. Why are you looking for Namgingwan and Moyang Yian? KRRR, so even beggar sex has come out in the open. I'm not them, alright. I finally protested when he continued to misunderstand me as a young expert from the beggar sect. I will not give up on Moyang Yian. Seemingly no longer interested in talking to me, he quickly glanced around, clenched his torn sleeve, and ran off. Whoosh! Just as he leapt over the wall, I also jumped up and swung my short sword at his back. But Warsword Demon Wei Zhong skillfully avoided my attack in midair as if he were a fish, making use of excellent lightness skills. It seemed my attack lacked both power and speed, even though it was filled with chi. Seeing how easily he dodged my attack, Warsword Demon Wei Zhong was indeed a first-rate martial artist. The moment he landed on the roof of another house, he quickly ran away using his springy movements. Hey, I thought I could catch him with my own lightness skills, but I decided it was better not to push it. Should I capture and torture Warsword Demon Wei Zhong? He was not a common thief or a bandit but a martial artist from the Murim. Making the wrong move could result in severe repercussions. Is this as far as I go? I stood there contemplating the short face-off I had just had with Warsword Demon Wei Zhong. It seemed like I had the upper hand, but that was only because he did not know my inner chi and approached me for a normal duel. In reality, his swordsmanship was exceptional, forming a perfect harmony with his footwork. His martial art level was something I could not catch up with. I still lacked the depth in my martial skills. If I could use my inner chi more efficiently, I would have been able to capture Wei Zhong just now. At the same time, I realized that now was the crucial moment to make a decision. I felt the chi of other experts moving. 4 first-rate martial artists. Their speed, are they walking? This synchronized movement was no coincidence. They probably subtly sensed the wave of chi released during my skirmish with Wei Zhong. Though nearly imperceptible to common people, first-rate martial artists would feel it as clearly as a drop of cold water falling on their heads. However, they were not coming directly toward this location but walking. Most likely, they sensed something but could not pinpoint the exact location, thus moving cautiously. Those guys are in a hypersensitive state, like wild animals. If I provoke one, the others will rush at me like enraged wild boars. Not the situation I'm looking for. I never intended to fight Warsword Demon Wei Zhong in the first place. It only happened because he suddenly became aggressive. Essentially, it was just a brief moment of idle curiosity. I decided not to provoke the first-rate martial artists anymore and quietly returned to the back alley. Moyang Yian must be the name of Namgingwan's betrothed. What did he mean by saying he won't give up on Moyang Yian? Is Warsword Demon Wei Zhong in unrequited love with Moyang Yian? Is he trying to take her away from soaring sky dragon sword Namgingwan? That seems off. But I sensed something was different intuitively. If Warsword Demon Wei Zhong had been moved by love, his eyes and actions would have been filled with desperate yearning for someone. However, since the first time I saw Warsword Demon Wei Zhong in the back alley, he had a cold face and seemed to be making thorough calculations. Moreover, his tone when saying that he won't give up on Moyang Yian was somehow different. It felt similar to the greed one would have for an object. After leaving the alley, I walked down the street again, trying my best to hide my energy. Normally, it would have been difficult to hide my internal energy due to the Thunder Dragon Breath technique, but now the mysterious Heavenly Divine technique made it easy. I newly felt it was an excellent choice to learn the cultivation technique not just for its mutual enhancement effects, but also because it made controlling the intensity of my internal energy easier. Thud. I glanced back at a man in purple clothes who passed by me. The man was quite handsome with a broad physique, but there was a feminine charm around his eyes. Moreover, he had a unique scent of yin energy and cosmetics. Above all, it was clear that he was one of the 4 first-rate experts I had sensed earlier. He looks like a complete pretty boy. Is he also after Moyang Yian? I stopped looking at him and naturally blended into the crowd. Regardless of how things would turn out, my curiosity had already evaporated. I've gathered the intelligence I needed, all that's left is to retreat. I'll look into this matter next time. From now on, I'll only think about entering the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Anyway, what? Beggar sect. This feels bad. Before returning to my lodging, I stopped by a clothing store and bought some simple active wear. Then I started resting a bit earlier. Taking a warm bath and lying comfortably in bed felt good. Although I don't feel much physical fatigue due to my enormous internal energy, it felt mentally stabilizing. The next day, I woke up well and headed for the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Let's go. How will the Azure Dragon Martial Hall receive me? As before, there were 2 gatekeepers standing in front of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Although they are called gatekeepers, in reality, they are second-ranked disciples of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, Bang Il, and Bang Gok. They are known as the Bang brothers, and Bang Il, who has a chubby and fleshy physique, arm wrestled with me when I first entered the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I didn't really have good feelings toward Bang Il. However, after a considerable time had passed, seeing him again somehow felt more pleasant than unpleasant. In fact, compared to the hardships I've faced since reincarnating, Bang Il's jealousy was cute. I spoke to Bang Il, who was guarding the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I've come to take the entrance exam for the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Entrance exam? Ha ha ha, you're quite the clown. At novel bin at. Whoa, my mouth opened in surprise. Shockingly, when I repeated the words I'd said upon my first visit, Bang Il's answer was exactly the same as back then. Whether I was surprised or not, Bang Il's words continued exactly the same. Are you, by any chance, a member of one of the 6 great families? No. Then have you built the foundation of your internal energy from a young age? I stood there dumbfounded, unable to answer. I had never imagined I would encounter such a situation. Who would have thought Bang Il would say the exact same words as before? It felt both strange and meaningful. It took me a moment to compose myself and reply, yes. Then let's test this little junior's internal energy, shall we? Go easy on me. I'm not surprised anymore. As Bang Il stretched out his hand like a pot lid and was about to initiate arm wrestling, a thought crossed my mind. Let's try to respond and act as similarly as possible to how I did in the past. I want to see if the reaction will be the same. Soon after, a brief display of Bang Il's self-assertion led to an arm wrestling match. As expected, I won. I could have won even with my pinky, but I intentionally held back a little. Swoosh. Hyug. Enough of formalities, just report well to the headmaster. Bang Il went in, and then came out. Follow me for a moment. Are we going to the headmaster? Here, the development slightly diverged. Yes. At that moment, I had an intuition about the laws of my previous life. Something has changed. Bang Il is taking me directly to the headmaster, instead of making me take a bath first. The first time I came to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, Bang Il couldn't stand my shabbiness and took me to a guest room to bathe in warm water. But this time, I wasn't dressed like a beggar, so Bang Il didn't need to do that. If nothing unusual happens, words and actions can repeat similarly. However, if there is a strong cause, the future can change. This somehow seemed like crucial information. It felt like a critical clue that would affect my life at some point. I asked once more about the odd point. Are we going directly to meet the headmaster? Why do you keep asking? I thought we would meet an instructor first. Seems you've heard something about our Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Bang Il spoke as he walked ahead with me following behind. It would normally be standard procedure to meet Chief Instructor Jin So-chung first, but he went out to meet a friend today. The other instructors are too busy mentoring the trainees, so I have no choice but to take you directly to the headmaster. A friend. Don't worry about it. Just follow me properly. Bang Il's tone was harsh, but it wasn't out of malice or spite. That's just how he is. Having spent 3 years arguing and living together, I knew that well. He was the kind of guy who was hard to like but also hard to hate. Thump. Headmaster, this is Bang Il, a disciple of the school. I've brought a prospective student for the entrance exam. A while later, Bang Il and I arrived in front of the reclining dragon hall, the living quarters of the headmaster and his family. Normally, regular disciples couldn't even get close. Only Jin So-chung, who is like a son to the headmaster, could freely come and go. But it seems this was a special case that allowed Bang Il to come up to the reclining dragon hall. I've never been inside the reclining dragon hall in the 3 years I've trained at Azure Dragon Martial Hall. No, I've met and spoken with the headmaster of Azure Dragon Martial Hall fewer than 5 times. He was a middle-aged man with an incredibly clear gaze, more akin to a scholar. He seemed to have little interest in me and had delegated all instruction to instructor Jin So-chung. As a result, despite being in close quarters for 3 years, I barely knew what kind of person Azure Dragon Martial Hall's headmaster, threefold expert Li Guang, was. I'd seen him when I was at my worst, so I had no idea how skilled he was. I could only guess based on the occasional comments from instructor Jin So-chung. Come in. Me and Bang Il opened the door to the reclining dragon hall and entered. A slightly spacious area revealed itself, and sitting on a chair was Azure Dragon Martial Hall's headmaster. Near where he sat was a bookshelf, and he appeared to be in the middle of reading. The impression of Azure Dragon Martial Hall's headmaster was the same as before. After momentarily staring at me with transparent eyes, Azure Dragon Martial Hall's headmaster spoke. Bang Il, what is this child's name? That is. As Bang Il hesitated and looked at me, I disclosed my name. My name is Baekwang. All right. Bang Il, you may leave. Slide. As Bang Il closed the door and left, Azure Dragon Martial Hall's headmaster watched me in silence for quite some time. Then, he suddenly spoke. Baekwang, did you come from the White Lotus sect? White Lotus sect. What does that even mean? White Lotus sect is a religious sect that has been passed down since the Southern Song dynasty. To be honest, I was never particularly interested or knowledgeable in the matter. Other miscellaneous circumstances seemed to be present, but at the moment, what concerned me most was White Lotus sect's position within the martial world, known as Murim. Despite having almost lost its religious standing, White Lotus sect held a different reputation in the Murim world. A top contender for the strongest in Murim? Currently, White Lotus sect was categorized as a neutral force in Murim. To be more precise, because they rarely interfered in the affairs of Murim and were indifferent, it was difficult to categorize them as good or evil. Nevertheless, it was widely known in the martial community that the martial arts of White Lotus sect were incredibly powerful. Since the time of Emperor Hongguyo, there had been attempts to suppress White Lotus sect, but due to the formidable nature of its leader and members, those attempts had been futile. White Lotus sect, unlike the publicly known sects and groups, was regarded as the hidden strongest force. Damn it! What misunderstanding is this? As I thought up to that point, I understood the intention behind Azure Dragon Martial Hall's headmaster, threefold expert Li Guang's words. So he thinks it's plausible for someone as young as me to be a master if I'm from White Lotus sect. Threefold expert Li Guang had made the most logical inference within his knowledge. It was confirmed in his subsequent words. If you are from White Lotus sect, you cannot be accepted into our martial hall. I am not from White Lotus sect, I hastily replied. Threefold expert Li Guang's expression didn't change. He looked at me indifferently, which somehow sucked me into his gaze. If you are not a user of White Lotus sect's Sacred Lotus, then no one at your age could possibly have reached such a level of internal energy. Sacred Lotus? What is that? You're feigning ignorance. Swish. Threefold expert Li Guang grabbed the spear next to him. At that moment, my whole body screamed danger, feeling as if a line was drawn from the top of my head to my groin, tingling with an illusory sensation of being cut in two. I hurriedly retreated 3 steps. Thud. However, threefold expert Li Guang hadn't moved, still holding his spear. Sweat dripped from my forehead as I gulped nervously. What was that just now? Killing intent? But it felt too real. I felt as if I had actually been sliced in two just now, but realizing I was still alive, I dismissed the thought. It was too much to consider it merely as killing intent. Then threefold expert Li Guang stroked his fine beard and said, "It seems you're not a mere protector of the faith who has consumed the sacred lotus. You managed to perceive the extent of my formless energy." Formless energy. It's the unity of oneself with their weapon, understanding not just the weapon but its very essence. Once you achieve this, you can wield formless energy. Although threefold expert Li Guang explained it kindly, the chilly indifference and cold air behind his tone made my teeth chatter. I had an intuition that if he swung that spear, I would be obliterated instantly. This is beyond my understanding. It's fundamentally different from sword chi or sword flame. I was going to die at this rate. He had completely judged me as a member of White Lotus sect, and he showed no guilt for considering killing a child. I clenched my teeth and shouted, "Wait. I am truly not from White Lotus sect. I can prove it." Prove it? How do you plan to do that? Well, at that moment, I was at a loss for words. How could I possibly persuade Master Li Guang, master of 3 weapons? If I were to employ techniques like 8-style Thunder Spirit technique, Silent Thunder Sword technique, or a Lightning Shadow Step, Master Li Guang would think I was leaking his martial secrets. When I started pondering this daunting, real-world obstacle, a shiver ran down my spine. However, the reason I came to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall was because I was willing to take this risk. I have no choice but to muster the courage, even if I die here. You'll understand when you see my martial arts demonstration. At this point, I don't even know. Let's try to persuade him as best as I can. A martial arts demonstration, you say? This place is too small. Let's go outside. Without waiting for his response, I flung open the doors of the reclining Dragon Hall and leapt down to the spacious martial arts training ground. This was a place where masters and advanced students usually demonstrated their progress to Master Li Guang. Swish. I then took out a spear that had been propped up in the training ground and stood in the center. Master Li Guang stood by the doors of the reclining Dragon Hall, watching me with interest. Watch closely. I focused my mind. Remembering the times when I had honed my skills under the guidance of the Taoist Haiyunshan, I slowly, but deliberately began to execute the 8-style Thunder Spirit technique. Though I specialize in sword techniques, the ultimate spear technique, 8-style Thunder Spirit technique, had always been an object of admiration. Swish, swish, swish. From Thunder Spirit piercing heaven to Thunder Spirit lone turn, the 8 basic forms were executed in rapid succession. While performing them, I snuck a glance at Master Li Guang. His expression remained unchanged. So, I returned the spear and drew my sword to execute the Silent Thunder Sword technique at an even faster pace. This was my specialty, so I could move with greater confidence. About halfway through, I felt a slight change in Master Li Guang's expression. Rumble. Finally, as I scattered the Thunder Cloud Palm techniques in succession, a surge of thunder chi vibrated across the training ground. My movements came to a close with the final chi technique. It was a demonstration that displayed all I had to offer. A heavy silence ensued. In this space, there was only Master Li Guang and me. Master Li Guang crossed his arms, seemingly lost in thought, yet vulnerable. But the invisible pressure emanating from him made it impossible for me to make any rash moves. After about a minute, Master Li Guang finally spoke. "Who are you?" His voice was no longer calm and dignified. It was charged with considerable anger and gloom. As expected, an ordinary person would have paled, expecting him to lash out like a madman. Especially when that person is Master Li Guang, you'd think you could die right here. I calmly replied, as you can see, I am at least not from the White Lotus sect. It seems so. Consuming the sacred lotus does not grant one the achievement of thunder spirit. Master Li Guang spoke as if spitting out the words, then seemed to suppress his emotions. He turned and sent me a message abruptly. If you have the confidence to speak not even an inch of falsehood, then follow me. The words seemed to carry more weight than a simple invitation. I slightly nodded my head and followed him back into the building. Keeping about a yard of distance, I followed Master Li Guang and realized something. Master Li Guang is different. He is fundamentally different from all the peak masters I have seen until now. Of course, it's regrettable that I can't understand what that difference is at my current level. Thud. Li Guang led me to a room different from the one I had seen earlier. As he opened the door, I found a barren, dark room. Seemingly warming the room for the first time in ages, Li Guang placed some firewood in the fireplace, then gestured for me to sit on a chair. Sit there. For a moment, I wondered if this was some kind of trick on his part, but I pushed aside my hesitation and sat down. The gap in our skills is just too great. The difference in levels between Li Guang and me was greater than I had thought. Although I can't say for certain, it felt as if the gap was much greater than when I had fought against the Elder of Iron Bloodgate. If I were to fight against a fully committed Li Guang, there would be no chance of survival, thus, any trickery seemed pointless. From my subordinate perspective, it didn't seem like Li Guang would bother with petty schemes. Crackle. The flames in the fireplace started to flicker, gradually warming up the room. Li Guang, sitting across from me, rested his chin on his hand and stared at me before speaking. Explain in detail. Where did you learn the Thunder God style technique? What? I was taken aback by the sudden name he mentioned. I had thought Li Guang would be furious for learning his secret martial arts technique, but instead, he mentioned Thunder God style, a name I had never heard before. Could it be that this is not an original martial art by threefold expert Li Guang? Was it something derived from a separate faction called Thunder God style? Or perhaps threefold expert Li Guang named his own martial art Thunder God style? After some contemplation, I answered. The person who passed this martial art on to me has already passed away. They instructed me to find threefold expert Li Guang, so I came. He died? Why? He fell ill. I took a risk. Telling Li Guang the whole truth about my reincarnation seemed far too risky. Even if I were to die here and now from being caught lying, I had planned to bluff my way through it. What was that person's name? Adat Novel bin Adat. It worked? So, as I suspected, threefold expert Li Guang's martial art wasn't an original creation but was derived from Thunder God style. Though elated, I remained calm and replied. They never told me the full details. I see. Threefold expert Li Guang muttered bitterly. So how did you achieve your internal energy? After my master passed, I wandered the world and was fortunate enough to consume 1,000-year snow ginseng in Huangshan. Show me your wrist. Swoosh. Threefold expert Li Guang grabbed my wrist and took my pulse. He closed his eyes as if sensing the frenzied internal energy inside me, and then finally opened them after a while. He spoke. It seems true. You have extreme cold yin energy circulating within you. But what is this yin balanced by yang energy? Actually, there was another elixir next to it, which I took at the same time, allowing me to survive. I see. Threefold expert Li Guang sat quietly for a moment before saying. Your master must have been one of the inheritors of Thunder God style. Unfortunately, it seems he couldn't achieve Thunder Dragon's form and died of an illness. In that case, you and I are of the same school, or fellow disciples. If you are willing to serve me as your new master, perform the Nine Bows ceremony right here. Nine Bows ceremony? I was taken aback by threefold expert Li Guang's words. At first glance, it seemed like a common ritual of accepting a disciple from the same school, but it was not. This Azure Dragon Martial Hall never forced any disciple to perform the bowing ceremony. Even the masters did not bow to threefold expert Li Guang. I had only heard that Jin So-chung formally performed the bowing ceremony. In other words, the bowing ceremony is not simply symbolic. Unlike other disciples accepted for the sake of making money, it means choosing a true successor to impart one's genuine martial arts techniques. There could be no other reason for Jin So-chung to perform the bow. Naturally, I did not hesitate to perform the bowing ceremony. After the 9th bow, Li Guang spoke. Rise. From now on, I am your master, and I will finish passing down the Thunder God style. Yes. He did not seem to doubt me at all. After all, the one who had received the genuine martial arts techniques from Li Guang like a son was Jin So-chung, and that Jin So-chung had practically secluded himself to teach me for 3 years. If there was a separate Thunder God style faction, there was no reason for him to doubt me. Baek Wung, you may have already heard from your master, but Thunder God style is a multi-person lineage, and a shaking the heavens martial arts schools. You have high potential, train diligently so you can witness the peak of Thunder God style. I understand. Multi-person lineage and shaking the heavens martial arts? I had never heard of this before, but I couldn't ask what it meant. It's a given to pass down the history of the school even if martial techniques aren't passed down. If I didn't know that, I could be suspected. However, I quickly reconsidered and took another gamble. I'm not very sharp, so I don't remember the history of our school well. Could you tell me again? Well, you are young, so it's understandable. Since I appear to be in my early to mid-teens, I had no choice but to get by saying I was young and didn't remember well. When I showed interest in the history of our martial arts school instead of asking about martial techniques, threefold expert Li Guang seemed willing to explain. How much have you heard about the White Lotus sect? My master never really mentioned White Lotus sect. In fact, I'm hearing about it for the first time today. Is that so? He must have been a man who didn't concern himself with grudges against White Lotus sect. Grudges. Upon hearing the subsequent words, I almost took a sharp breath. Yes, we, the Thunder God style, were the protectors and martial arts school of White Lotus sect but were purged and came to the Central Plains about half a century ago. We operate secretly in various places to avoid attracting attention in the martial world, but our roots are in White Lotus sect. Of course, I also heard this from my master, so I don't have a direct grudge against them. However, you should always remember the history of them using and betraying the martial artists of Thunder God style. Thunder God style? It was a martial arts school that had passed down the martial techniques of White Lotus sect. And due to internal strife within White Lotus sect, they were forcibly expelled to the Central Plains. To survive, they didn't form a new martial school but dispersed in all directions. I held back my astonishment and asked, wouldn't it have been better for Thunder God style to come together and form a large martial school if they wanted revenge? I've heard that the power of the White Lotus sect leader surpasses imagination. The previous inheritors probably wanted nothing more than to quietly cultivate their martial arts and seclude themselves from the martial world rather than trying to strike a rock with an egg. Come to think of it, the present Taoist Haiunshan of Weidang sect did mention the White Lotus sect leader. When he admired my internal energy, he said that only the White Lotus sect leader could surpass me. If my internal energy, cultivated through eating Millennium Ginseng multiple times, can be compared, I could guess how advanced the martial arts of the White Lotus sect leader are. How powerful is the White Lotus sect leader? The White Lotus sect leader has been absolute peerless for the past 200 years. Though the title is passed down through generations, every one of its sect leaders has always overwhelmed the top masters of the orthodox sects in the Central Plains. Essentially, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the White Lotus sect has the strongest martial arts in the world. Gasp. Is that how great they are? No wonder the Taoist Haiunshan keeps talking about the White Lotus sect leader. Threefold expert Li Guang spoke with his characteristic indifferent expression. I deeply ponder the grudges of my ancestors. If I was sure you were a disciple of the White Lotus sect, I would have killed you right there and then. What do you mean when you say I have reached Thunder Dragon? Once your Thunder Dragon breath technique reaches its limit, you gain resistance to all diseases, your lifespan increases, and your body becomes full of Thunder Chi. This state is called Thunder Dragon, and you've probably achieved it by consuming Millennium Ginseng. So, the phenomenon where Thunder Chi continuously sparks and discharges after learning the Thunder Dragon breath technique was Thunder Dragon. Though one can gain advanced inner energy by eating the White Lotus sect's spirit lotus, achieving Thunder Dragon through the Thunder Dragon breath technique is impossible. That's why I could trust you. The spirit lotus seemed to be some kind of elixir distributed by the White Lotus sect. While I was trying to remember new information, threefold expert Li Guang wore a strange expression. However, there's another flow of energy within you apart from the Thunder Dragon breath technique. What is it? There's no point in lying at this stage. I answered honestly. It's the mysterious heavenly divine technique. Mysterious heavenly divine technique. One of the 5 great divine techniques of the Weidang sect. Yes. Although it was initially a mere form of exotic Taoist techniques, I was able to learn it during my journey through a chance encounter with a master of the Weidang sect. I never lied. You could have become a true disciple of the Weidang sect, considering you have mysterious heavenly divine technique, yet you came to find me. Yes, you were my first choice, master. Threefold expert Li Guang seemed somewhat pleased. Even if the Azure Dragon Martial Hall was large and prosperous, it couldn't compare to the Weidang sect, which boasts the greatest reputation among the 9 great schools. Given that I had forsaken the chance to become a disciple of an elder of the Weidang sect and came to him, he probably felt quite proud. Good. From today, you are my direct disciple. Accept Jin Sochong as your senior in the direct lineage. Considering your abilities, I'll give you the rank of instructor first. For the time being, learn directly from me. Understood. I was elated that things had worked out so smoothly. I've somehow become a direct disciple of threefold expert Li Guang. Well, if only I hadn't been so set on revenge during my second death. Due to my unnecessary actions at that time, I had lost the opportunity to deeply learn the martial arts of Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Once I went through all sorts of hardships and finally returned to Azure Dragon Martial Hall, I couldn't help but regret my previous behavior. As the conversation roughly came to a close, threefold expert Li Guang told me various stories about White Lotus sect and Thunder God style. Meanwhile, I was able to gain substantial knowledge about White Lotus sect. White Lotus sect was originally a legitimized religion, and had played a primary role in establishing the Great Ming. Emperor Hongguo had also once been initiated into White Lotus sect. However, after founding the empire, Emperor Hongguo began to subtly oppress White Lotus sect. He didn't directly kill its followers, but whenever they tried to expand, he would find all sorts of excuses to arrest or corner them. Ultimately, White Lotus sect had no choice but to become a secret society and was driven to the southern part of the continent. This area, teeming with minority ethnic groups, was beyond the reach of the royal influence. There was also unconfirmed rumors that White Lotus sect had absorbed the descendants of Jin Wuriang I, who had been Emperor Honggui's archenemy. Threefold expert Li Guang said. Come to think of it, Sochong said he was going to meet a friend. I almost chuckled. The stern and emotionless threefold expert Li Guang was referring to Jin Sochong in such an affectionate manner. It must mean that their teacher-student relationship was closer compared to others in Azure Dragon Martial Hall. It seemed like threefold expert Li Guang would look after Jin Sochong, even if it meant forsaking all other disciples. I'd like to meet Master Sochong myself. Is that so? After a moment of contemplation, threefold expert Li Guang said. Then bring him here. He should be with Soaring Sky Sword Dragon by now. What? I apologize for stealing your personal time, but introducing you to the new Thunder God style is more important. Threefold expert Li Guang might have misunderstood my reaction, but that's not what shocked me. He is with Soaring Sky Sword Dragon? That is to say, the friend of Master Jin Sochong was none other than Soaring Sky Sword Dragon Namgang Wan. Come to think of it, Namgang Wan also said he came to Guanyang with his fiancée to meet someone. Could it possibly mean this? Anyway, this was an opportunity to meet the Soaring Sky Sword Dragon face to face. My eyes sparkled. Yes, I will definitely bring instructor Sochong. By now, they should be at the Zhou clan, among the Guanzhong 6 powers. The term Guanyang 6 powers refers to the 6 most influential merchant houses, art houses, and martial house in the entire Guanyang area. Among them, the Zhou family operates a marketplace with outstanding financial capabilities. Is it not a guest house or an inn? I don't know either. The last place Sochong was seen was there, so go and come back. Yes. Swoosh. I left Azure Dragon Martial Hall and dashed as if I were flying, using my lightness skills. It seemed that threefold expert Li Guang must have guessed my abilities, so he trusted me to summon Jin Sochong without any issues. I thought while leaping across rooftops. Good, very good. By the way, I could see Soaring Sky Sword Dragon Namgang Wan and his fiancée, Moyong Yeon. A smile naturally formed on my lips at the thought that today was a lucky day. Until now, I had thought that this errand was simple. Originally called Chen Yaliang, he was a historical figure from China, particularly notable during the period of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. He was the founder and first emperor of the Dazhu Kingdom, one of the rival states opposing the Ming dynasty. Right arrow curving left. The position of the Zhou clan, one of the 6 major clans in the imperial city, was at the Zhou clan marketplace located in the northwest. It was natural for a family that earned their living through managing the marketplace. I ran a tight distance of approximately 7 li, 4 km, to get to the Zhou clan residence. Upon seeing the signboard of the marketplace, I felt relieved that the distance was shorter than expected. After all, 7 li wasn't much if you were on horseback. 4 guards were standing at the entrance of the Zhou clan residence. Upon seeing me, who had appeared out of nowhere with swift lightness skills, they immediately aimed their spears at me. They too seemed like they had martial arts training. Who are you? For a moment, a playful impulse rose within me, but I held it back. There was no need to unnecessarily complicate matters. Instead, I courteously cupped my hands, bowing and then spoke. I am Baek Wong, a disciple of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I've heard that my senior brother, also chief instructor Jin Sochong of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, has visited the Zhou clan residence. I've come to relay a message. They exchanged sidelong glances for a moment. Wait a moment. All right. Do you have anything to prove your identity? No one of uncertain identity is allowed into the Zhou clan residence. This is my instructor's badge from Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I took out my instructor's badge in response to the guard's question. The badge was made of high-quality bronze and was embossed with a rising azure dragon. This item was given to me by threefold expert Li Guang as proof of my identity. Upon confirming the badge, the guards let out exclamations. Oh, wow, you're an instructor of Azure Dragon Martial Hall at this age. That's impressive. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, one of them started using honorifics and ran inside, while the remaining 3 loosened their spears and spoke. So, you're Baek Wong, huh? Looks like a new star has appeared in the Guangzhong's martial scene. How old are you? Upon showing my instructor's badge, I was dumbfounded to see the guards warming up to me so quickly. It appeared they didn't even consider whether the badge might be fake or counterfeit. Of course, mine was genuine. But this also meant that the martial world had been peaceful, without significant disturbances. At the same time, it proved how renowned and respected the Azure Dragon Martial Hall was in this area. The school had a status not inferior to that of the great clans, much like the Twin Gates 4 families in Luoyang. Excuse me. I have important matters to attend to with my senior brother. I muttered a vague response. However, the guards seemed to accept this readily and laughed heartily. Haha, just wait a moment. I waited for about a quarter of an hour when the guard who had gone inside returned, looking perplexed. I'm sorry, Warrior Baek Wong. It seems you'll have to wait a bit longer. What's going on? He said nothing and tightly closed his mouth. I sensed from his demeanor that something was going on inside. Perhaps he had been told not to let me in, or maybe there was no Jin Sochong inside. That was the issue. I spoke curtly. I am here on my master's orders. I was told to promptly bring in my senior brother, and you're planning on leaving me outside without any reason. Upon hearing my tone, the guards showed signs of bewilderment. What I said was impatient but true. One of the guards who had previously gone inside quickly offered an explanation. Right now, instructor Jin Sochong is having an important discussion with Zhou clan's head. If you're from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, you should understand to some extent. Of course, I can understand, as long as you all can take responsibility for stopping me. The word responsibility visibly paled their faces. For guards like them, it was the most frightening word. They quickly calculated who would bear the responsibility and hurried the escort who had gone inside. Taiki, just go and ask one more time. It's not like it's a super urgent matter. Just go and ask again. The guard named Taiki was visibly annoyed. Damn it, am I your servant? Why are you nagging me? No, you're the one in charge of overseeing, aren't you? Taiki seemed to hold back a curse. Then he said to me reluctantly, I didn't get a clear answer from Warrior's senior brother or Lord Joe earlier. This time, I'll make sure to hear it carefully. What are you saying? Did someone tell you to turn back halfway? No, the chief administrator said not to even step into the guest room. Don't worry about it this time. After saying this, guard Taiki hurriedly ran back inside. The remaining guards were criticizing him, but I didn't care. Instead, I quickly assessed the current situation. Are the Zhou clan's head and senior brother having an important conversation? Wasn't the latter supposed to meet his friend Soaring Sky Sword Dragon Namgingwan at Zhou clan's marketplace today? Wasn't this just a meeting place? It seemed that there were more complications than expected for senior brother meeting Soaring Sky Sword Dragon Namgingwan. Though I suspected that Zhou clan's head might have confined or threatened senior brother, even the authorities of the 6 great powers combined couldn't possibly do that. For one, the martial arts skills of senior brother wouldn't allow for his capture and detention, and the force of a single Azure Dragon Martial Hall was as powerful as combining 2 or 3 of the 6 great powers. I dismissed any ridiculous assumptions. I asked the guards if Soaring Sky Sword Dragon Namgingwan and his fiancée Moyong Yeon had come here. Their response was suspicious. Why do you ask? I heard rumors in the streets that they were headed toward the Zhou clan residence. That's not something we're aware of. They feigned ignorance, but I sensed from their guarded reaction that Namgingwan and Moyong Yeon had indeed visited the Zhou clan. If they truly didn't know, they wouldn't react so defensively. It seemed they were clumsy thinkers and had slipped up. Should I just barge in? I felt that standing like this was a waste of time. However, clenching my fist, I endured it once more. There had been quite a few instances where acting recklessly had led to death, so I knew from experience that it was best to endure as much as possible for a good outcome. Overturning the head of the family would be easy, but the backlash would be unmanageable. After about half an hour of standing and waiting, a bodyguard named Taiki and a middle-aged man finally emerged. Nice to meet you, Warrior Baekwang. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Who are you? I am Hajun, the chief administrator of the Zhou clan. Because he knew I held a rank equivalent to an instructor at Azure Dragon Martial Hall, despite my youthful appearance, he was treating me respectfully, not condescendingly. This meant he was treating me strictly based on our relationship as martial artists. The middle-aged man who introduced himself as H.A. Jun, the chief administrator, continued somewhat regretfully. Instructor Jin So-chong had a talk with our head but they couldn't reach an agreement. He said he will be staying for a bit longer and return to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall later. You can go back without worrying. What exactly are they discussing? That's classified within the family. If you really want to know, you can ask your senior brother later. I grinned, revealing my teeth. It was a laugh with clear killing intent. Treating me like a fool? Making me wait like this and then telling me to come back later? When exactly is later? I can't even see the tip of my senior brother's nose. How do you expect me to believe you? No. Hajun, the chief administrator, looked flustered. Whoosh. It was natural. The energy I unconsciously emitted was oppressing the surroundings and making him nervous. Although the family was also a martial arts faction and Hajun had learned martial arts, facing my internal energy directly made him shiver and visibly tremble. Even the 4 bodyguards next to him took a step back, surprised. Their faces turned pale as if their internal energy had died. I then gave Hajun a stern warning. Let me make it clear, if you don't bring my senior brother face to face or at least let me know the details, I'll do things my way. Are you planning to disgrace your senior brother's face as a fellow disciple? Are you threatening the clan as just a mere instructor of Azure Dragon Martial Hall? Seeing Hajun fiercely retort, I realized he was a man of some backbone. Despite facing the pressure of my internal energy, he had the courage to speak his mind. I chuckled and logically responded. Is this a threat? I have received an order from my master to bring my senior brother back. That's a command that must be followed by my senior brother as well. Don't use him as an excuse. It's my senior brother's responsibility to not follow this order. In the martial world, which do you think takes precedence, a disciple's will or the master's orders? All the talks I've been giving are within reason. With a stern face, I drove the point home. No matter what he and your head discuss, it's your own personal matter. However, for me and the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, my master's orders are more important. Chief Administrator Hajun looked troubled. He had understood what I was implying, that even if I, Baekwang, were to turn Zhou clan upside down to find my senior brother, it wouldn't pose a problem for the martial world. Being an administrator, he had the basic sense to grasp that. In fact, even if I used this justification to defeat him and his guards and enter, only Zhou clan would suffer afterward. Of course, I won't really knock them down. Doing so would put me at significant risk. But the reason I'm issuing this veiled threat is to constantly imprint on the other party that I could do it, so the intimidation holds. Knowing I could do something reckless could be very threatening. Eventually, Chief Administrator Hajun glanced back at Zhou Clan's building behind him and sighed. I have no choice. I'll tell you where Master Jin is. His whereabouts? He's not here. He left half an hour ago. I realized my intuition had been correct. The reason Chief Administrator Hajun had blocked the guard earlier and made up an excuse was to avoid revealing that Jin Sochung was not here. Although I confirmed that my intuition was correct, there was nothing I could do. I had to weigh the rationale and circumstances before I could choose the best direction that wouldn't harm me. I asked him, why did you hide Master Jin's whereabouts? Because he asked Zhou's family head to do so. What? I can't say anything more. However, you should clearly know that even if you are an instructor of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, you cannot threaten us about this. Chief Administrator Hajun's words were sharp, like a razor blade. They also contained annoyance, as if I had inappropriately meddled in someone else's affairs, so I didn't provoke him any further. It seemed Master Jin Sochong had asked the head of Zhou clan to keep his whereabouts hidden for some reason until tomorrow. The chief commander had done so just to buy time. But why? Then Chief Administrator Hajun said, he's heading toward Hang Pass. If you hurry, you might catch up with him. You're doing your best to save face. Telling me his whereabouts earnestly seemed like a way to prepare an answer for why they hid the Jin Sochin in the first place. Then Chief Administrator Hajun frowned. Don't be sarcastic. We don't like meddling in other people's affairs either. I won't see you out. You may go. Moments later, Hajun, the chief administrator, ordered the guards to close the gate and entered. With a thud, the gate closed. The guards momentarily wore embarrassed expressions, but soon began to light the wicks of the torches and returned to their duties. Clearly, dusk was setting in. If they didn't hurry, they would lose track of people. Payat. I knew where Hang Pass was. Having lived in Kwanjung for 3 years, I had a rough grasp of the geography. Hang Pass was a gate that connected the eastern central plains to the western Guangzhou, situated snugly in the Lingbao region on the southern bank of the Yellow River. Although I hadn't been there myself, it was an ancient fortress and famous, so I thought I could get there by simply following the official road. There was a horse rental station nearby. Let's rent a horse from there. Riding a horse at night was risky, but holding a torch in one hand would provide enough visibility. My riding skills weren't great, so I'd need to regulate the horse's speed. I could run, but I'd prefer to conserve energy if possible. Hee. There were sporadically spaced watchtowers with torches along the official road. Thankfully, visibility wasn't that poor, so I began to drive the horse into a gallop. According to the horse rental station manager, Hang Pass appeared after crossing a mountain and traveling about 5 li. By that estimation, the actual distance from here would be around 25 li, a considerable distance. I felt it was a good decision to ride. Clip-clop. I thought, hearing the sound of horse hooves. No doubt, Jin Sochong is headed to Hang Pass with Namgang Wan and Moyong Yian from Zhou clan. The only conceivable reason was escorting. Since daylight, not to mention top-tier masters were patrolling the city looking for Namgang Wan and Moyong Yian. Knowing this, Namgang Wan must have fled to Zhou clan residence with his fiancée and asked his friend Jin Sochong for assistance. The man must have told Li Guang he was going to meet his friends and left to escort Namgang Wan's party. Swoosh. I lay flat on the horse to dodge tree branches and muttered, what a hassle. Without a doubt, if I follow this route towards Hang Pass, the likelihood of encountering a group of first-rate experts is high. They were obsessed with Moyong Yian, and it was unlikely that masters of their caliber couldn't track down Namgang Wan. More likely, they refrained from making a move in broad daylight and now, as night falls, they are probably ready to settle scores. My hunch proved to be correct soon enough. As I was walking my horse down the hillside of a mountain on the official road, guided by torchlight, I felt an intense reaction in my senses. It was a massive shockwave, like powerful chi colliding. A barely audible sound tingled my ears like a needle. There was no doubt that it signaled a clash between experts. Damn it, am I too late? I clicked my tongue and accelerated the horse. The slope was dangerous, but there was no other choice. Hang in there, you. I laid a hand on the horse's neck and channeled my chi into it. Revitalized, the horse began to run faster. At the same time, I tuned into the horse's sensations to ensure it didn't stumble or stray off course. Hee. Typically, experts in martial arts couldn't use their internal energy this way. That's because infusing one's internal energy into another being is highly inefficient. One usually had to precisely target the energy meridians and infuse the energy along set paths to minimize waste. However, I have an abundance of internal energy, so I can afford to be inefficient. Even without targeting specific meridians, I can transfer substantial power. Thanks to my haste, I was able to reach the site of the duel in about half an hour. I emerged into a wide plain bordered by a forest and scattered large trees. Far in the distance on a mountain, I could see a fortress. Torches were arranged in the middle of the plain as if it were a battlefield. About 10 figures stood there. I dismounted and shouted, Instructor Jin Sochong, are you all right? Clink clank clink. Jin Sochong was battling 2 martial artists with his spear, and turned to look at me. Surprisingly, he was holding his ground against both, using his spear as if it were an extension of his body. Dong. Ugh. Thud. As Jin Sochong raised his spear, one of the experts wielding a longsword screamed and was flung backward. At the same time, Jin Sochong employed a technique called 8-style thunder spirit technique, spinning the blade of his spear. A bizarre shockwave emitted, tearing the glove and shoulder of the remaining opponent. Jin So-chong, who had quickly defeated both opponents, looked at me with surprised eyes. Who are you? Why do I sense the energy of thunder breath from you? He had sensed the thunder chi coming from me. Judging by the fact that he could identify the level of thunder breath just by looking, Jin So-chong at this moment seemed to be an even greater martial artist than I'd thought. All eyes in the area focused on me. I bowed and spoke to the group. I am Baek Wong, the new disciple of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, here to serve you as your bodyguard upon orders from our school head. Bodyguard. I also had personal reasons to master the 3 weapons and was recently initiated under master's tutelage. Jin So-chong, who seemed confused at first, chuckled heartily upon understanding the situation. Ha ha ha, I see. Looking forward to working with you, junior brother Baek Wong. Yes. He quickly deduced that I came from the Thunder God style school and had become a disciple of threefold expert Li Guang. He also understood that 3 weapons was a covert reference to the Thunder God style school. He was indeed a man of outstanding intellect and martial arts skills. Well, he is one of the future 10 great masters of the world. Behind Jin So-chong stood a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome. Even though Jin So-chong had an attractive, hearty appearance, this man looked as majestic as a dragon. His features were so perfect they seemed to have been carved from jade. A single smile from him seemed enough to stir the hearts of countless women. Next to him stood an equally breathtaking beauty. In terms of beauty, she was comparable to Seong Rin, but it was hard to say who was better. If I had to compare, Seong Rin was pure, and this woman had a sensuous look. Nevertheless, she was definitely a beauty any man would risk his life to have. They greeted me. Nice to meet you, young ally. I am Namgang Wan, the soaring sky sword dragon from Namgang clan. I am Moyong Yeon, the daughter of the Moyong family. Nice to meet you. I was fairly certain of their identities, so I accepted their greeting without much fuss. As expected, my guess was correct. Then, that moment came. A man wearing black attire emerged, mocking Jin So-chong as he stepped forward. Laughable. Just because you've added one more teenager doesn't mean you'll survive today, Jin So-chong and soaring sky sword dragon. Around him were around 7 to 8 high-level martial artists, each holding their unique poisonous weapons. Among them, I also sensed the aura of 4 elite martial artists I had felt during the daytime. Moreover, at the very back was a young man holding a wooden sword. It was Wi Zhong, the war sword demon I had defeated earlier in the day. As expected, when Wi Zhong noticed me, he was shocked. Ah, you're that beggar boy from earlier. I replied sardonically. Beggar? I'm a disciple of Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Don't make me laugh. Acting all high and mighty while drooling like a crow. Stop your nonsense, damn it. Comparing me to a beggar? Was that an insult? I was annoyed, so I lunged forward immediately. It seems I need to show them what I've got. Crazy bastard. The elite martial artists snickered as if they were looking at a mayfly when they saw me charging. Shortly after, they hurled deadly weapons intending to annihilate me. However, I stopped just before entering their attack range and took a rapid vertical dive, sharp decline. Then, I gathered all my inner energy and unleashed a shaking kick on the ground. Have a taste of this. Qua 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 quang? Massive destruction? A booming explosion resonated. It was as if dozens of cannons had been fired. A cloud of dust burst forth reaching halfway up the mountain. It was as if a wall of darkness had risen, the heavens and the earth were once again enveloped in a deafening roar. An invisible shockwave sliced through the clouds, whining. The ground beneath the shaking kick had completely collapsed and seemed endlessly destroyed. Nearby trees had their branches torn off by the shockwave. Human bodies were no exception. Arg. What the? This is crazy. HRK. With a scream, the gathered first-rate experts were thrown back involuntarily, struggling to keep their balance. Some planted their weapons into the ground, while others steadied themselves in midair through lightness techniques. However, no one could withstand the force within a distance of 5 jong. Those with weaker internal energy were blown back more than 10 jong, with blood dribbling from the corners of their mouths. I had simply drawn upon all my internal energy and stomped the ground. But even I was surprised by the outcome. Did I really do this? What level has my internal energy reached? Just then, Jin So-chong smirked and spoke. Good job, junior brother Baek Wong. Let's hop on Moyong Yeon's horse and make a run for it. What? Run away. These folks are not to be trifled with. A head-on confrontation would be unwise. Whoosh. Moyong Yeon, a female character, mounted the horse I had ridden. Speaking to Namgang Wan, she took the reins and said, "Hurry to hang pass. Don't worry about us." Understood, I will go. Clip-clop, clip-clop. As Moyong Yeon's horse started to gallop, Namgang Wan, Jin So-chong, and I followed. We could easily catch up to the horse's speed, but we preserved our stamina and inner strength, maintaining a reasonable distance. During our journey, Namgang Wan glanced at me and said, "Who would have thought a young martial artist like you would be among us? The world is about to change." Haha, at novel bin at. I awkwardly laughed. I knew that Namgang Wan would be one of the top martial artists in the future, often referred to as the Sword King of the Namgang clan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his high praise, I received a mental message from Jin So-chong. "Did you inherit the Thunder God style?" I'm not good at mental messaging, so I muttered softly. "Yes. My former master passed away, so I came here looking for a new mentor. Haha. Training will be fun from now on. I look forward to it." Surprisingly, there was no hint of suspicion or jealousy from Jin So-chong. Normally, anyone would be skeptical or annoyed when an outsider unexpectedly joins the fray, even if they are from the same martial arts section. I felt a bit heavy-hearted, realizing that his feelings were genuine. Jin So-chong was indeed a natural prodigy. I wish he was more mediocre, it would be easier on my conscience. Could I ever surpass a genius successor acknowledged by threefold expert Li Guang? The thought crossed my mind. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of Moyang Yeon's horse galloping could be heard from up ahead. The escape was going smoothly. The hang pass was quite far in the distance, but as soon as we gained some distance, our pursuers seemed to have trouble catching up. It's no wonder, Moyang Yeon was riding a horse at high speed, while we were skillfully keeping our distance. Besides, it was the middle of the night, and visibility was poor, making it risky for them to chase us recklessly. When I destroyed the ground earlier, it seemed like 4 people were knocked unconscious, and now, only 5 were chasing us. Among them, one was an expert of martial arts who specialized in hand-to-hand combat, but he did not join the pursuit, perhaps due to the beating he received from Jin So-chong earlier. I glanced back at our pursuers and said, 3 against 5 isn't too bad, right? It's not good. One of them is a master of hidden weapons, we can't afford to face them head-on. A master of hidden weapons. He's called Janryong. Be careful. Jin So-chong's words were tinged with strong caution. So, the earlier standoff was really a dangerous situation. Jin So-chong, who was reluctant to engage in a head-on fight due to the presence of a hidden weapons master, was forced to hold his ground. A slight chill ran down my spine at the thought that things could have gone south had I been even a second late. It's clear that we should avoid a direct confrontation with Janryong, especially if he uses hidden weapons that could potentially be poisoned and change the course of the battle. Janryong seemed to be conserving his hidden weapons as he pursued us, probably waiting for an opportune moment. After all, it's better to take advantage of our fatigue from running rather than to waste weapons in haste. We would soon be entering a mountainous path, and that's when we'd have to be particularly cautious of any hidden weapons flying at us from behind. Thud, thud. While running, I turned to Namgyngwon with a question. Soaring Sky Sword Dragon, you don't travel with your clan's guards. Namgyngwon chuckled bitterly at my question. There are internal matters. But everything should be fine once we reach Hang Pass. Really? Yes. I wanted to ask Namgyngwon what was going on, but we couldn't afford to waste our energy talking while being pursued. Noticing one of the 5 pursuers subtly speeding up, I quickly turned around and threw the single-edged knife I had hidden. Whoosh! A mere knife. Clang! Arg! The man wielding an iron chain tried to block my knife with his weapon, but he screamed as both he and the chain were flung far away. The chain was shattered and plunged into the ground, broken into 2. Seeing this, the other 4 pursuers hesitated, likely wide-eyed. The internal energy behind my knife surpassed the chain master's strength and internal energy by several times. Namgyngwon commented sarcastically. Truly, your internal energy is monstrous. There's probably no one in our family who has more internal energy than you, Baekwang. Internal energy isn't everything. How humble of you. Namgyngwon thought I was being humble and admired it, but in reality, I know that internal energy is not everything. As one climbs to the higher realms of martial arts, the pure offensive and defensive capabilities granted by internal energy become less important than the understanding of qi and the ascending techniques. Even if I possess a power that could dominate the world, there exists a master somewhere who can completely deflect it and counterattack. Above a master, there is another master, and even beyond that, an absolute expert. That's why I must study martial arts in depth at Azure Dragon Martial Hall. There are many ways to live an average, comfortable life. However, if you lack power, you will inevitably feel limited at some point. To overcome this, it's imperative to explore the source of the martial arts techniques I have learned, all the way to the realm of the masters. That's when it happened. Hee. Suddenly, about 7 yards away, the horse of Moyang Yeon, who was running ahead of us, began to slow down. As the horse's rear grew closer, the 3 of us instinctively felt something. We had arrived at the foothills leading up to the Hang Pass. Fortunately, this mountain path was a well-maintained official road with a relatively low gradient. The problem was that, despite that, it was too steep for riding, so we had to dismount. As Moyang Yeon dismounted, Namgyngwon asked her worriedly, "Are you okay? Adat novel bin adat." "I'm fine. More importantly, you're sweating." "Haha, I'm fine." Having run so much, sweat was flowing down our foreheads and backs. Namgyngwon, wiping the sweat from his forehead, glanced back and said, "It looks like we'll have to settle things with those guys now." Yes. The distance between us had closed completely, there was no running away now. From how Namgyngwon had been protecting Moyang Yeon, it seemed her martial arts skills were on the weaker side. While the odds were better at 3 against 4 compared to before, if we have to protect Moyang Yeon during the fight, it could be disadvantageous for us. An eerie silence enveloped us and the elite warriors. That's when one of the elite warriors stepped forward. He had a parasitic, ominous aura and was sinisterly handsome, like a venomous snake. I had encountered him briefly in broad daylight before. Soaring Sky Sword Dragon? I told you earlier, isn't it too much for you alone to monopolize the heavenly yin body? Namgyngwon's face became rigid. Clenching his fists in anger, he spoke. "Silence, you lecher? How dare a pervert like you?" Pervert? Come to think of it, the man's appearance and demeanor were almost identical to the perverts often talked about in rumors. Such individuals practiced a technique for soul cultivation, gradually appearing more feminine and emitting a strange odor, leading them to frequently use makeup. Being congenitally intense in their soul desires, these perverts have ruined the lives of many women, both from brothels and the martial world. Furthermore, because of their special cultivation technique, their internal energy was often greater than that of the average martial artist, making them difficult to capture. Jin So-chong, who stood beside them, looked around the three men and spoke. Janryong, Broken Dragon, War Sword Demon, and Broken Steel Axe. You all are renowned masters from Anhui. Did you follow this pervert all the way here to abduct a defenseless woman? Upon being criticized by Jin So-chong, the man called Janryong seemed ashamed and turned his head away. However, Lechaer sneered, aiming his flexible sword at us despite it clashing with my energy. Huh? The benefits of capturing her are more than worth any shame. Her capture would instantly boost my internal energy, and I could harbor the energy of Heavenly Yin. I would risk my life for it. Beside him, Broken Steel Axe, an axe-wielding master with the appearance of a typical bandit, chimed in. He had a hulking figure and looked malicious. Scanning the woman's curvaceous body with lascivious eyes, he said. It's not like anyone would notice a few ships passing by the port, right? Kia haha. Broken Steel Axe, your wit is unparalleled. Kia haha. The pervert laughed raucously at Broken Steel Axe's vulgar joke. Moyong Yeon's face turned pale at the soul humiliation, and particularly, her betrothed, Namgang Won, turned beet red. Grinding his teeth, he said. People we wouldn't even make eye contact with in Anhui province. The pervert chuckled. He. Of course, in Anhui, even I would have to give way to the Namgang family. However, we are in Gwanyong, a place where your influence doesn't reach. What are you going to do about it? That's right. No matter how prestigious or powerful a martial arts family or sect may be, their influence usually only extends within their local area. Almost none have the power to affect the whole central continent. Therefore, martial artists who have a vendetta against these powerful sects will use any means necessary to leave those regions. I was uncertain how a direct confrontation would end at this point. I've crossed many lines of death so far, but a full-scale group battle among martial artists like this was almost a first for me. Especially since I had no experience facing secret techniques, there was a possibility I could suffer a fatal injury regardless of my internal energy. Of course, I didn't think I'd lose easily. Still, facing such a challenging situation, I couldn't help but ponder. A single mistake could result in irreversible consequences. What should I do to break this deadlock? While pondering, I boldly stepped forward. All eyes were on me, especially those of the elite martial artists, which were tinged with a bit of fear. After all, they had just witnessed my enormous internal energy. I decided to show off a little. Yapping like this, are you all not afraid of me finishing you off in one move? As I released my killing intent, the previously arrogant enemies took a step back, clearly afraid I would rush at them with a kick infused with internal energy. Especially Janryong, who was evidently cautious of me, preparing multiple secret techniques between his fingers. Then, War Sword Demon, the top warrior, spoke. It's true that your internal energy, Baekwang, is tremendous. However, your control of your initial energy and vital points is clumsy. If I don't directly confront you, I alone can handle you? It seemed I was not the only one who had gauged skills in our brief skirmish. As War Sword Demon said, in a real fight, whoever deals a fatal blow first wins, regardless of how much internal energy one has. Even if my internal energy is powerful, it's useless if I can't land a blow. War Sword Demon's techniques are quite excellent. If he engages me in a war of attrition and containment, he alone could hold me back. Even so, would risking their lives to capture Moyong Yeon be worth it? I had already grasped the context through conversation. The Heavenly Yin bodies Moyong Yeon? I wasn't sure, but it seemed that a man who has soul intercourse with her could increase his internal energy and possess a special energy known as Heavenly Yin Chi. That's probably why over 10 elite martial artists had been chasing her in a pack. Of course, I have no intentions of having soul relations with her, let alone thoughts of assault. Even without her, my internal energy, nourished by consuming Millennium Snow Ginseng 3 times, allows me to look down upon the world. If anything, I'm more worried that my internal energy will be destabilized by the uncertain power of what's called Heavenly Yin body. So, it's safe to say that I have no reason to seek physical relationships with Moyong Yeon for the time being. So, I retorted to War Sword Demon Wi Zhong. In simpler terms, you're a gang of pists who've come in a group because you couldn't handle one woman with your own strength. If you're so desperate to get laid, why don't you go to the Red District, brothels, instead of running around like horny dogs, getting all worked up? Is that what your parents taught you, you sons of B******? The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned icy. Oops. The simple task of bringing senior brother to Azure Dragon Martial Hall has unexpectedly turned into a life-threatening situation, and my frustration led me to lash out with the coarse language I picked up during my time as a courier. In those days, I had no choice but to learn such low-quality, crude curses due to the nature of my work, which involved fighting with bandits. Elites in the martial world have, after all, usually undergone rigorous training under reputable masters from a young age. They are not often subjected to such vulgar, low-quality curses. Particularly, unlike Sokmana or Broken Steel Axe, War Sword Demon Wi Zhong seemed to have been trained in a formal sect, so they appear to be less tolerant of such language. Perhaps that's why Warsword Demon Wei Zhang lost his composure, his face turning red and then pale. It seems like my unintentional provocation was successful. You, son of a schwack. He attacked me with his sickle sword, moving much faster than he had in broad daylight. He was so fast that it appeared as though he had created two clones of himself, and it was nearly impossible to perceive him in the dark. Here he comes. As his round sword flew toward me, I clenched my teeth and focused my mind. Since I had been unable to decipher his techniques earlier, I concentrated my internal energy into my eyes to enhance my dynamic vision. I figured that by doing this, I'd be able to see Warsword Demon Wei Zhang's attacks. To the right, Shua. A cut about an inch deep appeared on my shoulder, but I dodged Warsword Demon Wei Zhang's attack by slightly rotating my body. He was shocked, presumably because, with the skills he knew I had, evading his attack should have been impossible. What? When his decisive attack cut through empty air, I saw all his vulnerabilities. Taking advantage of this, I swung my sword horizontally with a spin, using my right foot as a pivot. Swoosh! In the next moment, Warsword Demon Wei Zhang's body split in half, the upper torso spewing its guts as it soared through the air. Blood sprayed out like a river, and the lower half, now without its owner, slumped to its knees. Warsword Demon Wei Zhang's eyes bulged in disbelief as if he couldn't accept that he had been defeated even in death. Thud. Wei Zhang's upper body hit the ground. I felt disgusted as my clothes were splattered with blood and quickly wiped my face. Then I sneered at Wei Zhang's corpse. What to do now? I've killed you? The remaining three seemed to retreat, looking flustered. Ugh. They must have thought that with their numerical advantage, they could win by relying on dark arts. But unexpectedly, Warsword Demon Wei Zhang, who had boasted he could take me on, was sent to the netherworld in one blow. I will definitely obtain heavenly yin body. Sure enough, Broken Steel Axe, who had been visibly distressed, cursed once and then fled. His light body skill was incredibly fast, even faster than Warsword Demon Wei Zhang's. It seemed that among them, Broken Steel Axe's martial arts was the highest. Then I'll also. Broken Steel Axe, who had been awkwardly standing there, was also about to slip away. However, at that moment, soaring Sky Sword Dragon Namgangwan started moving. Clang! Before Broken Steel Axe could take 2 steps, Namgangwan's sword shot up like lightning. Broken Steel Axe had no choice but to block the first attack with his axe. But it was clear he couldn't escape easily. His skill was visibly inferior to Namgangwan. Broken Steel Axe, being pushed back again and again, cried out desperately. Janryong? Now's the time. Janryong. However, there was no response. Swoosh. Ugh. Namgangwan sneered. Blame it on your foolish mouth. Namgangwan then used Emperor Sword Technique, a martial art technique from the Namgang family, and butchered Broken Steel Axe's upper body in just 5 seconds. With the sword embedded in his throat and ripping through his heart, Broken Steel Axe glared at Namgangwan with venomous eyes, but soon after Namgangwan pulled out his sword, he slowly fell to the ground. Thud. With the death of Broken Steel Axe at Namgangwan's hands, it seemed almost everything was settled. The only enemy left in the arena was Janryong, who had been standing silently all along. Namgangwan pointed his sword at Janryong and said, Janryong, you have a high reputation as a master of hidden weapons even in the land of Anhui. I've been most cautious of you, but you didn't act, neither before nor now when you had the chance. What are you thinking? Janryong hesitated before responding to Namgangwan's words. I was ashamed by what Supreme Expert Jin said. I came all the way here, using any means necessary to get stronger, but when I realized anew that what I'm trying to do is morally wrong, my motivation waned. Your sins won't disappear just because you say that. Heh, do you think I would beg for my life? Janryong replied, with a bitter smile. Also, it's not that I didn't move, but that I couldn't. Had I moved even a little, Supreme Expert Jin would have attacked me, and I didn't have the confidence to stop it. I might have survived if I risked my life, but it would have been impossible to avoid a fatal injury. I see. I realized from Janryong's words that Jin Sochong, who had appeared to be just standing still, was actually keeping Janryong in check. Thanks to that, Namgangwan and I were able to easily slay our enemies. But could he really contain Janryong, an expert in hidden weapons, to such an extent that he felt threatened for his life? Janryong turned his head towards me and said, Your name was Baekwung, right? Yes. Don't act recklessly like this in the future. What? If you weren't here, I could have killed you over 5 times in a split second. Even though you have overflowing internal energy, your vital points are exposed, so killing you would have been as easy as flipping my hand. Don't act so freely in front of a hidden weapons expert in the future. If you're going to do it, at least make sure your defensive techniques are solid. I was dumbfounded by Janryong's advice, which he gave as if he were a considerate senior. I realized from his gaze that he was sincere. Even Jin Sochong seemed to agree with his advice, although he didn't say anything. In a moment, my anger subsided, realizing that the advice from a hidden weapons expert was indeed helpful. So it's true. I am too vulnerable to poisons and assassination techniques. I should also train in this area. Understood. As I replied, Janryong chuckled. Thanks for waiting until I finished speaking. Well then. Poof. Suddenly, Janryong took out a long needle from his bosom and stuck it into his forehead. It was too fast for me to react. Surprisingly, despite the needle penetrating his brain, there was almost no blood. Janryong's body shivered for a moment and then fell forward, dead. He had committed suicide to maintain the last shred of dignity as a martial artist, having already given up on surviving. It seemed like a cruel way to die, but it was probably a quick and painless method chosen by Janryong, an expert assassin. With the brain destroyed, consciousness would fade quickly, leaving no time to feel pain. Looking down at Janryong's body, Namgyngwan said bitterly. He was different from the others, he had a conscience. Then I must protect Janryong's honor. Namgyngwan would likely turn all of today's attackers over to Nangang clan's extermination orders once he crosses the Hang Pass and is safe from pursuit. He would then declare them as wanted criminals in martial world, effectively marking them as prey. However, Janryong chose his conscience in the end, so Namgyngwan would keep the secret even to his grave. This was something that could benefit the remaining acquaintances and family of Janryong. Well, let's go, before the rest of the pursuers arrive. And we moved towards the Hang Pass. Was that really the best decision? I thought about what just happened. If Janryong had thought just a little more carefully and acted cruelly and flawlessly, he could have not only saved his own life but also driven us to the brink of annihilation. If he had actually seized those two opportunities, it would have been risky. Yet Janryong chose his conscience. At a glance, it's an honorable and impressive death, fitting of a Murim martial artist. However, to me, Janryong's death felt somewhat unjustified. Though it looked impressive, I shook my head, feeling that it wasn't. As soon as we arrived at the gate of Hang Pass, there were people waiting in front as Namgyngwan had said. They were warriors dressed in jade-colored uniforms, all standing near the gate. When they spotted Namgyngwan, they bowed. The Sky Corps is here to greet young lord. The Sky Corps seemed to be a military organization directly under the Namgyng family. I looked at about 20 or so of them, and over half were first-rate experts. I was quite amazed. This level of force could sweep through a small faction in no time. Namgyngwan spoke to the leader of the Sky Corps. Why didn't you come to greet us inside the fortress? I apologize. Our presence inside the fortress would make the 6 Guanyung families uneasy. It was an unavoidable measure to avoid friction. Is that really what you think? Namgyngwan turned his head away, chuckling bitterly, while the leader of the Sky Corps stood there silently. I could sense some sort of tension between them, but now was not the time to dig into that. Namgyngwan took Jin Sochung's hand and spoke. I owe you so much. If it wasn't for you and Baekwang, I would have died without escaping the Zhou clan's stronghold. No, I should be the one thanking you. You trusted me enough to risk coming to Azure Dragon Martial Hall, didn't you? I appreciate that. They seemed to share a unique friendship. I was curious why Namgyngwan was being pursued by martial experts in Gangho alone with Moyong Yeon and what their relationship with the Sky Corps was. But it wasn't a situation where I could ask outright, so I held back. Namgyngwan also grabbed my hand and spoke. Little expert, thank you. If you ever visit Namgyng family, you'll be honored as the savior of my life. Please come. Don't mention it. I politely responded and took a quick glance at Moyong Yeon. She had been strangely silent and inactive throughout this incident. It was as if she was supposed to be that way, quietly following Namgyngwan. In a situation where she could have been raped or assaulted, how can she be so calm? I felt something was off. No matter how fearless and resilient she was as a female martial artist, the situation involved dozens of people from the martial world who were hunting her for the purpose of assaulting her. Any normal woman would be shaking with fear or showing emotional fluctuations. But she was as steady as if she knew nothing like that would happen, not showing even a trace of perturbation. Then let's leave. Okay. As soon as Jin Sochung's farewell was over, Namgyngwan and Moyong Yeon disappeared into the night, accompanied by Chonggongdi. Despite likely being quite tired, they were forcing themselves to move, probably to further distance themselves from their pursuers. Just as the two were out of sight, Jin Sochung spoke to me. Then, let's head back, Junior. He now seemed to completely accept me as the new junior brother. If he had treated me like an experimental animal that could be useful before, he was now fully willing to accept me. I felt a small sense of pride and said, Senior brother, I have something to ask. What is it? Today's events are too strange. The renowned Namgyng family's young head, traveling with Heavenly Yin body without a single escort, and the Sky Corps, who I presume were already at Hang Pass, didn't come down from the mountain to escort him. Do you, senior brother, know something about this? As my voice trailed off, Jin Sochung remained silent for a long moment before speaking. It's no longer our place to interfere. I've done my duty as a friend to Namgyngwan, the rest is up to him. Anyway, things shouldn't get more complicated. Do you know the whole story behind this incident? Would you like me to tell you? Yes. Jin Sochung then ruffled my hair and chuckled. Alright, how about we make a bet? A bet. If you spar with me at the training ground and withstand 100 strikes in spear techniques, I'll tell you. I was a bit surprised. Is that? What do you say? It will be good training as well. I felt a competitive spirit rising. Jin Sochung is not just a senior brother-like figure to me, he is practically my martial arts master who has taught me almost everything I know. And he is an individual of overwhelming talent and ability, incomparable to me. I didn't want to turn down his offer for a martial arts bet. Agreed. Jin Sochung and I rushed back to the Azure Dragon's training ground. It was a considerable distance, and by the time we arrived, it was nearing the hour of the Solesi, 7 p.m. 9 p.m. Even if we were tired, obeying the order of our master, threefold expert Li Guang, was a priority, so we had to report quickly. We're back. Good, welcome back. Threefold expert Li Guang was reading a book in the reclining dragon hall with a lantern lit. He closed the book and spoke to Jin So-chong. You're a bit late. I was delayed helping a friend. If you can justify it to yourself, I won't inquire further. Master Threefold expert Li Guang thus resolved the matter at hand. Watching him do so, I felt a twinge of envy. Usually, people would probe deeply into such issues, but Master Threefold expert Li Guang trusted his disciple wholeheartedly, believing him to be upright. I envied the strength that such an attitude could impart to a disciple. Then Master Threefold expert Li Guang spoke. You've heard the story. He came to me from another martial arts sect to become my disciple. Yes. He has been of great assistance to me as well. Master Threefold expert Li Guang nodded in satisfaction. As you can see, he possesses extraordinary internal energy. You two should work together to revive our martial arts sect, aiming to be unparalleled under the heavens. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Unparalleled under the heavens. At the utterance of these grand words, my heart pounded. It was a phrase every martial artist aspired to, and coming from a peak expert like Master Threefold expert Li Guang, it felt extraordinarily real. I felt a sense of expectation settle within me, as if training under him would genuinely make that aspiration achievable. You may go now. Yes. Rest well. The two of us stepped back from Master Threefold expert Li Guang. As we walked down the dim hallway of the martial hall, Jin So-chong softly spoke to me. You and we're still tense from earlier. Why not settle our bet now? Can we keep betting until I win? Of course. Then we definitely should. Jin So-chong and I headed from reclining dragon hall to the training hall. We lit the hall up and took up our wooden spears to assume our stances. We both practiced the same cultivation technique, 8-style thunder spirit technique. Jin So-chong said. Feel free to use all your internal energy without holding back. Are you sure? Even if it doesn't kill us, this training hall might be destroyed. Don't worry. I just want to see your skills. All right. At that moment, a shiver ran down my spine. My concern about causing a commotion late at night by using too much of my internal energy was unnecessary. It felt as if my entire body was being pierced. Though Jin So-chong simply maintained his stance, it felt as if my vitals were laid bare, and that the tip of his spear was already lodged in my heart. Even if I could use unparalleled internal energy, it would be pointless. The moment I'd make my move, his spear would cut through my neck under the light of the training hall. This wasn't a matter of weapon specialization, whether it be spear or sword. What? I've consumed the Millennium Snow Ginseng 3 times. Yet, I couldn't accept the reality. It was incredulous. Despite having consumed the miraculous 1000-year ginseng 3 times, and having abundant internal energy flowing within me, I still couldn't defeat Jin So-chong. To make things worse, I remembered Jin So-chong had only recently achieved peak mastery, which shocked me even more. Could this pressure be greater than standing before the head elder of the Iron Blood Gate? Sweat trickled down my hand holding the spear. I stopped assuming the Thunder Dragon breath technique stance as an illusion before me seemed to speak. A tickling energy choked my breath. Ugh. I couldn't bear it any longer. I tried to muster my internal energy to move in a different direction, but my thoughts didn't translate into action. Every time, it felt as if that wooden spear was alive, following me. It's not going to work. This absolutely won't work. It's a problem that can't be solved with internal energy alone. I've lost. In the end, I couldn't move an inch and had to admit defeat right there. Only then did Jin So-chong relieve the pressure. He put his wooden spear back in its rack in the training hall and said, I apologize, junior brother. I didn't intend to show off my skills on the first day, but I couldn't refrain from advising you because your current state is quite dangerous. Dangerous, you say? Thud. I also put my wooden spear back in its rack and sat down cross-legged in front of Jin So-chong. I sat down because I knew he had something important to say, regardless of the outcome of our spar. Jin So-chong nodded and spoke. You must be thinking this, junior brother. All that's lacking is your ability to control your chi and martial arts. Once those are met, you can instantly become a first-rate expert? That's what you think. I won't deny it. Jin So-chong sighed briefly, genuinely concerned. However, that's a wrong notion. Even if you possess the world's best internal energy, the body that controls it is still human. To rely solely on chi and neglecting on intention is akin to standing naked in the Arctic winds slowly perishing. It's a truly lamentable situation. Intention? What's so important about intention? I tilted my head, unable to understand the meaning of his words. Up until now, I thought he was talking about the principle of acting later but striking first in martial arts and the importance of speed. As I was bewildered, Jin So-chong chuckled and spoke. My actions might seem petty and constricting, but if you start receiving one-on-one instruction from our master tomorrow, he'll immediately see through your mentality. Because he doesn't express his disappointment openly, you might end up going around in circles without any clues. I was worried about that and wanted to point it out. That would indeed be a dangerous situation. Unlike Jin So-chong, who always passionately instructs others, threefold expert Li Guang seems like a neglectful teacher who would let go of someone he finds inadequate. This is probably due to his own genius nature. I decided to purely accept Jin So-chong's goodwill. Having just experienced his skills firsthand, there's no reason for me to doubt him. I won't deny that I think that way, but I still don't quite understand what you're talking about. Willpower, you say? Are you referring to something like this? Whoosh. I drew out my internal energy along with my killing intent. Most people would flinch or cower just from feeling this energy. However, Jin So-chung raised his hand to stop me. No, that's not intention. To be precise, it's due junior brother's internal energy overflowing, mainly because of the chi blood essence body fluids, fundamental substances of human body. Broadly speaking, you could call it chi. Are you saying that humans can influence the world through intention alone? That is precisely the advanced stage of martial arts. Once you move past the elementary levels of basic martial techniques and internal strength, masters begin to compete in an entirely different dimension. Of course, you can't ignore basic techniques and internal strength completely, but at least it diverges from the lower levels of martial arts. At that moment, I understood. Jin So-chung has also stepped into that realm. And threefold expert Li Guang is a true expert who had reached that realm long ago. Only then could I understand the terrifying feeling I felt when facing threefold expert Li Guang's intangible martial arts. It was because they, whether threefold expert Li Guang or Jin So-chung, had reached a realm that couldn't be defined by the martial arts known to the world. Moreover, I realized that even if I hadn't interfered today, Jin So-chung would have managed to deal with those first-rate masters on his own. Because in the original history, there was never an instance where Jin So-chung got hurt or killed. Today's event unfolded regardless of my interference. In other words, in actual history, Jin So-chung single-handedly defeated about 10 first-rate masters. Earlier, he was just fighting moderately while assessing the situation. Jin So-chung said, "Starting tomorrow, after your training ends, continue sparring with me like we did today. This will undoubtedly help improve your martial arts." All right. I had no reason to refuse, so I immediately accepted. Enduring 100 seconds in a spear wrestling match is nothing, it won't take long. After that, we exchanged various small talk and went to bed. I was quite tired today, so I took a bath and slept deeply. The next day, I began receiving instruction from threefold expert Li Guang. In the early morning, we went to a training hall in Reclining Dragon Hall that had been set up separately. Threefold expert Li Guang said, "It seems like you specialize in sword techniques among our Thunder Dragon martial arts. Do you like the Silent Thunder sword technique?" I scratched my head. Yes, I know that the 8-style Thunder Spirit technique is the strongest, but spear techniques don't suit me. Swordsmanship is inherently weaker, you know that, right? Even knowing that is admirable. There's nothing I can say when he blatantly says swordsmanship is weak. Especially when threefold expert Li Guang is a master greater than Jin So-chung, and a threefold expert, a master of sword, fist, and spear. It would be laughable for a newbie like me to give him my opinion. However, he seemed to have noticed my irritation and smiled as he spoke. While I don't want to be biased towards any particular martial arts, the reality is the reality. There has never been a time since antiquity when a spear was weaker than a sword. Spear techniques developed as combat techniques, while swordsmanship developed as a form of self-defense. Understand this point? Yes. Of course, when you become the absolute master, spear and sword reach an equal realm. However, until then, it's better to start with spear techniques and then learn sword techniques. That's the most efficient way to make the most of your talents and time. Talents can be exhausted too. Li Guang nodded as if it were obvious. Talent is not infinite. It gradually diminishes within a set time and possibility. That's why there are many cases where one may be an extraordinary genius in their youth but becomes a mediocre talent as time passes. The truth of life is to learn as much as you can when you're young. Yes, I understand. Since you've mastered all the basics of 8-style Thunder Spirit technique, starting today, I will teach you the advanced applications of spear techniques and correct the weak points in your martial arts. So, I began learning martial arts again in Azure Dragon Martial Hall after over a decade. Following the guidance of threefold expert Li Guang, I diligently retrained in spear techniques from the beginning. In the process, I was able to learn the 3 advanced execution forms called Jewel, Jieyong, and Jyak. TL/N, not sure how to translate the forms without their full techniques names. Might explain the terms more later in the series. Practice these techniques at least 500 times a day starting today. I practiced the forms from morning to night, exhausting myself to the point where beads of sweat were falling from the tip of my nose at Novel bin at. After the day's lesson ended, I went to Jin So-chung and initiated a spear match. I was unable to move even an inch under Jin So-chung's pressure yesterday, but I went with a determined mind, thinking today would be different. I gripped the spear and stood opposite. However, like yesterday, I couldn't move an inch towards Jin So-chung, as if I were a specimen trapped in a spider web. I felt that the moment I moved, all of my vital points would be attacked. Not understanding why, I sat down on the spot and pondered deeply. Why can't I move? Even before I move, all my movements are suppressed. What principle could it be? While I was pondering, Jin So-chung said, "Junior brother, perceive the gap not with your eyes but with your senses." It seemed like important advice, but I couldn't understand what he was saying, and so the day ended fruitlessly again. If I had been a genius who could realize things from one piece of advice, I would have already conquered the world. Well, I can't help it. Let's just practice what I learned today. When my self-study did not improve my skills, Jin So-chung laughed bitterly as if there was nothing to be done, and kindly gave me an extra explanation of the techniques I had learned today. After hearing Jin So-chung's explanation, I felt like what I had learned from Master Li Guang was easier to understand. Good, I can do it. Self-study indeed was an absurdly foolish idea. Now, I will train in martial arts like this, and I'll definitely reach the realm of a first-rate expert. Junior, I don't want to say this but 3 years had passed since then. Jin So-chong and I stood facing each other in the training arena, both of us holding wooden staffs. And I was just standing there blankly, my staff knocked down. I've been in Azure Dragon Martial Hall for 3 years now, and today, I lasted only 80 seconds. Jin So-chong said bitterly. Junior, you have no talent. That's right. 3 years had passed since the bet, but I still couldn't last 100 seconds in staff combat. Even in a duel where I gathered all my internal energy, my moves were read in advance and I was suppressed beforehand, so there was hardly any progress. The only consolation was that thanks to my brave efforts in Azure Dragon Martial Hall during this period, my martial arts skills had greatly improved, and now I could execute techniques like Noraiyang Palsik or Noraiyang Yambayop with incomparable proficiency compared to before. However, about a year ago, Master Li Guang had stopped teaching me one-on-one. After realizing that I was just an ordinary person, he seemed to try to teach me as sincerely as he could for a while, but soon lost interest and left me to Jin So-chong. Of course, Jin So-chong, being diligent and kind, was doing his best to teach me, but my self-esteem had already been shredded. I numbly acknowledged this fact. It seems so. Jin So-chong tried to comfort me. Don't resent Master for his indifferent attitude. That's just the way he is, and he means no harm. There's nothing to resent. The skill gap is too vast for me to even feel that way. I expressed my honest feelings. The head of Azure Dragon Martial Hall, Master Li Guang, and his disciple, the chief instructor Jin So-chong. These two people are monsters? 3 years ago, they already had skills that couldn't be classified within the framework of peak experts, and in these 3 years, they grew faster than I, a newbie, did. When geniuses also put in effort, it was impossible to keep up. Of course, I had my own achievements. I'm proud to say that I've grown much more compared to myself 3 years ago. It's just that having two geniuses around makes me look pitiful. A moment later, Jin So-chong spoke. Actually, Master told me the day before yesterday to stop allocating separate time for you and focus on my own personal training. It probably seems to Master Li Guang that I'm draining Jin So-chong's talent. Until now, they had been watching over us because we both belonged to the Thunder Dragon lineage, but now they seemed to want to give Jin So-chong his own training time. I felt rather miserable, but I braced myself and nodded. Master's judgment is correct. I'm sorry, but if you have any questions during your training, come and find me anytime. I'll help you with anything. Before that, may I know what happened 3 years ago? Jin So-chong answered. Today is the last day, so I'll tell you. Yes. The incident that day, to be honest, it was Namgang Wan's reaping what he sowed. Excuse me? Reaping what he sowed. What followed was shocking. He was more ostentatious and arrogant than he seemed. So he should have kept the secret of Moyang Yeon's heavenly yin body condition, until his death. But he unwittingly revealed it impulsively before marrying her when he was out in Gangho. It was Namgang Wan himself, who had leaked the secret of heavenly yin body in the Gangho. Seeing my surprise, Jin So-chong sat down in the training hall and continued. In Moyang clan, they obviously wanted to call off the wedding with Namgang Wan immediately. But Namgang Wan's father, the clan leader of Namgang clan, hastily sent them off to the martial world to buy time. They were practically chased out, without any escorts. He then found his way to me. Jin So-chong was evidently a good person. Probably among all of Namgang Wan's friends in the Gangho, only Jin So-chong had stepped forward to help. Why didn't Namgung clan's Sky Corps immediately escort Namgang Wan? It's likely that his brothers, who were competing with him for the next clan leader, were involved. They probably thought that if he died, it couldn't be helped and thus, left him unattended. Well, in the end, I did escort him, but Namgang Wan is probably still fiercely competing for the succession within his family. I felt like I understood the events of that day to some extent. However, there was one thing I couldn't understand. At that time, Moyang Yeon, the woman in danger of being our *ped, was too emotionally stable and calm. Wasn't that strange? That's probably because she genuinely loved Namgang Wan. What? Loved? How else could she wander around the Jeonghyo with the person who knows her most secret vulnerabilities? I may not understand it, but it's likely that Moyang Yeon trusts and loves Namgang Wan to the extent that she doesn't even consider betrayal. I really couldn't understand it. Even if Namgang Wan was handsome, could anyone really love him that much? It might be the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. At the same time, I felt sorry for Moyang Yeon. Namgang Wan didn't seem like the kind of man who would devote that much sincerity to a single woman. After the conversation ended, Jin So-chong said, Junior, don't be too disheartened. Keep striving. Your skills are now first-rate, and there are hardly any martial artists around who can be your match, at least in this area. Thank you, I said. I returned to my private room, leaning against the wall and lost in complicated thoughts. To be honest, I didn't care much about the secrets from 3 years ago anymore. What really frustrated me was that I couldn't best Jin So-chong in the art of the spear. I felt suffocated by the insurmountable wall of talent that I had never truly felt before. Of course, my personal martial arts skills had improved, but it didn't feel good as I was aiming higher. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I shook my head and resumed my martial arts training. I need at least another 10 years. I decided to take a different approach to relieve my sense of defeat. If you had practiced your swordsmanship for another 10 years, I wouldn't have been a match for you. Chapter 23. The words of Jin Paiyong, the swordsman who had once cut my throat, flashed in my mind. I'll do just as he said. If I become strong enough to get revenge on the elder of the Iron Blood Gate for that defeat, this sense of defeat will disappear. It was a moment when I deceived myself by creating new motivation. It had been exactly 5 years since I joined the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and 2 more years had passed since that day. I had fully grown into an adult. In the mornings, I took on the role of an instructor, guiding the disciples at the academy. During my free time, I focused on personal training. The more I delved into martial arts, the more I realized my shortcomings. My passion never waned, especially because I had set my sights on the insurmountable martial arts masters. Although it had become difficult to receive direct teachings from threefold expert Li Guang, there had never been a more enjoyable time for me to practice martial arts. Just 8 more years of training. Then I'll challenge the Iron Blood Gate. By that time, I should be more than prepared. If I can defeat the Grand Elder of the Iron Blood Gate in a one-on-one fight, there will be almost no one in the Jianghu to fear. Considering that I am from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, it's also unlikely that anyone would dare to try beheading me impulsively like before. After defeating that person, I plan to live comfortably with the honor and wealth I'll gain. I know my talents are limited, so aiming for greater strength is unrealistic. Thus, I had committed to training day and night for 10 years. But my 10-year resolution came to a sudden halt. After finishing training that day, Master Li Guang summoned me to the reclining dragon hall. And he directly said, "Baek Wang, you've been recommended for the embroidered uniform guard with the help of my friend. Adat Novel bin Adat." What? I asked again, thinking I had misheard. But Master Li Guang just silently flipped to the next page of the book he had been reading. His conversational style involved delivering facts coldly without any further elaboration. I quickly came to grips with the reality and then said, "Isn't the embroidered uniform guard the highest martial arts position responsible for guarding the imperial palace and the imperial family? I've heard that only those who have excelled in martial arts exams and hold the highest martial ranks can become one. How could I possibly?" Indeed. Only about 100 people are selected each year from the Imperial Martial Examination, and only the top 10% of them get selected as Embroidered Uniform Guard. Furthermore, after becoming Embroidered Uniform Guard, they undergo additional training to become warriors, so their skills are unquestionable. Even the prestigious Twin Gates 4 families of Luoyang, it's barely possible to place one of their disciples in the martial examination. And from there, the competition for Embroidered Uniform Guard is another challenge? From what Meng Riang told me, it's one of the few professions that even high-ranking officials can't get their children into through bribes. They have to be excellent because they protect the imperial family. Therefore, it's quite unexpected for me, who is teaching martial arts in Azure Dragon Martial Hall far away from Luoyang, to be recommended for Embroidered Uniform Guard. While I was in surprised state, threefold expert Li Guang slowly closed his book and said, "In my opinion, your skills are sufficient. Although not enough as my expectations, you're on par with the Deputy Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. I think you can perform better there than anyone else." Surprisingly, threefold expert Li Guang has a high evaluation of me. The Deputy Commander is the second highest rank among the 4 main ranks in Embroidered Uniform Guard: Commander, Deputy Commander, Captain, and Royal Guard. I knew about the structure of the Embroidered Uniform Guard from Mang Riang during a previous infiltration of the Royal Palace. It seems I've grown quite a lot if my skills are comparable to those of high-ranking martial officers. TL/N, the term captain here is not the exact term shown originally in the ROS. In the ROS, the exact term here is, Kinhu equals a military position which commands 1,000 soldiers, a term in a system called Weisuo. In general, the Weisuo system consisted of a guard unit of 5,600 men known as a Wei. Each Wei was then divided into 5 Kinhusuo consisting of 1,120 men in each. The Kinhusuo was then divided into 10 units called Beihusuo of 112 men each. Since there's no specific English equivalent for Kinhu, I figured captain is appropriate within this context. However, what I don't understand is not about my skills. Usually, I'm cautious when speaking in front of threefold expert Li Guang, but I couldn't understand and asked again. "But, Embroidered Uniform Guard, isn't it too sudden? Why all of a sudden?" Threefold expert Li Guang chuckled without getting angry. "Your senior brother, it's to help Jin Sochong gain independence." "What does that mean?" Seeing my bewildered face, threefold expert Li Guang continued calmly. "You must know that your senior brother's skills are too good to rot away as an ordinary martial instructor. He has grown to a level where he can make a name for himself in the Central Plains." "Yes, that's correct." I readily admitted Li Guang's words. Looking back, Jin Sochong had long surpassed the realm of peak experts since we first met 5 years ago in this life. Considering his age, it was an incredibly fast achievement, and now, after 5 years, his level is immeasurable. The only certain thing is that if he were to roam the Gangho now, he could gather followers and create a large sect within a year. However, he's not familiar with manipulating organizations or dealing with other people's schemes. Also, because he is upright and honest, he may run into unnecessary problems or face crises. These are challenges that someone needs to help and guide him through, not something he can overcome with personal wisdom. Realizing the hidden meaning in Li Guang's words, I spoke. "So you want me to go be a embroidered uniform guard and help my senior brother later on?" "Exactly. You may not be able to reach the rank of a commander, but you can quickly reach captain position and even become deputy commander. Embroidered Uniform Guard is a meritocratic society, unlike other martial officer positions. If you secure a reliable position in the Imperial Palace, won't you be able to help your senior brother when he's in trouble later? And those guys are also suspicious, so we also need to keep an eye on them. Certainly, according to what I've heard from Mang Riang, the power of the officials in the Embroidered Uniform Guard was substantial. It was so substantial that unless you were a person of great authority and influence, you'd go out of your way to flatter them, and they could even independently deploy a considerable portion of the patrol troops. Except for the position general, it was almost a dream job for anyone in the military. When I first took you in, my intention was to groom you into an outstanding instructor to elevate our martial arts. But your abilities are indeed ambiguous. You're too good to be left as just a martial arts instructor, yet lacking as a successor of the Thunder God style. Li Guang stroked his beard. So after much consideration, I've used my connections to recommend you for Embroidered Uniform Guard. It's a way for you to make your mark on the world and to help your senior brother as well. I let out a thoughtful hum. To Li Guang, it might look like I'm confused by the sudden proposal, but in reality, I'm contemplating the sudden choice. Such an unexpected opportunity has come. In this life, I had only aimed for martial arts advancement. However, tucked away in a corner of my mind is the fact that I need to interpret the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. Also, for that interpretation, I need to obtain the nameless ritual sacrifice rites that is stored in the Imperial archives. Only then can I unravel the secrets of my past actions. However, infiltrating into the archive, where even an emperor could lose his head, was impossible for me. So I had just forgotten about it, but now an opportunity to become part of the Embroidered Uniform Guard has arisen. It's really an unexpected chance. If I do become part of the Embroidered Uniform Guard and get into the Embroidered Uniform Guard, where only the very best serve, perhaps, just perhaps, I might be able to get the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. Moreover, I'm confident that my martial arts skills have more than doubled since I died at the hands of Iron Bloodgate. It might work. This might actually work. Threefold expert Li Guang looked at me with an unusually calm gaze. However, if you don't want this, I'll put this proposal aside. I want to respect your opinion as much as possible. If you wish to continue living as an instructor, then so be it. I got rid of all my hesitation and answered, as it was a genuinely good opportunity. I want to try it. Really? You won't regret it. Of course not. Threefold expert Li Guang seemed to have half expected my answer. He nodded and handed me a sealed document. Then head to Luoyang tomorrow. Once there, show this document to the Great Sword Gate Sect leader. The Great Sword Gate Sect leader. Yes, he's an old friend of mine. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. One of Luoyang's Twin Gate's 4 families? Among them, the unparalleled master of Luoyang who defeated the elder of Huashan sect in less than 100 breaths was none other than the Great Sword Gate Sect leader. It was hard to adjust to the fact that such an absolute expert, whom I knew only through rumors, was friends with threefold expert Li Guang. But somehow, deep inside, I felt it made sense. While his external reputation could naturally be compared to that of the sun and a firefly, threefold expert Li Guang's skills had long surpassed those of peak martial artists. Among all the martial artists I've seen since birth, none are stronger than him. If the head of the Great Sword Gate had grasped the essence of threefold expert Li Guang, it would be obvious to welcome him as an equal friend. Threefold expert Li Guang spoke calmly. You are borrowing a position in the Great Sword Gate to advance yourself. Naturally, you must be particularly careful with your words and actions within the Great Sword Gate. I realized what had happened. Threefold expert Li Guang had asked a favor of his friend, the head of Great Sword Gate, who seemed to have arranged for a vacancy in the Embroidered Uniform Guard for me. I wasn't sure how it would go, but seeing threefold expert Li Guang so confident, it seemed certain. Therefore, I would likely not be well received by the people of Great Sword Gate. My brows are frowning so hard they could kill. However, that was a burden I naturally had to bear. I spoke confidently. Yes, I will definitely produce good results. Good. Before you go, greet your senior brother first. Of course, I should. After that, I went to find Jin Sochong and informed him that I had been assigned to the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Jin Sochong greeted me with a smile across his face, as if he already knew. You've done well? With your skills, you could even become the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard in the future. That's an overstatement. Haha, I'm not joking. You truly have such capabilities. Hearing Jin Sochong's encouragement lifted my spirits. After all, I have martial arts honed in Azure Dragon Martial Hall and overwhelming inner strength. It's a given fact that I can outperform most martial artists. Trying hard to suppress a smile that was creeping onto my face, Jin Sochong said, but be cautious. The Embroidered Uniform Guard is not only responsible for repelling external threats but also skilled in intrigue and cunning. If you don't take care of yourself, no one else will. Don't worry. I'm taking all that into account. Maybe threefold expert Li Guang is sending me to the Embroidered Uniform Guard for that reason. He often tells me that I have the traits of an evil faction, and he's aware that I'm accustomed to such vicious mudslinging battles. He might think that my cunning and crafty nature will aid in my advancement within the Embroidered Uniform Guard. I set out for Luoyang the next day. Threefold expert Li Guang was generous, giving me as much as 80 niang in silver coins for the trip. As such, I was able to travel leisurely without worrying about funds. Right. I have 2 places to visit. First, I visited the village where the human sacrifice tragedy had occurred. As expected, the village had been completely destroyed by arson, leaving only the ruins of former dwellings scattered in the mountains. There were no gruesome bodies to be found, which likely meant that the people in the black uniforms had thoroughly cleaned up. They had even sealed off hidden passages and wells with earth and stones. I also looked for the nearby Wudangsek's branch, but it too had disappeared. I asked a local villager about Wudangsek's branch's whereabouts. Taoist Hyunshan of Wudangsek's? Ah, yes, such a person did exist. What happened to the master and his other Wudangsek's disciples? 5 years ago, a sudden great fire broke out in the neighboring village and everything was burned down. At that time, they also vanished. We don't know the details. We just thought the Taoist might have moved somewhere else. In other words, the whereabouts of Taoist Hyunshan, the Wudangsek's elder, and his disciples remain mysterious. They may have taken refuge in the Wudangsek's headquarters, or perhaps Taoist Hyunshan was killed while trying to prevent the human sacrifice ritual. Either way, it left a bitter taste in my mouth, so I shook my head. There's nothing I could have done. I was powerless at the time. Saving them by sacrificing my own life was not an option. It might make me selfish and wrong, but that's the reality. I was scared to ruin my chances by opposing the people in black clothes. I continued my journey to Luoyang, hoping that at least Taoist Hyunshan had survived. And there was one more place to visit. I went straight to Jinrang Valley to find Mang Riang. Mang Riang seemed to be still conducting business as Mang Riang the fortune teller in the village. His fortune-telling mat was neither felt nor visible, it was torn and broken. I easily arrived at the front of Mang Riang's house. This time, Mang Riang wasn't involved with a woman. Instead, he was lying on a mat set up under the shade of a tree, taking a lazy afternoon nap. Hey, Mang Riang. Wake up. I shook Mang Riang's shoulder, who was drooling with his mouth open. Mang Riang woke up with dazed eyes and was visibly shocked when he saw me. Huh? Wha? Who are you? Calm down. I've come to ask you something, and I have no intention of harming you. It took a while for Mang Riang to calm down and straighten his attire. He picked up the folding fan from his waist, attempting to create a sense of mystique belatedly. The dark clouds gathered around him. I am a wandering monk who has received the spiritual power of the divine martial emperor. What business do you have with me? I chuckled softly. Voice-changing technique and black cloud technique, huh? No need to go through such lengths. Let's talk casually. Gasp. He withdrew his technique, embarrassed that I recognized the voice-changing technique. Among the techniques in the voice-changing scroll, there were some simple ones that didn't require special spiritual power, and the ones he just used, voice-changing and black cloud techniques, fell under that category. When the wandering monk and I were stuck studying together for 3 years, he used to perform these techniques often when he read fortunes to make a living, aiming to create an air of mystery. The wandering monk spoke gruffly. Seems like you're familiar with the voice-changing scroll. What business do you have here? I'm running a business in this turbulent area. I can't simply yield. I have no intention of disturbing your business. I just have a few questions. What are they? I slowly pulled out the heavenly tome of dark mysteries that I always kept sewn into my clothes and handed it to him. Please translate this. This is. The following developments were almost identical to the law of my previous lives. The wandering monk was surprised by the mysterious language on the heavenly tome of dark mysteries and concluded that one would need the nameless ritual sacrifice rites to translate it. I quietly listened. I've heard all this before. After listening to this extent, I decided to get different information from him. Wandering monk, do you think this heavenly tome of dark mysteries or the nameless ritual sacrifice rites itself has any special powers? This was a question I had never asked before. Upon hearing this, the wandering monk widened his eyes and said, "These are not technique scrolls. Unlike the technique scrolls crafted by the sorcerers of the orthodox sects that contain spiritual powers allowing for miraculous feats, these books themselves don't hold any specific power. Even when I was in the palace, I had countless encounters with the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, but nothing ever happened." Exactly. This was the strange part. I had picked up the heavenly tome of dark mysteries right before my death and acquired a new life. I was thinking that the ability to turn back time was itself the power of the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. However, the wandering monk, who had been in contact with numerous nameless ritual sacrifice rites that had almost the same mysterious language, had not gained any abilities. Were the heavenly tome of dark mysteries and the nameless ritual sacrifice rites made for different purposes? Or do they have different activation mechanisms? If so, why? Perhaps Mang Riang might have acquired some special ability and is hiding it, but the likelihood was extremely low. If that were the case, he could have brought the nameless ritual sacrifice rites from the imperial palace himself, and there would be no reason to obsessively teach me for 3 years. I asked another question. Have you ever heard that a village around Jiangha River disappeared in a fire 5 years ago? Of course. I was doing business here at the time. Have you ever seen a monster like this? I took out a brush and ink a moment later and drew a picture. It was the terrifying monster with enormous size that had killed me the 4th time. Upon seeing the creature, covered with hundreds of eyes and tentacles, undulating before him, Mang Riang was visibly startled. Where did you see this? I was greatly astonished by the following words. The illustration in the 3rd chapter of the Nameless Ritual Sacrifice Rites was exactly this monster. You're saying this monster was depicted in the Nameless Ritual Sacrifice Rites? Both of us looked at each other in surprise, struggling to find the right words. Finally, I broke the silence. I went to that village near the Jiangha River just before the fire broke out. And I saw this monster there. You actually saw it? That sounds preposterous. Do you think I'd make up something like this if I hadn't seen it? Meng Riang seemed reluctant to deny it, but he couldn't. The probability of my made-up drawing coincidentally matching the illustration from the nameless ritual sacrifice rites was too low, and the odds that I'd seen the book just to tease Meng Riang were even lower. He had no choice but to believe me. Tell me about what happened. All right. I recounted to Meng Riang the incident involving human sacrifices, the fanatics, and my encounter with the monster. Naturally, I had to mention the Taoist Haiunshan. I summarized the story, changing the ending to imply I had narrowly escaped death. Meng Riang listened attentively before exhaling a weary sigh. It's hard to believe, yet I can't deny it either. What do you think, then? I wanted to glean some wisdom from Meng Riang. Give me a moment to think. Meng Riang took out his folding fan, fanned himself, and pondered with a grimace. His face shifted as if he was struggling to think. After a while, he spoke. Baek Wong, what do you plan to do now? I intend to join the embroidered uniform guard. If luck favors me, I may obtain the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, but it's not crucial. There's no need to hurry. Interesting. You're growing on me. Meng Riang muttered something under his breath and then stopped. If I'm right, the fire near the Jiangha River, the human sacrifices, the monster, all suggest the presence of a grand conspiracy. One that could potentially shake the Central Plains. Do you know something? It's not the time to talk yet. A careless move could lead to both of our destruction. We need more evidence before drawing conclusions. For the first time, Meng Riang's face was utterly serious. Before, when we were trying to get the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, he seemed invigorated as if the dullness of life had lifted. But now, he was resolute as if putting his life on the line. Clearly, he had picked up something critical from my story but refrained from sharing it due to lack of evidence. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Do you have any allies in Luoyang? A couple. The head of Great Sword Gate, one of Luoyang's two main sects, might help me. Given that he was my master's friend and we'd exchanged letters, he'd even recommended me for the embroidered uniform guard. Although Great Sword Gate could abandon me if I were in peril, I could count on their assistance for now. Meng Riang shook his head. A couple won't be enough. I'll accompany you? What did you say? I will persuade the most skilled person I know to assist you secretly. If not, you will undoubtedly die. Die? I have no plans to directly access the nameless ritual sacrifice rites just yet. I've been thinking about it for years. You're too pessimistic. Meng Riang let out a sarcastic laugh. Haha. That's not the issue. Do you understand what it means that the monsters and the nameless ritual sacrifice rites are connected? It means that the imperial family is deeply involved in this. I suspected as much. You suspected? Are you saying that because you don't know what it means? At Meng Riang's following words, I shut my mouth. It means that there is a possibility that the imperial family has already interpreted the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. So that was it. I was momentarily confused, so my thoughts hadn't reached that far. Could it be? Close your mouth. Just as I slightly opened my mouth to speak, Meng Riang hurriedly placed his index finger on my lips. Do not rashly think or speculate any further. We need more concrete clues. Until then, assume that every move is connected to death. This is a huge conspiracy. Meng Riang was clearly wiser than me. He quickly assessed the situation and firmly decided what needed to be done next. Various thoughts came to mind, but what was certain was that the imperial family could potentially be our enemy. This suggested that the nameless ritual sacrifice rites itself could be at the core of the conspiracy. Each step I take is on a path leading to death. If I show even a little suspicious behavior, the imperial palace will become my grave. With that thought, my previously light and cheerful mood towards going to Luoyang sank heavily. However, I spoke up a moment later. Is it necessary to uncover this despite the risks? What? Meng Riang looked at me in disbelief. I crossed my arms and continued speaking slowly. Neither you nor I have a cause to uncover this. Well, if you stay secluded here, you won't need to risk your life entering Luoyang. You can still enjoy your life as Meng Riang, the hermit of Jinragok. I could also live a comfortable life if I don't covet the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. Isn't that so? I don't want to die anymore. I only attempted to acquire the nameless ritual sacrifice rites because the opportunity presented itself. If there's a huge risk involved, I don't want to be obsessed with it any longer. I didn't want to lose the life I had just begun as a warrior. Meng Riang seemed lost for a moment. Then he spoke in a gloomy voice. You know one thing but not another. Do you think I'm doing this because I'm upset that people from my village, whom I've never even met, died miserably? Do you think I'm risking my life to reveal this secret in order to uphold the justice of the Gangho? Baek Wong, the tragedy you witnessed will eventually befall an unspecified number of people on a scale incomparable to that village's tragedy. Do you plan to rely on luck and run away then? Or will you become the dog of those in power and take on their dirty work? Meng Riang's words were passionate, his appeal boiling with fervor. From his perspective, I was the only one capable of preventing the tragedy. In this world, there's no one who knows the nature of the imperial family better than I do. I've come to know this while working as an astronomer. They see this world as if it were a mere playground. If they are the ones in charge, it's inevitable that unimaginable, terrifying chaos will eventually ensue. Isn't it obvious that we should prevent it while we still can? I was at a loss for words, captivated by Mang Riang's articulate speech. It was bringing to light aspects I had never considered. Even so, applying it to my immediate life didn't make it any more relatable. I shook my head a moment later. I don't want to suffer needless harm. You seem like my mentor. How disappointing. Mang Riang spat out the words, clearly displaying a face of distaste. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Good thing I abandoned my trip to Luoyang as well. Is there anything else you'd like to hear from me? I hesitated before asking, if you were me 5 years ago, how would you have prevented the tragedy? No, what would you have done if I had sought your help 5 years ago? Mang Riang chuckled coldly. In that case, I would have secretly poisoned the well. The well. Mang Riang nodded. Whether they're fanatics or whatever, humans need to drink water. And in a closed environment, the only sources would be a well, a stream, or a river. But from what I know, that village was far from the Jiangha River and had no streams inside it. That means they relied on a well with water drawn from afar. If I poisoned the well, their plan would have easily failed. Even with the vitality of fanatics, without water, they'd eventually die. Wouldn't their human sacrifices vanish? Especially when their plan likely required a large number of them, making it difficult to switch to another village. Moreover, if the main culprits behind the conspiracy, be they black-clothed men or flutist sorcerer, are human, they'd naturally drink the water living there, right? Wouldn't it be a big win if they drank the poison and died? I was stunned by Mang Riang's strategy. As martial artists, Hyunshan and I only thought of sneaking in for an assassination. Mang Riang's method would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It would not only obstruct the fanatics but also potentially eliminate the perpetrators. Moreover, it avoids direct confrontation with the black-clothed men. Incredible. Of course, they wouldn't easily abandon their plans over just a bit of poison, but if you consistently report to the authorities and spread rumors within the martial arts world, they'd eventually have to withdraw. You don't really need to be highly skilled for this. Mang Riang took a short breath. However, this is all in the past. It's a done deal. The villagers went mad and were eventually slaughtered after giving birth to monsters. Nobody can change the past, so what's the point in discussing it now? And you should keep in mind, if they've created a monster, where might that monster be now? Gulp. I took a deep breath. Come to think of it, where did all the monsters go? It's not common to find a place where such gigantic and ferocious monsters can be raised. Even if they covered up their actions by burning down the village, moving around with the monsters would be too noticeable. Considering that there haven't been any rumors of monster sightings, they must have hidden away without a trace, taking the monsters with them. Damn it. I was tortured by the urge to investigate the Imperial Palace's schemes, even now, based on what Mang Riang said. Just the thought of those monsters festering somewhere in the world made me feel like throwing up. However, I held back. No matter how correct Mang Riang's words might be, and even if a great calamity is coming, the likelihood of dying while trying to prevent it is too high. Rather than risking my life for an uncertain cause, I wanted to turn a blind eye. At the very least, in this life, I strongly wanted to live peacefully as a martial artist. Instead, I changed the subject. You mentioned using poison earlier. What kind of poison are you talking about? Didn't I say that the fanatics have only enough rationality for daily life and cannot feel pain? In that case, a poison that causes intense pain or stimulates human senses would be useless. What's needed is a neurotoxin that can paralyze the body's muscles, leading to respiratory failure and cardiac arrest. Do you have this neurotoxin? I know how to make it. By adding special chemicals to snake venom, it can be made within a day. If it's water-soluble, it might take a little longer, maybe less than 2 days. Indeed, he was a man of immense knowledge. Even among the martial arts clans, including the Sichuan's Tang clan, only a select few secretly passed down the art of poison. However, due to his extensive reading, he was well versed in this field at novel bin at. After pondering for a while, I spoke. Mang Riang, how about this? What are you saying? I'm not ready to act to prevent the conspiracy, as you've said. I don't even have plans to stop it. But I really want to learn how to make that neurotoxin. How about we exchange the method for making the neurotoxin for the information I obtain as a spy? I can't promise to help you with what you do with that information, but I'll definitely relay it. That should keep my life out of immediate danger. Also, Mang Riang was currently disappointed in me, so he seemed unlikely to teach me the method. Hence, this was a compromise on my part. Very well, of course, I'll teach you, Mang Riang readily agreed. It seemed he was eager to fully support me, who had passively expressed my intention. Despite everything, he seemed to possess a chivalrous nature. Fortunately, we had ample time before we had to reach Luoyang. I had at least 7 days to spare, so during that time, I learned the basics of poison arts as well as the specialized method for creating nerve poison. Because I had to memorize every single part of the production process and the material was extensive, I had no choice but to study without even leaving the house. The reason for learning poison arts was simple. In case I ever go back to the past, it would be useful, and if I don't get a chance to visit Mang Riang, I would have to make it myself. I've finally learned it all. The transfer of the nerve poison recipe was complete 3 days later. Both Mang Riang and I, who had been studying tirelessly, were exhausted. Mental fatigue was the main cause. After resting for about half a day, Mang Riang, who had been motionless, woke up and saw me off. If you ever change your mind, go to St. Lu Dongbin 1's shrine located 5 li to the southwest from Luoyang City. If you have this token, you can find refuge there in times of danger. TL/N, the token mentioned kinda looks like this, /images, Q equals TBNAND9 Permini underscore on Fezgokib Quidiker 9 Ra underscore Juadab 68 U8H New Jersey 9 PN Alphen G5 FAB EDS 73A and USP equals CAU. What Meng Riang handed me as a sign was a small curved jade. I stared down at the jade. Don't go there unnecessarily, or else you'll bring calamity upon yourself. Thank you anyway. Take care. I parted with Meng Riang and headed to Luoyang. About 8 days passed since then, and I entered Luoyang City. After crossing Luoyang's outer gate on horseback, I slowly headed to Great Sword Gate. It was daytime, so the Great Sword Gate was bustling with disciples practicing, almost as many as Iron Blood Gate. Overall, their numbers seemed smaller, but the average skill level of the disciples seemed higher. I went to the main gate of the Great Sword Gate. The gatekeepers stopped me. Halt. What is your business with Great Sword Gate? I am Baek Wong, from Guangzhou's Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Please deliver this document to the headmaster of Great Sword Gate. They went inside for a moment and then came out. Follow us. The place they led me to was a neatly arranged reception room. From the luxurious yet simple interior, one could easily sense that this was the most flourishing martial arts school in Luoyang. There weren't many extravagant items, but the atmosphere itself spoke volumes about the owner's character. A moment later, a man walked into the reception room. I heard the story. You are Baek Wong, the teacher from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, correct? I stood up and bowed respectfully. That's correct. It's an honor to meet you, headmaster of Great Sword Gate. Indeed. The man standing in front of me, dressed neatly in simple white clothes, was the leader among the current Luoyang martial arts leaders, and had defeated a martial arts elder of the Huashan sect in just 100 breaths. He was the headmaster of Great Sword Gate, a man of unparalleled martial prowess. Please have a seat. Yes. The person standing next to me, a servant girl, carefully poured tea into the headmaster of Great Sword Gates and my teacups. Seeing the Great Sword Gate headmaster dignifiedly sipping his tea reminded me of Azure Dragon Martial Hall's own headmaster, making me think they became friends due to their similar temperaments. Both give off a gentle and graceful impression, but I suspect that the headmaster of Great Sword Gate must also be a fearsome figure in real combat, much like a tiger. The headmaster of Great Sword Gate spoke. You've heard about your recommendation for the position of embroidered uniform guard, I assume. Yes, I have. Though I said we'd keep it confidential, unfortunately, a few of my disciples overheard that discussion. Of course, I have no intention of going back on my word, but they want to test your skills. It was to be expected. If a position like embroidered uniform guard that could have been theirs goes to an expert from another sect, I would have also lost my temper and picked a fight. However, the headmaster of Great Sword Gate's disciples seemed to be planning to take their frustration out on me, most likely because of the immense authority and honor that the Great Sword Gate headmaster holds within the sect. A contest of martial skills. It's not as grand as that, let's just call it a sparring match. I felt like things got complicated as soon as I arrived. However, since I had anticipated this to some extent, I confidently nodded my head. Of course, I'll do it. A legendary Chinese poet who lived during Tang Dynasty. He was elevated to the status of an immortal by Daoists, and also known as deities of the 8 immortals right arrow curving left. I had to engage in 3 battles consecutively at the Great Sword Gate. This was because there were 3 martial artists from Great Sword Gate who had challenged me, and each one of them seemed to hold a considerable rank within the organization. The dueling arena of Great Sword Gate was packed with its members. They all glared at me with unfriendly, or even murderous, eyes. It wasn't just that a secret had leaked, the news had spread to the extent that everyone knew about it. What's going on? The first to come forward was the chief disciple of Great Sword Gate, Sungjayu. He was a man in his 30s with an imposing presence. He walked forward and spoke. Are you Baek Wong from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall? Yes, I am. I am Sungjayu, the chief disciple of Great Sword Gate. Let's have a fair match. King. His sword naturally emitted light as it was unsheathed. I was surprised and said, a real sword? I thought this was a practice duel, not an actual fight. Then the headmaster of Great Sword Gate spoke, train as if it's real, and fight as if it's training. If you wish, you may use a wooden sword instead of a real one. There was no change in the expression of the Great Sword Gate headmaster. It was only then that I began to roughly grasp the situation. Although it was true that confidential information had leaked, the leader of Great Sword Gate could have ignored the duel request if he wanted to. However, he set up this occasion under the pretext of a duel. It was because he wanted to see my skills firsthand. If my skills were below expectations, it would tarnish his reputation as well. They are underestimating me. But for some reason, I felt provoked. So, I walked over to the side of the dueling arena and picked up a wooden spear from among the weapons. The wooden spear was clearly made for training, its blade wasn't even particularly sharp. I'll use this. Wong. Murmurs filled the air from the gathered trainees. Particularly, Sungjayu, who had challenged me, had a visibly distorted face and bulging veins on his temples. He exploded in anger. You fool? Are you joking? Facing me with a training spear? Of course. Don't regret it. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Sungjayu lunged forward. It seemed to be the cloud-breaking sword technique, a unique sword technique of Great Sword Gate, as I had heard from threefold expert Li Guang before coming here. The powerful strikes were lavishly thrown around, reminding me of a furious wild beast. However, I could read not only Sungjae's movements but also the tip of his sword, his tactics, and even his psychology all at once. Then I silently clicked my tongue at the realization that someone like him was the chief disciple. Compared to when I was desperately fighting against Jin So-chong, it felt like child's play. Is this all? Just as I expected. I had learned a lot while training at Azure Dragon Martial Hall for 5 years. What I had gained there was truly something that one could not learn by themselves, even if they were to die and be reborn. It was indeed the advancement of a prestigious school. Especially since Jin So-chong directly taught me how to properly control qi, I could easily gauge an opponent's strength at a glance. Originally, my qi sense was already well developed thanks to the massive internal strength I'd gained from ingesting Millennium Snow Ginseng several times, and now that I'd added technique to it, I naturally developed a keen sense of discernment. The talent of Sungjae, which I had read, was really not that impressive. That's exactly why I chose to use a wooden spear. Thwung. My body moved instantly. Like a shadow lightly grazing the empty air, my new form had already circled to behind Sungjae. As the shocked Sungjae tried to react by swinging his sword back, I had already aimed my wooden spear at the back of his head. It was an indisputable victory. Sungjae's face had turned ashen. He wouldn't have even seen me when I accelerated using Thunder Cloud Steps, a type of stepping technique. Unlike the past when I simply ran by infusing qi into my feet, now I could apply the skill while also loading the energy of the Millennium Snow Ginseng into my feet. That's why I could easily toy with a martial artist of Sungjae's level with instantaneous speed. I spoke leisurely. Should I have not used a wooden spear in this duel? Ugh. The Great Sword Gate headmaster, who had been watching with his arms crossed, spoke coldly. That's enough. It's Baekwang's victory. Sungjae and I broke our hold, signaling the end of the duel. At that moment, the murmur in the audience grew louder. With my enhanced hearing, it seemed there was hardly anyone stronger than Sungjae even among the ordinary disciples of Great Sword Gate. Then 2 more chief disciples came forward. Normally, in a sect, only one senior disciple is called the chief disciple, but Great Sword Gate had so many people and the competition was so fierce that they called several older and outstanding people as chief disciples. Chief disciple of Great Sword Gate, Wanglu. Please give me your guidance. Chief disciple of Great Sword Gate, Balji. Please give me your guidance. However, I couldn't spar with them for long. I win? Quiak at novel bin at. No, I win? Just like when I was fighting Sungjae earlier, using Thundercloud Steps to target their weaknesses was more than sufficient. Wanglu and Balji fared slightly better than Sungjae, managing to hold on for about 5 more seconds in front of me, but that was it. I won so easily compared to what I initially thought that it was almost disappointing. The headmaster of Great Sword Gate surveyed the results of all the matches, nodding his head before announcing to the crowd. The victory for Baekwang is now confirmed. Is there anyone here who objects to this result for the embroidered uniform guard recommendation? No. Now, all disciples should return to their regular training. Whoosh. Around 100 or so disciples of the Great Sword Gate dispersed under the guidance of their instructors. The only ones left in the now empty arena were me and the headmaster of the Great Sword Gate. He stood still even after the match had ended, then finally spoke to me. How was it? Pathetic, wasn't it? No, they all had good skills. At this, the Great Sword Gate's headmaster frowned. Are you trying to flatter me? That's not like Li Guang's disciple. If you think they're garbage, say they're garbage. I apologize. I turned my head slightly, embarrassed. I had been polite because I thought it was improper to disparage disciples in front of the sect's headmaster, but he didn't seem to care about such formalities. The Great Sword Gate headmaster spoke again. The reason I am considering handing over the recommendation for the embroidered uniform guard to a foreigner like you is precisely because of this. It's truly a vexing situation. The heads of the Iron Blood Gate, another of Liu Yang's twin gates, and myself can each recommend one disciple from within our sects for the embroidered uniform guard once a year. However, any disciple worth recommending has either already entered the embroidered uniform guard or has gone independent, opening their own martial hall in another region. The remaining disciples just aren't good enough for me to stake my reputation on. I see. I understood another reason why the Great Sword Gate headmaster had arranged this match. Perhaps he wanted to make the overwhelming difference in skill abundantly clear so that no further questions would be raised. Curious, I asked. It's hard to understand why a martial arts master of your caliber has a shortage of talented disciples. Haha, finally showing some honesty, huh? That's more like it. The Great Sword Gate headmaster chuckled. To be frank, the abilities of Sungjae, Wanglu, and Balji, who you fought against, would be considered first-rate by general standards. If you find them weak, it's because you've been trained by a true expert in martial arts. You're used to fighting against highly skilled opponents, so facing lesser talents makes them seem pathetic to you. Talent can't be helped. No matter how hard I try to teach, if the seedling isn't good, it won't grow well. Finding a prodigy in this world is really hard work. The musings of the Great Sword Gate headmaster were laden with significance. Even in a large school like Great Sword Gate, which accepts hundreds of talented individuals from Luoyang, it's difficult to cultivate even one true master. Moments later, he asked a question tinged with suspicion. But are you really here due to a lack of talent? At your age, with your level of skill, you could easily be called a prodigy. It seemed that Master Threefold Expert Li Guang had been brutally honest about my lack of talent in his letter. I chuckled and responded. There are true geniuses out there who I can't even begin to compare to. I hope you'll tolerate my shortcomings. Ha ha ha, that's Threefold Expert for you. He sure knows how to pick disciples. The Great Sword Gate headmaster smiled bitterly. Understandable, given that even if it was a temporary shortage of disciples, watching one's own close friend and ally surpass your disciples in ability wasn't a pleasant sight. I asked him, is it possible for former disciples who have joined the Embroidered Uniform Guard to return? The Embroidered Uniform Guard isn't just a simple military force, it's an organization that carries out the secret orders of the imperial family, making its very existence highly classified. Old disciples occasionally visit for a drink, but neither of us can inquire into each other's affairs. There's no chance of them returning. It must be lonely for you. Ha, can't be helped. Care for a drink? I won't decline. Afterwards, I had a simple meal and some drinks with the Great Sword Gate headmaster. Since our interaction was a formal one, I had to be extremely cautious about following social etiquette. People like him may say to open up, but they actually require a balance of pretense and manners, which I realized during our first meeting. Whether he took a liking to my behavior or not, he said as he sipped his drink. I don't understand why you receive such harsh criticism from Threefold Expert, that friend of mine. You've already set foot on the pinnacle of martial arts, possessing a formidable internal energy. Haha. Is there another disciple even Threefold Expert looks down on you in comparison to? The world is indeed unfair. I returned to my lodging and lay down. It goes without saying that, having an enormous amount of internal energy, I was hardly drunk despite downing nearly 4 bottles of the light liquor. Though I was a bit bloated, expelling the alcohol through sweat made it pointless, and my mind remained clear. Sleep wouldn't come. Having come into the outside world, I fully realized how strong I'd become. The real issue was, even knowing how strong I've become doesn't give me much satisfaction. This is likely because both my master and fellow disciples are all geniuses. The presence of these exceptional individuals was too overpowering for me to overcome my inferiority complex. Whatever, let's just sleep. I decided not to think about it any deeper. The immediate task was to join the Embroidered Uniform Guard, so I decided to tackle what's ahead before pondering further. It was a life attitude I acquired through multiple deaths. 2 days later, I followed the Great Sword Gate headmaster through the outer gate of the Imperial Palace. After a brief inspection, I heard the gates creak open. Perhaps because I was sitting across from the Great Sword Gate headmaster in the carriage, I felt a vibration through my seat. As we alighted from the carriage, he said, "We'll soon arrive at the Golden Chamber. I can accompany you only up to there. Once you enter the building, you'll meet a commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. If you pass his interview, you'll start working for the Embroidered Uniform Guard the very next day. Is there anything I should be cautious about?" The Great Sword Gate headmaster smiled bitterly once again. "There's really nothing special to it. The Embroidered Uniform Guard recommendation letter given to our Twin Gates sect is because the Imperial family trusts our sect's honor. There hasn't been a single person who has failed the interview among those who have received the recommendation, so just act as you normally would." I see. I felt the power of this recommendation letter anew. A 100% chance to be accepted into the Embroidered Uniform Guard, a role referred to as the dream of those without official positions. It symbolized the influence of the Twin Gates, and also explained why the headmaster of Great Sword Gate decided to pass it to another sect. While the letter gives a guaranteed acceptance, it could actually tarnish the reputation of the sect if the recommended person turns out to be useless. The carriage stopped. I dismounted along with the headmaster of Great Sword Gate and bowed to him. "I will never forget this kindness. I hope for good results." Shortly after the carriage carrying the Great Sword Gate headmaster left, I walked into the Golden Chamber. 2 embroidered uniform guards were standing at the inner door, and they indeed seemed highly skilled. They were at least 2 or 3 notches above the chief disciples of Great Sword Gate whom I had sparred with, and their movements showed signs of real combat experience. The embroidered uniform guard on the left spoke. "Are you the recommendee scheduled for today?" "Yes, I am Baek Wung, recommended by Great Sword Gate." "You are from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, aren't you?" "Yes, that's correct." He tilted his head as if puzzled. Recommendation letters are usually meant to be used within one's own sect. This is rather unusual. Anyway, follow me if you want to see the commander. I followed him into the Golden Chamber. As expected, it was a part of the Imperial Palace and was designed in an opulent and luxurious architectural style. High-quality silk was laid everywhere. Upon meeting the commander, I felt momentarily tense. Something's strange. I'm meeting this embroidered uniform guard commander for the first time today. I've also never encountered this kind of energy or aura before. However, I felt oddly familiar with the aura of the people standing on either side of the commander. It's impossible to feel this way unless I've met them somewhere before. What's going on? Those 2 people, why do they seem familiar? It's definitely an aura I've felt somewhere. Where did I see those 2? I tried to jog my memory, but couldn't quite recall. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard, strangely, did not reveal his face but wore a white mask. Only his right eye could be seen through the mask. He flickered his black eyes as he sat at the table and spoke. "Baek Wung, welcome to the embroidered uniform guard headquarters. Thank you for having me." He briefly shuffled through a piece of white paper. It seemed to be a document detailing my background. I've already completed the investigation of your personal history. You moved to the capital from a rural village 5 years ago and joined the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Since then, you've lived quietly as a martial arts student. Your past is quite clean, which pleases me. Thank you. The commander seemed to chuckle. He continued, however, it's disappointing that the Great Sword Gate couldn't find a worthy substitute within their ranks. Anyway, it's fine. Follow Captain Kwok from now on to receive your uniform and weapon. He will teach you about the internal regulations and overall activities of the embroidered uniform guard today. I followed Captain Kwok, who had been waiting at the door, down the corridor. The one called Captain Kwok was actually a captain of the embroidered uniform guard, with the surname Kwok. In other words, he was one rank higher than the average embroidered uniform guard, akin to a marshal if compared to the world of escorts. Therefore, his martial arts skills seemed to be a notch above those standing at the entrance. As we walked, Captain Kwok said, "Starting today, you're a member of the embroidered uniform guard. Always remember that all your actions are for His Imperial Majesty, and your life and death also belong to the Imperial family. That's the mission of an embroidered uniform guard." I understand. Your martial arts skills seem strong, so I won't say anything about that. After learning about the regulations and activities today, you will be immediately assigned to the 6th unit and deployed in real combat scenarios. Captain Kwok appeared to be quite skilled. Even though I was concealing my energy, the fact that he could gauge my skill level just from my movements meant that he was a master on a completely different level. I was inwardly astonished. Is a captain some kind of battalion leader in the embroidered uniform guard? Yet he's at this level. He must be a peak expert. The average level of martial prowess among the embroidered uniform guard seemed to be much higher than I thought. Not wanting to reveal my surprise, I asked, "What's the 6th unit?" The embroidered uniform guard operates in a total of 10 units, from the 1st unit to the 10th unit, each composed of 100 members. Those with more exceptional skills become a captain or deputy commander, while the others are assigned to different higher-level groups. The 6th unit that you will be joining is currently on a secret mission, so you must give it your all. I spent 2 hours in a sealed room with Captain Kwok, learning about the internal rules of the embroidered uniform guard, their activities, and the general organizational structure, as well as the power dynamics within the Imperial Palace. I also had to memorize the names of all the Imperial family members and close relatives present in the Imperial Palace and had to share whether I knew various tricks, including disguise techniques. Surprisingly, it seemed that there was no separate mental training. It appeared that the content embroidered uniform guard had to know was too numerous and vast to include mental training. Besides, there seemed to be a sense of pride that one would not betray the embroidered uniform guard unless they were insane. After the 2-hour training, Captain Kwok took large gulps of water. Then he spoke as if amazed. "You are quite intelligent. This is the first time I've seen someone who understands words so well. Is that so?" Usually, those who have spent their lives practicing martial arts get placed in embroidered uniform guard. Teaching newbies is actually more difficult in this regard than teaching martial arts. Given my level of knowledge and reading experience, my memorization and understanding were also high. I was likely much smarter than the average embroidered uniform guard member. I was murmuring and memorizing what I had heard so far when I asked, "Which unit do you oversee, Captain Kwok?" "I belong to the 5th unit. Soon the leader of the 6th unit will come to take you." Just then, the door opened with a creak, and a man dressed in black attire walked in. Captain Kwok greeted him warmly with a wave. "Hey Ryu, good to see you. We just finished weapon distribution and training. Good job. Is this the new recruit?" I immediately stood up and replied, "Yes, my name is Baek Wong." You're spirited. I'm Captain Ryu, the leader of the 6th unit. I look forward to working with you." "Sure." As Captain Kwok finished handing over responsibilities to Captain Ryu, I followed the latter. "First, I'll give you an hour of rest. After fully recuperating in your private room, you will be immediately deployed for actual operations." "What mission is it?" "I'll tell you later. Anything else you'd like to ask?" Before I knew it, I was in front of my room. After resting for an hour here, I would be deployed for my first mission as an embroidered uniform guard member. I fiddled with the newly issued iron sword. I took a moment to think. However, there was still only one thing I wanted to ask. Who were the 2 people standing next to the commander? Are they also captains? Those are deputy commanders. There are 3 deputy commanders, one oversees the leaders of the 10 units. The other 2 are always either escorting the commander or on special missions, as far as I know. I was really confused. I definitely remember seeing those 2 people, but to think they're the deputy commanders of embroidered uniform guard? I've lived for quite a while, but where could I have possibly encountered them? It felt like a puzzle that could be solved if I put my mind to it, making it all the more frustrating. For some time, I examined the spear, sword, and short knife that I had received. As expected of weapons given to someone in the embroidered uniform guard, they were made of excellent steel and showcased the craftsmanship of the artisan. With these weapons, I wouldn't have to worry about dulling or breakage for a while. Then, having nothing else to do, I lay down idly. Almost an hour had passed, lost in thought. I've definitely seen them somewhere. Where was it? That's when it hit me. I remembered Mang Riang and what he had said. The words imperial family and nameless ritual sacrifice rites floated through my mind, and I suddenly dredged up a memory I hadn't thought possible. I jumped up in shock when a hypothesis crossed my mind. That's right. The two deputy commanders, they were the ones who stopped the surprise attack of Taoist Hyunshan in Chamshuk village. Experts capable of using the rare combined attack technique in the Gangho were uncommon, and the energy I felt then was the same as what I had felt today. Could it be? It was at that moment, as I was swallowing my saliva, that a voice came from outside the door. It's time for deployment. Come out, guard back. It was Captain Ryu, the leader of the 6th unit I belonged to. I quickly responded. I'm coming out. The place I went to following Captain Ryu, the leader of 6th unit, was an isolated palace among the 99 buildings of the Imperial Court. Although I roughly understood the layout using the Imperial Palace map that Mang Riang gave me, I realized that following Captain Ryu made it impossible to rely entirely on that map. I had a general sense of the overall structure, but the details differed. There were many alleys and labyrinthine passages, almost like a maze. Furthermore, if these complicated buildings moved according to geomantic principles like living creatures, intruders would be utterly lost. Even if you have the Imperial Palace map, it would be impossible without fully memorizing it. I also thought how fortunate it was that I had learned about geomantic defenses. Right now, Captain Ryu was only walking on the main paths, but only a few steps away the terrain changed to a more closed-off layout. Although I pretended not to know and kept walking, I realized that even if you memorized the paths, you'd get trapped in a double trap without geomantic knowledge. This was a natural fortress. Probably, the warriors and court ladies working in the palace must all walk along predetermined paths. Strangely enough, there were no guards in this palace. Captain Ryu led me down some stairs to the underground area, where 10 elite guards were waiting. They all wore black attire, just like Captain Ryu. Captain Ryu introduced me to them. This is Baekwang, a new member of the embroidered uniform guard. He will be the youngest in 6th unit, so guide him well. Understood, Captain. They were members of 6th unit, and Captain Ryu was their commander. Each captain led one unit, making it a simple and intuitive organizational structure. Seniors, I'm in your care. All right. I greeted each member of 6th unit with a bow. The embroidered uniform guards of 6th unit seemed neither friendly nor hostile towards me. While greeting them, I realized something odd. Something feels off. Earlier, Captain Kwok was the same. Usually, the embroidered uniform guard wear a unique martial uniform with white as the base and gold threads splendidly sewn in. However, Captain Ryu and the other embroidered uniform guard from the 6th unit are all wearing black uniforms. The martial uniform will be something like this, /images, Q equals TBNAND9GCR8PU__12T12VMRKTK as OHNHXUBTRUY9_J905Q0206BM and AOEGA tel LBCWB7 Li _6Q1RK1ZOI and USP equals CAU. I initially thought the captains had the freedom to choose their attire, but that wasn't it. The entire 6th unit is required to wear black. Moreover, this black attire somehow looks familiar. I had a terrible suspicion but chose not to show it. Making any suspicious actions here could turn this place into my grave. After a brief introduction, Captain Ryu explained the mission. Our mission this time is the same as before. We will escort the ritual and prepare in advance. Is everyone mentally prepared? Then, the embroidered uniform guard from the 6th unit responded in somewhat weary yet resolute voices. Yes, of course. Escort the ritual? Advanced preparations? I had no idea what they were talking about and blankly stared at them. Captain Ryu then spoke to me. Our 6th unit's mission is somewhat special. Each unit takes turns taking on special missions, and for this half-term, it's the 6th unit's turn. This is an extremely special mission, so strong mental fortitude is necessary. I can handle any mission. Everyone here initially thought the same. However, this is really not an ordinary task. I'll give you some pre-mission training. Captain Ryu bitterly smiled and ordered the rest of the 6th unit. Everyone, go to the Imdong area. Our target this time is Jeoljian village. Prepare for infiltration as an advance preparation. Understood. Whoosh. Once the orders were complete, the embroidered uniform guard from the 6th unit left the palace without looking back. There's no need to hesitate now that the target area is confirmed. As I was watching them leave, Captain Ryu spoke. Sit down there. Yes. It seemed he had something serious to discuss. Facing each other across a table, Captain Ryu spoke earnestly. Baekwang, what do you think is the most valuable and important thing for you? This was something I learned earlier. Embroidered uniform guard are allowed only one answer to this question in any situation. The well-being and eternal glory of His Majesty the Emperor and the Imperial family. Good. You've learned well. Captain Ryu, who was reciting with satisfaction, continued his words. Then what do you think is the biggest threat to the safety of the Imperial family? Wouldn't it be external enemies like the northern foes or the eastern barbarians? Phew, that might indeed be the case. The barbarians of the north have been a significant threat ever since the history of the Central Plains began. However, they have never truly ruled Zonghua, China. Essentially, it's the generals who lead hundreds of thousands of troops that protect the imperial family from them. Although we are the Imperial Guard, we don't directly fight the barbarians. So it would be the court's power brokers, ministers, wouldn't it? Controlling and managing them is something that His Majesty the Emperor does. Of course, keeping them in check is also our main duty, but there's something even more critical. I found this fascinating. What could be more threatening to the imperial family than barbarian invasions or the treason of courtiers? So I asked, Then what is it? The following words were shocking. It's the martial world. What does this mean? Is it permissible for the embroidered uniform guard, a member of the Imperial Guard, to think this way? Yet, the embroidered uniform guard spoke without any hesitation. Do you know about the ancient tales of founder Emperor Hongguyu and Chen Yaoliang? I nodded. I am well studied, so I know history well. I know that Chen Yaoliang was the most formidable enemy when the founder emperor was establishing the country, and that he ultimately lost to Emperor Hongguyu. That's right. There's a bit of a backstory to that. Embroidered uniform guard poured tea into his cup from the teapot. He also poured some for me, and I politely accepted it with both hands. He took a sip of the warm tea and continued speaking. The founder emperor almost died several times because of Chen Yaoliang. Especially, the warriors who followed Chen Yaoliang from Huguang, modern Hubei, were always a thorn in his side. The founder emperor initially planned to put all the people of Huguang who followed Chen Yaoliang onto red ships and forbid them from ever setting foot on land again. If that had been the case, the people of Huguang would have spent their lives as wandering beggars, the men becoming beggars, and the women becoming prostitutes. By setting such a strong example, the secure and expansive Ming Empire would have been established. By showing that no one should challenge imperial authority, countless rebellions would have been prevented, and we could have lived in peace. There's much to say, but I don't speak, because my life is precious to me. Even if I have enough knowledge to argue through sleepless nights, I have to protect my life right now. However, the founder emperor didn't fully carry out the red ship's plan. The rebels who should have been put on those ships were released and returned to land, becoming commoners. Most of them went south. Why do you think that is? I don't know. It was the White Lotus sect, a mere martial sect and religion that restrained Emperor Honggui's actions, and even attracted displaced people to become their disciples. The reason this was possible was that the sect leader of the White Lotus possessed a transcendental level of martial arts. Even a million-strong army meant nothing to him. The leader of the White Lotus came to Hongguio and asked him to end the war. Hongguio had no choice but to accept his proposal. A martial art that renders a million-strong army meaningless is beyond imagination. Is he really human? The power of the White Lotus sect seemed far greater than I had thought. I can see why the Thunder God School would give up on taking revenge against the White Lotus. I thought each word Captain Ryu said could be grounds for treason. The fact that an emperor yielded to a mere martial sect was confidential in itself. However, when it comes to a high-ranking official like Captain Ryu, it's perhaps natural to reveal such things for educational purposes. One must know such things to work for the darkness of the imperial family. Captain Ryu continued speaking. About 150 years have passed since then. During this time, the imperial family has consistently expanded its military power, starting with the embroidered uniform guard and including the eastern and western battalions, and the 5 army corps. Especially, the initially meager embroidered uniform guard has grown enormously. I can confidently say that the power of the embroidered uniform guard now matches that of the 9 great sects. I thought that was plausible. Even the lowest-ranking members of the embroidered uniform guard are elite martial artists. With the top-level skills of the higher-ranking officers, their numbers alone justify such a claim. Moreover, the leader's skill level is expected to be first-rate. There are no martial arts organizations in the world that are bound together with such a high average level of martial skill. If the embroidered uniform guard were to attack the 9 sects, they could quickly annihilate 2 or 3 of them. It's impossible for the 9 sects to withstand such a massive military organization alone. Is it to protect His Imperial Majesty the Emperor from the White Lotus sect? Exactly. We don't know what level of martial arts the current leader of the White Lotus holds, but the mere existence of a figure with transcendental level martial skills is terrifying. I somehow understood. Even if one tried to suppress the White Lotus sect with a million-strong army, it would be useless. If a transcendent being exists who could single-handedly assassinate the emperor after breaking through an army of 1 million at its peak, what would be the point? It would form an overwhelming deterrent. I recalled hearing about the sacred lotus from Samjiao Li Guang. The sacred lotus is a special elixir exclusively produced by the White Lotus sect. Consuming it grants enormous internal energy. If there are peak-level martial artists in the White Lotus sect who have consumed the sacred lotus, they are a formidable force even without their leader. Captain Ryu said. But finally, we, the embroidered uniform guard, no, the Imperial Palace has found a way to counter the White Lotus sect. This plan is a grand scheme, and we must pursue it for the rest of our lives. It will be our special mission. What is the mission? I gasped at the words that followed. To summon monsters from another world, and ultimately gain the power of the demon gods. Gasp. It's a feasible plan, thanks to the Grand Sorcerer who is helping us. I had no choice but to be astonished. It was now certain. So these guys were the ones who led the human sacrifices? The embroidered uniform guard committed mass murder. As my worst suspicions were confirmed, I felt my vision blacked out momentarily. I had hoped it wasn't true. Although I had guessed as much when talking to Mangliang, I had come to Luoyang hoping that it wouldn't be the case for a brighter future. But the truth was the truth. The imperial family and the embroidered uniform guard were the very demons who had led the human sacrifices. At the same time, I felt relieved that I hadn't directly intervened this lifetime. If the embroidered uniform guard were truly the perpetrators, I would have been in grave danger. It's not surprising at all, Captain Ryu said, as if it were only natural for me to be shocked. Some commoners might be sacrificed in the process, but it's a necessary sacrifice. We must be prepared to go to hell for the sake of the imperial family. Our actions will bring happiness and peace to millions in the empire. But that's... Brace yourself. I'll explain more when we reach our destination, but you are already an embroidered uniform guard willing to risk your life for the imperial family. Discard all petty ethics and morality if it's for his imperial majesty. I feel nauseous. Captain Ryu's words were nonsense, and any sane person would never agree with such talk. But there was a strange power in Captain Ryu's words that made my head spin and clouded my judgment. I knew in my head that it was nonsense, but it strangely sounded convincing. Had I not personally witnessed the human sacrifices and monsters, I might have been half convinced by Captain Ryu's words by now. But having seen them myself, I couldn't possibly agree. How can one justify human sacrifices, which are undoubtedly abominable? Something's wrong. I can feel a strong force emanating from his words. Feigning dizziness, I stood up. I'm sorry. I feel dizzy. Sit down. I haven't finished speaking. Aren't you doing this for his imperial majesty? Are you saying it's okay for the enemies to threaten his imperial majesty? Is that what an embroidered uniform guard should say? His tone had changed from its previous friendliness to stern admonishment, as if he was about to implement a carrot and stick strategy. Listen carefully. Everything is permitted in the name of his imperial majesty. We are but swords, and swords do not need to think further. All you need to do is to eliminate harmful elements and execute your mission. It was then that I understood the source of my dizziness. Mind control through incantations and brainwashing. Having studied ancient texts for a long time, I could tell. Captain Ryu's words flowed with a peculiar cadence, and strange glyphs were engraved here and there throughout the palace. He can use incantations, huh? Well, it's possible since you don't need any special mystical power for incantations. Incantations held power in their very utterance. By articulating them like a formula, they conferred force upon the words. Captain Ryu was using incantations to weaken his opponent's mental fortitude, persistently coercing them in an enclosed space. It was like a more intense form of suggestion. If you're subjected to this for a long time, even a resolute martial artist would find themselves persuaded. Captain Ryu seemed to be in charge of continuous indoctrination training whenever new recruits arrived. I deliberately clouded my eyes to make it look like I was obeying him. Yes, I understand, at novel bin at. Let me repeat myself. Listen carefully. Afterwards, I endured Captain Ryu's incantations for a full hour in the confined space. Fortunately, since I was feigning indoctrination, it didn't continue. Captain Ryu grinned when he confirmed that his education had ended. I'm not entirely satisfied yet, but you, Baekwang, will soon understand our cause. Now follow me to our mission location. I'm Dongstyeoljeon village. As I followed him, I pondered. Damn it. What should I do? Given the tragedies I've witnessed, I'm immune to such brainwashing. Anyone else would have succumbed due to the incantation, but I had secretly recited a mind-shielding mantra from the Chi Men Dunjia, rendering the incantation useless. My headache now was how to act going forward. If I follow him, I'd be participating in periodic slaughters and human sacrifices. Is that really the right thing to do? If I don't obey Captain Ryu, I'd be considered a traitor and summarily executed. Since the plans I've heard regarding the monsters were top secret, they wouldn't leave me be. Perhaps there are others like me, who haven't fallen for the brainwashing but are still following him because they value their lives and can't give up their current positions. Clip-clop, clip-clop. I rode my horse, following Captain Ryu, lost in thought. Then, a word from Mang Riang suddenly crossed my mind. Baekwang, the tragedy you witnessed will eventually befall an unspecified number of people on a scale incomparable to that village's tragedy. Do you plan to rely on luck and run away then? Or will you become the dog of those in power and take on their dirty work? A dog of power. It's a dirty job. Clip-clop, clip-clop. While riding a horse, the moonlight brushed past the lake. In the midst of that, Captain Ryu spoke to me. You're a lucky friend. Me. As soon as you joined, you received a special mission. Once the special mission is completed, the corresponding unit receives a massive reward. 20 guan of gold, 75 kg of gold, and, furthermore, you're bestowed a land grant near Luoyang. There are many among the other embroidered uniform guard who quietly hope to undertake special missions again. I was momentarily speechless and asked. They hope to do it again. After all, we're not the ones carrying it out, it's that sorcerer. Mostly, we're just observing and guarding. There was not an ounce of guilt or hesitation in Captain Ryu's words. If you didn't know the details of the task, you might just pass it off as just another job, but I knew what it entailed. Human sacrifices, fanatical extraction of hearts, cannibalism, and mass murder. The fact that the embroidered uniform guard wanted to partake in such demonic actions again was chilling. If it had been the act of just that sorcerer, Taoist Hyunshan, and I could have stopped it. However, because the embroidered uniform guard are secretly involved and observing, no one could prevent the village massacre. After a moment of thought, I asked, don't the sacrifices of the commoners come into play? Don't you feel guilty? Captain Ryu actually laughed. Ha ha ha, guilty? Everyone among the embroidered uniform guard is doing it. Moreover, this is for the greater good. All those people are making sacrifices that are absolutely necessary for His Imperial Majesty. At that moment, Mang Riang's words passed through my mind again. In this world, there's no one who knows the nature of the imperial family better than I do. I've come to know this while working as an astronomer. They see this world as if it were a mere playground. If they are the ones in charge, it's inevitable that unimaginable, terrifying chaos will eventually ensue. Isn't it obvious that we should prevent it while we still can? He was right. The dreadful chaos had already been unfolding. Judging from the term half-term, it's clear that one village was sacrificed every 6 months. Considering that I've been reincarnated for about 5 years, that means at least 10 villages have been eradicated during this time. Despite this blatant abnormality, the fact that nobody in the world knows about it indicates that the powers that be are actively suppressing this information. What was I even thinking? What does a happy life even mean? Haha, I chuckled softly. Captain Ryu laughed heartily. Great. If we're going to do it, let's be positive. Well, we have to be positive. I nodded firmly. We have to try and be positive, even if it's a matter of life or death. Since Captain Ryu couldn't see my face clearly as he was sitting behind me, it was truly a blessing. I couldn't show him my face, twisted as if ready for some vicious slaughter. Imdong was a region located about 400 li to the northwest of Luoyang. Needless to say, it wasn't a distance one could cover overnight. For approximately 3 days, Captain Ryu and I switched horses and slept in lodgings as we headed toward our destination. With about 50 li remaining to the border of Imdong, Captain Ryu spoke. Do you know what kind of place Cheoljian village is? It would be a place easily isolated from the outside world. At this, Captain Ryu looked somewhat surprised. Heh, you're quick-wit. You understood what I meant without me having to explain. Well, if we have to maintain confidentiality, we can't consider a place with active interactions with other regions. True, just by cutting off 2 bridges, the place becomes completely isolated. It's the optimal location for carrying out this mission. Clip-clop clip-clop. We had just galloped on large horses, so we were taking a brief rest. I slowly urged my horse forward and spoke. I have a question. Who is this Grand Sorcerer? Is he also a member of the Imperial family? Normally, I shouldn't tell you, but you're a special case. You were deployed immediately without going through the embroidered uniform guard's new recruit training due to the timing. What I'm about to say must never be disclosed to anyone else. It seemed that under normal circumstances, the newly recruited would go through an orientation where they would be reinforced with the secretive information of the embroidered uniform guards. The timing overlapping probably meant that they needed manpower urgently and deployed me immediately upon my recommendation to the embroidered uniform guards. Yes, he is an indispensable figure for this plan. He suppresses the spirits of the villagers and plays the flute for 3 days and nights to put them into a stillness state. Then he disseminates doctrines to those who wake up, turning them into loyal followers. Afterwards, the process of offering sacrifices to summon enough monsters is repeated. His words were very straightforward, devoid of any emotion. Captain Ryu must have witnessed human sacrifices for years, as evidenced by his lack of remorse or hesitation. Pretending to know nothing, I asked further. Where did he learn such mysterious sorcery? Is he a sorcerer from the legendary religious unorthodox faction? I doubt it. He doesn't say anything, but the incantations and rituals he uses are extremely alien. And his appearance. Don't be shocked when you see him. He's hideously ugly. A momentarily disgusted expression flitted across Captain Ryu's face. For someone who talks about human sacrifices and slaughter so nonchalantly, the appearance of the Grand Sorcerer must be a monstrosity. I asked once more. So you're saying monsters can be summoned? They just appear from empty space. Heck, you're really curious, aren't you? Well, so is everyone else. I apologize. It's all right. Monsters actually burst out from the ground. Excuse me. Exactly as I said. They don't just spontaneously appear from nowhere, they dig through the ground and burst out. Based on this, it's likely that the Grand Sorcerer performs a ritual to summon them. I felt my mouth slightly open in disbelief. So, if what he says is true, the monsters aren't otherworldly beings but have been living somewhere in this world all along? Moreover, they seem to travel by burrowing deep into the ground. The creepy thought that such monsters could be out there hunting prey was unsettling. I openly shared my thoughts with him. Is the power of these monsters intended to annihilate White Lotus sect? I don't understand why you would summon monsters. You don't need to understand. We just need to follow orders. But, probably not. Monsters play an important role in the second phase of the ritual, so they aren't directly utilizing their combat abilities. I can only guess that only the Grand Sorcerer and His Imperial Majesty the Emperor know the exact details. Captain Ryu freely divulged sensitive information. Probably because my questioning didn't seem particularly suspicious and he was confident that I was becoming indoctrinated. Besides, unless I was insane, there was no reason for me to betray embroidered uniform guards. If I dig any further, I might raise suspicion. I decided to act within reasonable limits. Understood. So is my duty to escort the sorcerer. Escort? That could be it. Anyway, with your level of martial arts, whatever you do shouldn't be difficult. He too was a martial arts expert of a high caliber, and he seemed to have assessed my skills. That's very flattering. Not at all. It's been a while since such an exceptional talent has been recommended to us. This must be my lucky day, eh? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I laughed weakly. Throughout this joking exchange, Captain Ryu's face showed no signs of malice or evil intent. He was someone proud of his duties, striving to build a humane relationship with his subordinates. Just listening to his tone, you could tell that this man wasn't inherently wicked. Even so, he had a history of driving thousands of people to death for the sake of the imperial family, with twisted patriotism. It's an evil act that no one would have any objections to if they were immediately pointed out as a demon and beaten to death. Not even any dark cult leader or villainous boss could have lived doing such wicked deeds as Captain Ryu. When I realized that a person's nature and actions could be so incompatible, I felt strange. Who turned Captain Ryu into a demon? We're almost there. Once we cross this mountain, we'll see the bridge leading to Cheoljian village. Didn't the advance team cut it off? No way. The operation will start only after my arrival. The bridge will be the last thing to cut. As he said, the bridge was intact. Although the bridge was making a creaking sound, it was perfectly fine. It would be safe even if we crossed it on horseback. Captain Ryu stood in front of the sky bridge. Below the sky bridge, which connected about 10 lengths, there was nothing but air. It was a precarious bridge that connected two cliffs. He was muttering something, his eyes twitching. I was thinking of using explosives, but if it's this shabby, just cutting it off will do. The fewer traces, the better. As I crossed the sky bridge, I got chills hearing his muttering. It seemed that he had started focusing on the plan to massacre the villagers, as if all the smiles up to now had been lies. About half an hour later, Captain Ryu and I were able to arrive at the base in front of Cheoljian village. It was a hut in the middle of a field of grass, camouflaged so as not to attract people's attention. A guard of the embroidered uniform guards, who had arrived earlier, was waiting for us there. Have you arrived? Yes. What's the situation? Are you the only one here? Inside the hut, there was only one guard. He reported to Captain Ryu. We've just arrived, too. Currently, the remaining members are infiltrating the village and gathering information on key figures. At Novel bin at. When will they return? It will take about 3 hours. All right. We'll start the village suppression operation as soon as they arrive. I looked around the hut and then spoke. Captain, the Grand Sorcerer is not here. Don't worry about it. He's probably already in the village. He uses mysterious techniques, so there's no need for us to worry. Once the suppression operation is over, he will come to us. I realized that this was also important information. The Grand Sorcerer and the embroidered uniform guards don't always move together, Their relationship seems to be more about mutual exploitation than camaraderie. And the so-called Grand Sorcerer has some special spells besides just playing the flute. Could it be possible to thwart their plans in advance by suppressing just one of either the embroidered uniform guards or the Grand Sorcerer? I realized that I had more options in strategizing. Lost in thought, I spoke to Captain Ryu. Captain, I'd like to infiltrate the village as well. I want to help my seniors. No, you can't. You don't know anything about disguise arts or muscle shrinking technique, do you? Even the slightest suspicion from the villagers will mess up the plan. Just wait here for now. Understood. I felt the need to learn disguise arts and muscle shrinking technique. Not only could they be useful here, but they'd also likely be helpful in the future. The question was who could teach me such techniques. Especially because muscle shrinking technique required mastering a special form of martial arts that commoners couldn't know. Captain Ryu spoke again. If you're restless, then keep watch within a 1 li radius from here. Check if anyone suspicious approaches. Understood. I thought this worked out well. I had reached my limit in managing my expression in front of Captain Ryu and, above all, I needed space to think. I left the cabin and climbed a tall tree to survey the area. Naturally, I didn't think anyone would wander aimlessly in the woods of such a remote village. However, that thought lasted only a moment. Soon, a mysterious figure appeared in my line of sight. I dashed towards the being about 70 yards away like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take me long to reach them. Kaye. It was a slightly high-pitched scream. I immediately covered their mouth so the sound wouldn't carry. I signaled for them to be quiet while they looked at me with terrified eyes. It would be easy to kill them, but I couldn't do that. Be quiet. A typical rural girl. She looked to be on the cusp of her mid-teens. Struggling against my hand for a moment, she eventually stayed still. I spoke to her calmly. Don't scream, got it. Upon closer inspection, she was slyly licking my palm and applying saliva. Ew, that's gross. I removed my hand from her mouth and muttered. The girl made a playful expression and spoke. What are you doing here, big brother? Are you from another village? Yes, I lost my way and ended up here. Come to our village? I'll give you something to eat. Her cheerful smile was adorable. She was a spirited child. I managed to deceive the girl into thinking I was a passerby, but I felt heavy-hearted. Here's the translated text with explanations for certain terms and nuances. Once the plan starts, are you saying that innocent children will be torn apart and violated by fanatics? And that naive villagers will engage in a massacre only to be sacrificed themselves, and eventually, the whole village will be burned down and annihilated? The stench of blood from the altar where the Grand Sorcerer used to carry out human sacrifices still lingers in my memory. At that time, I thought I was indifferent, but looking back, it seems I was quite emotionally shocked. A guard is coming out. I sensed an embroidered uniform guard walking out of the hut, perhaps to relieve himself. Needless to say, if he discovers this girl, he'll execute her on the spot. I quickly said to the young girl, hey, go back to your village from here. Understand? Did you lose your way? It's fine. Just go back the way you came. See you later. Okay. The girl scurried away through the bushes. And after a while, the guard walked up to where I was standing. He seemed to have intended to talk to me from the beginning. Hey, rookie. Nice to meet you. Are you my senior? He was tall and handsome, looking a few years older than me. Probably older in actual age, but he looked young due to his good looks. He grinned and said, yes. I also come from Great Sword Gate. In the past, I was quite a renowned sword master in Luoyang, known as Zhang Haiyun. I see. Zhang Haiyun suddenly showed a strange expression. But I heard that you, coming from Guangzhou's Azure Dragon Martial Hall, entered through Great Sword Gate's recommendation. It seemed that Captain Ryu had told Zhang Haiyun about me in that brief moment. Thinking Captain Ryu was a gossip, I said. It was a decision made by the head of Great Sword Gate. Who said what? Just a bit regretful. Great Sword Gate couldn't handle a countryside guy like you? If I were there, it would have been different. If you're being sarcastic, I won't listen any further. Haha. Well, there's nothing to be done. If we weren't on a mission, I would have given you a taste of your own medicine. I was already feeling complicated, but Zhang Haiyun kept picking a fight, which annoyed me. So, I didn't hold back and retorted spontaneously. You sure like to bark a lot. Perhaps barking and then leaving is the best option for you? That way you won't reveal how weak you really are. What did you say? Zhang Haiyun was provoked immediately. His face flushed, and suddenly, he unsheathed his sword, performing a whoosh. His attack was skillful enough that I had to muster my strength to dodge it reflexively. The skill was so precise and quick that any average martial artist would have lost their head with just that one move, an ultimate technique. Thud. Ugh. However, I dodged it quite effortlessly and used silent thunder steps to close the distance, punching him in the stomach. Zhang Haiyun had too many openings exposed after his failed opening move, which he could do nothing about, even though he was aware of it. Struggling in immense pain, he mumbled, your speed is too fast. Young Haiyun's face bent forward. It was natural for him to pass out as I had hit him hard enough to damage his internal organs. This guy is much stronger than the 3 chief disciples of Great Sword Gate that I've faced before. But still, he's nowhere near my level. Once again, I could affirm that I'm much stronger than an ordinary embroidered uniform guard. My master, Li Guang, was almost certainly correct in rating me at the vice commander level. I laughed at Zhang Haiyun. This is what you call fast? At this rate, you won't even last a second against Jin Sochong. I grabbed the unconscious Zhang Haiyun by the collar and sat him down under a tree. Then I contemplated my next steps. Should I proactively step in and prevent a tragedy? Or should I calmly observe the situation? Is there a third option? After much thought, I reached a conclusion. I won't make a move until the real massacre begins. The reason I reached this conclusion was thanks to Mang Riang. If his wisdom could provide an alternative solution that I couldn't think of, different results could be achieved. As Mang Riang said, now is the time to collect more clues rather than acting hastily. I took it as a warning that acting in haste would result in disaster. The villagers will be completely brainwashed in 3 days. Until then, I must observe. There's too much I don't know about the Grand Sorcerer, and I must find out more about embroidered uniform guards' actions. You never know when some shocking information might come up. I pressed down on young Haiyun's ointment to wake him up from his fainting state. Then, squatting in front of the anxious-looking Zhang Haiyun, I softly threatened him. Senior, I have neither resentment nor affection toward the Great Sword Gate. If you project your inferiority complex onto me, who's a simple country bumpkin, my solution will be a fist. What does the sect matter now that we're already in embroidered uniform guards? Let's pretend this never happened and get along, guard young Haiyun Nim. Understood. Zhang Haiyun seemed to instinctively realize that it would only take 3 seconds for me to kill him and that I would likely have no hesitation in doing so. To avoid looking suspicious, Zhang Haiyun and I walked in together. Captain Ryu, who happened to be reading, didn't seem to suspect anything. Thump thump. We've returned. Exactly around 3 p.m., when it was getting dark, all the embroidered uniform guards members who had been out scouting returned to the village. They were each in disguise. Moments later, they saw Captain Ryu and simultaneously knelt, and Captain Ryu coldly scanned the room before speaking. Report the results. Yes. Then the embroidered uniform guards members began to discuss each important figure and building in the village, and any information they had gathered. Captain Ryu, with closed eyes, seemed to be sorting out the information in his head. Good. We'll wait here until we hear the sorcerer's flute, then proceed with the operation. Eliminate any potential obstacles and block all communications. Make sure the operation goes smoothly. Yes. The sound of the flute came a day later. Tweet. Just after noon, a low, eerie, and unsettling sound of a flute was heard. I was the first to hear it, and it seemed to have a mentally suppressive effect. Almost simultaneously, the other embroidered uniform guards members hastily prepared for battle. The preparation didn't take long. Captain Ryu ordered the embroidered uniform guards members, who were kneeling, begin the suppression operation. Go. I followed the other embroidered uniform guards members into the village. Soon enough, as I jumped from rooftop to rooftop, I could see that ordinary villagers were clutching their heads, shivering, and unable to move. The flute sound seemed fatal to those without inner chi or weak mental strength. Among them, some were staggering but moving properly. They were likely those who had mastered martial arts or breathing techniques. A senior embroidered uniform guards member said, "Leave the moving ones alone. They are not our targets. Focus only on the assassination subjects." I voiced my opinion. Shouldn't we find the Grand Sorcerer? True. Baek Wong, locate the source of that flute sound. I felt like they gave me this task since I was a newcomer. Making a mistake on an assassination mission as a rookie would be burdensome. Yes. Swoosh. I left the embroidered uniform guards group to act independently. A faint killing intent was hovering in my eyes. I must find him. First, I needed to locate the Grand Sorcerer and remove him, and extract as much information as possible. Even torture was on the table for that. Tweet. The sound of the flute is low and deep. It blankets the village with a quiet, animal-like wailing. It felt as if it was a melody from the Grim Reaper. As someone who has learned Chi Mendunjia, I sensed that this flute sound itself was a type of incantation. To find the source of these cursed sound waves, I concentrated my mind. No matter how low and deep the sound was, there must be a point of origin, since it's a sound after all. As I tracked the direction where the sound was getting stronger, I observed the people on the street from the rooftops. The closer I got to the source, the more people seemed to be suffering. Over here. Whoosh. As I leapt from rooftop to rooftop, it felt as though I was making at least 6 long jumps at once. It was a level of lightness technique that felt almost like flying. For a common martial artist, such a feat would lead to exhaustion, but I had almost inexhaustible internal energy. I could keep this up for hours. Moreover, having trained in Thunder God style in Azure Dragon Martial Hall, I was quite confident in my techniques. However, I felt uneasy. It was because of the incredible power of the flute sound. Is it possible for a simple spell to have such range and destructive power? This is a force that defies laws. While Chi Mendunjia appears to be a convenient, all-powerful method, it is not so. Even Mang Riang, considered a master of Chi Mendunjia, could only use basic techniques like transformation and cloud techniques without a certain mystical power. Achieving incredible feats like summoning winds and rains was next to impossible unless one had invested significant time and effort. To indiscriminately cast a large-scale brainwashing wave over such a radius without warning clearly defied the common understanding of mystic arts. Although I could easily nullify the wave due to my powerful internal energy, an ordinary person with less than 3 years of training would lose their consciousness and become infected by the curse within a moment. What on earth is this sorcerer doing? I reached the epicenter of the sorcery in no time. It was right at the center of the village, and what I saw there made my eyes widen. Hellish scene? Thud. People around the flute player were either choking themselves until their veins burst or suddenly hacking at each other with axes. Some were laughing crazily as they lay on the ground, while others were sexually assaulting women without reason. Some were even dismembering children's bodies as if they were delicacies. Blood flowed freely on the streets. It was as if they no longer felt their own pain, a savage sight. Worse, they seemed to be ecstatically unaware of any pain. While in other areas, people simply fainted, here in the epicenter the effect was terrifyingly intense. Ugh. I felt a brief sensation of dizziness, and I was taken aback. I had only let my guard down for a moment, but the cursed sound waves had broken through my resistance and given me a headache. I realized that if I stayed here for too long, unimaginable wavelengths would emerge. Fine. I'll deal with you slowly. I didn't come down from the roof. Instead, I subtly shifted my weight onto my feet. The Grand Sorcerer flute player either noticed or didn't, but either way, he continued to play his flute. I smirked coldly and threw 2 tiles from the rooftop. Thud. One tile hit the flute player's shoulder, and the other hit his thigh. Struck by tiles imbued with my internal energy, the flute player staggered and fell to his knees. Although he didn't drop his flute, the frenzied music paused for a moment. Immediately, the madness that had been swirling around us vanished as if washed away. The townspeople, who had been brainwashed by the madness, came back to their senses and were horrified by the tragedy they had caused. Realizing the terrible acts their own hands had committed, acts incomprehensible by human ethics, the townspeople's mental states were already in shambles. The frenzied music had devoured human lives in just a brief moment. I didn't have the luxury to care for them, so I quickly went to confront the flute player. The creature was the same as before, dressed in ragged brown clothing that concealed its gender, tightly holding a black flute in one hand. I approached the kneeling creature and asked, "What's your name?" The creature remained silent. Annoyed, I pulled away the yellow cloth covering its face, and was shocked. Gasp. This was beyond grotesque. It's a real monster. The creature's face was wide with protruding veins, and its eyes were full of sclera with no pupils. It also had no ears. Instead of a nose and mouth, there were incomprehensible tentacles extending from where they should be. The tentacles seemed alive, moving on their own, and had an elliptical mouth at their ends that was munching on something. I noticed its hands were like a frog's, with a strange membrane between the fingers. Calling this a human was truly a stretch. This was unmistakably a creature of alien form, a monstrous race. No wonder Captain Ryu had referred to it as a monster. But that's beside the point. I immediately snatched the black flute from its hand. The creature said nothing, its empty white eyes simply rolling as it stared at me. On a whim, I decided to try attacking it. Thud, thwack, thud. I unleashed a flurry of punches, knee strikes, and kicks, infusing them lightly with internal energy. After about 10 strikes, the creature wriggled and staggered, clearly in pain. I thought to myself, this creature has remarkable durability. It hasn't trained in martial arts, so could it be that its physical body is naturally this strong? It had a body comparable to someone well trained in external martial arts. I couldn't waste any more time here. I wasn't sure if cup ointment techniques would work on this creature, so for my final move, I delivered a kick powerful enough to make a human vomit their organs. And $. Only then did the creature let out a pained moan. Even that was a bizarre sound that couldn't be vocalized by human vocal cords, making my skin crawl. Although the figure before me had a human form, it was undoubtedly not human. As the creature spat blue blood from its mouth and became disoriented, I finally grabbed it by the neck and flew away. Crash. What have I done? I messed up. As I soared towards another location, I let out a bitter laugh. Initially, I intended to wait until I saw the creature performing its human sacrifice ritual, but I couldn't hold back, recalling the girl I had met in the forest a few days ago. The thought of innocent lives increasingly being sacrificed and large-scale disasters occurring in the village made my blood boil. It might be premature, but there's no other choice. First, I have to hide myself and extract as much information as I can from this creature. Then, whether I confront the forces of evil directly or assassinate them, I'll have to decide my next course of action. After running for a while, I left the village and headed towards the cliff in the northwest. Holding the creature's neck, I leapt across the cliff in just 2 or 3 bounds. After descending a slope, I found a secluded mountain and discovered a natural cave. Considering the distance of around 20 li, not even those evil forces would be able to catch up in a short time. Thud. I violently threw the creature onto the cave floor. Even though any normal human would have died from the impact, this creature trembled its tentacles and spat blue blood, yet it seemed to have no major injuries. Its race must possess innately strong physiques. I shook its black flute and said, "Is this your ritual instrument? Seems like you can't do anything without this flute. You haven't even mastered any martial arts." And at *%. The creature's white eyes expanded slightly as if enraged. I had the feeling it understood me, but I couldn't understand its language, which was frustrating. Annoyed, I kicked it again. Groan at novel bin at. #% at #*. What are you saying? Speak human, you monster. Groan. Seeing the creature rolling on the floor in pain, I somehow felt pleased. Considering the number of humans this creature killed would be in the tens of thousands, this was nothing compared to their suffering. If I had more time, I would deal with it slowly, but as I didn't, I looked down on it and said, "How much more should I beat it?" Suddenly, the creature extended its palm, as if gesturing a halt. Then, I heard its voice in my head. "Stop. This will only bring about your downfall." Is this telepathy? But I thought otherwise. Though I learned telepathy during my training at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, this was completely different. Telepathy mixes one's will into the wind and makes it softly reverberate in the ears. What this creature did was more like the legendary radiant wisdom from the heart speech, something not even an exceptionally high-level martial artist could achieve. It made me understand its will directly in my mind, transcending language. I let out an ironic laugh. Is this another of your tricks? Why are you conducting human sacrifices and summoning monsters? Speak if you can. I just want to beat you to death right now. As I slowly raised my fist, the creature hesitated and moved back. It must have thought it would die if it got hit again, so it quickly spoke to me. "Wait a moment. Human. If I speak, will you let me go? I'll consider it. You still seem useful." Of course, that was a lie. Once I'd heard enough, I planned to dismember and kill this creature. But I had to give it hope so it would spit out information. The creature couldn't read my intentions, so it slowly communicated through its telepathy message. "I made a contract with a god. In exchange for offering sacrifices to the gods, I assist you humans. I am proceeding with the plan according to your demands, and only 2 more actions are needed to fulfill the contract. You're a subordinate of the Emperor, so why are you torturing me?" The creature seemed rather indignant. It had never thought that its own benefactor would betray it. Something significant was unfolding. This creature, despite its monstrous appearance, seemed to possess significant intelligence. It even seemed rather clever. In my confusion, I asked for clarification. "What does that mean?" "That is..." Cough cough. The creature suddenly spat out blue blood and couldn't continue speaking. It seemed to have reached its physical limits. I felt I had overdone the torture. Now I wondered whether there was any more information to extract. Then, a crystal clear and excellent question came to mind. Yes. I took out the heavenly tome of dark mysteries that I always carried, and showed the first page to the creature. "Look, can you interpret this mysterious language?" According to Mengriang, the mysterious language of the heavenly tome of dark mysteries is almost identical to that of the nameless ritual sacrifice rites. If this creature had indeed interpreted the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, it should also be able to interpret the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. Upon seeing the tome, the creature suddenly froze its tentacles. "Why? Can't you interpret this? This? How could a mere human have this?" The creature seemed genuinely shocked. Up until now, it had been almost unfazed, even when kidnapped and dragged into this cave to be beaten. But now it was visibly shaken, which I could tell just by the way its tentacles had stopped moving and its whole body was trembling like a quaking aspen. "Just answer. What is this about? Could it be, are you the owner of this artifact? Just answer the question. What is this heavenly tome of dark mysteries about?" Ha ha ha. How can this be? I never expected such a trap. The creature suddenly let out a mournful cry. Then, his body slowly reddened and began to emit a sinister light. I withdrew, sheathing the tome, when the fiend spat out blue blood and shouted, "Sacrifice? I mourn in your nightmare. Sure. At that moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were shattering. Not just this cave, but the mountains, streams, and sky, everything was vibrating. Simultaneously, I felt an ominous energy pouring down from beyond the sky. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr yelled. You bastard! What the hell have you done? He. Nothing much. You don't seem to know what happens when a ritual is interrupted. What? I was calling them for sustenance. And now that they are all summoned, they've lost their target. Now they'll rampage across the heavens and earth looking for living sacrifices. It's destruction. Asterisk boom, boom, bang, asterisk. About 30 yards away, a loud explosion erupted, and a hill disappeared. When I saw the massive entity that emerged from the collapsed hill, I gulped. Monsters. It was the monster that I had seen before. The only difference was that its size had increased from about 3 meters to a staggering 10 meters. It writhed menacingly, as if it could swallow a mountain. The sight of its flesh rippling as it extended hundreds of eyes and tentacles was nothing short of a nightmare. Asterisk crash, boom, bang, asterisk. That wasn't the end. Monsters began to burst forth from the ground everywhere. These colossal creatures numbered in the tens, summoned here for human sacrifices. The fiendish man sneered. Farewell. Both you and I are now as good as dead. You must be joking. Do you think I would be afraid of such creatures? In a direct confrontation, maybe, but I was confident that I could evade them by trickery. It wasn't just me they were looking for. I planned to seize an opportunity to exit the cave, but at that moment, I felt an overwhelming murderous intent from all directions. The eyes of the monsters scattered across heaven and earth were directed at me. They were clearly targeting only me, there was no doubt about it. What on earth is happening? From behind, I heard the cackling of a monster who seemed to be deflated. It seems they very well know who disrupted their ritual. Kugugugugu. The monsters all at once charged toward me at an incredible speed. I wanted to dodge, but I had no idea where to dodge to. Even at my maximum speed in lightness skill, it was uncertain whether I could avoid their direct attacks, especially since dozens of colossal beasts were swooping down on me. Crayayayayak. I screamed as I exerted all my strengths to execute my lightness skill. I kicked off the ground as if flying and floated in the air. Thanks to that, I was able to avoid the first monster's body slam, allowing me to descend from the cliff cave to the ground. Huff. A wall of darkness flashed before my eyes for a moment. Dozens of monsters charged in succession, crisscrossing as they ran. Kukwakwakwang. The next moment, another monster's body slam crushed me as it passed by. I felt excruciating pain as everything turned blinding white. That was my fifth death. Startled, I woke up. Ugh. Huff. I was soaked in sweat as I woke from the dream. No, it was a memory so vivid that it couldn't simply be a dream. I was once again vividly experiencing my life as a child in the barn, and I had no choice but to do so. My sixth life had begun. Rather than feeling like I was losing my mind, I felt unlucky. Even after seeking a modest life to attain some peace, that turned out to be the beginning and culmination of a sinister plot. Despite my desperate struggles, the outcome was yet another cycle of rebirth. Damn it. I feel awful. Adat novel bin adat. Frowning, I touched my forehead. Fortunately, the pain vanished in an instant, leaving me mentally intact, but dying still felt awful. I spent a long time in the barn, listening to the sound of crickets, quietly soothing my mind. In the midst of my confusion, I thought I needed to learn how to end suffering. Until now, I was lucky enough to die quickly, but if I were to be killed horrifically, I doubted I'd keep my sanity. I must learn how to endure pain, for situations like torture or extortion. Then, as my thoughts became clear, I began to think systematically. What should I do this time? And how should I live? I need to stop human sacrifices. That had to be my purpose in this life. While honing my martial arts skills and living a grand life as a peak martial artist would be ideal, it wasn't feasible. One way or another, I would encounter the vile plans of the embroidered uniform guards. Ignoring the mass slaughter of tens of thousands couldn't be an option. Fortunately, I thought I could somehow put a stop to it. Plans came to mind easily. If I started now, I could not only prevent the embroidered uniform guards and sorcerers but also acquire unexpected gains. The problem lay elsewhere. Am I really prepared to make enemies of the embroidered uniform guards and the imperial family? As a child, disrupting their activities may cause them momentary chaos, but eventually, they'd uncover my identity and motives. Thereafter, the likelihood of ongoing strife with the embroidered uniform guards would be high. Living a normal life, enjoying wealth and fame as a martial artist would become difficult. However, I strengthened my resolve, recalling the words of the hermit. Ignoring what doesn't harm me now would only fan the flames for later. Monsters that started with just 3 grew to the size of 10 chapters and dozens in number 5 years later. Over time, they became too strong for an individual to handle. Well, if all fails, I can just escape to that place. My fifth life wasn't just about goofing around. I collected all the worthwhile information. The existence of another life's alternative also made my decision easier. With a firm resolve, I prepared to move. Stepping out of the barn, I noticed how dazzling the stars in the night sky were. I glanced at the village chief's house, pondering the extent of my hatred for them. I had a significant history with the village chief's family. Likely, I could easily eliminate a large number of them this time as well. However, perhaps because I had already exacted my revenge once, my hatred had diluted. Now, they seemed more like distasteful neighbors than anything else. I didn't loathe them enough to kill them multiple times. I'll just leave them be. But a considerable amount of funds seemed necessary for the upcoming plan. With a sly grin, I activated the silent thunder steps technique to glide effortlessly towards the village chief's main house. Upon using the pinnacle of my lightness skill, I swiftly found myself atop the village chief's roof. Slinking down like a snake, I opened the inner door and entered. The room, perhaps due to being the village chief's private quarters, was locked, but using chi, I made it open from the inside. As I stepped in, the hidden space I'd seen in my previous life came into view. I gently laid my hand on it and exerted some force. Slowly, the secret passage began to open. Kugugu. Here it is. I managed to acquire a chest filled with silver ingots. Based on my calculations in my past life, one ingot had significant value, enough to buy a large house within the Luoyang city. I planned to use this money to carry out my future plans. Of course, come tomorrow morning, the village chief will be running around day and night searching for the stolen safe. He'll realize I'm the culprit, but so what? He'd never guess that I possess the world's greatest internal strength and martial arts skills. He'll likely just hire mediocre fixers to track me down. And of course, I could easily deal with them. I didn't expect him to hire someone of 8 gates of demonic path caliber and take a blood oath against me. Even if he's the greatest of an assassin group, we could have a one-on-one battle. No, I'd have more than enough to spare. Now that I can also use sword chi, I won't be at a disadvantage in a head-to-head confrontation. Moreover, I overwhelmingly surpass him in internal power, making my odds of winning even higher. Confidence in my martial prowess. This seemed to extend the range of options available for my actions. Most importantly, I've already resolved to betray both the imperial court and embroidered uniform guards. What do I have to fear from the grudge of a mere village leader? I smirked in satisfaction. Hup. Leaving the village chief's residence, I headed directly for the cave where Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries was located. Thanks to my improved lightness skill, I got there much faster than before. I flew over the land as if gliding and entered the cave. And without hesitation, I placed the safe in the way to block Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries' arrow trap. Kaang? Haha, did I block it too ostentatiously? When the arrow bounced off the safe, I laughed heartily. The safe was so sturdy that it didn't deform or break despite taking a hit. I immediately opened the box and once again took Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. The moment I had Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries in my possession, the last words of the Grand Sorcerer resurfaced in my mind. Ha ha ha. How can this be? I never expected such a trap. I am a sacrifice? I mourn your nightmare. Why did he utter such words upon seeing Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries? Whether I can interpret it or not is secondary. He was hopelessly despairing the moment he saw Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. Actually, it would be more normal to despair before I beat him into submission in the cave, but he lost his composure the moment he saw Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries. It was not villain-like behavior. As if the moment he discovered Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, his fate was sealed. This isn't some special spellbook or magic book, so what does it mean? Why did he react like that when I got Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries? What a weird guy. I snorted derisively in my thoughts. A more definite way to know would be to somehow recapture the flute monster alive. I'll likely get to the bottom of his vague motives if I keep him in captivity and torture him for an extended period. Maybe I won't even have to go all the way to the Imperial Palace to acquire nameless ritual sacrifice rites. I can decode the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries using him. I set my destination for Shan. Of course, stopping human sacrifices is important, but I can't pass up the opportunity to consume a Millennium Snow Ginseng either. If I keep running overnight using lightness skill, I will have plenty of time. It was a viable option. Time to kick off an exciting journey to Shan. Ta-da-da-it. I literally started heading towards Shan by crossing mountains and rivers. Unlike before, I ran almost without taking any breaks. Although my stamina did drop a bit during the journey, overcoming the mountain with extra effort actually reduced the time required. Securing food was easy too, as I had become as proficient as a professional hunter in catching wild animals. The trip to Shan, which normally takes about a month by foot, was shortened to just 6 days. I caught a mole and grilled it, looking up at the upper part of Shan. Entering the foothills of Shan, the familiar air felt comforting. Is this the 4th time I'm consuming the elixir? I muttered to myself and chuckled. I couldn't help but wonder if there were other humans like me in the world. What kind of fate would a typical human need to consume Millennium Snow Ginseng 4 times? The certain thing was that my internal energy would reach an absolute level the moment I consumed the Millennium Snow Ginseng this time. And it was when I was heading towards Baihuan Peak after planning to take the Millennium Snow Ginseng. When I leapt over bizarre rocks and past 6 barriers, a loud lion's roar was heard. Halt. Huh. A swordsman in yellow clothing and wearing a hood stood in front of me, stopping me. I was curious as to what was going on and stopped. The swordsman looked at me with furious eyes. He seemed to be in his 40s or 50s but seemed well cultivated in both his aura and internal energy. With a tense expression, he cautiously spoke. I am Elder Gongji, known as the Cold Sky Sword from the Huangshan sect. I wish to know why you've entered the territory of the Huangshan sect. The elder of the Huangshan sect, Cold Heaven Sword Gongji. Upon hearing his self-introduction, I carefully scrutinized him. Though it was quite some time ago, I vaguely remember seeing him amongst top martial artists when dealing with Huangshan sect's tyranny before. In other words, the Cold Heaven Sword Gongji was also a pinnacle expert and a symbol of the Huangshan sect's strength. Although his martial arts might not be at the level of Huangshan sect's Grand Master Dragon God Sword, Yongjung Il, he was more than capable of disturbing the martial arts world. The reason he stood before me, prepared to fight, was probably because he mistook me for a reverse-aging expert one. I considered revealing the truth to him but thought it would be uncomfortable in its own way if he knew I was young. Ignoring him and running away also felt wrong. To shake him off, I'd have to go in circles around the 72 peaks of Huangshan, which would make taking the elixir cumbersome. What's going on? People like him didn't usually show up, why now? I was puzzled, but then it struck me. I arrived too quickly. In terms of timing, Elder Huangshan of the Huangshan sect often roams areas that are not part of the Huangshan territory. When I arrived at Huangshan on foot, I normally wouldn't run into the Elder, but unfortunately, it happened to be during a time when he was wandering around. In any case, I pondered for a moment before making a decision and sent him a message. Do you intend to pick a fight with me? Upon hearing this, Cold Heaven Sword Gongji seemed surprised, then responded. Not at all. How could I dare to argue recklessly? It's just that Huangshan is the territory of the Huangshan sect, and as a junior, I would like to know your purpose for coming here. It seemed like he completely understood. He seemed to firmly believe that I was a visitor with good intentions. I was about 15 zhong away when I checked his position, and 2 of his disciples were by his side. They must have come out for patrol together. The martial arts of the disciples seemed to be of first-rate level. This could be troublesome. I thought for a moment and sent another message. I'm just passing by and decided to tour Huangshan. I heard that the scenery at Niakyung Peak and Jinchu Peak of the 72 Huangshan peaks is especially good, and I plan to tour them one by one. I'll be in and out quietly, so don't mind me. Really? Yes. Upon hearing my response, Cold Heaven Sword Gongji exchanged opinions with his disciples through eye contact. Then he spoke with a laugh. In that case, we at the Huangshan sect would like to assist you in your tour to the best of our ability. It would be an honor for us if you could visit the Huangshan sect even just once. I had the feeling that he was persistently trying to keep me in sight, perhaps uneasy about a mysterious expert like me roaming around Huangshan. Given that I'm an uncertain factor, it's understandable that the elder of the Huangshan sect would find it difficult to tolerate my presence. Yet, lacking the strength to forcibly remove me, he had to resort to persuasion. However, I had neither the intention nor the reason to go to Huangshan sect. Why would I want to get involved with them and waste my precious time? So I chuckled and responded. I'm sorry, but I won't be accompanying you. Don't bother me any longer. Wait. Whoosh. Cold Heaven Sword Gongji was already drawing sword chi from his pale sword. It was clear that he was a peak-level expert. Do you intend to attack? If you have the guts, then go ahead. Sweat was visibly forming on the forehead of Cold Heaven Sword Gongji. He seemed to be contemplating whether to risk his life against an unidentified mysterious martial arts expert. I wasn't confident I could easily defeat the Cold Heaven Sword, but I bluffed nonchalantly. But treating me as an enemy basically means you want me to have a match with Dragon Sword God Yongjung Il, right? When did the Huangshan sect ever get so grand? I can't fathom it. Who exactly are you? He seemed at a loss, yet fearful. Likely because I was casually referring to Huangshan sect's master Yongjung Il, a renowned martial artist, as if he was a neighbor. As I had no intention of getting involved with Huangshan sect any further after this encounter, I let out a snort and told a blatant lie to alleviate my annoyance. I am the guardian abbot of the White Lotus sect. Still want to face me? Cold Heaven Sword Gongji looked like he was about to faint. After staggering for a moment, he spoke in a voice that seemed to be coming from a distance. No, please go. We apologize for our rudeness to the guardian abbot. Master. Both of you, step back. Cold Heaven Sword Gongji said that and then left without even looking back. Ha. I would have had a hard time if they had all attacked, but they chickened out and left. I chuckled, thinking about the uproar they would cause later. It would only take an hour or two to dig up the spiritual herb and consume it, and above all, I had a grudge against Huangshan, so I felt a bit relieved after making fun of a Huangshan sect elder. It feels refreshing. The reason I was so bold in bluffing was because I had died so many times that it made me think, what does it matter anymore? My philosophy was changing bit by bit as I went through the cycles of reincarnation. And then, as they disappeared, I quickly went to Baekwan Peak. Hello, thousand-year ginseng. I greeted the millennium snow ginseng growing in the cave with a smile, and once again consumed it. Kyuyung. Oof. Unlike before, when I easily absorbed energy, I felt as if a strange barrier had built up within me. It weighed down on me for quite a while before finally settling in place. Simultaneously, half of the 3 vital channels that had previously been blocked were pierced through all at once. I could feel the power surging throughout my entire body, stronger by at least 50% than before. After finishing the circulation of vital energy and gathering all my strength, I felt that I could proudly declare my internal energy to be unparalleled. Though the power doesn't double every time I consume the thousand-year ginseng, all that energy melts into my 8 extraordinary meridians, forming an internal power that is almost infinite. Once my preparations were complete, I clapped my hands and muttered to myself, all right, time to catch a snake. While living in Huangshan, I was aware that there were 3 types of venomous snakes in the area. Although there were likely more, the 3 I was most familiar with were the ones whose characteristics and habitats I could remember. When I mentioned this to Mengriang during my 5th reincarnation, he said, "Those would be the black-headed snake, green snake, and the fatty snake. If that's the case, you should catch mostly black-headed snakes." Why is that? Green snakes are almost non-venomous water snakes, and while fatty snakes do have a strong venom, its toxicity is limited, making it unsuitable for dissolution. Meng Riang and I were discussing the creation of neurotoxin at the time. We were planning to poison a well to control a village overrun with fanatics. For that purpose, I learned from him how to manufacture the neurotoxin. Meng Riang added, "The venom of the black-headed snake is both highly toxic and a neurotoxin. If mixed with putrefactive toxin, in a closed environment, it will form an extremely potent neurotoxin. If you can dissolve it in water over the course of a day, it will result in a soluble neurotoxin." Putrefactive toxin? What's that? Venom isn't limited to just neurotoxins, there are many types. There exist very minute organisms invisible to the human eye called bacteria that possess properties distinct from animal venom. Among bacteria, there's a type that despises the air we breathe, known as putrefactive toxin. It has such potent toxicity that it easily surpasses ordinary animal venoms. Are you talking about corpse poison? Adat novel bin adat. Not much different. However, unlike the toxin originating from corpses, this can be artificially collected. Specifically, from rotting food or animal waste. Scholars generally call this putrefactive toxin. The term corpse poison is more common among martial artists. After explaining this, Meng Riang paused. If you can gather the venom from around 10 black-headed snakes, it should be sufficient to paralyze a group of about 200 people. If you want to further enhance the neurotoxin, collect it and bring it to my workshop. I can combine it with putrefactive toxin to quickly produce a more potent soluble neurotoxin. How strong will the finished poison be? Extremely potent. It's capable of directly affecting the nerves to the extent that it's sometimes used in Daoist alchemy rituals. It can even slow down skin aging, so you can imagine how powerful it is. Meng Riang let out a wry smile. Do you know why it's named putrefactive toxin? Because its potency is enough to burn a human soul. I knew I had to catch at least 10 black-headed snakes and extract their venom into a gourd. I was resolute in preventing human sacrifices. Moreover, even if I could produce the neurotoxin myself, Meng Riang's workshop was necessary for its enhancement. I gathered my energy and quickly scoured the peaks of Huangshan. I headed to the habitats of the black-headed snakes that I was familiar with and carefully searched under rocks and near valleys. Occasionally, they would be hidden in the grass, so I looked very carefully. Found one. I saw a black-headed snake raising its dark head, watching me warily. I quickly used a small pebble on the ground to stun it. Thunk. I then expertly placed the stunned snake in my bag. Back when I lived alone in Huangshan, I had learned various tips from snake hunters, which made this possible. While I wasn't a professional snake hunter, I was skilled enough to do my part. That day, I spent the entire day hunting black-headed snakes around Huangshan. I caught a total of 6, and after carefully examining them, I extracted their venom from their poison glands. The black-headed snake's poison gland wasn't directly connected to their vital organs, so they seemed to survive even after the gland was removed. After extracting all the venom, I released the snakes back into the wild. With a wry smile, I watched the fleeing black-headed snakes. I used to enjoy eating snake meat now and then, but according to Meng Riang, snakes are a hotbed of parasites, making them unsuitable for casual consumption. Thankfully, my profound inner energy incinerated the parasites, but still, it would be better to eat wild boar if I had the choice. It wasn't until the next afternoon that I finished extracting the venom from the black-headed snake. I was able to confirm that I had harvested venom from a total of 15 black-headed snake, including the ones from yesterday. The amount of venom wasn't enough to fill even half of the small bottle, but I thought it would suffice. I was about to leave Huangshan to visit Meng Riang in the village below when it happened. Shishishing? Wait. Descending from the mountain peak, I noticed a large group of warriors dressed in yellow at the crossroads leading to the lower village. They were all heavily armed and seemed to be on high alert around me. Among them, 4 individuals at the forefront displayed remarkable martial arts skills. Recognizing the face of Gongji, also known as the Cold Heaven Sword among the 4, I immediately grasped the situation. Ah, these must be the experts of the Huangshan sect. Not just any experts, but 4 elders and all their core disciples had turned up. By the looks of it, more than 70% of the Huangshan sect's power was concentrated here. It seemed they had scoured all 72 peaks of Huangshan to find me and had decided to set up camp in the inhabited lower village. I had not expected them to wait for me, so I walked right into their trap. I sent a telepathic message to the leader. What's going on? I'm about to leave after completing my tour of Huangshan. We've heard that the White Lotus sect has a total of 3 guardians. If you don't mind, could you tell us your alias? I realized that something had gone awry. They might have caught wind of my false claim of being a guardian from the White Lotus sect, but directly asking about my identity like this wasn't a good sign. They had come after me despite thinking that I was a guardian, which meant they were seeking a confrontation. Why would I know the alias of a White Lotus sect guardian? I sent a strongly worded telepathic message in return. This is outrageous. Are you trying to intimidate a free wanderer of Gangho like this? Who are you Ryang? Telepathy usually transforms one's voice into energy to be heard by the intended recipient. This time, I amplified my energy so that everyone in the vicinity could hear. It consumed an enormous amount of inner energy, but it created a furious wind that swept through the area, making the Huangshan disciples stumble. Ugh! Such incredible internal energy. The disciples of Huangshan faltered, looking at me with fear. One of the elders of the Huangshan sect, who had been glaring at his disciples, stepped forward and spoke. My name is Maeli, the reviving virtuous sword, an elder of Huangshan. Our sect leader wishes to meet the White Lotus sect's guardian personally, which is why we ask for your identity. Personally? How preposterous! I have no business with the Huangshan sect. It was at that moment. The reviving virtuous sword Maeli, an elder of the Huangshan sect, discreetly sent me a secret message through sound transmission. I'd like to discuss the matter of wind god style. I earnestly request your presence. I was startled. A completely unexpected term had appeared. Wind god style. Wind god style? Unlike thunder god style, which developed martial arts based on thunder energy, wind god style developed its martial arts around the power of wind and clouds. It was a martial art that boldly competed with thunder god style among the various martial sects that once existed in White Lotus sect. Undoubtedly, it was a peak martial art. However, it had always aligned itself with the faction of the sect leader and had even played a role in suppressing thunder god style. Therefore, threefold expert Li Guang always said that he would never let any wind god style practitioner off easy. Why had an elder of the Huangshan sect suddenly mentioned wind god style? Based on the situation, it seemed the Huangshan elder assumed that as the guardian of White Lotus sect, I would naturally know about wind god style. Furthermore, he believed that once he brought it up, I would naturally listen to them. This indicated a definite relationship between the Huangshan sect, White Lotus sect, and wind god style. As I stayed silent, the reviving virtuous sword Maeli, perhaps becoming impatient, sent another message. I heard there is a master of wind god style among the guardians. If you are that person, our leader would like to meet you. Do you not share a deep connection? I realized that things were getting interesting. In other words, sect leader of the Huangshan sect has a close relationship with a White Lotus sect's guardian skilled in wind god style. And he assumes I'll accept the invitation. So then, is this grand procession not to attack me but to bring me in earnestly? I began to consider the possibility of going with them. I felt I could escape whenever I wanted, and I was curious about the relationship between wind god style, White Lotus sect, and the Huangshan sect. But I restrained myself and replied, sorry, but I have something to do and don't have time to meet him casually. But after I finish my task, I'll consider meeting him. Just wait. When can you come? I sent a message back, seemingly irritated. Why do I have to tell you that? Just wait. Understood. The reviving virtuous sword Maeli appeared to accept this reluctantly. Then he whispered something to the three other elders beside him and shouted at his disciples. Let's go back. The members of the Huangshan sect disappeared into the darkness, their torches flickering. The villagers who had been watching from a distance began murmuring, wondering what had happened. I too had no intention of staying long, so I quickly launched a body technique. With a whoosh, I soared into the dark, thinking, is there a relationship between the Huangshan sect and wind god style? How should I take this? My head was in chaos due to the sudden information. But what was certain was that I had grabbed a clue, and it wouldn't be too late to investigate this after thwarting the current human sacrifice. I thought about secretly infiltrating the Huangshan sect later to just meet the sect leader. Or maybe, there might be another way. Who knows? I shook my head and accelerated my lightness skill, crossing over the mountain peak. Right now, the most important thing was to save time and get to Mangriyang. The more time I had left, the higher the probability of my plan succeeding. I couldn't afford to divert my focus on anything else when I already had my hands full. I decided to think about the matters of the Huangshan faction later. After diligently conserving sleep and running, I was able to reach Jinrang Valley, Mangriyang's residence, in just a few days. I had been quite sleep-deprived during the journey, so my mind was foggy. I sat for a while in the guest hall of Jinrang Valley to restore my physical and mental strength. You stand to lose if your mind is not clear before an important discussion. The next morning, when I arrived at Mangriyang's residence, he was lying casually and singing. From the looks of the dining table that was already cleared, it seemed he was leisurely resting after a meal. Well, what should I do? Quietly, that is unknown. I made my presence known abruptly. Mangriyang. He in Watari Wiyuyu. Mangriyang was truly startled, letting out a bizarre sound as if his heart had fallen. It took almost half a unit of time for him to calm down. His flushed face began to return to normal as he coughed, hitting his chest with his hand. Finally, he spoke. I am blessed with the spiritual power of God. I'm Monk Mangriyang. That's enough. I already know all that. Mangriyang awkwardly withdrew his dark arts and transformation skills. Now what to do? I contemplated telling him everything directly, as I had been doing. But I felt that wouldn't get us anywhere, so I took a different approach. Mangriyang, what would you do in a situation like this? What situation are you talking about? Pretending it was not my own experience, I elaborated on the incidents with the fanatics and monsters. After listening for a while, Mangriyang offered a solution. If I were you, I'd poison the well. I thought of doing the same. Then, I handed Mangriyang a small bottle containing the venom of 15 black vipers. Here, this contains the venom of 15 black vipers. You should be able to combine this with flame poison to create a water-soluble neurotoxin. Meng Riang was truly stunned. He carefully took the bottle and spoke. Who exactly are you? You seem highly skilled in the art of poison. How did you find and come to me? That's not what's important. The tragedy I spoke of will undoubtedly occur soon, and you and I can prevent it. They are planning to do the same thing again. If you can help me, I'll give you all of this. Thud. I set down a silver coffer that I'd brought from the village chief's house. Even after using a silver ingot for travel expenses, its value alone was not inferior to most treasures. Meng Riang, who had opened the box to check the silver ingots, spoke in an awestruck voice. This is more than enough for a reward. How long will it take? It should take a day, 2 days at most. Understood. I'll wait in the guest house. I'll pay for the accommodation myself. At that moment, Meng Riang suddenly summoned me. Wait. Why is that? I'll also go to that village. Meng Riang's words were imbued with clear determination, and I was caught off guard. No, that can't happen. The place is very dangerous, and I don't have the leeway to look after someone like you who hasn't mastered any martial arts. Meng Riang lowered his head. No, actually, it seems to be the opposite. The opposite. Upon closer look, Meng Riang seemed to be making a face like he had discovered an interesting toy. Clearly, he was deeply interested in this matter. He grinned and said, somehow, after hearing what you've said, I think I could uncover the truth that you couldn't find. What exactly is that? It's just a gut feeling. Meng Riang shrugged his shoulders. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I could just take this money and safely stay here. The choice is yours. I pondered. Should I accept Meng Riang's proposal and bring him to the village of Carnage itself? After a moment of thought, I nodded my head. Understood. Good, I look forward to it. Better safe than sorry. And it was as if some intangible trust that Meng Riang would discover something supported my choice. About 2 days later, Meng Riang obtained a jar filled with poisonous water that was as big as a child. Carefully adding various substances in the workshop, he began to mix them. After roughly 3 stages of the process were completed, a pungent smell similar to gunpowder began to fill the air. Soon enough, a jar's worth of poison was ready. Meng Riang handed me the finished product. Here it is. What would happen if a human were to ingest this? Meng Riang chuckled. Before one takes 10 breaths, paralysis will begin to spread through the body, and before another 10 breaths, one will be completely immobilized. If left untreated for half an hour, they will die. First, I would like to hear your thoughts. Is a cult involved in activities so nefarious that we must resort to using this poison? I felt it was time to tell the truth. Since Meng Riang was accompanying me to Chamshuk village anyway, he was currently my most important ally. The more he knew, the more helpful it would be for me. So I calmly laid out the truth. They are not just a simple cult. The embroidered uniform guards is aiding the sorcerers. Meng Riang's eyes widened. He had not heard anything about the embroidered uniform guards' involvement before. He looked crestfallen and seemed to be deep in thought. Then he glared at me and said, "Why didn't you tell me about this before? I needed time to observe you as well." Had I told Meng Riang everything right from the beginning, his extreme reaction would not have been beneficial to me. Moreover, there was no guarantee that he would be loyal. Given the sudden revelation, he might have withdrawn his involvement in the matter, so it was crucial for me to secure the poison first and then assess his trustworthiness. However, Meng Riang eventually handed me the finished product. That's why I told him everything. He sighed as if he had read my mind. Well, it doesn't matter now. So you're saying you're willing to oppose the embroidered uniform guards and the imperial family. They demand sacrifices from others while risking nothing themselves. If left unchecked, they will become unstoppable in the future. I was straightforward in sharing my sentiments about the embroidered uniform guards and the royal family. Meng Riang nodded in agreement. You're right. But it's a shame you didn't tell me earlier. We could have been better prepared. Better prepared. If the enemy is the embroidered uniform guards, I could have sought my master's help. But it's too late now, so let's forget about it. Master? It occurred to me that I never asked how Meng Riang had acquired such extensive knowledge and wisdom. I had assumed that he was self-taught, being a genius, but it turns out he had a master. I inquired about the master, but he was evasive. Give me time to observe you as well. All right. What goes around comes around. I shrugged my shoulders and then proceeded to tell Meng Riang everything I knew about the embroidered uniform guards and the sorcerers. After absorbing the information, Meng Riang began to calmly outline our next steps. If we ride horses, we should arrive in the village in 3 days. You seem to be convinced that a tragedy will occur there. By then, what stage do you think the embroidered uniform guards and sorcerer will be at? At the moment, I have at least 10 or more days ahead of schedule. Maybe even more than 15 days. The time to get to Shan was significantly reduced due to my increase in internal strength, and I hadn't wasted any time going to my hometown for unnecessary revenge, so I have a lot of time to spare. I don't know for sure, but when I first encountered the tragedy, a significant amount of time had already passed. Additionally, when the cultivator discovered their misdeeds, they were not yet at the stage of human sacrifices but were in the brainwashing phase. Considering all of this, I answered. Very likely, they are still exploring the village in search of targets to assassinate. Or they haven't even left Luoyang yet. If what you're saying is true, that the embroidered uniform guards only moves after the sorcerer's flute sounds, then it would indeed be best to find and neutralize the sorcerer in the village before that happens. I nodded my head. Exactly. That's why I was thinking it would be good to infiltrate the village as soon as possible. So you're planning to neutralize the sorcerer in the shortest time possible once they show up in the village. That was the idea, yes. After a moment's thought, Meng Riang shook his head. No. That seems like a good idea, but it's a inferior plan. We have time, so we should choose a better plan. Adat novel bin adat. What do you mean? Before I explain, do you have anyone else who can help us in this mission? Aside from me, I mean. Any other allies? I immediately replied. On my way here, I came across a Taoist of the Weidang sect's branch, called Tijong. The master of that branch, Taoist Haiyunshan, is a top expert, a former elder of the Weidang sect. If we could get him to participate, he would undoubtedly be a great help. Interesting. I was thinking of hiring mercenaries from the Twin Gates in Luoyang, but if we have someone like that, it should be sufficient. Mercenaries. The Twin Gates of Luoyang, Iron Blood Gate and Great Sword Gate, often send out their disciples, who are experts at the master level, to work on external contracts. It's not common, but if you have connections, you can hire a high-level expert from the Twin Gates. They don't work too hard, but they are worth the money, so I've heard. Even the four great houses sometimes take money for work, but they have a very closed network, making them hard to reach. I thought perhaps the head of Iron Blood Gate or the leading disciple of Great Sword Gate might be those exceptions. Experts of the first-rate caliber who would occasionally take on external jobs to earn money for their sect. Even the so-called elders might be working as mercenaries. I ventured to say, Meng Riang, what about using that secret method to hire mercenaries? It's not a bad idea, but it's already too late. How are we supposed to go to Luoyang now and hire someone? If it were 2 days ago, I could have sent a letter to my master to arrange it, so they'd arrive just in time. Don't worry. Just you, me, and Taoist Haiyunshan should be enough. With a rustling sound, Meng Riang took out a map from somewhere and spread it out. Upon closer inspection, it was a detailed map of the area around the village, covering a radius of about 30 li. I was surprised and asked, "Did you draw that map yourself?" Of course not. I had one of my subordinates steal this confidential document from the government office 2 days ago. The office always has military maps prepared for emergencies. It seemed like this man didn't hesitate to employ any means necessary. He acted as soon as he heard my words. Why are you looking at me like that? I did my best to prepare. Meng Riang pointed to a spot on the map. Look here. The middle of this mountain is connected to the water source of the Jiangha River. The village is barely touching this tributary, which is directly connected to their well. It's not just a simple structure for drawing groundwater. Besides, if the village wants to get water from elsewhere, they would have to go through the cumbersome process of carrying it from the Jiangha River dozens of li away. I see. By locating the water flow's choke point and pouring poison there, we could potentially paralyze the village. The wells are interconnected from deep within. Meng Riang smirked, subtly wiping his finger. Of course, this is only if we arrive late and have no choice but to suppress the village. What are you talking about? I mean, if we can preemptively suppress, we have better options. Using this poison would kill at least 100 people, and isn't it better to save everyone instead? This is a neurotoxin, so there's no effective antidote. Meng Riang's continued words were utterly perplexing. Let's set fire to the village. 3 days later, Meng Riang and I arrived at Tijong Hall on horseback. Chuckles. Meng Riang was eyeing Tijong Hall uncomfortably. Then he spoke. I'm not very fond of these Taoists. Though he's a master of martial arts, fundamentally he lacks any divine power and earns his living by fraud. Naturally, he found Taoists uncomfortable. I chuckled and said, "Don't worry. The Taoist Haiyunshan is not a bad person." As Meng Riang and I dismounted and walked, the disciples in Taoist robes standing in front of Tijong Hall were visibly startled. Then, they aimed their exorcism swords at us. These are not ideal for actual combat, but they are sharp, and Taoists often carry them for self-defense. Who are you? I laughed softly and replied, "We've come to see the master of Tijong Hall. We mean no harm, so please understand." Sound transmission. The disciples stiffened upon realizing that my internal energy was at least at the level of an apex expert. It didn't take long for them to mistake me for a highly experienced master who looks like a teenager. A disciple in his 20s, sweating from his forehead, spoke nervously. "Please wait here while I fetch master. There's no need to worry. We won't cause any trouble." It didn't take long for him to return with the Taoist Haiyunshan. Seeing him after such a long time stirred my emotions. The Taoist cautiously observed me and spoke formally. "An exalted one has graced us with a visit. To which sect do you belong?" I didn't feel the need to boast about my martial prowess to Haiyunshan. He was an extraordinary peak expert and could gauge my abilities on his own. Instead, I answered with a slight bow. "My name is Baek Wong, and this is my friend Meng Riang. We have come to seek Master Haiyunshan of Tijong Hall's assistance for a very important matter." "Assistance, you say?" Haiyunshan chuckled, bemused. "Hehe. Your internal energy has already reached superhuman levels, and yet you seek the aid of an old Taoist like me? I'm just cultivating here with my disciples and have no desire to be involved in worldly affairs." As expected, he would say something like this. Taoist Haiyunshan was not the sort of person who would actively engage in the use of force unless he had personally verified matters with his own eyes. Unless he witnessed the tragedy himself, it seemed unlikely that he would become an ally. Therefore, recruiting him seemed to be quite a difficult task, as he was a rare Daoist who couldn't simply be bought with money. However, I absolutely needed Taoist Haiunshin's power. Although my internal energy and martial arts had generally increased dramatically, the power of an individual from embroidered uniform guards was still too much for me to handle alone. Moreover, they had even refined combined attacks and tactics, making it very likely for me to be fatally attacked. If Taoist Haiunshin helped, the situation would undoubtedly become twice as easy. At that moment, Meng Riang stepped forward. Taoist, do you not know how to read the heavenly signs? A malevolent star has appeared in the heavens, indicating that something unfortunate will happen soon. Are you just going to sit there and wait for the calamity? Taoist Haiunshin then looked at Meng Riang with deep eyes. I too have sensed the recent celestial anomalies. However, this is a great disaster for the world. It is not something a weak individual like me can handle. I have too much burden to blindly follow external forces. It seemed true that the heavenly signs were indeed abnormal. Both Meng Riang and Taoist Haiunshin seemed to know how to read the heavens, and there appeared to be a lot of ominous signs recently. Just as I thought this could be useful information and was putting it in my mind, Meng Riang grinned and spoke. Even if you're a skilled Taoist, you can't observe the world's energy better than me. I can assert this. Evil men will surely rise in the vicinity. What are you saying? Who are you to make such outrageous claims? Taoist Haiunshin sounded like he was at a loss for words. As a Taoist who excelled not only in martial arts but also in various other practices, he naturally included celestial observation among them. Nobody in their right mind would disrespect him like that. Meng Riang then confidently said, I am known as esteemed monk Meng Riang. Have you not heard of me? What nonsense is this? I almost shouted in bewilderment. Monk Meng Riang was just a famous soothsayer around Luoyang, and neither Jinreng Valley nor anyone else thought of him as more than that. It was absurdly self-aggrandizing to present himself that way to Taoist Haiunshin's caliber. I thought I had made a mistake in trying to recruit him and tightly closed my eyes. Unexpectedly, however, Taoist Haiunshin seemed shocked upon hearing the name esteemed monk Meng Riang. Could you be that person? I am the one known as J.E. Meng Riang, the formation master. Haha. Is it true that you are the greatest sorcerer of the Middle Kingdom's unorthodox paths? Yes, that's correct. Swoosh. This is my signature treasure, the 5 Fires 7 Birds Divine Fan. TL/N, 5 Fires 7 Birds Divine Fan is one of divine artifacts according to novel Investiture of the Gods. The fan has feathers from 7 different birds: phoenix, qingluan, roc, peacock, white crane, swan, and owl. It also combines 5 different kinds of fires: aerial fire, stone fire, wood fire, samadhi fire, and earthly fire. On the surface, it has inscriptions and incantations, and on the reverse side, there is A/pic/7AF40AD162D9F2D3572C828Had3BA9D136327662D06661 XBCE process equals image/resize M_fit W_536 limit _1/quality Q_70. Meng Riang took out his usual folding fan and handed it to Taoist Haiunshin. Upon receiving the fan, Taoist Haiunshin carefully examined it from various angles. After a while, he let out a sigh as if giving up and spoke. Indeed, the legend that a human received a treasure directly from an immortal was true. This is a genuine treasure that cannot be made by human skill. I acknowledge you as esteemed monk Meng Riang. That was a treasure? Having seen Meng Riang use it to scratch his ears when they itch, I couldn't believe it. Thank you. Follow me. As fellow Taoists, I will at least hear what you have to say. Taoist Haiunshin was a martial arts master from the Wudang sect, but it seemed he couldn't ignore the visit from the highest authority from an unorthodox faction. I followed him into Tijong Hall in bewilderment, wondering if the nickname Meng Riang was just something loosely given. Did he really have another identity, as the top sorcerer of unorthodox factions in the Central Plain? Didn't this guy does not have any spiritual power? Wasn't he unable to use any magic? I secretly asked Meng Riang through a telepathic message. What's going on? Are you really a sorcerer expert? Meng Riang seemed to indicate that he would explain later with a quick glance. I had no choice but to trust him and see it through. Shortly after, the 3 of us sat around a table in Tijong Hall's reception room and began to drink tea. Meng Riang said, Taoist Haiunshin, I can say this on my name. A calamity will soon strike a nearby village, and it will not be a natural disaster, but a man-made one. I foresaw the future through divination, and it seemed like an evil cult is planning to use people as sacrifices. But why a nearby village? This area has poor transportation, making it easy to isolate. The cultists have probably taken note of that. As Meng Riang spoke with such extreme confidence, Taoist Haiunshin had no choice but to be convinced. Although Taoist Haiunshin already half believed him, he soon looked at me and said, Warrior Baekwung's energy has already surpassed extraordinary limits. And yet, you say we need the power of the orthodox paths? Are these cultists that powerful? Those people sacrifice humans and commit slaughter without hesitation. Furthermore, unidentified peak masters are aiding them. While Baekwung possesses great martial skills as my bodyguard, he can't handle them alone. Bodyguard? I was stunned to see Meng Riang concoct a situation on the spot, but it seemed to work well on Taoist Haiunshin. He was furious upon hearing the term human sacrifice. Such evil people? Are they receiving help from the 8 gates of demonic path? I don't know. However, there are 2 or 3 peak masters who have mastered joint techniques. They are not to be taken lightly. Such a force is definitely not common. Taoist Taiyunshan seemed puzzled. A peak master wasn't a title anyone could have, only the high-ranking members or elders of a powerful clan could obtain it. To operate several such masters in one organization, the organization must be of at least 9 sects 8 factions level scale. Meng Riang spoke. We are trying to get rid of the wicked ones so that the people of the world will not suffer. I've looked for meaningful martial artists around here, but everyone seems to be avoiding us. We absolutely need the help of a Taoist to uphold the justice of the gang ho. Understood. I will definitely help. Just like that, in a blink of an eye, Meng Riang persuaded Taoist Taiyunshan, left a message saying he would come back tomorrow, and retreated from Tijong Hall with me. Probably, when he returns tomorrow, he will gain Taoist Taiyunshan as a reliable ally who is well prepared. As I stepped far away from Tijong Hall, I was astounded and said, "What kind of lie did you tell? You're not even a sorcerer master." That's correct. As you know, I can't use anything beyond basic spells because I don't have any mystical power. Then what on earth? Meng Riang gave a bitter smile. It's not all a lie. The talisman is real, and as you can see, the esteemed monk Meng Riang actually exists. It's just that it's not me. What did he mean? However, Meng Riang shook his head. Explaining everything would complicate things too much. Let's go scout the village right now. We should. Our top priority at the moment was one thing. To scout the village and confirm its condition. If that is not achieved, our subsequent goals cannot be met. It wasn't too hard for Meng Riang and me to sneak near the village. Wu Weng. I don't sense any enemies. I expanded my chi sense to detect any enemies or strong chi presence. Thanks to my profound internal energy, I faced no difficulty in broadening my reach. I could even feel the slight movement of small animals 80 feet away. At least until we approached 10 feet from the village, I detected no ambush. From this position, the entrance stone of the village was visible. Staring at that stone, Meng Riang was munching on some dried food. So, there's no sign of any ambush from the embroidered uniform guards or the warriors. He kept a distance of 10 feet from me, following only when I signaled that it was safe. He was now hiding in the bushes. Indeed, if there's a martial artist who can hide their presence from my senses, then honestly, there's little we can do. Such a person would be standing at the pinnacle of the martial world. If there's none by now, the operation has either already started or there's no ambush planned. After a moment of deep thought, Meng Riang spoke. Could you scout the area a bit more? I'll prepare something here. You have no martial skills, are you sure you'll be alright? Don't worry. If needed, I have the skills to escape. Understood. I'll scout around within a 5-mile radius. Shiik. I swiftly stepped through the grass, meticulously checking every corner of the village. I wasn't unfamiliar with the terrain, as I had explored it with Taoist Taiyunshan before. Though it had been years, memories flooded back as I moved. I even found the secret well entrance that we had once discovered together, which felt nostalgic. Having briskly scoured the area for about an hour, I felt nothing amiss through my chi or senses. Deciding that was sufficient, I returned to Meng Riang. He was in the middle of measuring and dividing poison between flasks. Please wait a bit, I'm concentrating. After a while, Meng Riang handed me one of the flasks. How did it go? Are you sure there are no enemies? I believe there are none for now. The embroidered uniform guards always move in tight-knit groups and tend to leave secret bases. I couldn't find any such place nearby, and there was no sign of any people. If you say so, it must be true. Let's assume they haven't started their plan yet. What's with this flask? Why the need to divide the poison? Meng Riang pointed at my flask and said, that flask is for when we need to subdue the village. I have a separate plan for this one. What plan? First, let's observe the village. We can discuss it later. With that, I headed towards the secret well entrance at the back of the village with Meng Riang. It seemed safer to infiltrate using this secret path rather than the main entrance. Looking at the secret entrance, Meng Riang commented with interest. Intriguing. The clan who developed this must have amassed considerable wealth. The owner of this secret passage is probably the village's chief landlord. Is there a guarantee that it isn't so? No. This village is quite a distance from the river, and constructing a secret passage in such a place would require an enormous amount of money. Considering the costs of maintaining its secrecy and procuring the construction materials, it's spine-chilling. It's probably accurate. When I first sneaked in, I didn't think much, but was it the secret passage of such a powerful figure? As I walked a little, I saw the exit ladder of the secret passage. Cautiously, I climbed up the ladder and used my listening skills to detect the sounds and movements outside. Wong. There was a presence. I could hear someone who hadn't mastered martial arts bustling around, boiling something, and making something. At the same time, I felt the hurried pace of their footsteps. Considering this place used to be a kitchen, it might be a servant employed by the mansion. I glanced at Meng Riang and said, it's not a fanatic. It seems like an ordinary servant is preparing dinner. Meng Riang sighed in relief. I see. The village has not yet been subjugated by embroidered uniform guards. What should we do? Would it be better to take the servant by surprise and infiltrate? Meng Riang shook his head. No. That might just complicate things. Let's go back and visit the village head-on. Following Meng Riang's words, I exited the secret passage and put on the human skin mask Meng Riang had prepared. It wasn't a perfect disguise, but I looked like an average traveler, so when I walked into the village directly, no one seemed suspicious. The villagers were dressed as farmers, and there were peddlers around as well. As I went further in, I saw lively buildings and temples. Just a typical village. Given that copper and iron are produced around here, maybe it's prosperous because of that income. Meng Riang looked around and assessed. I ran through these streets killing fanatics and sneaking around. Going further, a square-like area of the village appeared, and the tall temple where I had previously targeted the assassin with Haiyan Kanduan emerged. I gazed at the temple with nostalgia but felt the incongruity of the heinous acts committed here. Children were laughing and running around. Kaya haha. Hey, stop right there. It seemed they were playing tag. Next to them, a vendor was shouting while showing off clothes. Come on, it's cheap. Cotton clothes? Selling cotton clothes. High-quality farming tools available. Get one now. Chatter. Feeling the noise of the central village street, I became dazed and stopped in my tracks. Meng Riang, walking ahead, felt something amiss and looked back at me. Beck Wong? What's wrong? It's that person over there. Meng Riang followed my gaze to a guest house on the ground floor selling alcohol. There, a middle-aged man was leisurely picking at what looked like a chicken leg from the kitchen. Meng Riang tilted his head. Why him? Knowing his face, I replied with a shaky voice. No, never mind. He seems mundane. I just couldn't say it. In the past, when I infiltrated this village with a fellow agent, I saw something devouring human flesh in a back alley. I kicked it hard, bursting its innards, and then smashed the fanatic's head with my weapon, ensuring he couldn't scream. That very man is now casually eating chicken legs. It's been years, but the memory from that time is so vivid that I recognize his face. Back then, I believed the fanatics weren't human, so I dealt with them ruthlessly. And now, here I was, confronting one of them. Suddenly, a wave of emotion hit me. He looked like any ordinary man, just another face lost in the daily life of the village, yet he faced a tragic end simply because he became a target of the embroidered uniform guards and the sorcerer. Whoosh! A woman swiftly passed by me. Without realizing it, I let out a sigh. Oh, her face wasn't particularly pretty nor ugly, but I definitely remembered her. She had been presented as a human sacrifice during a ritual. With a vacant look in her eyes, she had almost had her heart torn out by the sorcerer's knife. A thick, pungent smell filled my nostrils. The scent of blood seemed like a hallucination, briefly enveloping me. Ugh. Standing in the middle of the square, I felt as if I was reliving the bloody past. The hallucinatory scent tormented my mind, overlaying the peaceful bustling square with the horrifying scene of the blood-soaked altar. I have witnessed the fate of everyone here once, a fate of utter despair and misery, leading them to a frenzied death. No, if I don't intervene, it will surely happen again. But why? Why must everyone here meet such an end? A burning question I hadn't considered before surged in my mind. And the face of Captain Ryu, who once laughed at the prospect of earning 20 gold coins and a jade stick for this mission, flashed before me. No matter how I looked at it, these two memories didn't fit together. Seeing the faces of those who would be the direct victims had a profound impact on me. Exhausted, I staggered to a tree and sat down. Beside me, concerned, sat my companion. Why are you like this? Did you overexert yourself earlier? No, it's not that. Just leave me be for a moment. I leaned against a tree, lost in thought. I believed I had mentally prepared myself before coming here, but being on site made me realize otherwise. Damn it. Only now did I realize the tremendous psychological impact that incident had on me. Up until now, the only grievances in my life were being bullied by the village chief's family and leading a tough life as a bounty hunter. Facing sudden and immense tragedy had been a mental shock. Just then, a passing girl spoke to me. Hey, why the long face? I glanced up. She was a girl in her early teens, dressed like an average villager. She was fairly pretty, and I could see her growing into a beautiful woman. I was taken aback by her casual tone, but then realized that I currently looked around her age. My companion chuckled beside me, teasing. This friend here suddenly has a headache, that's why he's making that constipated face. What is he on about? I glared at him, making him turn away. Knowing his playful nature, I wasn't really mad. The girl, who had been intently observing my face, offered me what she held in her hand with a bright smile. Hey, eat this. Huh, eating it will make all the pain go away, got it. She suddenly handed me a skewer with chicken meat on it and then hurried away. It looked like something she'd bought from the downtown vendors and then decided to give to me. As I gazed blankly at the girl's retreating figure, Meng Riang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that must be tasty. Is its only flaw that it's undercooked? I mean the chicken. I dismissed Meng Riang's joke and looked at the chicken skewer thoughtfully. Then I said, Meng Riang. Huh? Feeling a bit better now. I took a bite of the skewer and asked. You might die if this plan fails, so why did you follow me? You're asking that now? Should have asked earlier. Meng Riang chuckled and replied. I just do what my heart believes is right. If I die, so be it. Why live in constant scrutiny? If I live by breaking my heart and will, I feel I'd have nothing left. That's why I followed you here. He probably wouldn't blame me even if he were brutally tortured and killed in this place. He'd chosen to come of his own volition. I see. I felt I understood why I unconsciously followed Meng Riang. His mindset and way of life, in contrast to my repetitive reincarnations, seemed enviable. All I wanted was to live life boldly without hesitation. To move in the direction my heart tells me. Could it be the reason the heavenly tome of dark mysteries gave me the ability to counteract? Why ask now? Trying to be strong all of a sudden won't work. I chuckled in return. Finally, I felt a bit relieved. I must also give my best. I will not fail. I will surely prevent a tragedy from their hands. Until now, my actions were merely to resolve my guilty conscience. But now, I had a definite resolution. Even if I had to fight with the enemies and struggle throughout this lifetime, it was a resolution close to a firm belief. Meng Riang and I headed straight to the largest mansion in the village. Judging by its location, it seemed to be the mansion where the secret passage was located. As expected of the most powerful household, there were 4 gatekeepers at the main gate, one of whom exuded the aura of a first-rate martial artist. From a distance, Meng Riang looked at the mansion and said, "I think we've scouted enough. Let's go find a place to stay." Understood. A memory of when Meng Riang first shared the operation plan at his shack popped into my mind. Now I'll explain my plan in detail. I'm all ears. You propose to ambush the village and either capture or kill the Grand Sorcerer. But that's not a good strategy. Because even if you succeed, the embroidered uniform guards will chase you to the ends of the continent, even to the gates of hell. Living a life constantly on the run isn't very pleasant. Wouldn't it be fine as long as we don't get caught? Meng Riang gave a bitter smile. The embroidered uniform guards isn't such a sloppy organization. If we're going to do this, we need to eradicate them completely, leaving no potential threats behind. Remember, we're dealing with a group formed by the best martial artists on the continent, trained as lethal weapons, with full backing from the Imperial Palace. Still, if we eliminate the shaman, won't the Imperial Palace's human sacrifice plan be halted? It's detrimental to interpret things only in a way that benefits us. If they've deciphered the content of the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, won't they eventually attempt to perform the ritual without the shaman? At novel bin at. Meng Riang paused to gaze at the sky. We shouldn't just target the shaman. Let's go after the entire embroidered uniform guards, making both the shaman and the embroidered uniform guards disappear, either by annihilation or kidnapping. That alone could break the will of the Imperial Palace. It would also minimize future repercussions. Break the will of the Imperial Palace. With an audacious statement, Meng Riang continued. If your master was with us, we could have gone by your plan. But since that's not the case, we have to opt for Plan B. And what's Plan B? Swift attack and total annihilation. Control the situation so quickly that even if they pursue, they can't catch up. Assuming we eradicate at least 1 unit of the embroidered uniform guards upon arrival. Even if we assume that's possible, how do you plan on executing it? Simple. Set the village on fire. As soon as the embroidered uniform guards or the sorcerer appear, set it on fire. Meng Riang, with a surprising plan, continued. I'll take care of setting the fire. I can ignite it precisely, encircling the village. Since this area is surrounded by forests, it will burn intensely. While they're in panic, Taoist Haiunshan will secure the sorcerer, and you'll annihilate a unit of the embroidered uniform guards. The absurdity of being asked to eradicate a unit of the embroidered uniform guards wasn't my concern. The very premise of arson was too outrageous. Wait, if we set a fire, everything will be burned to the ground. What are you even saying? I have the ability to transform the burning battlefield into an absolutely advantageous terrain. Neither us nor the villagers will get hurt. Is it some kind of mystic art? That's part of it. But let's discuss it once we arrive there. Ever since I withheld information about the embroidered uniform guards, Meng Riang had been somewhat wary of me. Knowing this, I refrained from pressing him further. After all, it was clear that his knowledge and wisdom surpassed mine, so I chose to trust him. As time passed, we arrived here. I looked at Meng Riang, waiting to hear about this ability. Sensing my curiosity, he slowly lifted his fan. This 5 Fire 7 Birds divine fan has the power to control the influence and direction of flames. It can even prevent the spread of fire. If I use this fan in a fiery area, I can provide you with solid support. It was a deceitful power. The ability to control fire, it was a domain that transcended human abilities. There were martial arts that harnessed flame control or dual element forces, which were powerful, but nowhere was there a level capable of controlling fire at the scale of a village, like Meng Riang's 5 Fire 7 Birds divine fan. To display such a capacity through martial arts, one would probably have to be a sage. I did not doubt the ability of Meng Riang's 5 Fire 7 Birds divine fan. If those words were false, Meng Riang would not have risked his life coming here in the first place. Instead, I asked him, "Now, please tell me, that object must be a treasure, a precious artifact, to exhibit such capabilities. How did you come to possess it? And what is your relationship with esteemed monk Meng Riang?" I guess I have no choice but to tell. Meng Riang sighed and sat down on a wooden stool, then began to speak. Master Meng Riang, the greatest sorcerer of the unorthodox factions, is my teacher. And he expelled me, saying he could no longer teach me. The reason, as you can see, is because, regardless of my academic prowess, I lacked divine power. My teacher, deeming that I couldn't achieve great success as a sorcerer, ceased my lessons. As I was about to lose my position in the royal observatory to my kin and become insignificant, I thought it was a blessing in disguise and descended to the common world. His past was complicated. He was born into a family of diviners, studied astrology and sorcery, and had Master Meng Riang as his teacher. However, despite his excellent academic prowess, he lacked the talent for sorcery. Therefore, Meng Riang had left the royal observatory and was living in Jinreng Valley, taking advantage of his teacher's name. Astonished, I remarked, But, aren't you close enough to seek help from your teacher, and don't you even possess the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan, the treasure of your teacher? Yet, you're saying you're cast out, almost like an exile. Neither my teacher nor I harbor ill feelings toward each other. But to pass down the superior spell casting techniques, one needs a prodigy rather than an incompetent. Thus, the relationship as humans and the relationship as master and disciple must be distinguished. He stretched out the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan and continued, my teacher, feeling sorry for me, gave me the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan. Even afterward, he periodically assists me. That's enough for me. So, are you suggesting that the real esteemed monk Mang Riang has another disciple? Yes, a sorcerer incomparably superior to me. Mang Riang concluded his words with a sense of solitude. For someone as inept as me to use the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan properly, I need to set up a geomantic formation throughout the village. Let's spend our remaining time doing that. I quickly responded. Wait, there's something important you haven't mentioned. What are you referring to? No matter how much you help with your flames, it's tough for me to handle a mere group of the embroidered uniform guards on my own. Just a few of them gathering is enough to stand against the Taoist Haiyanshan, so how am I to deal with as many as 10? At this, Mang Riang patted my shoulder and said, you sometimes tend to overestimate your enemies. Huh, you'll surely win. And you're not alone. Trust me? Without laying out any further plans, he began to move around the village discreetly, setting up the formation of the Qi pattern armor for the usage of the 5 elements golden needle. Even though it was referred to as a formation, it merely involved placing light markings, so it didn't seem suspicious to the villagers. How should I handle this? The next day, I went to the Tijong Hall's Taoist Haiyanshan to explain the overall plan and requested him to lay an ambush with me in the village. The Taoist Haiyanshan readily nodded and said, don't worry, since I often visit that village, the people won't suspect me. Rather, it's an excellent plan. We can finish it before the reinforcements arrive. Reinforcements. I immediately requested support from the main mountain yesterday. Probably within 7 days, disciples from the main mountain of the Wudang sect will arrive to help us. You don't need to doubt their skills. I see. Thank you. If it's esteemed monk Mang Riang's words, they're trustworthy. I'll do my best for justice. Having the Taoist Haiyanshan join was an unexpectedly significant force. He successfully solicited support from the main mountain of the Wudang sect using his status. And if the elites of the Wudang sect were to arrive, the task would become much easier. Did Mang Riang foresee even this? From the time he roped in the Taoist Haiyanshan, he might have considered the possibility of the Wudang sect's participation. Until our preparations were complete, I kept watch near the village with the Taoist Haiyanshan, trying to detect any appearance of the embroidered uniform guards or the sorcerers. It was clear they would soon venture out for investigation and exploration. Moreover, in my spare time, I continued to cultivate my inner strength, integrating all the martial arts I had learned. As the Taoist Haiyanshan, who acted alongside me, occasionally supervised my swordsmanship training, I felt a slight improvement in my skills. And then, the day of the decisive battle dawned. They've arrived. The embroidered uniform guards have arrived. I was standing on the branches of a tree in the forest, keeping watch in all directions, when I sensed an unusual energy. This place was at the entrance of the path leading into the village, so I had to keep a continuous watch. Approximately 6 days after first arriving with Mang Riang, just when I was beginning to feel a bit bored, suddenly, in the afternoon, I noticed the enemy approaching. There were 10 sources of energy. Judging by the magnitude of their energy, they were definitely embroidered uniform guards. There's even 1,000 tiger rank among them. They were about 70 to 80 jong away from me. Quickly, I descended from the tree and concealed myself. They didn't notice me and passed by. Confirming they were heading towards the village, I immediately changed direction and headed towards a secret passage at the back of the village. The enemy has come. Mang Riang and Taoist Haiyanshan tensed upon hearing my report. They've come. The sorcerer will surely appear in the village soon. We were using a barn near the secret passage as a temporary base. Initially, we stayed at an inn, but due to lack of communication means, we decided to stay here to quickly return via the back of the village to the square if needed. Mang Riang spoke. Now is the critical moment. It's not clear when the sorcerer will appear. Therefore, from now on, we must act swiftly to effectively separate them. We need to head inside the village. Hurry. The sorcerer will surely appear near the square, let's wait there in advance. Clang. The 3 of us gathered our belongings and headed inside the well's secret passage. While walking, Taoist Haiyanshan said, our disciples must have passed Yinkan by now. It's regrettable that we couldn't synchronize with them. This must also be fate. Let's do our best with just the 3 of us. As we emerged from the well's secret passage, a kitchen appeared. Having already confirmed the effective use of the secret passage, I unhesitatingly opened the kitchen window and jumped out. It was much better to head straight to the mansion than to perform a stealth operation while avoiding people's attention. Thud. Soon after, Taoist Haiyanshan grabbed Mang Riang by the nape of the neck and jumped out of the building. Surprised by the sudden jump, Mang Riang felt dizzy and said, warriors of the martial world are truly monstrous. That must have been at least 2 jong high, and yet they jumped without hesitation. This is no time for grumbling. Are you ready? Of course. Just take me to my position. It didn't take us long to reach near the square, swiftly running across rooftops. Upon reaching the rooftop of the tallest 6-story building, it seemed like the people below didn't notice us. It's rare for humans to look up to high rooftops. Meng Riang smiled. This is a perfect spot. Then, Meng Riang strode into the highest room of the building. Inside was the owner of the building, who also owned a certain commerce association, leisurely enjoying the view outside. Thud. Before the man noticed anything amiss, I rushed in, swiftly targeted his pressure points, and knocked him out. After covering the eyes of the unconscious Commerce Association owner and laying him under the bed, Meng Riang began to prepare his spell with the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan. To use the artifact, a place for concentration was needed, and since the caster would be defenseless while manipulating flames from a distance, it was crucial to be in a safe location. The room on the rooftop of this 6-story building perfectly met these conditions. From here, Meng Riang would control the flames with the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan to attack the embroidered uniform guards, and further assist me and Taoist Haiyunshan. Taoist Haiyunshan, observing the whole process, glanced at me disapprovingly. This isn't good. It's unavoidable. Please understand. Didn't I explain beforehand? I trust Master Meng Riang's words, but an apology to the party concerned is necessary. I will make sure to do so. Yeah, right. As if I would. I inwardly scoffed at Taoist Haiunshan's words. The whole point of this mission was to eliminate the threat of the embroidered uniform guards, so why would we expose our identities and apologize? But I didn't voice these thoughts out loud. Taoist Haiunshan, looking down, asked. Let me ask again. Is there a master of combined techniques among them? His gaze was fixed on a skilled martial artist mingling with the crowd in the village. Taoist Haiunshan, too, could sense energy, so he realized that despite the man's ordinary appearance, he was actually a first-rate martial artist. Of course, we were keeping our energy low to avoid detection. There's a high probability that there isn't. Those men seemed to be of quite high rank in their organization, and if our presence here hasn't been detected, it's unlikely someone of that status would come searching for us personally. Think of it as 1 or 2 peak masters and about 10 exceptional first-class martial artists. That's still an incredible force. Even the aura of that man alone is of at least the level of a top disciple of a main sect. With that kind of power, they could wipe out a mid-sized faction overnight. Where did such people come from? Taoist Haiunshan's sigh was understandable. The power of a single unit of the embroidered uniform guards, led by a first-rate expert, surpassed that of an average martial arts section. I had personally seen a first-rate expert and 2 guards fight evenly with Taoist Haiunshan at full strength, all 3 of them alone. If those men were to attack a simple village of commoners, there would be no chance of resistance. I asked Taoist Haiunshan, do you sense any evil energy? I can't tell. As of now, nothing feels amiss. It's so peaceful and quiet that it's hard to believe that a wicked sorcerer would appear. We might end up spending the day here in this state, preparing for a potentially long battle while calmly monitoring the situation in the square. The anomaly occurred about an hour later, as the sun began to set. I was looking out the window, and Meng Riang was ready to activate his spells at any moment. Taoist Haiunshan, who was meditating silently, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "No, how could something so evil?" Kugyugung. It was at that moment. A dark sphere appeared in the middle of the square, and a sudden fierce wind blew chillingly. Yuea. What? What is this? Passers-by screamed in surprise and fled. From the space where the dark sphere had disappeared, a familiar figure emerged. He's appeared. I shouted as if screaming. A yellow-clad man, a flute demon, literally, a monster, not a human, had suddenly sprung out. So it's true, he uses strange spells to appear suddenly. Even amidst the chaos and confusion in the square, his presence was overwhelmingly strong. The flute demon slowly raised one arm and brought the flute to his lips, preparing to play. Knowing that those nearby would go mad as soon as he started playing, I thought we had to move immediately. Pot? This evil fiend. Almost simultaneously, Taoist Haiunshan and I landed on the ground like falling stones. In reality, it was a martial arts technique that increased our falling speed like a 1,000-pound plummet but allowed us to land softly like a feather, immediately rushing into action. It was Taoist Haiunshan who first attacked the flute demon, who flailed his arms in panic at the unexpected assault. My and Taoist Haiunshan's figures almost simultaneously plummeted to the ground. In reality, it was a martial arts technique where we used a heavy falling technique to increase the descent speed, landing softly like a feather, ready to launch an attack. The first to strike the flute fiend was Taoist Haiunshan, and taken aback by the sudden attack, the flute fiend flailed his arms in panic. At that moment, there was someone who blocked Taoist Haiunshan's sword. Clang? Strong. The man in black, whose arm was numb from the collision of the sword strike, was trembling slightly. He had quietly entered the square, watching for the appearance of the sorcerer, just like us. His identity, given his actions similar to ours, was easy to guess. A kinho, a captain? The leader commanding a team of 10 embroidered uniform guards appeared on the scene. Judging by how he blocked Taoist Haiunshan's attack, his skills were undoubtedly at the peak master level. Upon seeing his face, I frowned. Captain Ryu. Coincidentally, the commander of the 6 bureaus I saw in my 5th life was present here. The flute fiend, having barely saved his life, staggered back, and next to him, the embroidered uniform guards of the 6 bureaus had appeared without a sound. There were 10 of them, all evidently waiting for this moment in the square. It seems they also knew the sorcerer would appear in the square. Suddenly, it was a 2-against-11 situation. Captain Ryu looked at me with a sly face and said, "That kid over there had a chance but didn't attack me? Why is that?" I responded to his question. "If I had lunged, your 10 men would have ambushed me." Indeed, like Taoist Haiunshan, the moment I landed, I could have attacked the flute fiend. However, I hesitated because my intuition felt oddly soft, and upon closer inspection, the 10 embroidered uniform guards surrounding us were subtly emitting killing intent. Had I moved, they would have launched a joint attack on me or Taoist Haiunshan. Ha ha ha. Impressive. To have such martial prowess at your age. Captain Ryu laughed heartily, but his eyes were not smiling. He looked around at the embroidered uniform guards and said, "Change of plan. We annihilate these pests right here." Annihilate. Will it be that easy? Humph. A mere martial artist dares to be insolent, not knowing who we are. Captain Ryu scoffed. From his perspective, it would seem like suicide for just 2 people to take on an entire unit of the embroidered uniform guards. Even Taoist Haiunshan could be overwhelmed and killed by sheer numbers. But I just laughed in response. "Don't you think you're the one being insolent, not knowing who we are?" Whoosh, boom, boom. At that moment, Mang Riang activated the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan technique. Outside the village, pillars of scorching heat, each dozens of zhang in size, erupted. It wasn't just one, massive flames simultaneously erupted, lighting up the village. Captain Ryu's perturbed expression was clearly visible, and it didn't take long for the entire village to be engulfed in the raging inferno. Whoosh. Awaya. Ayaya. People, terrified, ran haphazardly in all directions. Although the fire hadn't spread to the town and wasn't too hot, the sight of massive flames rising like a wall outside the village was enough to create panic. Naturally, Mang Riang was controlling the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan, so innocent people wouldn't be harmed. In fact, it was convenient for us as it got rid of unnecessary distractions. As the village became surrounded by flames, Captain Ryu shouted as if screaming, "Retreat! The plan has failed. Secure the sorcerer and escape." At novel bin at. It won't be that easy. Kaboom! Suddenly, a spark fell in the distance outside the village, turning into a river of fire. A wall of flames rose, separating the formation of the embroidered uniform guards. 3 of them were trapped separately, and Captain Ryu seemed to realize it was artificial. He glared at me and said, "Is this your doing? It's the work of me and my ally." I wished Mang Riang could have eliminated them with the flames, but that was impossible. Mang Riang was paying a heavy price for activating the treasure beyond his limits, 10 years of his lifespan, dozens of Commandangia formations, the constraint of non-killing, and immense concentration. Setting a non-lethal condition was the only way to satisfy the spirit of the treasure. At best, Mang Riang could only separate them to reduce their numbers. "You're insane. Do you realize whom you've drawn your sword against?" "I'm well aware." I emitted an even more intense killing intent towards him and said, "For 20 gold coins and an official rank, you're willing to slaughter thousands, aren't you, a murderous demon?" Captain Ryu's face hardened even more. The other embroidered uniform guards also stiffened upon hearing my words, realizing that I knew their true identity. "Even if you know or not, your fate is sealed." Captain Ryu burst out, as if no further words were needed. He had a motive for a murderous onslaught, now that our escape routes were blocked. "Kill? If we can't kill these pests, we won't leave this place." I growled back at him. "Won't leave? More like you can't." Kong? Simultaneously, Captain Ryu and Taoist Haiunshan's sword energies fiercely collided. I launched my body towards the remaining 7 embroidered uniform guards. It was up to me to deal with the rest while Taoist Haiunshan was occupied with Captain Ryu. I put strength in my legs and leaped forward like a tiger. "Let's have a go." The 7 embroidered uniform guards were each seasoned and refined elite martial artists, with some even nearing the peak. Therefore, they looked at me, charging without hesitation, with an air of disbelief. Haha, like a moth to a flame. The leading embroidered uniform guard raised his swordsmanship and clashed with me. His swordplay was swift and agile, like a snake flicking its tongue. As I thought, he was a formidable opponent, not much different in skill level from me. I clenched my teeth. "Let's do this." Normally, fighting 7 seasoned embroidered uniform guards of similar skill at once would be suicidal. Yet, I charged, trusting in Mang Riang's words. I remembered discussing the strategy with Mang Riang in the village a few days ago. At that moment, recalling Mang Riang's words, I realized the true extent of my power. How do you handle a unit of the embroidered uniform guards? Well, it's just 1 unit, but depending on the situation, you and Taoist Haiunshan can join forces and fight them. Even if not, it won't matter much. "What do you mean it won't matter?" Mang Riang chuckled and said to me, "Didn't you notice? You're overly cautious in everything, but when Taoist Haiunshan faced you, he was quite wary. And my decision to come here was 80% because of you." "What are you talking about?" Mang Riang confidently stated, "You're too tense for someone with your skills. You haven't fully utilized your internal energy and capacity. Just do your best as you always do when fighting the embroidered uniform guards. You're much stronger than you think." Kwak Wang? My thunder chi exploded. Simultaneously, the embroidered uniform guard in front of me, who was deploying a snake-like sword path, was ripped apart from the upper body, and another wielding a dao beside him lost an arm. My sword didn't stop there. As it spun half a turn, it sliced another embroidered uniform guard from the top of his head to his crotch. He didn't even have time to react before he split in two, spewing a fountain of blood. Puckwalk. Even then, I had enough strength left to attack another head-on. The embroidered uniform guard wielding a soft sword was blown back, managing to regain balance only after being thrown 3 jong away, appearing stunned. I had simply put all my internal energy into a full-force sword path. Surprised, I watched as 3 embroidered uniform guards became lonely souls under my sword within just 3 seconds. My attack range, destructive power, and sword speed had increased exponentially. This. Kong. Captain Ryu, who was fervently fighting Taoist Haiyunshan but slightly losing ground, was shocked at my sudden prowess. Taoist Haiyunshan seized the opportunity to gain more ground. I smirked at Captain Ryu and raised my sword. Shall we finish this then? This brat. Don't underestimate me. The remaining 4 embroidered uniform guards, infuriated, rallied their fighting spirit. Despite being the elite of the royal forces and witnessing the absurd demise of their comrades, their spirit didn't seem to wane. However, I no longer felt any fear towards them, realizing how strong I had become. Yes, the 5 years I've spent weren't in vain. For 5 years, I walked the path of a martial artist and pursued the essence of Thunder Dragon Breath technique, practicing day and night. But eventually, my master Yi Guang gave up teaching me, disappointed, and Jin Sochong felt pity. Since then, I hadn't had a proper opponent to fight, only cultivating a sense of inferiority, not knowing my true strength. But in reality, thanks to the training in the Thunder God style, I could fully use my internal energy, becoming several times stronger than before. Combined with the secret techniques of a prestigious clan, I could conduct delicate battles, and most weaknesses were eliminated. Pajajajek. My sword hummed with thunder chi. As Thunder Dragon Breath flowed through the sword blade, my eyes shone blue, enhancing my reflexes and speed. This was the realm of Thunder God style, Thunder Spirit, the true way of wielding it. Concentration and explosion of power. A practitioner of Thunder Breath cultivation, even for a brief moment, gains incredible freedom in their movements, attaining speeds several times greater. Pong? For a brief moment, my body moved so swiftly it seemed to slice through the air. One of the embroidered uniform guards rushing towards me was instantly cut into 4 pieces by my blade. As my feet lightly grazed the ground, flames erupted, scarring the earth. Whoosh! My sword dance continued. An embroidered uniform guard, desperately trying to counter with his sword energy, found his blade split in 2, his left arm severed, and finally his heart burst. Before the blood from his heart could even scatter, I had already moved on to the next target. Swoosh! Clank! The sharp sound of wind slicing through air followed. The technique had accelerated to its highest stage, negating even the need for an explosion. As 5 flashes of my sword swept past, the 2 remaining embroidered uniform guards standing there stiffened, unable to move. Moments later, fine lines carved across their bodies and they burst into fountains of blood. Pa pa pa! I turned my back on the mist of blood, flicking the blood off my sword onto the ground, forming a circular pattern of bloodstains. The entire sequence had taken less than 10 seconds. Taoist Haiyunshan and Captain Ryu, who had been fiercely fighting, stopped their duel and stared at me, dumbfounded. Taoist Haiyunshan, in particular, was so shocked that his voice trembled as he exclaimed, What is that? Such swordsmanship exists in this world. This is madness. Captain Ryu spat out curses with a trembling voice, realizing that facing me head-on meant a high probability of death. I didn't respond to their reactions but simply let my sword hang. It's not me who's crazy. It's Thunder God style. Until now, I had not been able to withstand 100 moves against Jin Sochong with my spear, despite possessing this strength. It was a moment of realization, the Thunder God style sect itself was monstrous. Swallowing my bitterness, I addressed Captain Ryu. It seems the outcome is decided. Will you leave gracefully, or do you wish to see it through to the end? Captain Ryu, already isolated from his remaining 3 companions by the wall of flames and realizing he couldn't win against both me and Taoist Haiyunshan, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, you fools! Don't you see these flames? Does winning or losing matter now? We're all doomed. That's you? What? I calmly said to Taoist Haiyunshan. This one seems to be a high-ranking officer. He might have much to tell. Let's cut off his limbs and capture that sorcerer over there as well. Taoist Haiyunshan nodded. Let's hurry. Meng Riang could only control the 5 Fire 7 Birds Divine Fan Flames for a maximum of half an hour. We needed to resolve this before then. Fortunately, the end seemed near. As Captain Ryu, slowly raising his sword, saw me and Taoist Haiyunshan approaching, he screamed in despair. You bastards! Resorting to joint attacks, how cowardly. I responded coldly. It's none of your concern. Taoist Haiyunshan added. Evil beings like you aren't worthy of humanity. Pot, Kong, Uaok. As Taoist Haiyunshan and I began our joint attack, Captain Ryu was relentlessly pushed back. Despite his valiant efforts and using all his strength to defend, even my lightning-fast thunder sword strikes could only inflict superficial wounds. However, his desperate resistance didn't last long. Within 30 seconds, his right arm was severed, and his left leg exploded, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Shook, puck, ka, ahh. I caught Captain Ryu's arm as it fell from the sky and said, Taoist Haiyunshan, please ensure this one doesn't commit suicide. Understood. Then, I approached the sorcerer in yellow robes who had been silently observing the battle. Knowing the face behind those robes, I frowned. The thought of seeing that face again was irritating. If he utters useless things, I'll make sure he suffers before dying. That's when it happened. The sorcerer flutist extended his hand forward and uttered something. %content%amp, hashtag, @%content%amp, *at. It wasn't human language. It seemed like a sorcerer's incantation. Pot. Suddenly, a dark energy burst forth from the sorcerer's hand, enveloping me. I tried to dodge quickly, but the attack wasn't dependent on speed and hit me regardless. He had been waiting for a chance to counter? A mistake. Had I been too complacent, assuming he had no martial arts skills? I had indeed given him too much time. I gritted my teeth, bracing for a possible death. If it became too painful, I was ready to bite off my tongue. But nothing happened. What? Confused that nothing had occurred, I blinked and stared at the sorcerer. He seemed incredulous, his long tentacles visible beneath the yellow robes, trembling violently. Impossible? My curse doesn't work on a mere human. How can this be? I questioned the sorcerer. A curse? What is that? He paused, surprised, his tentacles momentarily freezing. Then he exclaimed in panic. How do you understand our language? What kind of being are you? This shouldn't be possible. Language. I realized that this situation was quite different from when I talked with this sorcerer at the end of my 5th life. Back then, he had reluctantly used a form of innate language to communicate because he didn't want to be killed. But now, I had understood his language mid-conversation. This meant I had unconsciously translated his language. Of course, I still couldn't speak it. Curious, I showed the sorcerer the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. I knew from experience that showing this had previously crushed his spirit, leading him to despair. Could this be the reason? Once again, the sorcerer's tentacles froze. After rolling his eyes, he finally spoke, sounding defeated. KHHHH. I see, a stronger curse prevails, no wonder my power doesn't work. Curse? What are you talking about? Suddenly, the sorcerer burst into a mad laughter. Kahahaha, thank you, I've realized I must escape. Gurgle swoosh. Ugh. Right after his words, the sorcerer's body burst into pieces of flesh, exploding violently. He could self-destruct. I quickly dodged the flying tentacles and blew blood from his disintegrating body. Taoist Hyunshan, who had been watching from the side, was stunned by the unexpected explosion of the bizarre creature, his eyes wide open. Even for someone who had experienced numerous battles, this was shocking. With a trembling voice, he asked, "What on earth was that thing?" With a somewhat drained voice, I replied, "I'm not sure, but, one thing is certain, we won." Whoosh. Soon after, the wall of flames Mang Riang had created disappeared, signifying the end of its duration. The swirling flames outside the village also dissipated as if they were never there. Despite the ferocity of the flames, nothing in the village had been burnt. Chop squish. Arg. AHH. The 3 remaining embroidered uniform guards, trapped within the wall of flames, met a brutal end at our hands. With everyone else fleeing due to the flames, there were no witnesses, allowing us to eliminate them without hesitation. Taoist Hyunshan said, "We need to stop the bleeding and treat this one before the interrogation. Just keep him alive." Captain Ryu, with his limbs severed and body ruptured, lay writhing in a pool of blood like an insect, his meridians also suppressed. For a moment, I felt a pang of pity for him, but then I remembered that had I not been adequately prepared, I would have been in his position. I wiped away a tear, feeling a profound sense of relief. Sigh. Indeed. For the first time in 6 lifetimes, I had successfully vanquished a heretical cult. As Taoist Hyunshan and I quickly staunched Captain Ryu's bleeding and infused him with internal energy to stabilize his pulse, we then moved to Mang Riang. Mang Riang was panting heavily on the 6th floor, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and drenched in sweat. Clearly exhausted both physically and mentally, I asked him worriedly, "Are you all right?" Yes. It's a small price to pay for using the treasure." Cough. Mang Riang spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head vigorously. He seemed to regain his composure and said, "I'll take care of the aftermath." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, flames surged up from the ground, engulfing the scattered bodies of the embroidered uniform guards and the monsters, quickly reducing them to ashes. The intense heat made it a quick process, leaving barely any trace of the bodies. I hurriedly descended and used my internal energy to create a gust of wind, sweeping the remnants into an unseen back alley. The scene was so clean that it was hard to believe a massacre had taken place. With a little more tidying up, it would be impossible for trackers to find any trace. Is it okay to dispose of the dead, even if killing is forbidden? I felt grateful for bringing Mang Riang along. Without him, this operation would have been impossible to set up. We would have had to face a 2-against-11 battle, and it would have been difficult to avoid public attention or dispose of the embroidered uniform guards' bodies. I patted the pale-faced Mang Riang on the back and said, "You are the best strategist." I wondered how many times I would have died trying to resolve this situation without Mang Riang. At least 3 or 4 times, undergoing trial and error, and wasting a lot of mental energy. Mang Riang was indeed like a savior. Not bad. Mang Riang chuckled and said, "Let's go. There's a lot to learn from this guy." We took Captain Ryu and headed towards the secret passage exit outside the village. Even amidst the chaos, we managed to avoid attention by disguising the ragged Ryu as a refugee. Eventually, we threw Captain Ryu inside a building. Captain Ryu had been unconscious since his limbs were severed. I thought about waking him up, but seeing Meng Riang's poor condition, I decided to take care of him first. I asked Taoist Haiyunshan, "Can you perform mysterious heavenly divine technique on Meng Riang? He's in bad shape." "Of course. Follow me." Taoist Haiyunshan took Meng Riang to a small room. Meng Riang would likely recover his strength soon if the Wudang sect's mysterious heavenly divine technique was used. I felt comfortable leaving Meng Riang in his care, confident that Taoist Haiyunshan wouldn't harm him. Whoosh. I then infused qi into the sprawled Captain Ryu. As the formidable energy whirled into his meridians, he woke up as if pricked by needles all over his body. "Aik, get a grip. I have a lot to ask you." You're crazy." Captain Ryu, realizing he was unlikely to survive, immediately tried to bite off his tongue to avoid torture. His decisiveness suggested thorough training. But I calmly observed as he struggled, unable to move his jaw muscles properly. "I blocked your muscle movements to prevent your suicide. If you wanted to kill yourself, you should have done it when you were alone earlier." Taoist Haiyunshan possesses superior skills in controlling the body's energy flow and pressure points than I do. If he has blocked Captain Ryu's ability to bite his tongue, then self-inflicted harm would be impossible. I looked coldly at Captain Ryu and said, "You must have received training to resist torture." "I'm not well versed in torture methods, so I'll use the one I'm best at." Swoosh at novel bin at. I extended my hand and touched his philtrum, then forcefully injected qi into it. The energy penetrated through the philtrum, and once I confirmed it had adhered, I muttered, "This is Qian, heaven, ... beginning the 8 trigram seal." He seemed not to understand what I meant. And rightly so, as the 8 trigram seal is a secret technique passed down within the Thunder God style, used solely for sealing and tormenting an opponent, a form of torture. Those trained in the Thunder God style could extract almost any information from their captives without the need for bothersome torture. Next, I touched his Adam's apple. "This is Dui, lake, ... Crackle. Ugh. Ahh. Suddenly, he convulsed as if electrocuted. Following Qian, the infusion of qi into Tui intensified his nervous system's activity. This also meant an increased sensitivity to pain. I looked at Captain Ryu's eyes, wet with confusion, and smirked. "With Qian, I've subdued your head, and with Dui, your lungs. Li, fire, Zhen, thunder, sun, wind, Kan, water, Zhen, mountain, and Kun, earth, will follow, each afflicting one of the 8 body parts with a seal. Your sensitivity to pain will increase, and your sense of time will slow down." Thwack. It wasn't a hard hit, just a light flick on the forehead. Aik. Yet, Captain Ryu writhed in agony, feeling as if his head was being sawed open. It was like every skin cell was being peeled off. I chuckled at him and said, "I've only applied 2 of the 8 trigram seal, and it seems mild. Let's continue." Applying the 8 trigram seal meant sealing the 4 limbs and the 4 inner parts, the brain, heart, lungs, and reproductive organs, using internal energy. As the trigrams ascend, pain intensifies and the sense of time becomes chaotic, more effective than physical torture. Eventually, it leads to the destruction of mental strength and even the soul. However, applying the 8 trigram seal consumes vast amounts of internal energy. Just applying 4 trigrams requires over 80 years of cultivated energy, and the cost increases exponentially with each trigram. I had never used it on a human before, so its limits were unknown to me, but even I might not be able to apply all 8. But it was effective enough. With just 2 trigrams, Captain Ryu already looked like he had forgotten all the joys of life. Normally, it would take about 100 lashes to elicit such a response. Captain Ryu had been holding on, but when my finger moved to point above his heart, uttering a single word, he crumbled. "This is Li, fire, ... He cried out, tears streaming. "Wait, just a moment. What is it? What do you want to know? If I tell you, will you let me live?" Captain Ryu's attitude changed abruptly, struggling under the overwhelming sensory overload caused by the 8 trigram seal. I squatted down, looking at him indifferently. "What's the use of living? You've already lost an arm and a leg. You can't even live a normal life, let alone as a martial artist. Do you still want to live?" Yes, please. I'll tell you anything I know, please." His tearful and snotty state, writhing on the ground, was indeed pitiable. Normally, such begging would sway someone's heart. But I felt no sympathy for him. The sight of Captain Ryu's agony overlapped with the scenes of people being slaughtered in madness. Thousands must have suffered in that tragedy. The orchestrator of such a calamity begging for his life didn't move me. I was just following orders from above. "Please, spare me." Above. Are you talking about the head of the embroidered uniform guards? Yes, that's right. And above that? I don't know. Low levels like me just follow the orders passed down. Only the sub-leader gives direct orders. The embroidered uniform guards were a formidable organization. Even a martial artist capable of holding his own against an elder of the Wudang sect referred to himself as a low-level member. This suggested that the martial arts skills of the deputy commander and the commander of the embroidered uniform guards might be among the very best in the martial world. After a moment of thought, I asked, "Do you have a family?" "Yes." "Where do they live?" Captain Ryu hesitated, unable to speak. Despite his earlier claim of willingness to say anything, the safety of his family made it difficult for him to talk. I activated the Li part of the 8 trigram seal on him, intensifying his sensations. He convulsed and screamed in response. I couldn't fully understand the pain he was experiencing, as it's impossible for the one who administers the 8 trigram seal to know. But seeing his eyes roll back and his limbs shake uncontrollably, I could assume the pain was beyond what any usual torturer could inflict. I slightly loosened the seal's effect and asked again. Speak. Who? Hu. Hojiayong. Shaanxi province, not too far. I folded my arms and asked. If your family in Hojiayong were the target of a mission, what would you have done? I would have moved them before the mission. And the other people living in Hojiayong, they are expendable. As I raised my hand as if to strike, he panicked and exclaimed, I can't help it. How can I defy the orders from above? Absolute obedience is required in the embroidered uniform guards. What a convenient excuse. Just say I was ordered to and it's all over. Even if thousands die in madness. Captain Ryu spoke pitifully, likely revealing his true feelings. Whoever you are, this is foolish. The power of the embroidered uniform guards is far greater than you think. Even with the protection of the 9 martial sects, you cannot escape death. I know. Your organization is divided into 10 groups, and you are a group leader and Shinho. Captain Ryu's eyes widened in shock. What I had said was essentially the organizational structure and a secret of the embroidered uniform guards. I looked at him impassively and said, don't be surprised. From now on, you will spill everything about the embroidered uniform guards, their organizational structure, secrets, headquarters, objectives, and the martial arts skills of their leaders. My revelation was a warning that I could detect any lies. If I tell you all this, will you let me live? Of course. Captain Ryu rolled his eyes desperately and began to spill information. I listened calmly, particularly interested in the relations between the embroidered uniform guards and other organizations. I pressed for more information. After about an hour of listening, I asked, so, this was their first attempt? As far as I know, yes. It was a relief. According to Captain Ryu, this was the first time the embroidered uniform guards and sorcerers collaborated on a massacre. This meant there were no previous village sacrifices. By thwarting this plot, we had prevented the monsters from growing stronger. I glanced at Mang Riang. He seemed indifferent. Based on the justification I had given, it was natural for Mang Riang to be skeptical, but it seemed he had considered this possibility from the start. When did the sorcerer interpret the nameless ritual sacrifice rites? About a year ago. That's when the initial plan was drafted, and the troops of the embroidered uniform guards began their specialized training. 1 year ago. Reflecting on his words, I asked. You're capable of using a special kind of speech charm to brainwash people. How is that possible? What are you talking about? Crackle. Captain Ryu's response and my subsequent action of intensifying the 8 trigram seal indicated that I was not just seeking information but was also testing his truthfulness. The subtleties of these interrogative techniques reflect the depth and complexity of the martial arts world portrayed in the novel. Aoik? All right. The 10 captains, including myself, received the power of brainwashing speech charms from the sorcerer. As I suspected, this was not a mere trick from the left path sects. It felt more like a malevolent power from another realm, likely given to the captains, the controllers, to persuade and brainwash new recruits into the embroidered uniform guards. How did you learn it? That being can't speak human language. It can't speak, but it has the ability to communicate innate words to the sorcerer. And it's believed that it taught more advanced techniques to the deputy commander and the commander. Advanced techniques? Are they also speech charms? I don't know, but ever since they learned them, both the deputy commander and the commander have become much stronger. Stronger? To what extent? Captain Ryu hesitated before responding. Originally, the commanders of the embroidered uniform guards and Eastern Depot 9 organization of eunuchs were almost equal in martial prowess, both considered supreme in the martial world. But a year ago, the power dynamics changed. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards overwhelmingly defeated the Eastern Depot admiral, and since then, the Eastern Depot has been supporting the embroidered uniform guards with their intelligence network. This was unexpected information. If true, it meant the top commanders of the embroidered uniform guards and the Eastern Depot were initially on par with the Grand Masters of the 9 great sects. But if the embroidered uniform guards leader could overwhelmingly defeat them, it suggested his skills surpassed even the supreme masters. The only ones I knew of with such ability were, at most, the likes of threefold expert Li Guang. If I intend to eliminate the embroidered uniform guards, the key would be whether I can defeat their commander. Pondering this, I asked Captain Ryu, if Taoist Hyunshan and I joined forces against your commander, what would our chances be? Answer me. Captain Ryu reluctantly replied. You both are formidable warriors, rare even among the top martial masters. But even together, I don't think you could defeat the commander. His power has transcended humanity. I see. It didn't seem likely that Captain Ryu, having divulged even his family's whereabouts, would lie about this. The commander's strength must indeed be formidable. Then, is this commander considered the strongest in the imperial court? Undoubtedly. The plan was predicated on turning all the forces of the martial world against us, but with the commander in charge, it was calculated that victory wouldn't be difficult. Is that enough now? Release me. It was then I heard a voice from behind. Not yet. I turned around to see Mang Riang and Taoist Hyunshin walking towards us. Mang Riang's complexion had notably improved after receiving meticulous qi healing. He was no longer coughing. Pointing at Captain Ryu, Mang Riang said, "Start from the beginning and ask the same questions again." The despair in Captain Ryu's face deepened. Noticing my curious glance, Mang Riang explained the reason. There's a look in his eyes that suggests he thinks he just needs to survive this situation. While not everything he told you is a lie, he might have mixed in some falsehoods or conveniently omitted information. We need to ask again until he starts revealing the truth. But he might die from this. You should be able to adjust the intensity appropriately. I will watch him closely, so proceed without worry. Mang Riang seemed to have a knack for discerning a person's truthfulness. I glanced at Taoist Hyunshin, who turned his head and said, "I understand all this is for the justice of the martial world." This reassured me. I had been uncomfortable about a detached Taoist like Hyunshin being involved in such intense interrogation. But he seemed to have realized the gravity of the situation and was willing to gather as much information as possible to protect himself and his disciples. It appeared that in dire circumstances, Taoist Hyunshin could accept reality. So be it. I'll try to keep you alive. As I prepared to apply the 8 trigram seal again, Captain Ryu screamed as if having a seizure. "Stop it, please see." The interrogation ended 2 hours later. Hehe. Captain Ryu was a wreck, drooling and soiled, sitting in a chair. It was better to have him seated than lying down for this. Repeated torture had driven him half mad. It was possible to break a person like this with pain alone, without any physical harm. Mang Riang had watched the entire process, pointing out any lies or omissions. Thus, I was confident that the information we had extracted this time was mostly true. Mang Riang then spoke to Taoist Hyunshin. "It's fortunate your disciples didn't come on time. If they had, it would have been difficult to extricate them from this. What should I do now? Return to Tijung Hall immediately and meet your disciples. Find a plausible excuse, maybe to chase bandits or something. You'll bear some bad reputation, but it's better than getting entangled unnecessarily with the embroidered uniform guards. I'll do as you say." Taoist Hyunshin looked uneasy, perhaps due to suddenly learning such shocking truths. He likely never expected that the embroidered uniform guards were aiding a sorcerer. Now, his concern was to divert attention from the Weidang sect and avoid unnecessary trouble. Taoist Hyunshin should be able to extricate himself from this situation without much risk. The embroidered uniform guards might suspect him, but given his stature in the martial world and the embroidered uniform guards' own dubious activities, they likely wouldn't act rashly and would probably just keep an eye on him. Taoist Hyunshin looked at me and asked, "What will you do?" "What do you mean? Having destroyed the embroidered uniform guards and with the evil sorcerer dead, do you still plan to confront the embroidered uniform guards further?" His tone was probing. I shook my head as if it was obvious. "Not at all. Fighting the embroidered uniform guards any further is too risky. I plan to erase all traces and go into hiding." "I see. I'll take care of the rest here. You should hurry to do what a Taoist must do." "Understood." Whoosh. Taoist Hyunshin disappeared from the room. Once I was sure he had left, Mang Riang approached me. "You're lying. You don't seem like someone who'd stop here." SSSSHHH. Without a word, I swiftly executed a hand chop, severing Captain Ryu's neck. His head slipped off almost bloodlessly. From the beginning, I had no intention of leaving him alive. Wiping the blood off my hand, I explained my reasoning. "Of course. We're in a position like a tiger and a horse at full speed. We need to crush the embroidered uniform guards to the point they're shut down for at least 10 years. If their execution force is devastated, even the emperor's will can do little." This approach was safer. Tentatively evading would only allow the enemy to grow stronger, similar to how the demons gain power. The royal family would continuously make favorable decisions. My plan was to utterly destroy them before they could even think of pursuing me. Also, this moment of confusion and investigation is an opportunity. With one unit of the embroidered uniform guards destroyed and the sorcerer dead, they will struggle to act rationally for a while. During this hiatus, we must gather information and strike back. Why do you dislike the idea of hiding? It's not about liking or disliking, it's not feasible. Today's traces aren't completely erased. Sooner or later, the embroidered uniform guards will come hunting for me. Mang Riang smiled bitterly. Your judgment has sharpened through these battles. You're right. What will you do? I must follow you, Baekwang. We're in the same boat now. Mang Riang's eyes sparkled as he spoke. There's a saying, strike while the iron is hot. If you're determined, Baekwang, there's a way to swiftly crush the embroidered uniform guards. What is it? Mang Riang's following words determined our next destination. Let's seek help from my master in Luoyang. Mang Riang's master, the true monk Mang Riang. As the greatest sorcerer of the Central Plains, even Weidang sect elders held him in awe. We were heading to seek assistance from this venerable figure. I started heading towards Luoyang with Mang Riang. If I were alone, I could have easily traversed mountains and rivers with my light body technique, but since I had to accommodate Mang Riang, we decided to travel on horseback. We also planned to stop by Mang Riang's house on our way to Luoyang. After arriving at his hut, Mang Riang seemed to be organizing something. It wasn't just his books or personal affairs, he was also rearranging the network of informants he had hidden around Jinrang Valley. Mang Riang had cunningly built this network, hiring subordinates and informants with the money he earned from fortune-telling and consultations. Even the map of the village nearby, stolen from the government office, was the work of Meng Riang's subordinates. I asked Meng Riang, with such a network, you could have easily started your own faction. Why then did you choose to live a humble life as a fortune teller in Jinrang Valley? Meng Riang waved his hand dismissively. Of course, if I had formed an information organization, I would have been 10 times richer than I am now. However, information only has value when there is sufficient martial power to protect it. If even a mid-sized faction's martial strength is enough to put my life in danger, there's no point in being an information broker. Besides, I quite liked my life in Jinrang Valley. I made decent money, read books whenever I wanted, and played when I felt like it. I wanted to make a sarcastic remark about his escapades with women but decided not to. Instead, I picked up one of Meng Riang's books and asked, "Then why were you living under the guise of your master's reputation?" "Because I had his permission. All I needed to do was not tarnish his name. But still, impersonating him is." Meng Riang smirked. "My master is very generous. Even if I did something to dishonor his name, he wouldn't care at all. He's someone who's almost uninterested in worldly affairs. He wasn't concerned about his reputation, though he inadvertently became famous. Those with true skills stand out no matter where they are. Anyway, the only person who can help us now is my master, Sage Meng Riang. If we can get his help, everything will work out." I was curious about something. "Speaking of which, why didn't you learn martial arts working in the palace as an astronomer? You must have had opportunities to access martial arts texts." "Of course, I had the opportunity. But martial arts ultimately require physical training, and someone like me, who's glued to the desk, can only go so far with sporadic practice. I could cultivate internal energy for health, but it seemed pointless. Rather than half-heartedly pursuing both literary and martial arts, I chose to dedicate all my energy to my area of expertise." Meng Riang's way of thinking was refreshing from the perspective of a martial artist. To think he chose to focus on his studies instead of practicing martial arts, even when he had the chance? However, having seen Meng Riang's ingenious strategies and wisdom firsthand, I understood his point. By tirelessly honing his knowledge and wisdom, he had become far superior to any mediocre practitioner. While tidying up his room, Meng Riang suddenly remembered something. Keep the poison-filled gourd. It will definitely come in handy." "Understood. Well, I guess I'm almost done with the tidying up. If you find any book you'd like to read, let me know. I'll lend it to you." I browsed through Meng Riang's library, recalling the grueling 3 years I spent studying. I didn't enjoy studying much back then, but in hindsight, the knowledge I gained became part of me. The books collected by Meng Riang would undoubtedly be worth studying. I pulled out a book from the shelf. "I'd like to read this. Baopuse? Are you interested in alchemy?" TL/N. Baopuse is a book written by Ji Hong, a scholar during Jin Dynasty, discussing alchemy, elixirs, and immortality. Well, they say it contains the secrets of immortality. Baopuse is a book about alchemy, various internal alchemy practices, dietary regimes, and breathing meditation techniques. It wasn't a secret text, and it was common for scholars to have a copy or two for reference. Meng Riang laughed and said, "Most of the alchemy talked about in the world is a scam. Even the imperial family no longer believes in alchemy." Isn't alchemy supposed to be about creating elixirs of immortality? The goal of alchemy is to create the ultimate golden elixir, which typically involves mixing a lot of mercury. However, mercury is highly toxic, so people who consume these alchemical concoctions often die of poisoning. Poisoning? I was inwardly surprised by the word, which seemed incongruous with alchemy. Meng Riang continued. True alchemy is secretly passed down by a very few left-path sects or right-path Taoists. It's not something you can learn from such books. Though, the techniques of preservation in this book are quite useful. True alchemy? So, does the golden elixir actually exist? Yes, it does. But obtaining it is nearly impossible, so just consider it a hearsay. After saying this, Meng Riang handed me another book. "Instead, read this. It's the Classic of Mountains and Seas." It looks like a picture book. That's right. The monsters featured in this book are quite interesting and worth reading for amusement. Adat novel bin adat. I'll take a look. True to his words, the Classic of Mountains and Seas was filled with strange geographical names and mythical creatures. Although it didn't seem very practical, I decided to read it as Meng Riang suggested. Having seen real demons with my own eyes, I couldn't help but be drawn to this book. After finishing up in Jinreng Valley and heading towards Luoyang, it took us about 3 days to reach the front of Luoyang City. Luoyang, as I remembered, was impressive from its luxurious and massive city walls and the crowd starting from the outer city. Flap flap. As the horse neighed, Meng Riang took control of the reins and said, "We don't need to enter the city. The master lives elsewhere. He doesn't live inside Luoyang City. He doesn't like the hustle and bustle and resides outside the city. Besides, entering Luoyang City right now would be extremely dangerous for us." We headed southwest of Luoyang. About 5 miles out, we came upon a small village with a shrine dedicated to Lu Dongbin. Lu Dongbin was one of the 8 immortals of Taoism, a legendary sage known as the Sword Immortal. Also known by his Taoist name Shiniangzi, he was revered in popular folk religion, the 9 schools of thought, and various Taoist sects. He was also famous among the common people for legends about him defeating dragons with his extraordinary swordsmanship. Meng Riang dismounted at Lu Dongbin's shrine. He respectfully placed his offerings on the shrine's altar and said, the disciple has arrived. Soon after, the shrine of the sword immortal Lu Dongbin trembled. The vibration lasted for about half a moment before subsiding. Then, an unfamiliar voice came from behind. Senior brother, it's a bad time. The master is out. I turned around. There stood a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, with a youthful and somewhat refined appearance despite his ordinary farmer's attire. Notably, he wasn't dressed like a Taoist practitioner but rather like a farmer, and yet there was an indescribable elegance about him. Meng Riang, upon seeing him, wore an awkward expression and said, "Junior brother, I have urgent matters to discuss with the master." Who said anything? It's just that he's not here right now. The junior brother, referred to as such, spoke impassively. Just leave the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan here. The master said he will not allow its use anymore. Meng Riang looked shocked but soon nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Then I shall take my leave. Do as you wish. I'll return to my farming. The junior brother, holding a hoe in his hand, walked away, apparently heading back to his farm work. He really seemed to be just a farmer. After the junior brother disappeared, I turned to Meng Riang in astonishment. Farming? Your junior brother is a skilled sorcerer, so why is he just farming? Farming was a common task for ordinary people. Of course, there was nothing wrong with farming, but it seemed somewhat absurd that a disciple of Meng Riang, considered one of the continent's greatest sorcerers, wasn't utilizing his abilities. My junior brother is self-sufficient, living off the land he farms. The locals just know him as a regular farmer. Ah, so he's farming while using his incredible magic for a bountiful harvest. No, there's nothing like that. He farms just like any other person, without using any magic. Is it because he's still in training under the master? Not at all. My junior brother has already received his license and is recognized as a sorcerer. As I looked at Meng Riang, he gave a wry smile. He's just that kind of person. Worldly values mean nothing to my master and junior brother. Anyway, for the time being, we'll have to wait in this village for my master. When is Sage Meng Riang expected to arrive? I don't know. He's quite unpredictable. It could even take years. I felt staying in this small village was a waste of time. The imperial court would probably start investigating the disappearance of the embroidered uniform guards in a few days, and we were short on precious time. But I had no choice, so I decided to stay in the inn for a long duration, taking out silver ingots for payment. Meng Riang suggested, "This might be a good opportunity for you to reflect on your martial arts. Consider it a period of training. The embroidered uniform guards wouldn't catch up to us immediately. We had covered our tracks well, and without witnesses, it might take them years to discover the truth. Right now, we were just preparing for the worst-case scenario. That's fine, but I have a question. What should I call you from now on?" This was an important issue. Until now, I casually called him Meng Riang, but the real Meng Riang was someone else. When I raised the issue, Meng Riang confidently replied as if wondering why I was even asking. "Just continue calling me Meng Riang. Wouldn't your master or junior brother find that bothersome? They don't care about such things. And I've been allowed to use the name Meng Riang, so there's no need for you to worry about it. An apprenticeship where impersonation is tolerated." This was something incomprehensible and absurd in a normal sect. Well, what's your junior brother's name? Tian Yujin. That's an unusual name. Don't be fooled by appearances. Angering Tian Yujin is as foolish as making an enemy of an army of 100,000 soldiers. Meng Riang's junior brother, Tian Yujin, despite his ordinary appearance as a young farmer, seemed to be a formidable individual. I decided to heed Meng Riang's advice and avoid unnecessary trouble. From that day on, I spent my days in the inn aimlessly, eating, sleeping, and occasionally training. Having paid for nearly a year's lodging, the innkeeper seemed eager to please me. "You do what you need to do." Meng Riang said this and went back to reading. I trained in martial arts for 3 hours a day and spent the rest of the time cultivating my internal energy and opening meridians. Meng Riang seemed to be studying something as he read. I didn't want to fall behind in knowledge, so I occasionally read the classic of mountains and seas that I borrowed from Meng Riang. Still, with time to spare, I spent days idly staring at the blue sky from my room. Each day felt like running in a hamster wheel, doing the same routine over and over, and I started to feel numb. Time passed, and 10 weeks went by without any sign of Meng Riang's master. I was enveloped by a strange feeling, unfamiliar since my reincarnation. Dullness, boredom, and a sense of emptiness. Time continued to pass. 1 month, 2 months, and then 3 months. There was no sign of pursuit by the embroidered uniform guards, and the world remained eerily quiet. Gradually, my training became lax, reducing to just 1 hour a day. I spent the rest of my time wandering around the inn or exploring the scenic beauty of the countryside. Something doesn't feel right here. I had initially planned to use this waiting time for intensive training to improve my martial arts. However, as the idle time stretched and nobody interfered or spoke to me, my focus on training waned. It was a stark contrast to my diligent days of sparring and training as an instructor in a martial academy. It wasn't until half a year later that I realized the reason for this shift. My willpower isn't exceptional. Without someone to guide me, my firm resolutions often fade away, leading me to settle into a half-hearted routine. In fact, I had been living unusually diligently until then. Gradually, I found myself lazily practicing martial arts and lounging on my bed in the inn, munching on dumplings. One day, Meng Riang commented, "Beck Wong, haven't you gained weight?" He was right. I had been moving little, occasionally practicing internal energy exercises, and daily indulging in the inn's chicken, liquor, and dumplings. My belly had slightly bulged, proudly displaying my indulgence. Flustered, I responded. Such things should fade once I start moving more. Don't become lazy. If you're that bored, why not go talk to my junior brother, Tian Yujin. Tian Yujin, Meng Riang's junior brother, Tian Yujin, had been tending a small vegetable patch by the village stream. I hadn't made any effort to befriend him, so for half a year, our relationship was nothing more than a casual acquaintance. I don't exactly have anything else to do. That was true. Despite being surprised by Meng Riang's sudden suggestion, I had nothing better to do, so I went to visit him, taking along the classic of mountains and seas. Tian Yujin was busy digging up potato roots. He was crouched, diligently moving his hoe, looking nothing more or less than a farmer. I greeted him. Hello. Tian Yujin looked at me and said, Baek Wong, your belly has protruded. Why do these disciples keep fussing about a man's protruding belly? I was slightly annoyed internally, but let it slide and asked, did I ever tell you my name? How do you know it? Because you told me. What? Tian Yujin smiled slightly. You're still dreaming. I've seen enough of your true nature, so it's time for you to wake up. Flash. The next moment, I felt the scenery before my eyes shift. I found myself standing in front of the sword immortal Lu Dongbin, just like when I first arrived in the village. Meng Riang was placing the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan on the altar, and I was watching from behind. It was exactly like that day, leaving me bewildered. What? Has time reversed? But it hadn't. Again, a voice came from behind. Did you have a good dream? Tian Yujin was walking towards us. Meng Riang looked utterly confused, but I felt chills. In Tian Yujin's hand was the classic of mountains and seas I had been reading. I once accidentally spilled chicken soup on its cover during the past 6 months, and the stain was clearly visible on the book. That's when I realized. Illusion? Tian Yujin had shown me 6 months of life in an instant through an illusion? I couldn't believe I was actually standing and breathing at that moment. Or maybe this moment was also an illusion. When exactly had I fallen under the illusion? When I entered the shrine? When I talked with Meng Riang? Or when I started living in the village? I had no way of knowing when the illusion had begun. Gasp. What was more shocking was that my belly was indeed thick with fat, the result of lazing and eating for half a year. The illusion seemed to have a real impact on reality. This is terrifying. As I was reeling from the power of the illusion, Tian Yujin spoke. Senior brother, I was just testing your visitor. Since you don't have the capacity for such sorcery, I didn't use any tricks on you, but I let your companion experience half a year of life. Wow. Meng Riang was shocked. He hadn't realized what had happened since Tian Yujin suddenly started speaking of it. It was necessary to prevent unnecessary exposure of our master to danger. Well, Baek Wong didn't seem to be a malevolent person. As I stood dumbfounded, looking at Tian Yujin, he gazed intently at me and pointed his hoe in my direction. You are not worthy to meet our master. You are enveloped in a strange and evil energy. Until you rid yourself of the source of this energy, you have no right to enter the village. Flash. The next moment, I realized that Meng Riang and I were standing outside the village, both of us blinking in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. After a while, Meng Riang seemed to grasp the situation and said to me, my junior brother has banished us from the village. The 5 fires 7 birds divine fan that had been in Meng Riang's hand was gone. It was my first real encounter with the sorcery of the Left Path sect. I couldn't trust my senses and perceptions. I explained in detail to Meng Riang what I had experienced. He shook his head as if there was no helping it and said, my junior brother's specialty is illusion. The half year you experienced was nothing but a fleeting delusion created by manipulating your senses. But I've actually gained weight, haven't I? That's what makes Tian Yujin's illusions so terrifying. He has the ability to blur the line between reality and fantasy. It was indeed a fearsome ability. Bragging about any kind of martial prowess in front of such a power seemed impossible. If he wished, he could defeat an army of 100,000 with his strange illusions. If this continues, it will be impossible for us to enter that village for a lifetime. Suddenly talking about the source of evil energy, what does he mean by that? I'm not sure either. But there must be a reason why my junior brother is so vehemently rejecting us. That's when a thought struck me. Could it be the heavenly tome of dark mysteries? When it comes to evil energy, that was the only thing that came to mind. Almost certainly, Tian Yujin must have sensed the sinister aura of the heavenly tome of dark mysteries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so decisively cast me out. But where could I put the heavenly tome of dark mysteries? It was a crucial item linked to my past life, and I couldn't just leave it behind. What should I do now? Meng Riang sighed deeply. This is a big problem. He was powerless against such a formidable sorcerer. Sorcery, a realm of supernatural powers, was not something that could be overcome with human wisdom. Especially an illusion cast by the talented disciple of the foremost sorcerer in the Central Plains was an impossible feat to counter. If we can't enter that village, we won't achieve anything. Wasting time here will only lead to missing our chance to confront the embroidered uniform guards. A moment of decision was upon me. After much deliberation, I said to Meng Riang, can't you go in alone and try to persuade them? That's one way, but I'm not too keen on it. Why? It's the first time I've seen the junior brother so vehemently prevent someone from visiting our master. Once he decides against something, he pushes through with it. I believe he won't let even me in unless we remove this source of evil energy. There was a strange look of suspicion in Mang Riang's eyes as he said this. Mang Riang asked me, is your internal energy, by any chance, derived from the demonic path? Not at all. As you see, my ability is based on the energy of the 5 elemental thunder. You know better than anyone the effect of breaking illusions with thunder chi. I can't get a sense of it. I felt a pang in my chest as I watched Mang Riang grumble. In truth, the best solution in this situation would be to leave the heavenly tome of dark mysteries somewhere else, but Mang Riang would immediately become suspicious. I was also not inclined to casually reveal the heavenly tome of dark mysteries to Mang Riang. But I had no choice. Despite possessing first-rate internal energy, I had easily fallen for Tian Yujin's illusion. I had to acknowledge the fact that his illusion transcended internal energy with its profound mystery. This wasn't a situation to be tackled with mere stubbornness. Reluctantly, I had to reveal the truth to Mang Riang. Mang Riang. Perhaps his resistance against me is because of this book. I showed Mang Riang the heavenly tome of dark mysteries from my pocket and explained how I came to possess it. Upon seeing the strange characters, Mang Riang was shocked and exclaimed, these characters are identical to the nameless ritual sacrifice rites of the Imperial Palace. Can you decipher it? I don't know how that sorcerer did it, but it's impossible with my abilities. I would need the nameless ritual sacrifice rites for comparison to attempt a translation. But given such an item, it's no wonder Tian Yujin called it an evil object. Muttering to himself, Mang Riang said, but from what you say, it seems you don't want to part with this book. Does it hold significant meaning for you? Not particularly. But who would be foolish enough to just discard a precious book that could be a treasure? That's true. Mang Riang seemed convinced by my evasive answer. After a moment of contemplation, Mang Riang suggested, then bury the book somewhere only you know and return for it after meeting our master. Wouldn't that solve the problem? His suggestion made sense. However, I couldn't easily agree to it. Despite my casual dismissal, the heavenly tome of dark mysteries was likely the source of my regression. If I were to leave it somewhere and unexpectedly die, the chances of never being able to regress again were high. Facing someone with an illusionary technique I couldn't resist, there was a very high risk of sudden death due to their whims. I was more concerned about that than someone stealing the book. If it's stolen, I can still find it, but death is irrecoverable. I decided to push a bit and persuade Mang Riang. I said to Mang Riang, why don't I try breaking through his illusion instead of just bowing down to him? What? That's absurd. Mang Riang was shocked and began to explain earnestly. Baek Wong, the reason you effortlessly passed through my cloud formation was purely because my Qi Men Dun Jia wasn't infused with spiritual power. Your strong Qi overpowered the technique. In the martial world, most formations work this way, which is why martial artists often underestimate Qi Men Dun Jia. However, my junior brother's illusion is the essence of true Qi Men Dun Jia. When a sorcery is filled with divine energy, the situation changes. No matter how strong the Qi, there's nothing one can do when reality and illusion interfere. You were probably under the effect without even realizing. His words made sense, and I had nothing to counter with that at Novel bin Adat. That's why, to break such a powerful illusion in the martial world, one needs the mind to form intent. It's known as the pinnacle among pinnacles in martial arts. I understood what Mang Riang meant by mind and intent. It was more than just manipulating Qi, it was a theory leading towards the highest stage in martial arts. I lacked the talent to realize it, but geniuses like Jin So Chong or Li Guang could comprehend and actualize it. For me, it was a distant realm, so I could intuitively understand Mang Riang's words. Simply put, it was about whether one could break a rock with sheer willpower. I couldn't do it no matter how hard I concentrated. I could only use Qi to punch and break the rock. However, for Jin So Chong or Li Guang, breaking a rock with just their will was possible. But even so, I couldn't part with the heavenly tome of dark mysteries for a moment. I shook my head vehemently. Then I won't rely on sage Mang Riang. What? What did you say? Mang Riang looked stupefied and then started shaking with anger, seemingly feeling wronged and frustrated. You fool! If we could get my master's help, it would be more precious than an army of 1,000 soldiers. Yet you're willing to miss this opportunity just because you don't want to part with that book? Come to your senses, please. We can't possibly defeat the embroidered uniform guards in a direct fight. I need to be convinced. Even with a direct confrontation, the power difference is hopeless. How much difference would Mang Riang's master's help make? Can he wipe out the Golden Guard commanders with his sorcery? No matter what you say, I intend to challenge this illusion until I'm convinced. Who knows, I might be able to break through his barrier. Mang Riang looked like he was about to die of frustration, but eventually, it seemed my stubbornness had paid off, and he rested his chin in his hand. After pondering for a while, he said, your obsession with that book is beyond my understanding. Anyway, fine. If you're going to be that way, I'll enter the illusion with you. Will that make any difference? You were also easily deceived just now. If I go in with you, at least the junior brother won't harm you. Consider it a compromise on my part. With that, Mang Riang and I once again walked into the village. I felt sorry for being so stubborn with Mang Riang, but I had no choice. If I died after leaving the heavenly tome of dark mysteries outside and couldn't regress, there would be no greater emergency. That's why I was even willing to give up on Mang Riang's master's help. Swoosh. About 20 steps in, a thick mist began to envelop the ground beneath our feet. I looked around, but Meng Riang had disappeared, and the ordinary rural landscape had transformed into a daunting valley. I vigorously boosted my internal energy to break free from the illusion, but nothing changed. Step by step. Confronted by Tian Yujin, who still appeared in his farmer's attire, I felt his cold stare. He said to me, "Truly an ignorant man. I acknowledge your internal energy is unmatched in this entire world, but even with that, you cannot break through my illusionary mist in this lifetime. Why are you so intent on stopping me? Do you have the authority to refuse a visitor seeking to see your master?" As I said, the master isn't here right now. My reason for stopping you is the peculiar and evil energy I sense from you. It's my duty as a disciple not to let such a dangerous element near the master's retreat. I felt unjustly accused and protested to Tian Yujin, "Evil energy? Meng Riang and I have been practicing righteousness to help the innocent? How can you accuse me of having an evil aura out of nowhere?" Tian Yujin confidently replied, "That's why you're still alive. While you're not utterly wicked, I've never felt such a peculiar energy before, so I'm still cautious. If it were the energy of a non-human, malevolent path, you wouldn't have taken 3 steps before your breath was cut." Ha, as if that would happen. Cough. At that moment, blood gushed from my nose and mouth. A subtle attack seemed to strike my internal organs without any warning. Thankfully, it wasn't fatal, but it was a secret and sudden attack. Why wouldn't it happen? In this illusionary mist, I control time and space. This is dangerous. Fear welled up inside me. Though Tian Yujin was only 10 meters away, it felt like I could never reach him, and he could attack me at will, putting me at a severe disadvantage. I asked Tian Yujin, How do you have such power at your young age?" Tian Yujin smirked. "You appear 5 years younger than me. Are you a master who has undergone half-aging? Leave while you can. You're causing trouble for Meng Riang as well." Tian Yujin didn't seem to dislike Meng Riang. Contrary to my expectation that Tian Yujin would look down on Meng Riang due to their talent difference, their relationship seemed like a typical one between a junior brother and senior brother. Curious, I asked, "What did you do to Meng Riang? He's walking through an endless maze." I posed him a problem based on Chi Men Dunjia. "Please step aside. We don't have time to waste here. You should start accepting that you're the one being unreasonable. It would be best to give up the thought that I can't kill you." SSSSSSS. Tian Yujin's threat was not an idle one. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding mist transformed into spears, encircling me. Needless to say, I had no way to dodge the spears of mist from all directions. Is this the end? Just as I gritted my teeth, ready to confront Tian Yujin. Snap! Suddenly, Tian Yujin snapped his fingers and dissolved the mist spears. He then said, "I'll let you go this time. Senior brother has solved the Chi Men Dunjia problem. But if you come again with unresolved issues, I won't forgive you." He solved the Chi Men Dunjia problem? While I was still puzzled, the scenery changed. Meng Riang and I were back at the entrance of the village, with Meng Riang gasping for air, half exhausted. Huff, huff. His skills are improving day by day. "Hey, are you alright?" In haste, I checked Meng Riang's pulse. Fortunately, he seemed to have only exhausted his energy without any external or internal injuries. Meng Riang, holding his temples as if dizzy, stood up. I asked him. He said you solved the Chi Men Dunjia problem. Did you do it? Meng Riang nodded. Yes. When the junior brother really seemed intent on killing you, Baek Wong, I pleaded and made a bet. If I won, he agreed to let us both safely out of the illusionary mist. Meng Riang sighed as he rubbed his head. It was a tough problem. My heart was pounding, afraid of making a mistake. Now, I might even fall behind the junior brother in studying Chi Men Dunjia. I felt my face flush with shame. I knew the stakes if we had lost. I would have died helplessly in the illusion, and Meng Riang would have exhausted himself trying to escape. The thought that Meng Riang saved my life made me feel deeply embarrassed. I was too stubborn. I realized it was time to let go of my personal ego. Truth be told, the 6th life would have started off twisted without Meng Riang. It was entirely thanks to him that I, who used to die like a fly, found direction and succeeded in the socio-political purge. As much as he considered me a comrade, I too had to give up some of my desires. After a long moment of decision, I said, "I will bury the heavenly tome of dark mysteries and come back." You've made a wise decision. Eventually, I buried the heavenly tome of dark mysteries under a distinctive pine tree about 5 li, about 2 kilometers, from where we were. I could retrieve it later without much trouble by recalling my memory. Meng Riang and I then re-entered the village. This time, surprisingly, the illusionary mist didn't appear. The village was just as it was, with people leisurely walking around. As I remained on guard, I heard Tian Yujin's voice resonate around me. "You've rid yourself of the evil energy and entered. I will allow your stay." His voice then vanished as if washed away, and we were back in the peaceful village. Meng Riang chuckled beside me. "Don't take it too hard, Baek Wong. The junior brother is a genius who easily mastered the sorcery of immortals at the age of 6. He's a natural with extraordinary spiritual powers, a true immortal bone. Across the entire continent, probably only 2 or 3 sorcerers can match him. That powerful. Yes, how else could he inherit the true transmission of Sage Meng Riang? To stand against him, you'd need someone on the level of the White Lotus sect master or their law-enforcing guardians." I believed Meng Riang's words were not an exaggeration. Tian Yujin's illusionary skills transcended the limits of what martial artists imagine of the left path sects. If Tian Yujin was that powerful, how skilled would his master, Sage Mangliang, be? Yet, I smiled. This could be interesting. Instead of feeling annoyed or regretful about today's defeat, I felt as if I had opened my eyes to a new realm. Plus, although it's still a distant goal, if I could handle my mind and intent, I might be able to fight such high-level sorcerers. I started intensively practicing my internal energy and martial arts in the inn, not taking any rest. My experience of wasting half a year in Tian Yujin's illusion had taught me a lesson. The path ahead was incredibly long, and I couldn't afford to be idle and complacent. Otherwise, I would never make any progress. It was precisely 2 months later when I finally had the opportunity to meet Mangliang's master. Is this a dream? I muttered to myself, looking around. This place was the village I had been staying in, but I knew it wasn't reality. It was clear because I vividly remembered the last time I fell asleep. The dreamlike and ethereal air around me further confirmed that this was not the real world. Then, a voice came from across the path. Hello, uninvited guest. I am Sage Mangliang. Walking towards me on the small path was a black cat. The cat, introducing itself as Sage Mangliang, looked at me intently with its cute face. I was baffled but, knowing this wasn't reality but a dream, I somewhat accepted it. Honorable Sage Mangliang? Why are you appearing in my dream? The black cat spoke. I cannot appear before you in any form other than a lucid dream, as to do so would be too dangerous. What do you mean? 2 months ago, a minor evil fled through space and time, fearing a greater evil. If I get swept up in your karma, I will face the same fate. What was it talking about? The cat, proclaiming itself to be Sage Mangliang, moved its small body and climbed onto a warm rock nearby. Curling up, it continued to stare at me and said, to conclude, I have no intention of meeting you. I never did, and I never will. I am already using all my capacity to keep watch over the darkness of the outer world. I felt deflated. I had come all this way hoping for Sage Mangliang's help, but he had no intention of meeting or helping me. Angrily, I said, what kind of reason is that? You've been making incomprehensible statements from the start. Can you explain what you're doing to a mere beast? The black cat, Sage Mangliang, twirled its tail. It's the same thing. The matter at hand has exceeded human comprehension. It holds a terribly frightening secret of the world, which is why it's impossible for me to explain to you. Watch carefully. Whoosh. At that moment, I felt the entire dream collapsing into darkness. I felt as if not just my body but my soul was being sucked into somewhere. When I opened my eyes again, I was in the midst of the Milky Way, surrounded by dazzling stars. It was an unimaginably vast scene. Stars scattered across the dark heavens. Millions, billions of luminous stars. Overwhelmed by the sight, I stood there dazed. Sage Mangliang then said, have you ever seen the universe in your lifetime? Do you think you can describe this view to others? The brain is just a mirror. With its narrow perspective and angle, nothing can be seen. Only then did I realize, this guy, he's different? I can sense something transcendent. This entity known as Sage Mangliang was beyond comprehension or explanation from a martial artist's perspective. It was not merely the best sorcerer but a semi-divine being, or perhaps an entity that had already transcended something. Unlike with Tian Yujin, there was no comparing or contrasting with a martial artist. Each word emanated a profound aura that went beyond the distant, entering a non-human realm. Amazed, I realized that the black cat might be a transformed spirit, an avatar, not confined to a human form. I had to accept that I was facing something more transcendent than anything I had ever encountered. As I stood there, stiffened, the black cat spoke again. However, I don't want humans to become mere playthings of gods. Therefore, I'll offer you a bit of help, as you are the most dangerous being in this world. Swoosh. Suddenly, the black cat's paw pointed at me. Instantly, my mind cleared as if it had been emptied, and the oppressive feeling weighing on me vanished, along with the sticky, frustrating sensation that had been clinging to me. I've removed the dark energy of another realm from you. For a while, you won't go mad or be corrupted. Corrupted. The sorcerer you encountered is not from this world. An alien being who accidentally drifted in. Just encountering his sorcery or knowledge is enough to corrupt and lead ordinary beings to worship despair. My job is to prevent such drifters from reaching this world, but this time, luck was not on our side. Stunned, I then asked a crucial question. Wait, for a while? Does that mean there are more of these beings? There might be. How can I purify this dark energy from another realm? Either seal away the evil energy or knowledge, or have the mental strength to withstand it. As I pondered, the black cat slowly walked into the cold stream, enjoying the water's chill. Then it began to walk away, back down the path. Well, I'm busy, so I'll be going now. Was it really going to leave just like that, dropping hints and not resolving anything? I realized Sage Mangliang was just as whimsical as his disciple, Mangliang. Frustrated, I quickly ran in front of the black cat to stop it. Wait, just a moment. Do you have more to say? I get that you only say what you want, don't solve the riddles, and do whatever you please without explaining. Sage Mangliang seemed amused by my response. You seem to know me well. Just answer a few questions. I won't answer what I can't. I nodded and asked. Do you know what the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries is? What is that? Why did you only appear after 2 months? That's my business. What does it mean that I'm the most dangerous being in the world? You just seem that way. Plus, you're not very good looking. What? Why? What? Faced with Sage Mang Riang's sarcastic demeanor, I could see he truly was Mang Riang's teacher. Sensing that further questions about my situation would be futile, I shifted my focus. Sage Mang Riang, I need to take down the embroidered uniform guards. Can't you help me? Even if your disciple, Tian Yujin, could assist, it would be a great help. The black cat yawned. It's bothersome, not my business, and I don't impose my will on my disciple. I don't care if Mang Riang roams with you. If you want Tian Yujin as an ally, that's for you to figure out. But you took away the 5 fires 7 birds divine fan from him. Using the divine fan was allowed by me, but knowing my disciple's nature, he would keep using it to help you, diminishing his lifespan. I can't let him shorten his life, hence my command. Now I remembered that the talentless Mang Riang's use of the divine fan reduces his lifespan. Was that why Sage Mang Riang took it back? The cat's sharp gaze flickered as it continued. My disciple's intellect is the best on the continent. In chaotic times, he could have been a great like Zhuge Liang or Xiao He. I sent him away because he lacked talent in sorcery, but I value his intellect. He's enough without the divine fan. But to oppose the embroidered uniform guards, we need actual power. Figure it out yourself. I don't meddle in worldly affairs. This was getting nowhere, a bystander attitude. With no other option, I asked another question. If I bring a certain book, can you interpret it? If you're talking about the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, it's impossible. Only beings from another realm can interpret it. Mang Riang said if he had another similar book, he could interpret it. That's my disciple's misconception. It's not created by the usual linguistic rules or logic. No matter how smart he is, it's impossible. Only beings from another realm can interpret it. This meant that the heavenly tome of dark mysteries could also be read by beings from another realm. I had already shown the book to the sorcerer, confirming this fact. He spouted incomprehensible words, but I didn't pay attention. After a moment of thought, I asked, "Then take me as your disciple. I want to learn sorcery." "That's impossible. You might lack martial arts talent, but you have even less in sorcery. Just give up." He was infuriating. I yelled in frustration. "How can you be so certain?" "I just can. And giving false hope to someone without talent is more cruel." "I think I'm being kind." "You're a terrible being." "I hear that often." As Sage Mang Riang yawned and prepared to leave, I quickly interjected. "Wait, just one more thing." "What now?" "Where can I find the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries?" "That's an artifact left by immortals in this world, like the divine fan. Unlike the divine fan, it has guardians. It can also be used by ordinary people without advanced sorcery knowledge." My interest was piqued. Such a valuable item existed? I excitedly asked. "Oh, where can I find it?" "I don't know." "What? If I knew, I would have collected them all. Why would I tell someone like you? Why mention it if you don't know where it is?" "You fool. Do I have to explain everything?" Jumping onto a rooftop, the cat continued leisurely. "I don't know where the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries is, but it's surely guarded by a protector. In other words, find a relic guarded by a protector. After all, the protector is also an artifact left by immortals." "Ah, it seems I have advised enough. Investigate the rest on your own." The black cat, having said this, was already walking down the path. Its brisk steps indicated it wouldn't stop even if I tried. "So, farewell." "Wait, just a moment." Sage Mang Riang briefly looked back and added, "Don't bother looking for me again until you break that curse, you fool." Awaking from the vivid dream, I immediately went to Mang Riang. Startled by my sudden visit in the middle of the night, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. "What's the matter?" I told Mang Riang everything I had experienced. After hearing it all, he sighed as if he had expected this. "So, the master doesn't intend to help us. What should we do?" Mang Riang scratched his head. "What else can we do? Just stay in the village and keep strengthening ourselves." This was unexpected. "Shouldn't we be actively searching for the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries?" Seeing my confusion, Mang Riang elaborated. "This village is currently the safest place in the world. It's protected by the master's power, and Tian Yujin can ward off any external threats with his barriers. There's no safer choice than strengthening ourselves here." "What about the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries?" "I'm aware of the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries. It's an artifact containing the powers of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Unlike the divine fan, even those without sorcery knowledge can wield its formidable power." Mang Riang shook his head. "But the guardians of the 7 luminaries are terrifyingly powerful. Defeating them and obtaining the treasures is nothing but a fantasy. It's better to fight the embroidered uniform guards than to face them." "What? You said the guardians are artifacts left by immortals, and they're that strong." "The guardians, created by beings of mythological power to protect the treasures, are beyond imagination in this era of declining sorcery. If we can't handle the embroidered uniform guards, it's impossible to go treasure hunting for the 7 luminaries. Just finding the relics would take ages." Mang Riang continued. "You've been improving through real combat, haven't you? If you further refine your martial prowess and master your formidable internal energy, you'll stand a chance against the embroidered uniform guards. Let's take our time and build our strength." He was right. In recent battles, I felt my skills had leveled up, and my mastery of thunder spirit techniques seemed to be becoming more fluid. Even without talent, it seemed I was reaching a breakthrough after prolonged training. But impatience gnawed at me, and I shook my head. How do we know when the embroidered uniform guards will attack? I want to confront them before they grow stronger. With Tian Yujin here, even an army of 100,000 couldn't breach this place, Meng Riang stated confidently, then added. The real issue is the central figures of the embroidered uniform guards, the chief and deputy chief. Recruiting warriors for the Golden Guard is easy for the Imperial Palace. What's crucial is defeating those key figures. Don't worry about the small fry, focus on gaining the strength to defeat them. He had a point. But I've left the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries outside for too long. I feel uneasy. If enemies attacked and the barrier was breached, leading to my death, wouldn't that mean an end to my regressions? Fear of death enveloped me, fueling my impatience. I need the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries to feel secure at novel bin at. Moreover, a sense of defiance surged within me. Despite Meng Riang's right words, something inside me couldn't stand it, especially after being treated like a fool by sage Meng Riang. This urge to achieve something right away was overwhelming. So, I bluntly responded. I can't do that. The martial realm isn't something that can be ascended easily, and I can't stand the thought of staying here indefinitely, wasting time in complacency. Tian Yujin's illusion was just a prank. Taking it too seriously. I want to gain power as soon as possible. I'll find the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries myself. Meng Riang sighed in response. Can't help it then, it's earlier than I expected, but I'll go with you. You stay here. I can't afford to protect you two. Rushing around the world haphazardly looking for the 7 luminaries as relics like finding a needle in a haystack. Think of it as a martial journey. You're too impatient. Calm down and think rationally. Yet, Meng Riang reluctantly left the village with me. Upon leaving, I immediately retrieved the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries and kept it close. Perhaps my impatience stemmed from not having it with me. It was the middle of the night. The air was getting chilly, but having the book back gave me courage. Good, now to find the secret treasures of the 7 luminaries and get moving. Just as Meng Riang and I were deciding our first destination. Here's the self-proclaimed White Lotus Sex Guardian. A cold voice echoed in the night. I turned towards it and saw a figure wearing a white mask, surrounded by embroidered uniform guards holding torches. I recognized him. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards. Recognizing me right away, you are indeed formidable. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards, also the best warrior in the Imperial Palace, laughed heartily. Surrounded unexpectedly, I was confused but then realized they must have been surrounding the area. Otherwise, the number of embroidered uniform guards appearing from the pine forest couldn't have exceeded dozens. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards spoke leisurely. We concluded you arrived in this village a month ago after tracking down the description and features of the one who annihilated the Golden Guard's 6 brigades. But we couldn't attack or infiltrate due to a mysterious fog causing casualties. Fortunately, you left the fortress on your own. What an interesting investigation. Pretending to be the White Lotus Sex Guardian, huh? Ha ha ha. I deeply regretted my actions. Meng Riang was right. I had thought they lost track of me, but they had known my whereabouts a month ago and were just watching due to Tian Yujin's fog barrier. The village was almost self-sufficient and closed off, so they couldn't use the residents either. If only I had further developed my laying technique, turning it into a refined sword chi, I wouldn't have been so afraid. But my impatience led me to act rashly, inviting trouble. I clenched my teeth. I'm sorry, Meng Riang. Meng Riang weakly smiled, seemingly resigned. It's okay. Spilt milk. Try to escape. There was no way I could handle both Meng Riang and the embroidered uniform guards' encirclement. My own life was in jeopardy. I tried to buy time by talking to the commander of the embroidered uniform guards. Haha, impersonating. How do you know if I'm the White Lotus Sex Guardian or not? Apparently, you know little. One of the 3 White Lotus Sex Guardians has joined hands with us. We have considerable information about the sect. Your appearance doesn't match any of the guardians. One of the White Lotus Sex Guardians had allied with the embroidered uniform guards? Shocked by this unexpected information but realizing they had such intelligence, the commander continued. It's unfortunate the sorcerer died and we can't perform more rituals. But we've interpreted the nameless ritual sacrifice rites, so we just need to find someone with enough sorcery power. Damn you! What are you thinking, carrying out such cruel acts? Even if you summon demons through human sacrifice, is it worth it? What do you think will happen to the White Lotus sect with the demons? The commander calmly revealed his plans as if he had decided to kill us here. Of course not. Even 100 demons can't challenge the White Lotus sect leader. The demons are merely offerings for a secondary ritual. And when that ritual is complete, we will annihilate the White Lotus sect and achieve eternal glory for His Majesty. Secondary ritual. Ha ha ha. Resolve the rest of your questions in the torture chamber. There's much we want to hear from you. SSSHHH. At the same moment, dozens of highly skilled members of the embroidered uniform guards, including peak masters, moved in a wave-like formation, creating a joint formation. With my current skills, it was impossible to break through this encirclement. Then, Meng Riang, standing next to me, spoke. I have a request. Please, behead me. I can't endure torture. Feeling a pang in my heart at Meng Riang's calm request, I was filled with regret. What a predicament this was. Each word Meng Riang had spoken had helped me escape death numerous times, and now, due to a moment's impatience, I had to behead him to spare his suffering? Feeling stupid and miserable, I held back tears and said, "Go first. I'll follow." Meng Riang chuckled, a laugh I would never forget. Ha, it's been fun. Swish, no? How could this be? The commander of the embroidered uniform guards frowned. My sword moved elegantly in a full circle, cleanly separating Meng Riang's head from his body. I had done my best to be as swift as possible, and with the spiritual thunder chi surrounding it, Meng Riang must have felt almost no pain. Hating myself to the point of being unbearable, I bit my lip until it bled. Then, I challenged the commander. Commander, if you're the best warrior in the Imperial Palace, let's fight one-on-one. If I lose, I'll tell you everything. The surrounding embroidered uniform guards stirred, surprised by the sudden duel request from someone trapped in their encirclement. The commander readily accepted. Fine. I was curious about the skills of someone claiming to be the White Lotus sex guardian. Shut up. You're losing focus. I'll give you 3 chances. Whoosh. Without realizing it, I pulled up my spiritual thunder techniques. Simultaneously, the immense inner strength spread throughout my body transformed into spiritual thunder chi, surrounding me with lightning energy. My body sparking like lightning in the night startled the embroidered uniform guards. The inner strength with the nature of the 5 elements reaching its peak can produce such a phenomenon, I've heard. Impressive. Boom. I charged at the commander, calmly assessing me. Planning to deliver my strongest strike, I had no intention of holding back against an absolute master like the commander. 3 chances, he said, so I aimed to split his head open without hesitation. Zing. Lightning, imbued with brilliance, moved through the air at incredible speed. My sword, filled with spiritual thunder chi, struck the commander's figure 10 times in a flash. Such a swift attack would have finished a golden guard in one blow. But the commander's voice came from an unexpected direction. Seeing him standing 3 meters away, leisurely turned away, sent chills down my spine. I might have struck an afterimage, but his speed was almost like a clone technique. Swoosh. 2. Another attack yielded the same result. For the last attempt, I launched a full-on assault at the commander's front, using 8-style spiritual thunder technique, the ultimate move of spiritual thunder sword technique, so powerful that even Jin So Chong couldn't block it. 3. Bang! The commander flicked his finger and my sword blade snapped in 2, flying away. My sword, richly imbued with spiritual thunder chi, was supposed to be as durable as the best steel, but it broke too easily. Stunned, I stood frozen as the commander spoke calmly. Your speed and strength are commendable, but your martial arts level is too crude. To claim yourself as a guardian of the White Lotus sect, you're far from those monsters. Even I'm not confident to win against them in a one-on-one fight, and yet you, with just the skills of a major sect elder, have been meddling in our affairs. The White Lotus sect leader, it's a real problem that even 3 guardians like those couldn't defeat him. Ha ha ha. I had no time to hesitate anymore. Suddenly, no, not this. Blood gushed from my mouth uncontrollably, catching the commander off guard. He seemed to have underestimated my will to live. I seized the brief moment of his carelessness to successfully sever my own heart meridian, committing suicide. It was my first time doing this, and it felt truly terrible. Thud. My blood vessels burst and my insides felt shattered. Blood spewed continuously from my throat. I knelt, overwhelmed by intense pain until my consciousness faded. In my fading vision, I saw Meng Riang's severed head on the ground. Meng Riang, I'm sorry. I vowed not to repeat such mistakes if I were to live again. There's no guarantee of coming back to life, but if I do, I will definitely avenge today's grudge. And then I lost consciousness. It was my 6th death.